Volume 24 Chapter 1. Book 24 Chapter 01 The Victorious 100 Battle Saber. When they reach Jade Orchid Brothel, Xiang Shaolong father and son are already respectfully awaiting and brimming with brotherly affections. Compared to their initial encounter, it was a world of difference. This time round, the banquet lounge in the setting is far better than before, as Xiang Shaolong had reserved the most luxurious courtyard Jade Orchid Brothel can offer. It naturally included the companionship of their 8 top courtesans, which Lan Gongyuan is obviously part of. Even Madame Orchid had been specially engaged to oversee their gathering. Noticing Xiang Shaolong, who has resumed his original appearance, Lan Gongyuan personally welcomed him. Hooking his arm and leading him to his seat, she leaned towards his ear and whispered, "The last time round, I knew I had hit my mark. Why are you still alive and kicking?" Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that it was brilliant of her to use a casual remark to resolve their enmity into a round of flirting between a man and a woman. He smiled. "Why is Miss Yuan acting on the orders of Tian Dan? Is it because of Qi Yu?" Lan Gongyuan plainly state, "As a citizen of Qi, Yuan must contribute my part to Great Qi. On a personal basis, I am full of admiration for Great General." Right now, Zongsuan Xianhua, who was seated at the second table, burst out laughing. Tonight, Yuan is experiencing a change of heart and is only concerned with whispering sweet nothings to Great General. "Do you think you deserve to be punished with a cup of wine?" After lightly pecking Xiang Shaolong on the cheek, Lan Gongyuan's pretty eyes glanced sideways at Xie Ziyuan, who was behaving intimately with another gorgeous courtesan. She laughed in reply like a blossoming flower. "The one who is experiencing a change of heart is somebody else. The person who should be punished is official Xie instead of me." Raising his wine cup and chuckling, Xie Ziyuan suggested, Yes, I deserve to be punished, but Yuan cannot be spared too. However, she can sing instead of drink." "Ha!" Xiang Shaolong was greatly amused. Once he stepped into a brothel, Xie Ziyuan seems to be high despite not taking any intoxicants and is behaving like a completely different person. Nonetheless, witnessing that he is not aroused by even a super beauty like Lan Gongyuan, Xiang Shaolong can deduce that he is just a play-acting, harmless visitor and would never be addicted to lust, alcohol or other vice activities. With reference to the 3 famous courtesans, he does not have an inkling of fantasy towards Lan Gongyuan. The reason is probably his constant deep fear of suffering at her cruel hands. After all, her entire gang of troop members and fellow conspirators has lost their lives in Xianyang because of him. It would be surprising if she does not bear any hatred towards him. While he was immensely tempted by Feng Fei, he can feel his attraction for her dwindling after discovering her numerous lies and attempted murder. On the other hand, the unique and aloof beauty Shi Sufang has piqued his interest and curiosity. Among the shrill laughter and cheers, everyone raised their cups and toasted one another. Xiang Shaolong was seated opposite Xiang Shaolong and was surrounded by a bevy of beauties. After raising his cup and toasting Xiang Shaolong, he wondered, why is second prince late? As expected, no one could answer him. Xie Ziyuan recommended, "Why don't we send someone to rush him?" Zongsuan Xianhua immediately commanded a subordinate to handle this task. He then turned towards Xiang Shaolong. "I heard from official Xie that Junior Marshal Sister Ro will be sparring with Great General tomorrow. If Great General does not mind, can Xianhua tag along and witness Great General's amazing skills?" Secretly annoyed at Xie Ziyuan's big mouth, Xiang Shaolong has no grounds to object and could only reply, "My skills are mediocre and not befitting Brother Xuanhua's proficiency." Xiang Shaolong merrily guffawed, "Great General is too modest." In his mind, Xiang Shaolong is aware that Zongsuan Xianhua has invited himself to personally assess his prowess and calculate the probability of him surviving his master's sword. If Xiang Shaolong is proven incapable, they, Zongsuan family, would have to make other plans, because if Xiang Shaolong is slain, all their grand plans would evaporate into thin air. Leaning towards his ear again, Lan Gongyuan quizzed, "Has Great General met Grandmaster Chao before?" Xiang Shaolong will not be truthful to her and shook his head. When he was about to say something, 3 men strode into their lounge in huge steps. One of them was astonishingly Lan Gongyuan's lover Qi Yu. The other 2 men are about the same age and were dressed in a warrior uniform and a scholar robes accordingly. The warrior has a tall and burly frame that radiates with ferocity. With thick shoulders and neck, his face is pockmarked and his eyes are protruding. Coupled with a nose like a lion's, he can be classified as an ugly man. Despite all that, he exudes an intense masculine aura. The man dressed as a scholar is skinny and tall, with eyes that betray his intelligence. He somewhat resembles Tian Dan, allowing Xiang Shaolong to easily conclude that he is Tian Dan's son Tian Bang, causing him a certain amount of shock. This does not seem like an appropriate place for him to show up. Xiang Shaolong and the others fell into a daze, not knowing how to react. The courtesans are already kneeling down and paying their respects. Tian Bang took the lead and cupped his hands together as a sign of respect. To Xiang Shaolong, he grinned, after learning that Great General is here, Tian Bang specially came to have a look for myself. I hope Great General would not hold it against me for barging in. Xiang Shaolong stood up and returned his greetings. As he shifted his gaze to Chiyu, the fella's eyes flashed with a penetrating hatred. The corner of his mouth curling up to shape a cold smile, Chiyu sniggered, seeing brother Xiang after so many years. I hope you are doing well. I heard Lady Zhao, you died in the foreign territory of Xianyang. This is truly lamentable. For some Chinese, it is considered inauspicious or bad to die in a foreign place. Example, overseas, on the roads or even hospital. Many prefer to die at home. Somewhat linked to their ego that they have a home to die in and not die in the wilderness. Therefore, family members usually arrange for their bodies to be sent home before burial or cremation. For Zhaoya, a Zhao royalty to die in Qin, can be interpreted that she is a jinx. Xiang Shaolong is conscious that he intentionally brought up Lady Ya, reminding him the agony of having a loved one snatched away by another man. For a brief moment, his heart was pricking with pain. Xiang Shaolong forcefully smiled and did not answer him. The warrior's attitude is even more conceited than the other two. Cupping his fists, he bellowed, I am Ma Chenjia and I have always desired to witness a display of great general swordsmanship. I wonder if I can have a taste of your brilliant skills before Great General's duel with Grandmaster Chao. Zongsu and Long father and son as well as Xie Ziyuan were instantly agitated. For Ma Chenjia to openly challenge Xiang Shaolong in this manner and demanding it to take place before Chao Cuidao's appointment, not only did he fail to account for their presence, he is also hinting that Xiang Shaolong would certainly perish at the hands of Chao Cuidao. Nevertheless, given the present circumstances, it is difficult for them to intervene. Zongsu and Xianhua himself is not a noble gentleman too. He secretly swore that once Xiang Shaolong rejected the challenge, he would stand up at once and issue his own challenge to Ma Chenjia, going all out to take his life. Zongsu and Long, on the other hand, has made up his mind that even with Tian Dan sheltering Ma Chenjia, he would still get his henchmen to break both his legs. Within the courtyard, the tension in the air is electrifying. While living in the 21st century, Xiang Shaolong is already a troublemaker in his own right and has the habit of getting himself into bar fights. Now that he has matured, his temper has mellowed and no longer finds any meaning in these pointless scuffles. That is why he refrains from fighting, and it is absolutely not because of fear. Now that Tian Bang, Xiyu, and famed Qi swordsman Ma Chenjia are gatecrashing their party with a bullying attitude, Xiang Shaolong can feel his blood boiling, but at the same time, he is doing his best to calm down. He simply smiled, since brother Ma is so keen, I can easily exchange some pointers with you. However, it is not a good time now, why don't? Xiyu abruptly interrupted, if brother Xiang is expecting second prince, you can save your energy. Imperial uncle and official Han, Jia, just started a meeting with him. I doubt second prince can make the time to come over. Zongsu and Long and everyone else were greatly traumatized. Isn't this a clear sign that Tian Jian has decided to throw in his lot with Lu Buwei and Tian Dan? Only Xiang Shaolong is able to decipher the true picture, acknowledging that Tian Jian is concerned that he would succumb to the sword of Chao Cuidao, causing him to place his bet on the wrong man. Consequently, he is temporarily evaluating the situation further and hence, chose to avoid this meeting. Presently, Lu Buwei and Han Jia must be using all their powers of eloquence to destabilize Tian Jian's trust in his current allies. Ma Chenjia chortled, since this is the case, why don't Great General draw your sword now and let me have a taste of your prowess? Earlier, Xiang Shaolong has accumulated plenty of frustration due to the betrayals of Han Shuang, Lord Longyang, etc. Now that he is faced with Tian Jian's indecisiveness, resembling grass on a wall that bends in whichever direction the wind blows, coupled with this frog in a well Ma Chenjia who is purposely stirring trouble, he is ready to erupt. He forcefully discarded his coat, revealing his sturdy build that is unquestionably more muscular than Ma Chenjia, and snarled, since you are so persistent, let's do it, ut. Among the crowd, no one anticipated his courageous demeanor and instant reaction to Ma Chenjia's provocation. They were stunned on the spot. Observing his newly exposed wide shoulders, broad chest, slender waist and long legs forming an incredible physique, coupled with his awe-inspiring and indomitable bearing, all the ladies were intoxicated, and Lan Gongyuan is of no exception. Xiang Shaolong is now gripping the handle of 100 battle saber as he took giant strides towards the center of the lounge, accumulating into a terrifying and dominating pressure. Tian Bang and Qiyu were rattled and they clumsily retreated to the back, inadvertently enhancing Xiang Shaolong's daunting posture as if it was an aggressive dragon coming out of its cave. Ma Chenjia did not expect him to make his move without the slightest indication. Stuck in the line of fire, he can sense the incoming threat Xiang Shaolong posing. In this context, it is preposterous for Ma Chenjia to request Xiang Shaolong to back off and give him a break. Coldly grunting once, he took a step back to avoid the advancing menace. With his rich battle experience, Xiang Shaolong knows that he has gained the first mover advantage and obviously would not let Ma Chenjia regain his footing. Noting Ma Qinjia stepping backwards, he faced the sky and laughed loudly. Concurrently, with a jiang sound, he pulled out 100 battle saber and continued pressing forward. The moment the saber left its scabbard, the entire hall became clogged with a chilling sensation, causing everyone present to be petrified. Only now did Ma Qinjia remember that his opponent is not using a sword but a weapon which he is unfamiliar with. In his heart, he became even more fearful and had to take another 2 steps back to give himself the opportunity to assess Xiang Shaolong's attacking style. Xiang Shaolong obviously would not miss this opening. Swiftly proceeding with steady footwork, he raised 100 battle saber above his head and simultaneously held the saber with his left hand as well. He ferociously roared, "Draw your sword!" In the same instance, Ma Qinjia felt as if he is being overwhelmed by a surge of attacking power and hastily drew his sword. Xiang Shaolong darted towards his goal, and by now, 100 battle saber has crossed its tipping point and is now a cold saber flash chopping down on the tangled and disconcerted Ma Qinjia like a bolt of lightning. If he is a smart man, Ma Qinjia should realize that the best way to resolve this predicament is to continue retreating or even retreat out of the room and re-engage the fight on the open grounds of the courtyard. Unfortunately, he happens to be the aggressor and was passing condescending remarks earlier. Under the gaze of the crowd, he could not retreat like a cowardly turtle, as this is only the first move. Gnashing his teeth, he raised his sword horizontally to ward off the strike. Conscious that his opponent is defending in a state of panic and is only using one hand to hold his sword, Xiang Shaolong was secretly delighted and chopped down with his full strength. Jiang! Ma Qinjia's long sword has been severed by the saber. Amidst the sounds of screaming, Xiang Shaolong has retreated and his saber has re-entered the scabbard. Ma Qinjia's expression is worse than that of a corpse. Still holding his broken sword, he stood in a daze at the same spot. A new blood scar is now running from his front hairline to between his eyebrows. As fresh blood began streaming down his face, it was a horrifying sight. Everyone knew that Xiang Shaolong had shown mercy. However, it is even more shocking to witness his precision and mastery of the saber. Who could have guessed that one saber strike is all it takes to deliver a crushing defeat to one of Lin Zi's famed swordsman Ma Qinjia? Even Xiao Cuidao himself may not necessarily be able to accomplish such a feat. Xiang Shaolong secretly thanked his lucky stars. If he had been equipped with Bloodwave, it would have exhausted much more energy to resolve this issue. For a short spell, the whole lounge is completely silent. Ma Qinjia suddenly shouted incoherently and discarded his broken sword. Embarrassed beyond redemption, he wildly tore out of the room. Zongsuan Xianhua stood up and raised his wine cup, sighing, "No wonder great general's fame has penetrated every corner of Xianyang. Even my master is stirred into issuing a challenge to you. Such superb saber skills are rare indeed." With horror written all over their faces, Tian Bang and Shi Yu were still staring at Xiang Shaolong with disbelief. Speechless, they were awkwardly standing there, not knowing whether to stay or leave. Scanning the crowd, Xiang Shaolong could tell that everyone is still reverberating in the earlier scene and that due to a nice coincidence, he had managed to showcase his prowess. Smiling broadly, he concluded, "Since second prince is not coming, why don't we return home and have an early night?" Barely stepping over the door ledge, Xiang Shaolong was summoned by Feng Fei. At the upper loft sitting room of the main block, the stunning beauty was facing her zither and staring into space. Noticing his return, she then broke out of her stupor and pulled him to a corner before sitting down together. Feng Fei wondered in a slow and sad tone, "Han Jia came looking for me and sweet-talked me for a long time. However, my heart is already dead and I wasn't moved at all. This is so strange. In the past, whenever I think of him, there would be this sweet fondness in my heart. Now, I only regard him as an empty shell with a handsome outlook. Why is there such a huge disparity in my attitude?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly alarmed and is concerned that Feng Fei may have shifted her affections towards himself. He tested, "Mistress, what are your plans for the future?" Her eyes shimmering with a pitiful glow, Feng Fei's tone was remarkably calm. She gently professed, "For the time being, I only wish to live a peaceful and tranquil life. Can Great General please see to this arrangement?" Xiang Shaolong felt as if a big burden has been lifted off his shoulders and heaved with relief. "After I settle Chao Cuidao, I would immediately escort you back to Xianyang. With my protection over there is nothing you need to fear." Feng Fei was taken aback. "I know you are an accomplished swordsman, but in the eyes of Qi, Chao Cuidao is no longer considered human and is worshipped like a deity. Why are you still as confident as ever? Chao Cuidao's sword is famed for being merciless. If anything were to happen to you, how do you expect me? How? Feng Fei does not wish to live too." Xiang Shaolong did not misinterpret her meaning, acknowledging that she does not wish to live because she would be helpless after losing him, her pillar of support, and is thus having suicidal thoughts. Of course Xiang Shaolong would not disclose to any Tom, Dick or Harry about his 10 strokes proposal. He simply smiled. Chao Tsueda was merely an ordinary man whose sword skills happened to be better than his challengers. I am not trying to prove anything to anyone too. If I do not have confidence in preserving my life, I would have fled with you tonight. Half believing him, Feng Fei doubted, you mustn't be overconfident. Although the people of Qi often exaggerate their words, it is still an undeniable fact that Chao Tsueda's swordsmanship has dominated the 6 eastern and southern states. Her gaze trailing to his 100 battle saber, Feng Fei lightly revealed, Han Jia is afraid that I would shift my affections to you and heavily criticized you, causing me to despise him even more. Xiang Shaolong had anticipated this behavior from Han Jia and is unaffected by this revelation. He chuckled, who can be loved by every person in the world? Let them jeer or criticize as much as they like. Mistress seems to be very interested in my saber. Reacting to his teasing, Feng Fei broke out into a smile, lifting her face and kissing him on the cheek. She whined, the people interested in your baby are Chao Tsueda and the other swordsmen of Qi. I am only interested in you as an individual. What is the fun in fighting and killing? Nevertheless, you men are the ones who indulged incessantly in it and even got us, the vulnerable women, involved. Before Han Jia left, he mentioned that you might not even survive to see Chao Tsueda, but Feng Fei is not intimidated by him. Xiang Shaolong grinned, do you know who is Ma Chenjia? With a voice full of disdain, Feng Fei remarked, not only do I know who he is, I have even met him in person at Tiandan's Chancellor residence. In terms of swordsmanship, with the exception of Zhongsu and Xianhua and Dan Shu, he and Min Tingzhang are considered the best. She then frowned, why did you bring him up? This man is extremely annoying and his attitude is overbearing, giving me the impression that he behaves with disrespect. Additionally, he imagined himself to be very popular with ladies, but personally, I feel disgusted whenever I see him. Xiang Shaolong laughed, I did not know that your love or hatred for men can be so extreme. However, I am sorry to say that you would be unable to see this person in the near future. Earlier, he approached me for a duel and using one strike, I left an inerasable mark on his face. Feng Fei was thunderstruck, just one strike, Xiang Shaolong plainly state, little brother has exaggerated a little. I did take a few steps too. Collapsing into his bosom, Feng Fei shrilly laughed, I cannot stand your self-gratified and irritating demeanor. But you simply chose not to fall for me. Xiang Shaolong honestly declared, I did fall for you. Who can resist falling in love with you? It is just that the burden of love is too much for me to bear. I already have 3 virtuous wives waiting for me at home and dare not get involved in new relationships. Feng Fei replied in an unhurried and melancholic fashion, I already knew and understood where you are coming from. I am sure the passing of Lady Ye and Princess Qian dealt you a severe blow, right? Xiang Shaolong was astounded, how did you know about it? Feng Fei answered, of course somebody told me about it. In his vast mind, the lovely silhouette of Lady Qingshou began to materialize. Was she the one who told Feng Fei his past? If this is so, this beauty's heart is definitely in contrast to her external cold countenance whenever she faces Xiang Shaolong. Stretching out her lovely hand and stroking his cheek, Feng Fei affectionately suggested, Great General must be tired. Why don't you spend the night in Feng Fei's room? Xiang Shaolong was about to reply her when footsteps sounded on the stairs, startling the two of them who quickly separated from each other. Little Pinger voice resounded from the stairs, Lord Longyang is here to look for Great General. Recollecting his appointment with Lord Longyang, Xiang Shaolong icily sniggered to himself, wondering what excuse this old friend would cook up in order to terminate tonight's escape plan. After Feng Fei uttered a reply on his behalf, she faintly pleaded, no matter how late you return tonight, please remember to drop by my place. Feng Fei is not asking for any status or responsibility but only wishes for a night of passion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 2. Book 24 Chapter 02 Full Confidence Recovery. Xiang Shaolong squirreled into the carriage compartment and the carriage began driving. Lord Longyang could not hold back his emotions and leaned half of his petite frame closer to Xiang Shaolong. With his pretty eyes glowing, he cheered, using the excuse that I wanted to admire River Zenite scenery, I have laid my hands on a city pass that allows me to leave the city. The minute we board the ship and raise the sails, cruising to the west, I guarantee we would be untouchable. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback and frowned, I heard the river route is still blockaded by ice and snow, can we still operate the ship? But Lord Longyang assured, I have already sent someone to check on this. Although the roads are still unfit for traveling, since yesterday the river has thawed and boats have begun arriving at Linzi from the east. Shaolong can put your mind at ease. Hearing his description, Xiang Shaolong was dumbfounded. Is Xiao Yuetan lying to him? Logically speaking, if Lord Longyang and Han Shuang have joined hands to get rid of him, they should have aborted all their schemes and plans upon learning that Chao Cuedo has issued a challenge to him. Even if Xiang Shaolong had survived Chao Cuedo's sword, it is not too late to assassinate him. But upon witnessing Lord Longyang's serious demeanor, it is as if he is indeed doing his best to help Xiang Shaolong flee away from Lin Zi. Moreover, the passion radiating from him is something that cannot be falsified. What in the world is going on? With his friends, Xiang Shaolong is generally straightforward. He could not bear it any longer and questioned, "Isn't your lordship concerned about Han Chuan's blackmail?" His tender physique trembling violently and his face turning ashen white, Lord Longyang stammered, "How did Shaolong know about this?" Xiang Shaolong plainly indicated, "So it is true." After a short spell of silence, Lord Longyang sighed. Marquis Chuang is forced by circumstances as one of his men leaked this piece of information to that traitor Guokai. However, now that Shaolong has declared your real identity, Guokai instantly degenerated into a state of panic and is at a loss, not knowing whether to proceed or not. Scrutinizing Lord Longyang's body language, Xiang Shaolong was curious, "Does Han Chuang knows about our plan to slip away tonight?" Lord Longyang answered, "Of course he has no idea about it. I have sacrificed everything and would never allow Shaolong to perish in the hands of Chao Cuedo. I have witnessed one of this old fella's fights and his sword skills are truly earth-shattering and mind-blowing." Xiang Shaolong cannot help but put his arm around his fragrant shoulders, sighing, "Knowing that your lordship did not betray me, little brother is brimming with joy and my exhilaration cannot be expressed in words. However, I cannot implicate your lordship. Please tell the carriage driver to turn back." Lord Longyang shuddered once and cautioned, "Shaolong need not put up a strong front. According to my sources, Han Chuang and company did met up with Chao Cuedo in secret and advised him to kill you at all costs, otherwise, she will never enjoy days of peace. Thus, you must not assume that Chao Cuedo will show any mercy to you." Xiang Shaolong simply smiled, "I heard even the king of Qi is unable to influence Chao Cuedo. Who does that Han Chuang think he is? Momentarily stunned, Lord Longyang movingly declared, "I know Shaolong is worried about me, but I have my own methods when dealing with Han Chuang. At the end of the day, he has many issues that requires my collaboration and would not dare to act recklessly." He sighed with another breath, "I am not speaking up for him, but he is in a difficult position as well. His friendship towards Shaolong is genuine. Right now, Xiang Shaolong is not interested in fleeing anymore. He decided, if I have to leave, I will leave after my bout with Chao Cuedo. In fact, I did exchange blows with him before and this precious 100 battle saber is what I robbed from him during that same encounter. Otherwise, how would I come to know that Han Chuang that fella has betrayed me?" Lord Longyang was incredulous, "You exchanged blows with him before, but?" Xiang Shaolong gently persuaded, "Why don't your lordship order the carriage to turn back first? I shall furnish your lordship with the details after that." When Xiang Shaolong woke up, the sky is barely lighted. Due to the frosty weather and him sleeping late last night, he does not feel like leaving his warm and comfortable bed and blankets. Last night, he hardened his resolve and did not go over to Feng Fei's room because he does not want to lose perspective of the situation by getting involved in another relationship. His grand plan is to endure the 10 strokes from Chao Cuedo and get Xie Ziyuan to arrange for him to slip out of Lin Zi. With regards to Feng Fei, he can rely on Zhong Suanlong father and son to safely escort her away. Based on his standing and that this is not Lu Bui's territory, the other courtesans should not be in any danger. Back in Xianyang, he would refuse to lead an army to participate in any battles. His only fantasy now is that Xiao Pan's identity crisis is not as bad as what he imagines. However, he acknowledges that this is merely his own positive wishful thinking. Based on Lu Bui's intelligence and such an obvious loophole, he cannot always rely on luck. Out of the blue, the sound of noisy quarreling can be heard from the front courtyard. Shortly, a man's painful scream resounded. Just as Xiang Shaolong was hugging his blanket and sitting up on his bed with shock, Shan Ro broke into his room and darted to his front. Slamming his chest and grabbing the front of his shirt, she vociferously scolded, "You lazy bum. Get out of bed at once. To think that you are still idling in bed despite knowing that you are facing Master 3 days later." Hammered by Shan Ro until their faces are bruised and lips are swollen, Fei Chun, Lei Yuner and other family warriors stumbled into his room in an extremely pathetic manner. Witnessing the magnificent great general of Qin Xiang Shaolong wearing a helpless expression on his face while letting this shrew grab the front of his shirt, they were flabbergasted and froze on the spot, not knowing how to react. With a bitter smile, Xiang Shaolong introduced, "This is Madame Xia whom even Chao Cuedo has troubling managing. The next time you see her, gentlemen should know what to expect." Rooted to the ground with his mind and body united as one, Xiang Shaolong sliced at different angles with 100 battle saber, nullifying Shan Ro's fierce and agile attacks with every stroke, causing her to be unable to launch a series of combo attacks. Shan Ro's attack resembles using a sword to cut water into half, it can never be done. Accumulating experience from the recent years of war, Xiang Shaolong's familiarity with his saber skills had reached another peak and he now attacks with deadly precision. After another 10 more strokes, Shan Ro was unable to gain any advantage and finally retreated after exhausting herself. Holding her sword horizontally and standing still, she aggressively glared at him with her round, almond eyes. The spectators of the fight include the band of family warriors, Feng Fei, her fellow courtesans and their waiting maids. Also present are Zongsu and Xianhua and his 10-odd followers. Everyone in the crowd suppressed their urge to clap and cheer for fear of earning the wrath of Shan Ro the super shrew. Her beautiful face suddenly thawing, Shan Ro giggled with a pussy eye and laughed, "Kid, you did improve significantly. I shall let you win this time round. I am sure you can hold your ground against Master." Xiang Shaolong is worried that she would leak out the 10 strokes proposal and hastily cradled his saber and paid his respects. "Many thanks for Madame Xie's guidance." The crowd finally dared to cheer. Drawing his personal sword, Zongsu and Xianhua stepped out to the front of Xiang Shaolong and smiled. "Chuanawa's hand is itching for some time already. Would Great General kindly grant some pointers?" Facing this ranked below Chao Tsuedo and equal to Dan Chu Chi swordsman extraordinaire, Xiang Shaolong dare not be complacent. Brandishing his saber horizontally to protect his front, he smiled. "Brother Xianhua, after you." In trepidation of Zongsu and Xuanawa's reputation, the spectators dare not even breathe loudly. His bearing as calm as still water, Zongsu and Xianhua held his sword and took 2 steps forward. Xiang Shaolong instantly sensed a formidable sword aura emanating from his opponent and dare not waver. Raising his eyebrows, he moved his saber backwards. With his blazing eyes scanning Xiang Shaolong, Zongsu and Xianhua suddenly roared and executed a quick stab. Xiang Shaolong is stirring with heavy emotions. Zongsu and Xuanawa's sword skills are not inferior to Guan Zhongxia's, but compared to Chao Tsuedo, he is still light years away. It clearly demonstrates that Chao Tsuedo's talent in swordfighting is a gift from heaven, for even his most outstanding disciple is only able to inherit his skills but not his cultivation. With a jiang sound, Xiang Shaolong deflected the blow with his saber. Reeling from the enormous impact from 100 battle saber, Zongsu and Xianhua is unable to execute his subsequent moveset and was forced to retreat. Xiang Shaolong would not allow his opponent to recompose and prepare another attack. Flourishing 100 battle saber once, he advanced and attacked Zongsu and Xianhua like relentless churning of the ocean waves. Zongsu and Xianhua is at a disadvantage because he is unfamiliar with the attacking style of 100 battle saber. In the meantime, he could only defend himself and took a step back every now and then. The more Xiang Shaolong fought, the more he immersed himself into the fight, rotating between sweeping moves, narrow slashes, long strikes and short stabs. For a brief period, he even utilized close combat techniques, with every saber stroke forming a killing move, causing the audience to hold their breaths in awe and seemingly forgetting to exhale. Between the clashes of the saber and sword, the space between is so minute not even a strand of hair can pass through. The ladies began to shriek and trembled in fear, having the impression that they are fighting for real and are going all out to kill each other. Only an expert like Shan Ro could tell that Xiang Shaolong has gained full control of the initiative and is holding back some of his strength and prowess. Employing all the merciless moves, he is trying to carve an understanding of Chao Tsuedo's swordplay through Zongsu and Xuanawa's moves. Right now, Xiang Shaolong is changing his attacking strategy. Although his moves are amazingly slow, Zongsu and Xianhua seems to be deflecting them with greater difficulty. Presently, Xiang Shaolong has recovered all the confidence that Chao Tsuedo had frightened away, attacking, defending, advancing and retreating with ease. Every time Zongsu and Xianhua tries to counterattack, he is able to swiftly negate it, limiting Zongsu and Xuanawa's potential. In the eyes of the crowd, including Dong Shuzhen and the other courtesans who do not comprehend swordfighting, Xiang Shaolong's saber moves are ever-changing and comprises of both hard and gentle blows, giving them the sensation that he is the king of the world, dominating all his subjects from high up above. Dang! 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 Stepping forward, Xiang Shaolong launched 3 successive saber strokes, every stroke flawlessly chopping on the same crack of Zongsu and Xuanawa's sword regardless of which direction Zongsu and Xianhua wields it. It is incredibly unbelievable to pull off a combo like that. The long sword broke into 2 equal parts. Returning the saber to its scabbard, Xiang Shaolong laughed. Brother had the advantage of a superior weapon. Zongsu and Xianhua is a hero in his own right. Discarding the broken sword in his hand, he boisterously laughed. Great General holds true to your fame. Little brother can put his mind at ease. Loud clapping can be heard from afar. Feng Fei and Xiao Yueten came up to them and Feng Fei cheerfully invited. Feng Fei has prepared breakfast, offering our esteemed guests some hospitality. Shall we adjourn to the front hall? Everyone went on his or her way after breakfast is concluded. Shan Ro is rushing home to tend to her sons while Zongsu and Xianhua, who has military duties, is off to attend to his responsibilities. Feng Fei and the courtesans resumed their rehearsal for the birthday banquet, which is 2 days later, leaving the two men Xiang Shaolong and Xiao Yuetan in the hall to converse in secret. In a low voice, Xiao Yuetan praised Chao Tsuedo is truly a grandmaster and agreed to the 10 strokes proposal without the slightest hesitation. However, judging by his appearance, it seems that he has discovered a way to defeat you within these 10 strokes. Xiang Shaolong felt as if a heavy burden has been lifted off his shoulders. He grinned, "This is fantastic. Regardless of any circumstances, I don't believe I cannot withstand merely 10 strokes from him." His eyes flashing with a strange glow, Xiao Yuetan warned after some uncertainty, "You cannot afford to let your guard down. Shaolong had better not sheath your saber the minute the 10 strokes are over. For all you know, old Ghost Chow may use this opportunity to launch another 2 more strokes." Xiang Shaolong lightheartedly laughed, "I don't think so. Old Chow, after all, is a grandmaster and should be a man of his word." That night, he could only stare blankly as I slipped away. "You can put your mind at ease." A flustered Xiao Yuetan is behaving as if he wanted to say something but could not due to certain reasons. He advised, "No matter what happens, you must promise me that you will exercise extreme caution. If possible, treat it like 100 strokes agreement or even 1,000 strokes agreement." Xiang Shaolong was puzzled. "Why is elder brother behaving as if you are certain that old Chow will go back on his word?" Xiao Yuetan dryly coughed once and gazed at him, honestly declaring, "All along, you have trusted me. Just trust me one more time." Xiang Shaolong may be completely baffled but never really doubted Xiao Yuetan. Changing the topic, he updated him about Li Yuan and Lord Longyang's encounters. He also took the opportunity to inquire, "You did mention that the river route has been blockaded by ice and snow. Is it possible that you had made a mistake?" With awkward and unnatural body language, Xiao Yuetan replied, "That is what I heard from other people. Maybe Lord Longyang's news is more accurate than mine." Xiao Yuetan then changed the topic. "The entire Linzi city is now fervently discussing about last night's incident when you defeated Ma Chenzhou with 1 saber stroke. Many of them who originally bet that you would lose to Chao Tsuedo are now betting that you would win. The odds from 1 to 13 have plummeted to 1 to 5 now. Looks like the odds are in your favor now." Remembering the gambling fever linked to Guan Zhongxie and his duel, Xiang Shaolong was amused to witness a reenactment in Linzi. He chuckled, "Paying 5 to 1 is a pretty good deal. Nonetheless, my victory last night was due to coincidence and luck. It is really strange. Whenever I grip 100 battle saber in my hands, I can feel my confidence swelling." Xiao Yuetan was delighted. "The way you chopped off Zonsu and Xuana's long sword earlier was truly exciting, even a miracle if I may say so. No wonder the gamblers of Linzi have bestowed the respected title, Saber King, to you. The title is as glamorous as the title Sword Saint and both titles are on the same par." Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "I know myself best. I, Saber King, is definitely not as skillful as Sword Saint. If not for the 10 strokes agreement, I would have fled within these 2 nights." His face flashing with a bizarre look once again, Xiao Yuetan solemnly counseled, "You must never think like this. Otherwise, you would succumb even before the 10 strokes are up. Have you decided on your Linzi escape plan? In my opinion, Zonsu and Long is more reliable." Unconcerned with Xiao Yuetan's odd behavior, Xiang Shaolong nodded, "Relax. I believe I have attained a certain understanding of this Sword Saint. Although Zonsu and Xianhua is not as skillful as him, he can be considered a doppelganger, benefiting me to a huge extent." Pausing, he added, "I already made it clear to Xie Yuan and Zonsu and Xianhua last night that I am depending on them to arrange for me to leave Linzi after the duel." Satisfied, Xiao Yuetan reminded, "It would be great if you can engage Zonsu and Long father and son to put Guo Kai and company under surveillance. We do not want to walk into an ambush because of our negligence." Secretly praising his vast experience and well-rounded thinking, Xiang Shaolong nodded in agreement. A servant happened to come in and reported that Boss Jean is here to look for him. Xiao Yuetan took this opportunity to excuse himself. Xiang Shaolong personally went to welcome Boss Jean. When the latter caught sight of him, he happily chortled, "There I was, thinking that a new hero was born. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be our famed Xiang Shaolong of the Northwest. Great General has deceived me thoroughly." Xiang Shaolong apologized, "I was forced by circumstances and hereby seek boss's forgiveness." Boss Jean hooked Xiang Shaolong's arm as they strode into the hall together. He whispered, "When Great General destroyed Ma Chenzhou's reputation with 1 saber stroke last night, it has caused a loss of face for Qi. Within these 2 days, there may be some desperados who will come and create a scene. Great General must take some precautions." He continued, "There are a band of warriors standing outside but they do not appear to be the soldiers of Qi. I wonder who sent them." Only now did Xiang Shaolong recall that they are his personal escorts that Zonsu and Xianhua had dispatched. He answered, "They are family warriors from Zonsuan residence. I did not know they had arrived." Once they got seated, Boss Jean warned in a serious tone, Zongsu and Long father and son are not the law-abiding kinds. Once Great General is no longer useful to them, they can simply turn their cannons towards Great General. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, with my prior experience with Lu Buwei teaching me an unforgettable and excruciating lesson, I know what I am up against. While everyone knows how to butter up to the rich, someone like Boss Jean lending a critical helping hand to the unfortunate is truly rare. His face turning red, Boss Jean explained, Great General is giving me too much credit. This is simply my innate character, and even if I suffer a loss in the process, I just cannot alter this habit. Oh yes. After Su Fang learns about your genuine identity, she was quite upset and pleaded with me to invite you for a meeting with her. Since the last encounter in Xianyang, she retains a deep impression of you. Xiang Shaolong was bewildered. All along, sure Su Fang does not exhibit any interest in men. Why is she suddenly yearning to see him? Back when they first met, it was due to Pahu error's arrangement. Now that Puhu has been executed for treason, it does not make any sense for her to get closer to him. As per Xiao Yuetan's advice, he should not let his guard down. Choosing not to meet her sounds like a better choice. Boss Jean added, I understand that before Great General's duel with Grandmaster Chao, you would need sufficient rest, and inviting you to a banquet is inappropriate. Why don't we fix the appointment on the evening the day after Great General's triumph victory? What does Great General think? Conscious that he would have fled by then, he did not foresee any issues with temporary agreeing to the appointment. When the time comes, he would simply leave a message, asking for Sure Su Fang's forgiveness. He agreed with a smile. After some idle chatter, Boss Jean knowingly bid farewell to him. Just as Xiang Shaolong was sending him out of the door, accompanied by Xie Ziyuan, second Prince Tianjian came by unexpectedly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 3. Book 24 Chapter 03, Plagued by Gratitude and Hatred. Not knowing that Qiyu had let the cat out of the bag, Tianjian firstly apologized to Xiang Shaolong for missing last night's appointment, giving the excuse that his royal father is unwell. Of course Xiang Shaolong will not expose him. Besides Xie Ziyuan, Zongsu and Long father and son, an egotistic Qixia tutor named Yan Xiang was tagging along. Entering the hall and seated accordingly to their status, a few pleasantries were exchanged. Finally, Tianjian, who was seated on the VIP table, praised, last night, Great General defeated Ma Qinzhou with one saber stroke. This morning, Great General utilized a special technique, breaking the precious sword of Xianhua. Great General truly lives up to your fame and has earned our admiration. Only now did Xiang Shaolong understand the reason behind him switching sides again. It is because he has proven himself to be somebody who is capable of defending himself against Zhao Cuidao. He quickly uttered a modest reply while Zongsu and Long and the others are praising him to the skies. Unexpectedly, this Qixia tutor Yan Xiang glared at him from the corner of his eye, interrupting, presently, in the large state of Qin, who is the real powerhouse. Xiang Shaolong intentionally acted surprised. Of course it is Crown Prince Zhang. Who else can it be? Yan Xiang confidently retorted, but according to Qin's imperial uncle, as long as Crown Prince Zhang is not coronated, his authority is not official. What does Great General think? Xiang Shaolong can instantly feel the entire length of his spine turning cold. This straight-talking and arrogant Qixia scholar has accidentally spilled the beans that Lu Buwei is indeed highly suspicious of Xiao Pan's identity and is using this claim as a means to win Tianjian to his side. If it turned out that Lu Buwei had already sent someone to Handan in search of the couple who raised Ding Zhang, it would be a disaster, for he could easily topple Xiao Pan or use it as a bargaining chip to blackmail Xiao Pan. Noticing his change of countenance, Tianjian quizzed, what is Great General's opinion about this? His mind processing his thoughts at the speed of electricity, Xiang Shaolong recomposed himself and plainly stated, Mr. Yan's words has reminded me about the possibility of someone rebelling. However, the tragic consequences of Pu Bu and the others should be a wake-up call. Xie Ziyuan laughed, wake-up call? What an interesting description. Yan Xiang posed another question, I wonder what is Great General's impression of our Great Qi. Xiang Shaolong is feeling tormented as he is not used to flattering other people. He barely managed to describe, seeing that Mr. Yan can speak in front of Second Prince without any reservations, it clearly illustrates the open-mindedness of Qi's rulers, which can be interpreted as valuing talent. I believe this is also the reason behind the thriving success of Qixia College. These are just my humble observations and I hope Mr. does not mind my naive thoughts. Yan Xiang nonsensically articulated, on the south of our Great Qi is Mount Tai, to the east is Langjie Hills, to the west we have River Qing and finally Bo Ocean at the north. Thus, Qi is known as the land protected by four passes. However, with an inefficient ruler, even if he is blessed with vast territory, millions of soldiers and supplies piling up as high as a mountain, he would still be a toothless tiger who was unable to conquer the world. After the passing of Hangong and Guanzhong, Qi has opened up its communication channels and rewarded those who gave constructive feedback with carriages, exquisite clothing, and money, signaling our intention to attract talent all over the lands. Our great Qi's present success is not due to pure luck. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong is listening to a conceited scholar of Qixia making all the unrealistic comments and having a taste of his shameless boasting. Yan Xiang is apparently still intoxicated in the past golden era when the king of Qi Hangdong was building the country from strength to strength. He further observed the burning brilliance radiating from Tianjian's eyes, demonstrating his pride in the words of Yan Xiang. Sighing to himself, he pretended to nod his head in agreement. Rotating his head, like scholars composing poems, Tianjian complimented, "Great General is very sharp to note that the success or failure of our great Qi is closely connected to the prosperity of Qixia College." In the past, Hangong posed this question to Guanzhong: "How can I rule the lands perpetually and how can I perpetually rule without being complacent?" Guanzhong replied, "Because of this statement, Qixia College was born." Like the songs, the above is some double-triple poetic meaning words which I lack the depth to translate and will leave it as it is. Xiang Shaolong can feel his own emotions stirring. As royal descendants, they would more or less be fixated on a certain past glory. For example, the people of Qi would quote Hangong and Guanzhong on a daily basis. Instead of living in the past, they should seek to improve based on their present conditions, creating a new future while keeping in mind the current trends and world developments. Although he mentioned the king of Qi is open to new ideas, it can similarly be interpreted that his authority is weak. During this era of wars, being able to consolidate power, dominate politics and conquer other states is the most critical characteristic a strong ruler must possess. The Fei King Zhang, Xiaopan, is lucky to be free of these mental burdens of a typical royal descendant. Moreover, he is not restricted by family ties and can focus all his energy into seizing power in order to establish his own authority. Incidentally, he has become the most promising and wisest king of this generation. It is no accident that Qin is able to annihilate the other 6 states and unite the lands. It is partly because no other ruler shares the same background and upbringing of Xiaopan. Zongsuanlong interrupted, "It is a well-known fact that Crown Prince Zhang relies heavily on Great General. Now that the various states are hostile and preparing for war, does Great General have any plans to assist Qi?" Remembering Prince Dan and Suizha, Xiang Shaolong is feeling conflicted. Zongsuanlong's words are obviously hinting himself to provide the same guarantee that Lu Buwei is offering Tianjian in order to wrest Tianjian from the hands of Tian Dan. On hindsight, no matter what he says, he can never change the course of history. But for Shan Ro's sake, he must come up with a commitment. Scanning the crowd and savoring the looks of anticipation from the eyes of everyone, he officially states, "Crown Prince Zhang is still a juvenile and will only be coronated next year." As a result, he is focusing his attention on internal politics. The construction of Zhenghua Canal is taking up the bulk of his time. With regards to external invasion, he has always adopted a passive stance. "One of the agendas of my trip to Qi is to affirm the strong ties between our 2 states." Yan Xiang sarcastically pointed, "Ever since Xinjiang returned to Qin, Eastern Zhou has been conquered, followed by Han's Munyan City and Rongyang City. There is also Zhao's Taiyuan City who was overwhelmed and became a new city of Qin. Lastly, Wei lost 37 cities to Qin too. These facts do not seem to tally with Great General's statement." Xiang Shaolong had intentionally designed his words to trick him into making this accusation. He calmly replied, "We all know who is the perpetuator behind Eastern Zhou's military campaign. The other territories were captured by Meng Ao. I guess it is pretty obvious why Meng Ao is able to monopolize control of the Qin military." Instantly, Tianjian's countenance changed faintly. Xiang Shaolong's words are actually made up of half-truths. In terms of occupying territories, Xiaopan, the future Qin Shi Huang, is even greedier than Lu Buwei. Due to his adolescence, he could easily shift all responsibility to imperial uncle Lu Buwei who, in reality, has no authority despite such a grand title. The recent military maneuvers were indeed drafted personally by Xiaopan, but this information is not known to outsiders. Yan Xiang is adorably honest and nodded, "Great General is right. Tian Dan is getting muddle-headed in his old age and has failed to perceive Lu Buwei's innate character. Second Prince should know who are your ideal partners by now." Hearing this testimonial, Zongsuanlong and the others are overjoyed. Tianjian, on the other hand, was feeling awkward and dryly coughed once. Speaking with Great General is truly enlightening. "Hey! After Great General's duel with Grandmaster Chao, Tianjian will host a banquet to honor Great General." Since nobody else has anything to add, the meeting was concluded. After Yan Xiang and the others left, Zongsuan Xianhua stayed behind and introduced Xiang Shaolong to Yao Shang, one of the warriors that is in his escort team. Xiang is born and bred here. If Great General requires any errands to be completed, feel free to assign the task to him directly and you need not go through us at all. After repeating the same instructions to Xiang, he took his leave. Scrutinizing Xiang, Xiang Shaolong estimated him to be around 30 years old and has eyes that glow with wisdom. With a handsome face, he comes across as someone who can remain calm and steady in any situation. Hit by a brainwave, he instructed, I wish for Brother Yao to keep Han Shuang and Guo Kai under surveillance and report their movements to me. You must not allow them to detect your presence. Yao Shang respectfully bowed, you can call me Yao Shang. Great General has gained my admiration. This is a small issue and I will definitely accomplish Great General's mission. Finishing, he left to execute the order. Using this break, Xiang Shaolong returned to his room for a nap. After dozing for about 2 hours, he woke up and discovered that Han Shuang has been waiting for him for some time. He is certain that this ungrateful fellow must be up to no good again. On the other hand, he has to visit Xiang Shaolong sooner or later, otherwise, it would arouse suspicions about himself. After he had washed up, he received Han Shuang in the front hall. A significantly impatient Han Shuang is already pacing up and down the hall. Noticing Xiang Shaolong, he cheered, Shaolong is finally awake. Observing that Han Shuang does not display the slightest sign of guilt, Xiang Shaolong was annoyed and coldly hissed, no matter how long a dream is, one would have to wake up eventually. To think you still have the guts to come and see me. His face turning white, Han Shuang wondered, what is this all about? 2 days ago, Lord Longyang came and tested my loyalty. Today, Shaolong is mercilessly laying blame on me. What offense did I, Han Shuang, committed? Advancing to his front, Xiang Shaolong stared piercingly at him with his shining eyes, accusing, if you don't want to be caught, don't do it. You are the only person who knows that I am going to Qixia College to steal my saber. At this juncture, he detected Feng Fei about to enter the hall from the corner of his eye. Gesturing with his hand, he bellowed, Mistress, please excuse yourself. I am not through yet with this ungrateful fellow. Noticing the two men arguing heatedly, Feng Fei was shocked and her face was completely pale. She hastily retreated from the scene. Xiang Shaolong continued, if not for you letting the cat out of the bag, why would Chao Cuidao know about my burglary attempt and was using me to practice his sword moves? Han Shuang panicked, this has nothing to do with me. Remember I was advising you not to go? How did this happen? Xiang Shaolong has to admit that his acting is fantastic. Originally, he wanted to apply the same deceit to Han Shuang, feeding him with lies and fabrications. However, upon seeing this old friend, he can feel his anger rising and lost control of his emotions. Not willing to back down, he countered, would you have advised me to go instead? Putting this matter aside, why are you holding secret discussions with Guo Kai over the past few days? And even blackmailed Lord Longyang to get rid of me. His face drained of color, Han Shuang stammered, Lord Longyang told you? Xiang Shaolong coldly smirked, none of your business. If you even try to lay your hands on him, when I get back to Xianyang, I will expose your Zhenggui Canal grand plan. The very next day, I will lead an army to raid your nesting place. Han Shuang shuddered excessively, so you knew about everything, why did you hide it from Ming Zhang? Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath, don't you ungrateful fellas get it? Only by building this canal will the Qin military be tied down and unable to participate in any eastern campaigns for the next 8 to 10 years. It is against my desires to watch my friends become stateless citizens, which is why I resisted exposing this matter and dealing Lu Buwei a blow. In return, how have you treated me? Han Shuang promptly broke down and collapsed onto his seat with hot tears sprouting out like spring water. He grieved, I was forced by circumstances too. Someone has revealed my meeting with you to Guo Kai and he kept threatening me using hard and soft tactics. But I have tried my best and even hinted Lord Longyang to escort you out of Linzi. Shaolong, you must believe me. I have been doing everything within my power to obstruct Guo Kai and in fact, I came to see you today to warn you about him. Xiang Shaolong felt that it is impossible for him to trust Han Shuang like before because his acting is simply amazing. He sighed with another breath, how then, do you explain the saber theft tip-off? With a mixture of tears and snot on his face, Han Shuang wept, if I was the one who leaked this information, may I die within a year. I am heavily indebted to Shaolong and no matter how heartless I, Han Shuang, am, I would never stoop to such a despicable act. Xiang Shaolong reflected, could it be somebody else eavesdropping on their conversation and overhearing this exchange? By now, his anger has been appeased and he sat down beside Han Shuang, castigating, you are a grown man, can you stop crying like a damsel in distress? Using his sleeves to wipe his tears, Han Shuang shook his head in a pitiful manner, wheezing, over the past few days, I spent all my waking hours locking horns with antagonists. The pain is almost unbearable. Now that Shaolong has given me a piece of your mind, I somehow felt much better. Patting his shoulder, Xiang Shaolong consoled, "You should go home. Both of us should spend some time in quiet contemplation." Han Shuang cautioned, "There is one thing Xiaolong must never underestimate. Guo Kai is in cahoots with Lu Buwei and Tiandan, going all out to prevent you from ever returning to Xianyang. Qi, after all, is Tiandan's playground. If you are negligent, you may fall into his ambush." Xiang Shaolong plainly state, "As long as my friends don't betray me, I can handle any situation. This matter is far from simple. You had better not get involved or Guo Kai may take you down as well." He then frostily grunted, "It seems like Xiang Shaolong, is a pushover in their eyes. Guo Kai, this old thief, must be tired of living." Han Shuang exhaled a breath of cold air and mused, "I finally had a taste of Xiaolong's unimaginable forbearance and magnanimous attitude. Before your match with Xiao Cuidao, Lu Buwei and Guo Kai should be keeping their paws off you. But if you happen to win, the situation will be entirely different." Seizing Han Shuang, Xiang Shaolong pushed him towards the main door and hinted, "Go back and tell Guo Kai, tell him that for the glory of Qin swordsman, I will definitely have a go with Xiao Cuidao." Han Shuang was immensely shocked. "Aren't you planning to flee the city before that?" Pushing him straight out of the door, Xiang Shaolong smiled in return but did not offer a reply. After tearing off Han Shuang's mask, he felt much more peaceful. Lord Longyang is right. Although Han Shuang is no noble character, his friendship towards him is sincere. Greatly comforted by this fact, he was glad that human goodness does exist in everyone. Currently, he can no longer differentiate between friend or foe. Except for Shan Rou and Xiao Yuatan, he would never place his full trust in anyone else, including Li Yuan and Lord Longyang. Who can guarantee that they may not have a change of heart or are simply lying to him from day one? This is the first time in his life when he cannot distinguish between his allies and his enemies. Barely stepping over the door ledge, he was welcomed by Feng Fei. She quizzed, "What is going on between you and Marquis Chuang?" Xiang Shaolong smiled, "It is nothing. It is now sunshine after the rain." Feng Fei slowly and sadly shot him a look, angrily interrogating, "Why didn't you come over last night? Am I, Feng Fei, not worthy of great general's attention?" Xiang Shaolong groaned, "It is the exact opposite. I am concerned that after relishing mistress's enticing body, I would lose control of my emotions. That will give rise to unforeseeable consequences while we are trying to escape." Putting on an air of disdain, Feng Fei admonished, "Will you stop linking every issue to that? The situation is very clear to me now. Even those who hate you to the core are unable to do anything to you. Since you do not love me, why don't you simply say so?" Xiang Shaolong can instantly feel the heavy thumping in his head. Pulling her sleeve, he led her towards the inner courtyard and changed the topic, "Aren't Xu Zhen and the others rehearsing? How can they do a good job with you, first mistress, giving instructions by the side?" Feng Fei giggled with a pussy eye. She chuckled, Your best skill is skirting issues whenever they become too hot for you to handle. Now that I do not have a lover, I may lose control one night and slip underneath your blankets while you are in bed. When that happens, I want to see how long you can hold out." Aroused, Xiang Shaolong smiled, "Didn't mistress say your heart is dead? Why are you suddenly so passionate again?" Curling her cute little mouth, Feng Fei coquettishly stared at him, censuring, "It is all your fault, trying to seduce me while acting gentlemanly, hugging me when you feel like it and giving me deep kisses whenever you are in the mood. Even your words are amorous and ambiguous. Feng Fei is just an ordinary lady and would naturally seek your love and attention after being stimulated by you on multiple occasions." Xiang Shaolong can feel his own urges rising but reminded himself that this rare beauty Feng Fei is better left untouched. Fortunately, all his desires for her would vanish straight away whenever he thinks of her past affections for Han Jia. He is no longer the same Xiang Shaolong who arrived in this era years ago. Growing out of the age of one-night stands, he would now consider the consequences of his actions. Suppressing his agitation with all his willpower, Xiang Shaolong solemnly explained, "Isn't our present relationship perfect? Once we are physically involved, the gameplay would be totally different and in the future, you would abhor me for being a heartless man." By now, Feng Fei has arrived at the stone steps leading to her chambers. Halting her footsteps, her eyebrows tightened slightly to form an indistinct frown. Seconds later, she displayed a smile, acknowledging, "Great General is right. Once you have obtained my body and yet do not marry Feng Fei would certainly be resentful despite promising earlier that there are no strings attached." Seeing that she is so understanding, Xiang Shaolong was thrilled. "Why don't we just limit ourselves to hugging and kissing? Ouch." Shoving him away with a push, Feng Fei glared at him viciously before breaking out into a sweet smile and proceeded to climb the stairs to the upper deck. Xiang Shaolong had to summon every shred of his willpower to prevent himself from following her upstairs. Turning around, he left. To avoid getting himself into trouble, Xiang Shaolong chose to spend his whole day within Tingsong Villa. Nevertheless, he could not avoid the provocation of the courtesans. Among his harassers, Dong Shuzhen and Zhu Xiuzhen are obviously included, and so are Xin Yue and Yun Yang, who kept trying to get into his good books. Fortunately, he has already made up his mind to run away from here once he managed to withstand Chao Tsuedao's 10 blows. Otherwise, if these harassments were to continue, he may lose his inhibitions one day and fall into this beauty trap. In the evening, Xiao Yuatan came looking for him, and the two men headed to the garden for a stroll. After Xiang Shaolong described his encounter with Han Shuang to Xiao Yuatan, the latter's face lost color. Shaolong should not have disclosed your knowledge about Zhengwei Canal. This may inadvertently force Han Shuang to kill you. Xiang Shaolong had a big shock. Are you sure? He was crying his eyes out and his nose was running. It was a genuine display of emotions. Xiao Yuatan sighed, all human beings are made this way. In the heat of the moment, they would react emotionally, but after careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons, they would cast aside all personal relationships for the sake of their country. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head. Elder brother's words always makes the most sense. Luckily, I need not depend on him. Zhong Suanlong and I are in a mutually beneficial partnership. He should be much more reliable. Xiao Yuatan bitterly smiled. This is precisely why I came to look for you. Remember Zhong Suan Heji? He just gave me a fresh update, reporting that Han Jia brought Lu Buwei to pay a visit to Zhong Suanlong father and son. However, he is not aware about their meeting agenda. Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck. Doesn't Lu Buwei fear Tian Dan's wrath? Xiao Yuatan coldly sniggered. Doesn't Shaolong understand this old thief by now? Tian Dan is getting on in years and is no longer the Tian Dan of the past. Due to his early contributions, the royal family is still accommodating towards him. One of the reasons why the king of Qi stripped Tian Sheng of his crown prince title is because Tian Sheng approves Tian Dan's demands unquestioningly. Moreover, Lu Buwei is known for securing his objectives at all costs, even if it includes working together with his past enemies. Xiang Shaolong chortled, I am conscious that Zhong Suanlong is no gentleman, but presently, I am much more useful to him compared to Lu Buwei. I am confident that he would not switch sides. Xiao Yuatan frowned. Do not underestimate Lu Buwei. For him to openly approach Zhong Suanlong, I am sure he has some compelling reasons. All you need to do is wait and see if Zhong Suanlong would take the initiative to tell you about Lu Buwei's visit. From there, you can determine if they are still loyal to you or not. Xiang Shaolong was secretly alarmed, recalling Xiao Pan's identity crisis. If Lu Buwei is using this trump card on Zhong Suanlong father and son, it is possible that they may switch allegiance to Lu Buwei. Another critical aspect is Han Jia's unique status. With him moderating the discussion and aligning their interests, it is possible for the impossible to happen. At the end of the day, Zhong Suanlong is still hankering after Feng Fei. If he assumes Xiang Shaolong to be simply a paper tiger, this calculative bloodsucker may harden his resolve and commit himself to the unexpected. Ultimately, the people of Qi share the mentality of the other 5 eastern states, regarding Xiang Shaolong as the number one enemy. Years ago, Qin General Bai Qi inflicted catastrophic damages upon them. Now that he is Xiang Shaolong, is widely acknowledged as the Bai Qi of today, who wouldn't wish to see him dead? Based on these fresh developments, his grand plan is no longer viable and he has to reconsider the trustworthiness of his allies. Even if he is all alone by himself, most of his tasks are still accomplishable. The problem is that he cannot abandon Feng Fei. Xiao Yuatan's voice sounded beside his ear. For the next 2 days, we must brainstorm and formulate a plan to slip away without anyone's knowledge. Xiang Shaolong realized that the situation must be really deplorable if even this wise and experienced friend is feeling the same helplessness as him. It looks like the best way out is for him to slip away first while imploring Xie Ziyuan to extend his protection to Feng Fei. The golden question remains, is Xie Ziyuan able to do so? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 4. Book 24 Chapter 04, Discovering a Shocking Conspiracy. That very night, Zhongsu and Xianhua came to visit Xiang Shaolong. After opening the conversation with some unimportant topics, he quizzed. Xianhua is curious about one thing. When the crown prince was escorted back to Xianyang from Handan, there were rumors circulating that he was an illegitimate son of Lu Buwei. Even the royal family and court officials were aware of it. However, why did they continue to give him their full support? Xiang Shaolong was secretly horrified and troubled. It is not Zhongsu and Xuanhua's question that he was worried about, but the agenda behind the question. In the past, he was only suspicious, but right now, he is fully convinced that Lu Buwei has grasped the Achilles heel of him and Xiao Pan. Given Lu Buwei's prowess, he could easily employ several hard or soft tactics and invite the foster parents of the real Lingjing back to Xianyang from Handan. By then, he could effortlessly use these witnesses to blackmail Xiao Pan. Thinking about this point, Xiang Shaolong could not help but secretly detest Zhu Ji. However, it is possible that she does not care if Xiao Pan is her own son or not. As a result, for her to reveal this secret is no big deal, which is why it is not surprising for her to disclose this fact to Lao Ai after being sweet-talked by him. This is indeed the only way Lu Buwei can salvage the entire situation. If this scandal is exposed, Xiao Pan and him, Xiang Shaolong, would be labeled as conmen. Everyone who is related to or supportive of them would receive the heaviest mental blow and suffer a drastic change of lifestyle. Within Qin, Lu Buwei is already deep-seated in power. By forcing Zhu Ji to join hands and publicly stripping Xiao Pan of the crown prince title, he can then support an incompetent royal family member to succeed the throne, wielding full power over the country indirectly. By then, he can easily dispose Lao Ai, leaving his authority unchallenged. Although history will remain unaltered, Xiang Shaolong is currently mired in the center of it all and cannot take things for granted. It is like fate, until an event has factually happened, who can know for sure that it is due to fate? Therefore, his heart is filled with anxiety. Lu Buwei must have leaked certain clues regarding the matter to Zhongsu and Long father and son, instigating Zhongsu and Xianhua to specially approach him and test Lu Buwei's theories. Once tested, they can make up their minds to switch sides to Lu Buwei or continue to partner Xiang Shaolong. On the surface, Xiang Shaolong naturally put on a leisurely appearance, concealing the horror within his heart. He replied with a tinge of surprise, "This matter has long been concluded. Years ago, to satisfy Lu Gong's suspicions, a blood test was administered and it is proven that Crown Prince Zhang and Lu Buwei are not related in any way." Zhongsu and Xianhua laughed mysteriously. "I heard the blood of Crown Prince was personally drawn by Great General." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be astonished. "Brother Xianhua knows about this too?" With an unnatural body language, Zhongsu and Xianhua replied, "This information was lifted off Tiandan, provoking my curiosity about another question. It is rumored that even Qin's Empress, Zhu Ji, is uncertain whether Crown Prince Zhang is the son of Lu Buwei or the late king. Why would Great General have the guts to administer the blood test? If it turns out that Lu Buwei is the real father, what would Great General do?" Xiang Shaolong is already prepared for this question from him. In fact, it could be due to Lu Buwei egging him to make this inquiry on his behalf. If Xiang Shaolong displayed any signs of hesitation, Zhongsu and Xianhua would know that Lu Buwei is telling the truth. It also meant that Lu Buwei could use this fact to topple Xiao Pan. Hence, they should cross over to Lu Buwei's side of the fence and plot against Xiang Shaolong. From Zhongsu and Long's point of view, it would be ideal if Qin is plagued with infighting and subsequently decline from strong to weak, allowing Qi to have an opportunity to be the next dominant state. Additionally, if Zhao Cuidao happened to kill Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan would have lost a powerful ally and may consequently be defeated by Lu Buwei. Utilizing all his acting skills to put up a nonchalant front, Xiang Shaolong casually remarked, "It is simply a smokescreen created by Empress." During that period, Lu Buwei has a monopoly on power and fearing for the safety of her son, Empress deliberately created a confusing scenario. Without a doubt, Crown Prince is the son of the late king. Zhongsu and Xianhua was contemplating for some time before suppressing his voice and asking, "There is something that Xianhua wants to say but does not know if it is inappropriate. If I cause any offense, I hope Great General will not hold it against me." Xiang Shaolong could already guess what he wanted to say next and even deduced that it was Lu Buwei who instructed him to do so. On one hand, he could test his own reaction and on the other hand, he could distract him mentally, causing him to perish under Chao Cuidao's sword because of emotional baggage. Xiang Shaolong pretended to laugh. "There is nothing to hide. Brother Xianhua can speak your mind without any reservations." Zhongsu and Xianhua tried to say something but the words never left his lips. After some time, he finally uttered, "We have a spy within Tiandan's residence." According to him, Lu Buwei told Tiandan he has already gathered sufficient evidence. There is a couple who lives in Handan's public housing and they can provide additional information on Crown Prince's identity. Xiang Shaolong is even more convinced than before that this is Lu Buwei's ultimate scheme. As his heart sank all the way down, his external expression was that of surprise, followed by loud laughter. Lu Buwei is getting more and more muddle-headed. He must be referring to the foster parents who raised Crown Prince. A long time ago, Crown Prince has already arranged for them to move to Xianyang. However, this is a highly confidential issue and only a handful of people are aware of it. Has Lu Buwei gone mad? These words are simply brilliant. It is as good as telling Zhongsu and Xianhua that even if there is a problem, the problem has already been solved even before it arises. It is now Zhongsu and Xianhua's turn to be greatly surprised. After a short daze, he laughed along, "My sentiments exactly. If I were Crown Prince, I would naturally fetch my foster parents back to Xianyang and allow them to retire happily in return for raising me for so many years." Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed, accepting the fact that he is not heartless enough to be a good politician. If it was someone else, he would have murdered that couple before leaving Handan, preventing a similar calamity from occurring today. At that point in time, he did not even consider this aspect and even when he recalled this affair later, he simply brushed it off. This is also because only 3 individuals, him, Zhu Ji and Xiao Pan knows about the couple's name and address. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ji leaked this information. Losing the interest to speak further, Zongsu and Xianhua mentioned some unrelated topics before bidding farewell. Xiang Shaolong is certain that he is going to rendezvous with Lu Buwei. Hit by a brainwave, he checked, will brother Xianhua see official Xie tomorrow? Zongsu and Xianhua nodded. Do you need Xianhua to pass a message to him? Xiang Shaolong made up a story. I have something for him and have to trouble brother Xianhua to pass it to him on my behalf. Brother Xianhua, please wait for a while. Finishing his sentences, Xiang Shaolong swiftly returned to his room and changed into dark-colored clothes and fitted his climbing apparatus. Concealing his new outfit with a coat, he went back to Zongsu and Xianhua and apologized. I forgot that I have already sent the item to official Xie's residence. There is no need to bother brother Xianhua anymore. Zongsu and Xianhua did not suspect anything and left after assuring Xiang Shaolong repeatedly that it is no trouble at all. Pulling up his hood, Xiang Shaolong slipped out into the streets via a side door. He brisk walked in the direction of Zongsu and Xianhua's carriage. Not only does Xiao Pan's identity predicament affect his and Xiao Pan's reputation, it encompasses the life and death of many other families. For the first time, he could understand the dilemma that Lord Longyang, Han Shuang, and the others are facing. In the 21st century, only the criminal alone is being punished. If he got into trouble during this era, not only will his wives and son receive the same punishment but the entire Wu family clan and even Tang Yi and Jing Jun's clans would be exterminated. In conclusion, the more information he possesses regarding this issue, the better can he handle this huge disaster. Since the beginning of history, gathering intelligence is always the first priority for any army. Since there are no tapping devices for him to employ in this era, he can only personally venture out and hear for himself what are the schemes Lu Buwei is cooking up with Zongsu and Xianhua. Fortunately, he has been through special forces training, making him a professional at sneaking into urban areas. Compared to the skyscrapers of the 21st century, the properties of this era are defenseless playgrounds in his eyes. As long as he can avoid detection by family warriors and guard dogs, he can trespass any residence at will. Today, Zongsu and Xianhua is only engaging a small convoy, comprising of a single carriage and a handful of followers. As the roads are occupied by numerous carriages driving up and down, their convoy is hobbling along at a snail's pace. By increasing his pace, Xiang Shaolong easily overtook his carriage and is waiting for him at the front. According to his estimates, Lu Buwei would not be needing Zongsu and Xianhua at the Chancellor residence where he is currently lodging. At the end of the day, Tiandan and Zongsu and Long father and son are at loggerheads with each other. Despite Lu Buwei's overbearing character, there is no way the meeting can be held right in front of Tiandan's eyes. Although it is not snowing tonight, the weather is still freezing. Compared to the earlier nights with snow flying all around, the temperature is definitely much more hospitable. Furthermore, the bone-chilling winter wind has stopped blowing. Due to the thriving economy, more and more politically savvy tycoons like Zongsu and Long are emerging. His own Wu family, Lu Buwei and even Qin Chang are shining examples. In the midst of his thoughts, Zongsu and Xianhua's horse carriage made an unanticipated stop. Scrutinizing the courtyard in question, the entire length of Xiang Shaolong's spine turned cold. It turned out to be Li Yuan's Tingzhu Villa, which is 2 streets away from Tingsong Villa. While the carriage is driving into the compound, Xiang Shaolong has already familiarized himself with the place and entered by climbing over a sidewall. These 10-odd courtyards are used specially to host foreign dignitaries and are similar in design. Since he has memorized the layout of Tingsong Villa, navigating Tingzhu Villa is child's play to him. Demonstrating his dexterities and forte as a special forces member, with a mixture of quick darts and slow steps, he made his way across the side garden while avoiding the occasional family warrior on patrol. Ascending the main block which overlooks the front and back courtyard, he landed on the roof about the same time Zongsu and Xianhua entered the building from below, clearly displaying his incredible climbing skills. Within seconds, Zongsu and Xianhua exited from the other side of the main building and took the corridor leading towards the eastern chamber. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly slid down the building with the aid of a grappling hook. Using bushes and trees as cover, he scampered to the west window of the eastern chamber. Underneath the translucent window where the illumination of a lamp is barely visible, he squatted down and began eavesdropping in silence. As it is bright inside the chamber and dark on the outside, his shadow would not shine into the chamber. Li Yuan's voice sounded, "Xianhua, pray take a seat before speaking." What followed were sounds of tea pouring and someone sitting down. Xiang Shaolong reprimanded himself for not being thorough in his contemplation. When he first met Li Yuan here, he was conducting a secret discussion with Zongsu and Long, clearly illustrating their intimacy. In addition, Lady Qingxiu did warn him on 2 occasions to take precautions against Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan managed to utterly deceive him with just a few sentences, gaining his full confidence again and again. It is also partly due to his habit of judging others with an overly positive perspective. In fact, regardless of Li Yuan, Han Shuang or Lord Longyang, they are all true blue politicians who prioritize benefits and gains over relationships and emotions. Lord Longyang is probably not as unscrupulous as the rest. But with regards to Li Yuan, it is obvious that he is able to cast aside his hatred towards Xiang Shaolong for snatching Ji Yan ran away and work hand in hand with him in Shouchuan. This clearly proves that he values power and status. Anything else is secondary. If he had succumbed to his laziness and did not stalk Zongsu and Xianhua, he would probably die without knowing the truth behind his death. Li Yuan is truly intelligent to reveal Han Shuang's betrayal, misleading Xiang Shaolong that he values his past contributions. As the sound of footsteps of the dismissed servants faded away, it was replaced by sounds of sipping tea and wine. From the noises generated, it seems like there is more than just Li Yuan and Zongsu and Xianhua in the room. As anticipated, Zongsu and Long's voice sounded. What explanation did Xiang Shaolong offer? Zongsu and Xianhua sighed with a breath of air. The circumstances may be different from what the cunning old fox Lu Buwei has described. Not only did Xiang Shaolong didn't show any signs of shock, he even mentioned that Ying Zhang had fetched that couple back to Xianyang. Another man countered, didn't Lu Buwei say that he has custody of the couple? Xiang Shaolong can sense his entire body shuddering. Besides being alarmed at these words, he was also shaken upon recognizing the speaker. It is none other than Han Shuang, who had been cursing himself and crying his eyes out to him earlier today. In an unhurried tone, another gentle and familiar voice sounded, Xianhua, why don't you reiterate the full chronicles before we draw any conclusions and decide if Xiang Shaolong is lying or Lu Buwei is spouting nonsense? His heart sank all the way to the bottom, for he could identify this speaker to be his nemesis Guo Kai. Presently, he can confirm Lady Qingxiu's implicit meaning and unspoken warning. Li Yuan, Guo Kai and Han Shuang are working together against him. However, he did not expect Zongsu and Long to be involved too. After delving on it, he is certain that Zongsu and Long father and son joined their gang at a later stage, explaining their earlier sincere behavior. They probably entered this collaboration after Lu Buwei's visit. As his thoughts trained till this point, Zongsu and Xianhua had articulated the chain of events, and he added, throughout the exchange, not only did Xiang Shaolong fail to exhibit any signs of agitation, inversely, he found the whole affair pretty hilarious. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely freak out. Disappointed sighs echoed from the hall. Guo Kai lamented, if this is true, we would have lost a golden opportunity to topple Ying Zhang. This kid is smart and formidable, his methods are deadly and devastating. With his overwhelming ambitions, we can forget about getting a good night's sleep if he officially becomes the king of Qin. Li Yuan wondered, Xiang Shaolong is a talent when it comes to faking reactions, and he is blessed with quick reflexes. Could he be actually reeling in shock but was able to conceal it? Zongsu and Long mourned, if he hadn't chased away the men that I have bribed, we would be able to find out what is his after-reaction. Han Shuang analyzed, judging from Lu Buwei's tone when he spoke to Master Long, he probably got the couple's Handan address from Lao Ai just as he was departing from Xianyang. Otherwise, Xianyang would have degenerated into chaos, and he definitely cannot spare the time to come to Linzi. Therefore, I am certain that he cannot guarantee actual custody of the witnesses. Zongsu and Long grieved, in this case, Xiang Shaolong is not lying. Guo Kai viciously declared, no matter what, we must never let Xiang Shaolong return to Xianyang alive. Without him, Ying Zheng is merely a toothless tiger and may perish under the hands of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. From then on, Qin would be riddled with internal strife and subsequently lack the means to invade eastwards. Zongsu and Long quickly interrupted, we need to discuss this further. Lu Buwei only wishes to blind him, letting him stay alive to answer treason charges when he returns to Xianyang, but... Petrified and infuriated, Xiang Shaolong can only listen on helplessly outside the window. Han Shuang faintly sighed, I rather he loses his life under the sword of Grandmaster Chao than to see him becoming a blind man. Li Yuan calmly reasoned, the interests of the state comes first and personal relationships do not account for anything. Xiang Shaolong can only blame himself for becoming another Bai Qi of Qin. If he happened to die at the hands of Grandmaster Chao, so be it. Otherwise, we must step in to destroy him. Because of his affairs, I haven't slept well in days. Whenever I visualize tens of thousands of common folks and children of the eastern states being trampled by the aggressive army of Qin, I cannot help but discard all my feelings of gratitude and friendship. Guo Kai warned in a scheming tone, we must take precautions against Lord Longyang. Unlike Chancellor Li and Marquis Chuang, I don't think he sees the big picture. Zongsu and Xianhua cautioned, we must execute our plans carefully. If Ying Zheng eventually became king and Xiang Shaolong happened to die in Linzi, she would be in hot soup. Guo Kai laughed, we can simply frame Lu Buwei for it and let Ying Zheng focus all his hatred onto Lu Buwei. While they are at each other's throats, we can raise our wine cups in celebration. Li Yuan reminded Zongsu and Long father and son, second prince and Xie Ziyuan must not know about this, otherwise, there may be unforeseen developments. I have already gotten Lady Ning to hint second prince that his king father is unhappy with first prince mainly because of his close ties with Tian Dan. Thus, second prince should know what to do and Xiang Shaolong is no longer of any use. Moreover, I did make it clear to second prince, telling him that as long as Tian Dan stays in power, she and Chu will never be allies. In fact, the outcome has been established. The king of Qi just relayed a new order, commanding first prince to leave Lin Zi before the birthday banquet. I am sure it is as clear as day what the end result will be. Zongsu and Long father and son hastily responded and professed their thanks. Li Yuan additionally instructed, the two of you must do your best to deceive Xiang Shaolong and gain his full trust, misleading him into thinking that Lu Buwei and Tian Dan are scheming against him. Try to arrange for his getaway after his duel with Grandmaster Chao and have someone ambush him along the way. It would be ideal if you can sacrifice some men during the ambush and give him the impression that it is Lu Buwei trying to blind him. That would result in mayhem within the court of Qin. Guo Kai supplemented, try to communicate to Xiang Shaolong that Lu Buwei wants to keep him alive in order to face criminal charges back in Xiangyang. That would surely complicate matters between them. Pausing, he added, we must keep this secret from Lord Longyang. If Xiang Shaolong learns about this, based on his unfathomable skills, he may clandestinely slip away first. With him alive, Master Long can forget about laying his hands on Feng Fei. It is now Xiang Shaolong's turn to coldly snigger to himself. He has given up all hope on Han Shuang and Li Yuan while doubting that they can inflict any harm on him. At this juncture, he knows that it is unwise for him to loiter around and he swiftly departed. His biggest burden now is how to safely escort Feng Fei away. As he does not wish to implicate Lord Longyang, Shan Rou, or Xie Ziyuan, the only confidant that remains is Xiao Yuatan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 5. Book 24 Chapter 05 Unexpected Gains. Shan Rou wailed, I quit. Withdrawing her sword, she retreated. Resting the back of the saber on his shoulder, Xiang Shaolong chuckled, despite raising two kids, Madame Xie can still pack a punch. Staring curiously at him, Shan Rou was amazed, stop bluffing. Why have you improved so much compared to yesterday? Every saber stroke is beyond my anticipation. Xiang Shaolong is conscious that due to motivation from his predicament and hurt from his friend's betrayal, he is now brimming with immense willpower and fighting spirit for the sake of his family and his own survival. He has decided to fully commit himself and discarded all non-related considerations. Treating this duel as a final showdown where he would be staring at the face of death, he managed to unleash his hidden potential. As per his instructions, the huge crowd that was present yesterday is absent today. Exchanging blows with this beauty who used to be intimate with him, Xiang Shaolong is exceedingly alert. Since his return last night, he surprisingly slept all the way till dawn. Before Shan Rou arrived, he had already practiced a round of 100 battle saber play, explaining his remarkable familiarity. He is no longer worried about Chao Tsuedao's duel that is taking place 2 nights later. As long as this opponent keeps his promise of limiting the fight to 10 strokes, he is confident that he will emerge unscathed. Now that he is aware of Zongsu and Long, Li Yuan and the others who are plotting against him, he is mentally prepared and knows what to expect in the future, increasing his conviction level. Perhaps now that he has finally determined his friends and foes, and admitting that Xiao Pan's identity crisis cannot be solved by pure luck, all his doubts are cleared and the days of wild speculation are over, allowing him to sleep in peace. It does not mean that he has found a way to counter Lu Buwei and Lao Ai, but his gut feel tells him that history will not be altered and Xiao Pan will certainly become Qin Shi Huang. There is no documentation of him, Xiang Shaolong, as a historical figure and naturally no record of him creating a faking Zhang. This clearly illustrates the ability of Xiao Pan to protect his legacy, but there is no indication if he, Xiang Shaolong, can preserve his life in this incoming onslaught. Somehow, the more Xiang Shaolong thought about it, the more fearful he felt. Luckily, little Pinger came by at this juncture, announcing that Feng Fei has invited the two of them to remain building for breakfast. Feng Fei is still unable to comprehend the relationship between Shan Rou and Xiang Shaolong. By right, they should be newly acquainted, but their mannerism is too friendly for her to stomach. To her, Shan Rou's lack of respect towards Xiang Shaolong is something exceptionally baffling. After all, Xiang Shaolong is currently a powerful and popular Qin great general. Without Xiao Yuatan and Zongsu and Xianhua around, Shan Rou is even less inhibited. Squinting her eyes at Xiang Shaolong first, she then peeped at Feng Fei before inquiring from her, "This fellow is very good at seducing ladies, have you become one of his women?" Feng Fei was so embarrassed that even the root of her ears turned red in an instant, wishing that she could find a hole in the ground to hide her face. Xiang Shaolong was mortified at Shan Rou's broaching of this taboo subject. He chided, "How can Madame Xia ask such a question?" With a pussy eye, Shan Rou giggled, "Why is everyone afraid of telling the simple truth? Just answer yes or no." With her innocent schoolgirl laughter, it is truly impossible to get angry with her. Enduring her bashfulness, Feng Fei resumed her well-versed calm demeanor and replied in a low voice, "The relationship between Feng Fei and Great General is prim and proper and we are definitely not an item. Madame Xia has wronged Great General, he is a true gentleman." Pausing for a while, she inquired in return, "Are Madame Xia and Great General previously acquainted?" "It is rumored that Madame Xia's swordsmanship is comparable to young Master Zongsuan, gaining much glory for us females." Shan Ro was not the least flattered and asserted, "I am who I am, why must I compare myself against men for glory? HNG. I have to go, I have some errands to run in the palace." Raising her sleeve and using it to wipe her mouth, she left without even looking back. Xiang Shaolong and Feng Fei stared at each other with a stunned expression before smiling with amusement. Feng Fei stated in a low voice, "I heard Madame Xia's original surname is Shan and her family was destroyed by Tian Dan. However, she has now gained the affections of the concubines of the king and princes who are all begging her to impart sword skills to them. In addition, Xia Ziyuan is highly regarded by the court of Qi. Faced with her constant and direct insults, even Tian Dan has to bear with her." Xiang Shaolong finally learned about Shan Ro's status in Linzi and understood why Zongsuan Xianhua is so accommodating towards her. Feng Fei continued, "Are we leaving here the night after tomorrow? I am getting tired of Han Jia's harassment and desire to leave this place as soon as possible." Xiang Shaolong wavered on the spot, unable to determine if Feng Fei can be trusted. The fluctuation of a woman's affections is hard to grasp. Today, she can say that she hates Han Jia, but tomorrow, she can leap back into his bosom. If she reveals his secrets, he would have to return to Xianyang as a blind man. Noticing the change in his expression, Feng Fei had a shock and questioned, "Is there something wrong with our plans?" Xiang Shaolong nodded, "Does mistress wish to leave Linzi after the Qixia College performance?" After a short daze, Feng Fei responded, "Since we are leaving, why do we need to wait another 5 days? Xiang Shaolong intentionally answered, "The main reason is for second mistress and the others. I would feel more at ease if we leave as a group." Feng Fei is truly sharp. Sighing with a breath, she observed, "Looking at you hesitating and carefully choosing your words, you must be withholding some grievances in your heart." Xiang Shaolong is conscious that if he chooses to deny, it would arouse her suspicions. Nodding his head, he professed, "I am concerned about Guo Kai. This man is a devil. If we successfully make our getaway, he may vent his frustration on Shuzhen and the others." Feng Fei was astounded, with Zongsuan Long protecting Shuzhen and the others, what is there to fear? At his wit's end, Xiang Shaolong firmly concluded, "Stop asking any more questions. To avoid any unwelcome surprises, we will only leave together as a group after the Qixia College performance. Aren't you concerned about their welfare?" Feng Fei kept quiet and mounted a silent protest. Xiang Shaolong realized that his tone is too harsh. Shifting forward and hugging her fragrant shoulder, he gently apologized, "It is my fault. I beg mistress's pardon." Feng Fei softly exhaled, "Why is Great General in such a bad mood today? This is the first time Feng Fei has seen you getting upset for no rhyme or reason." Xiang Shaolong thought, "How can I be in excellent spirits now? How I wish I could embark on a killing spree to vent the anger in my heart." He was about to utter a reply when Feng Fei admitted with a tinge of guilt, "Feng Fei knows that you no longer trust me because I went to meet Han Jia in secret yesterday. But since we are breaking up, we should at least formally communicate about it." Xiang Shaolong did not expect this amazing and accidental side effect from his moody temperament, coincidentally getting Feng Fei to make a spontaneous confession about her meeting with Han Jia. Based on her words, she had initially wanted to hide it from him. Staring at him with a melancholic expression, Feng Fei slowly hinted, "Does Great General want to know what did he and Feng Fei talk about?" Xiang Shaolong plainly state, "Of course he would say things like you would meet a terrible ending if you choose to side with me." Her petite frame trembling violently, Feng Fei was horrified, "How did you know?" Observing her shyness, Xiang Shaolong decided to trick her, "Not only did I overhear your conversation, I even heard the two of you sharing a kiss." Feng Fei was embarrassed to the max. She protested, "He forced himself on me and I was the unwilling party." "But it is daytime, where were you hiding?" Xiang Shaolong continued fabricating, "Don't you know that a human can easily conceal himself under a carriage?" Assuming that he is telling the truth, Feng Fei pitifully wailed, "You should understand that I was only trying my best to appease him. Most of time, I was lying to him, but..." Hit by a brainwave, Xiang Shaolong recollected Lu Bui's visit to Zongsuan Long last night and connected it to Han Jia, who had lifted the information off Feng Fei. He frowned, "But it is wrong of you to tell Han Jia that we are leaving Linzi in 2 days and are depending on Zongsuan Long's assistance. Doesn't mistress know that Han Jia and Lu Bui are partners in crime?" With these words from Xiang Shaolong, Feng Fei no longer has any doubts about him spying on her meeting with Han Jia. She explained, "Han Jia belongs to Lao Ai's camp and he came all the way to Linzi because of me. Although he was not upfront with me about his liaisons with Zongsu and Xianhua, my heart did once belong to him and we even planned a secret rendezvous. It is very agonizing for me to sever this relationship so abruptly. Shooting Xiang Shaolong a dejected look, she added, Feng Fei had wanted to borrow Great General as a temporary substitute to forget him, but Great General is reluctant to grant this favor. Acknowledging that Feng Fei will be an important factor in this tussle between him and his enemies, Xiang Shaolong is determined to win her to his side. He icily laughed. Do you know that after Han Jie learnt about our relationship with Zongsu and Long father and son, Lu Buwei and Han Jie visited them last night and persuaded them to work together? Her face whitening, Feng Fei stammered, Is that so? Xiang Shaolong solemnly declared, Believe it or not. If Mistress continues to feed information to Han Jie, not only would I, Xiang Shaolong, die without a burial place, but even Mistress would not be able to escape a dreadful consequence. Han Jie's feelings towards you may be true, but a man like him who prioritizes benefits over everything else may painfully sacrifice you. It is impossible to find a magnanimous man among the followers of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. A guilty Feng Fei admitted. Feng Fei is not considered a magnanimous person too. What should we do now? Xiang Shaolong resolved, It is better for us to leave as a group after the Qixia College performance. At Xianyang, you can fall in love with whoever you want, but for the time being, you must never reveal any of our secrets. Feng Fei swore, I understand. From this minute onwards, Feng Fei will only trust Great General and nobody else. At this interval, Xiang Shaolong could not think of any use for Feng Fei yet. After dispensing further instructions, he stood up and left. This can be considered an unexpected gain for Xiang Shaolong. He finally learned about Han Jie being a double-headed snake, in cahoots with both Lu Buwei and the Zongsuan family. If his estimate is accurate, Han Jie may be officially working as Lao Ai's right-hand man but has been bribed by Lu Buwei a long time ago. Additionally, his fidelity to Lu Buwei is not all-embracing. At the very least, he has been hiding his relationship with Feng Fei from this traitor. How would Han Jie resettle Feng Fei in Xianyang without leaking her presence? He probably has no idea too. Once a man and a woman are romantically involved, the complication between them are unfathomable and a clean break is often more tedious than it looks. His own relationship with Xiaoya is a shining example. Tomorrow is the day of the birthday banquet as well as the first performance. The courtyards are remarkably tranquil and the days of rehearsals have come to an end. Despite being weighed down by several issues, Xiang Shaolong has to act casual and even engaged Fei Chun, Lei Yuner and other friendly family warriors in idle chatter. From them, he learnt that Feng Fei had personally disbursed a generous amount of money to each of them as troop disbandment benefits. However, the majority of them would stay behind and continue to support Dong Shuzhen, who is considered more accommodating and approachable than Feng Fei. Among the courtesans, only Xin Yue has chosen to retire back to her hometown. Yun Yang has not made up her mind and she is probably waiting for Xiao Yuetan's input. One of them even hinted at the possibility of throwing their lot in with Xiang Shaolong but was flatly declined by him. He can barely protect himself and does not wish for others to risk their lives with him. In addition, he would not want to weaken the protective forces of the song and dance troupe. They may be powerless when it comes to behemoths like Zongsu and Long, but dealing with common thieves and robbers is a piece of cake to them. Out of the blue, he received news that Zongsu and Xianhua is here and is asking for him. Xiang Shaolong was mentally prepared for this visit. As anticipated, upon meeting him at the main hall, Zongsu and Xianhua started the conversation off with some unimportant topics, such as Second Prince expressing his admiration for him, etc. Eventually, he proposed, We have already prepared a top-quality sailboat for Great General. 2 nights later, we would fetch Great General at Qixia College and set sail immediately. Would Mistress be leaving with Great General or would she stay behind and leave after the Qixia College performance? Feigning a troubled look, Xiang Shaolong groaned, This is the source of my agony now. She insisted on leaving only after the successful conclusion of both performances. Without her, how can I leave with a peace of mind? Zongsu and Xianhua appears to have gotten wind from Han Jie, knowing that Feng Fei is leaving with Xiang Shaolong on the same night after the duel. He could not conceal his astonishment and exclaimed, Haven't the two of you come to an agreement? Xiang Shaolong is intentionally wedging a rift between him and Han Jie, sighing, It was decided some time ago but she somehow changed her mind today. HNG. Does she think she can deceive me? On one hand, she is cozying up to me, but on the other hand, she is seeing someone else. She may have her own spies, but so do I. Zongsu and Xianhua apparently is still ignorant about the relationship between Han Jie and Feng Fei. Hearing Xiang Shaolong's words, his face turned pale and he probed, Who is her lover? Shaking his head, Xiang Shaolong apologized, This is Mistress's private affairs, pardon me for not being able to reveal him. Nonetheless, it is only a few days delay. I will leave after the Qixia College performance. Zongsu and Xianhua instantly freaked out and worriedly questioned. Lu Buwei has decided to return home the next morning after Great General's duel with Grandmaster Chao. Doesn't Great General wish to leave before him? Xiang Shaolong knows that he is still trying his luck and testing himself. He reacted with bewilderment. What's the hurry? Moreover, I have dispatched a messenger to Xianyang, updating Crown Prince about my situation. I also told him that wherever I am killed, the state which owns the territory would surely be involved and implored him to take revenge for me. I do not believe Lu Buwei or Tian Dan would come personally for me. What they would do is instigate others to become their sacrificial lambs. He then coldly grunted, my Wu family is packed with experts, whoever that wishes harm upon me had better be prepared to live as a fugitive for the rest of his life. Brother Xianhua can put your mind at ease. With a guilty conscience, how can Zongsu and Xianhua maintain his calmness? Taking in those words, his face became drained of color and he was dumbfounded. Li Yuan and the others would not dare to openly assault Xiang Shaolong too. Like Lu Buwei, they are instigating Zongsu and Long father and son to be their scapegoats. Since the Battle of Handan's Wu family fortress, the fame of Wu family warriors has spread near and far. If Zongsu and Long father and son were exposed to be the perpetuators behind Xiang Shaolong's assassination, they would face punishment from the royal family of Qi. Furthermore, they can forget about having a good meal or a good night's sleep with the assassins of the Wu family seeking revenge on them. Xiang Shaolong would not let up the pressure on Zongsu and Xianhua. He analyzed, if I were Lu Buwei, I would get idiots like Ma Qinjia to try and kill me. Once completed, I would purposely leak the information to the public. When that happens, Qin will officially demand Xi for Ma Qinjia's head. What do you think the king of Qi would do? Zongsu and Xianhua cannot help but shuddered once, realizing this is truly a devious scheme of killing with a borrowed knife. But Xiang Shaolong was amused, knowing that he has finally seen through Lu Buwei's facade of abandoning Tian Dan. It is actually killing two birds with one stone. Firstly, get the father and son to kill Xiang Shaolong, and secondly, using their crime to get rid of this father and son. Using this example, they should know that if something were to really go wrong, Li Yuan and the others would push all the blame to them too. Zongsu and Long is not a fool, otherwise, he could not have amassed his present wealth and status. Due to his oversight that Yingzheng and Xiang Shaolong are in trouble, he has lost sight of his main goal and fell into this dilemma. As Xiang Shaolong has heard of their disloyalty and even eavesdropped on their secret meeting last night, he was able to enlighten Zongsu and Xianhua that he has been used by Lu Buwei, Li Yuan and company, and even Han Jia in just a few sentences. Zongsu and Xianhua is in a hurry to discuss these developments with his father and is not interested to carry on the conversation. With a panicky expression, he hastily scampered away. Lifting his arms and stretching his back, Xiang Shaolong went in search of Fengfei. Unless his guess is off the mark, Zongsu and Xianhua would definitely interrogate Han Jia, who will in turn press Fengfei for details. Since Lu Buwei is leaving in 3 days' time, Han Jia has to leave too. Regardless of whether it is for himself or for Lu Buwei, he would not allow Zongsu and Long to obtain Fengfei. But because of all these transitions, Xiang Shaolong knows that even if Zongsu and Long is 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to lay a finger on Fengfei. If Zongsu and Long were to act against the interests of Xiang Shaolong, Fengfei will become his incriminating evidence. It would seem logical that Zongsu and Long is getting rid of Xiang Shaolong because of Fengfei. Out of the blue, light has appeared at the end of the tunnel. Li Yuan and the others have deceived him thoroughly. He is now turning the tables and giving them a taste of their own medicine. Fengfei appears to have given up Han Jia entirely, obediently following each and every one of Xiang Shaolong's instructions. Their coordination was incredible. It was only when Xiao Yuetan came to look for him did Xiang Shaolong finally left the main building. In the side hall of the front courtyard, he detailed yesterday's and this morning's events to Xiao Yuetan. Slapping his thigh, Xiao Yuetan sighed, Xiang Shaolong is indeed Xiang Shaolong. With a small mistake by the adversaries, you are able to grasp the initiative. Zongsu and Xianhua is still inexperienced and bared his soul with just a few words from you. Pausing, he stared at Xiang Shaolong, quizzing, shouldn't Shaolong be worried that Lu Buwei may locate that couple who raised Yingzhang? But Xiang Shaolong could recognize Xiao Yuetan's doubts about Xiao Pan too. However, besides Wu Tingfang and Tang Yi, even Ji Yanran, who is so close to him, has no idea about it. Indeed, this is a secret that mustn't be shared, and even Xiao Yuetan is of no exception. Putting on a frank expression, Xiang Shaolong nonchalantly replied, so what if he locates them? Unless Lu Buwei has bribed them to fabricate charges, there is nothing to be worried about. Xiao Yuetan was stunned. Actually, elder brother has always wanted to ask you this question. Among the letters that Manager 2, Xian, writes to me, he did mention that you ganged up with the senior veterans of Qin military to conduct a blood test for Lu Buwei and Crown Prince. After proving that they are not related, the Crown Prince and yourself are able to obtain the full support of these veterans in suppressing Lu Buwei. My question is, why is Xiaolong so confident that Crown Prince is not the son of Lu Buwei? That was the same question that Tu Xian posed years ago and what Xiang Shaolong dreaded answering. Sighing with a breath, he confessed, I did ask Zhu Ji the exact question face to face, but even she herself is unsure who is the father. That means the chances are 50-50 that it is traitor Lu's son. Given the circumstances, if I were to reject Lu Gong's recommendation, it would mean the loss of support from these Qin veterans. Therefore, I decided to stake everything in the gamble. Luckily, it was the right bet. Xiao Yuatan nodded in agreement. With 1-to-1 odds, the gamble is worth it. Nevertheless, your present scenario is not very optimistic. Although Zhong Suanlong has been startled by you and would never become a murder weapon for somebody else, you still cannot rely on him. Pausing, he added, it is truly a blessing that nobody has discovered the relationship between the two of us. Everyone simply regards me as a connoisseur of Feng Fei's music. The only viable plan now is for you, Xiaolong, to leave first. If you can successfully escape, Feng Fei and the others would be safe. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, Feng Fei and the others can come under the joint protection of Shan Rou and Lord Longyang. If the King of Qi is planning to announce Tianjian as the new crown prince at the birthday banquet tomorrow night, Xie Ziyuan's status would be greatly elevated and Zhong Suanlong father and son would be doing their best to get into his good books. Simultaneously, Tian Dan would have to take additional precautions against him. Li Yuan and the others would probably chip in to protect Feng Fei and company, granting Xiang Shaolong this favor. After all, maintaining a friendship is better than creating an enemy. If the Zhengwei Canal scandal is exposed, Han Shuang's great merit would instantaneously become his great disaster. As a result, it is crucial for him to return safely to Xianyang. The ever-conniving Xiao Yuatan reminded, this fella Han Jie is not a simple man. Born into the royal family of Han, he became a top disciple of Cao Zuido. Appearing to be working for Lao Ai, he maintains a close relationship with Lu Buwei. Because of Feng Fei, he may become insanely jealous and undertake some risks. For example, he could gather the outraged swordsmen of Qixia and ambush you. This is something you must guard against. Xiang Shaolong concluded, after fighting off Cao Zuido, I intend to run away as far as possible. It is wonderful that Qixia College is based outside the city, making it rather convenient for me. Visualizing the snow skis he needed to make his getaway, Xiang Shaolong suppressed his voice, time is not on our side. Can Brother Xiao get his hands on a piece of premium wood for me? I need to construct a pair of snow-traveling equipment. When the time comes, you can bury it alongside some food provisions at a place near Qixia College, allowing me to make a swift escape upon retrieving them. Xiao Yuatan himself is an expert craftsman. Astounded at his requests, he pressed Xiang Shaolong for the details of the snow ski. When Xiang Shaolong finished sketching the snow ski and snowboard, he was so taken aback that he was gaping for some time before exhaling with amazement. How did you ever think of something like that? This happens to be the theory behind snow sleds. Leave this to me. Elder brother will start looking for the raw materials and manufacturing your snow skis immediately. I guarantee that it would be much more ergonomic than your design and they will be completed by the allotted time. Xiao Yuatan had barely left Tingsong Villa when Xie Ziyuan came a-knocking. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, if Great General is available, why don't we take part in the festivities and watch soft-boned beauty rehearse little brother's song and dance composition? Xiang Shaolong is initially uninterested but recollected that it is a critical strategy to give others a false impression. By behaving leisurely and occupying himself with performances, it further strengthens the notion that he has nothing to fear and nothing worthwhile for Lu Buwei to expose. Pretending to be elated, he accompanied Xie Ziyuan out of the villa. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 6. Book 24 Chapter 06 Separating Gratitude and Enmity. Aboard Xie Ziyuan's carriage and listening to his light-hearted whistling, Xiang Shaolong can realign his focus and reflect on the activities over the past few days. When he first ran into Li Yuan at Zhongsuan residence, Li Yuan is likely a well-meaning friend without any malicious intentions. When he could not bear it any longer and started communicating with Han Shuang, it eventually gave rise to the idea of getting rid of Xiang Shaolong, a potentially huge threat to their states. How Guokai came into the picture is anyone's guess. They are aware that Xiang Shaolong has a special place in Lord Longyang's heart. Moreover, he had expressed regret at betraying Xiang Shaolong in the past. Therefore, they chose to keep Lord Longyang in the dark about this affair. Lord Longyang only happened to run into him when he was actually looking for Feng Fei. When Han Shuang visited him for the first time and learnt about his plans to steal his saber from Cao Zuidao's Qixia College, he probably hasn't made up his mind to get rid of him or not. But when Han Shuang mentioned this to Li Yuan or Guokai, it inspired them to make use of Cao Zuidao to kill him. When Cao Zuidao is unable to take his life, Han Shuang knows that he has become the main suspect. He chose to avoid Xiang Shaolong while sending Li Yuan to make inquiries. Li Yuan is truly clever, intentionally revealing Han Shuang and Guokai's partnership and earning Xiang Shaolong's trust. And he himself is silly enough to divulge Lord Longyang's plans to secretly whisk him away. Lord Longyang is probably conscious that Li Yuan and the others are going to make things difficult for him but is unable to prove it, explaining why he is abandoning everything and leaving Lin Zi with him. Instead, it was Xiang Shaolong who went back on his word and rejected his kind intention. If not for him spying on their secret meeting yesterday, this chain of events would probably remain a mystery to him. Surprisingly, he was feeling hurt but without a shred of hatred. Because he understands that everyone is forced by circumstances. At this point, Xia Ziyuan quizzed, "Are you acquainted with Su Shang?" He is originally from Shanxi and is very talented. Only now did Xiang Shaolong remember that Su Shang had accompanied Lu Buwei to Qi. As they have not met each other here, he has cleanly forgotten about him. He nodded his head to acknowledge their acquaintance. Xia Ziyuan updated, "Presently, Shi Yu and him are locking horns over Lan Gongyuan. Lu Buwei appears to be rather lenient towards Su Shang." Xiang Shaolong pondered, "If my guess is correct, Lan Gongyuan must have started dating Su Shang back in Xianyang years ago. Hey, are you aware that Lan Gongyuan once disguised herself as a serving maid and tried to assassinate me?" Xia Ziyuan was thunderstruck, "Is that so?" However, she did underwent special training and her skills are pretty remarkable. Xiang Shaolong might as well tell him the whole story. Once completed, Xia Ziyuan concluded with a serious expression, "That circus you are talking about must be Bian Dongshan's Dongzhou circus. All along, they have been touring and performing at the various states but suddenly, they simply vanished without any news. It looks like the circus members were completely annihilated at Xianyang." Xiang Shaolong inquired, "Who is Bian Dongshan?" Xia Ziyuan sighed, "Among the top 4 disciples of Chao Zuidao, Bian Dongshan is the best, followed by Zongsuan Xianhua, Han Jie, and Wifei. Bian Dongshan's forte lies in his agility and parkour skills, and he is a first-rated assassin. He often carries out assignments for Tian Dan." Xiang Shaolong mused, "He must have lost his life at Xianyang." Xia Ziyuan shook his head, advising, "A few months ago, I heard Zongsuan Xianhua saying that he has just met him. According to hearsay, he had traveled to the capital of Yen to assassinate a Yen general. The people of Yen trembles with fear at the mention of his name. Great General may be highly skilled but an assassin's methods are often undetectable. Great General must not be complacent." Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "If he wishes to assassinate me, this is the best opportunity." Xia Ziyuan officially remarked, "On the contrary, while you are here, Great General can put your mind at ease. Bian Dongshan is fiercely loyal to Great Qi and would never do anything that will put Great King in a difficult position. However, it would be a different story if you leave the territory of Qi. The people of Yen nicknamed Bian Dongshan as the assassin with 100 faces. His art of disguise is unfathomable and unsurpassed. One cannot predict his next appearance or new identity. For the time being, Xiang Shaolong cannot be bothered with Bian Dongshan." Recalling Zhang Quan's theft of the song sheet, he shared the story with Xia Ziyuan too. He added that Feng Fei has composed a new song and even if Lan Gongyuan chooses to perform the stolen song, it would not affect Feng Fei. Xia Ziyuan was infuriated, "It must be Qi Yu masterminding the theft. He tried to woo Feng Fei in the past but was rejected by her. Thus, he hates her to the core. I will take care of this. I, Xia Ziyuan, would not condone these shameless acts by Yuan Yuan." The carriage is now entering Jade Orchid Brothel. At this time of the day, the brothel is not open for business yet and the gigantic courtyards are so peaceful they seem like an isolated world away from the rest of the city. From the rear courtyards, hints of music can be heard. The two men got off the carriage and started walking towards the exceptionally grand performing hall situated at the rear courtyards. Xia Ziyuan whispered, "In the past, when the great king is much healthier, he loves to frequent the performing hall for song and dance performances, saying that the courtesans here are much more lively. What does he expect? Courtesans who enter the palace may never get to leave. Firstly, they may unknowingly offend the king and be sentenced to death. Secondly, they may be retained by the king and after one night of passion, be relegated to a harem of forgotten concubines. In fact, there is no difference between the two outcomes." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, in comparison, Xiao Pan's self-control is admirable. Xia Ziyuan sighed, "The great king has a dream, which is seeing the 3 famous courtesans performing simultaneously in front of him. He has tasked us with this mission and demands for it to be accomplished at all costs. This can be considered his only dying wish, which allows him to last till today. Otherwise he would have. Hey. Xiang Shaolong finally comprehended the intricacies behind this grand birthday celebrations. This clearly demonstrates the empty boasts of Qi as well as their culture of instant gratification. With this laid-back mindset, not only has this huge country failed to become the leader of the eastern states, it has constantly disrupted allied talks, which happens to be the only way to curb the aggressiveness of Qin. At this juncture, a melodious tune filled the air. It was a group of courtesans singing in unison. With crystal-clear voices and fantastic beats, Xiang Shaolong was drawn into the music. Xia Ziyuan proudly proclaimed, "This was the composition I created at the lounge that night. It can be considered one of my best works." Xiang Shaolong guffawed, "Does that mean that the rehearsal is ending?" Xia Ziyuan burst out laughing and crossed the ledge into the performing hall. At the heart of the performing hall, there were nearly 60 courtesans who were waving multicolored dance ribbons, materializing into countless formations, resembling different clutters of colored clouds encircling an elaborately dressed Lan Gongyuan who was singing and dancing in the center. It was a mesmerizing sight. By now, Lan Gongyuan was singing solo. Witnessing her soft and flexible petite frame bending to fashion all sorts of extreme and enticing dance poses, coupled with the highs and lows, pauses and stretches in the song, it felt like a performance by heavenly maidens, causing the observers to experience the sensation of entering the heaven realm where immortals reside. Arranged at a side were a group of 40 musicians who were playing music and generating a delightful ambience within the performing hall. Besides Qi Yu and a gang of 10-odd Qi locals whom Xiang Shaolong does not recognize, the audience comprises of Su Shang as well. Once the song finishes, Qi Yu and the others broke out into applause and cheers. Abandoning the rest of the crowd, Lan Gongyuan approached Xia Ziyuan and Xiang Shaolong. Smiling like the blossoming of a flower, she cajoled, "Why took official Xia and Great General so long to come over?" Probably concerned about the song theft issue that Xiang Shaolong mentioned, Xia Ziyuan apologized before pulling Lan Gongyuan aside and speaking to her in private. Qi Yu and the others started walking towards him while the courtesans were all paying special attention to him. Whispering and giggling among themselves, they are radiating with passion. Su Shang greeted Xiang Shaolong with a military salute as per the laws of Qin. He added with a serious tone, "I have not had the chance to officially pay my respects to Great General. I beg Great General's pardon for my tardiness." Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "This is not Xianyang, let's keep things simple." With an apprehensive expression, Qi Yu peeped at an irate Xia Ziyuan who was speaking to Lan Gongyuan some distance away from them. With a distracted tone, he questioned Xiang Shaolong, "It has come to my attention that Great General is a music connoisseur. How would you rate the previous song?" Xiang Shaolong is conscious that it was Zhang Quan who told him about it. Guilt-ridden, he solemnly states, "Brother Qi must be kidding. In the field of music, little brother is just an amateur. However, even to a music newbie like me, I find the earlier song an exciting and unparalleled composition. It is somewhat able to evoke strong emotions in me." A well-built-in young warrior standing beside Qi Yu interrupted, "My name is Min Tingzhang. I hereby pay my respects to Great General." Realizing that he is the acclaimed swordsman of Qi who shared the same skill level as Ma Qinjia, Xiang Shaolong replied that it is his pleasure to meet him while paying extra attention in assessing him. Compared to Ma Qinjia, Min Tingzhang is much more approachable and has a cultured look. Overall, he is pleasing to the eye. Noticing Min Tingzhang gazing at his 100 battle saber, Xiang Shaolong simply untied the weapon and scabbard, handing it to him for a closer look. The famed swordsman was caught unaware by Xiang Shaolong. After receiving it, he analyzed and toyed with it as the other curious onlookers joined him. Gushes of admiration were expressed by each and every one of them. The three men, Qi Yu, Su Shang and Xiang Shaolong, were left standing there in silence, leading to an awkward situation. A few of the more courageous and captivating courtesans advanced towards them, greeting and paying their respects to Xiang Shaolong. After serving him a series of meaningful glances, they giggled and sashayed away. Fortunately, Xia Ziyuan and Lan Gongyuan happened to rejoin the group. With a wronged expression on her face, Lan Gongyuan appears to have been reprimanded by Xia Ziyuan. However, judging from her body language, she appears to be willing to bear the responsibility for this mistake. Qi Yu winked at her inquiringly, but Lan Gongyuan deliberately ignored him, seemingly venting her anger on him. Moving to Lan Gongyuan's side, Su Shang wondered, Yuan, are you upset?" Unexpectedly, Lan Gongyuan stared at Xiang Shaolong, checking, Yuan has yet to pay my respects to First Mistress. Is Great General going directly back to Tingsong Villa? Except for Xia Ziyuan, the others were flabbergasted. Xiang Shaolong did not expect Xia Ziyuan have such a big influence over Lan Gongyuan. He nodded with a smile. Lan Gongyuan questioned, "Can we leave immediately?" Unable to comprehend the situation, Qi Yu and the others are baffled. Overhearing their exchange, Min Tingzhang returned 100 battle saber to Xiang Shaolong with both hands, praising, "I heard this unique weapon is personally designed by Great General. It is truly a masterpiece and an eye-opening experience for us." Xiang Shaolong knows that he has won the respect of this usually arrogant swordsman due to his one saber stroke victory over Ma Qinjia. After giving a modest reply and getting ready to leave for Tingsong Villa with Xie Ziyuan and Lan Gongyuan, Min Tingzhang abruptly invited, "Tomorrow is Qixia College's monthly sword meet. Would Great General honor us with your presence and give us, your juniors, some pointers?" With a look of distress, Xiang Shaolong sincerely replied, "To be honest, meeting Grandmaster Chao under such circumstances is rather awkward." Another man cheerfully exclaimed, "For the past 10 years, Grandmaster Chao has been absent from the sword meet. Great General can put your mind at ease." Unwilling to increase his commitments, Xiang Shaolong gave a superficial answer, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Feeling curious, he probed, "Isn't the sword meet held on the 1st? Why has it been postponed?" Qiyu explained, "It was postponed due to the great king's birthday celebration. However, this meet would be even more majestic than usual. Great General must remember to come." Someone promptly informed him about the time and place of the sword meet. Not thinking very much of it, Xiang Shaolong followed Lan Gongyuan and Xie Ziyuan out of the hall as Qiyu and Su Shang stared at him with jealousy. Upon reaching the main courtyard, Xie Ziyuan indicated his desire to return to his workplace and cannot accompany them further. Leaving his carriage behind for them, he rode off on a horse. Xiang Shaolong did not anticipate that he would be left alone with this soft-boned beauty. Raising his alertness, he suggested, "Miss Yuan can take the carriage. I will ride a horse." Shooting him a glare, Lan Gongyuan plainly state, "It has been some time since I rode a horse. Let's give these horses some exercise for their legs." Yao Shang and the others hurriedly gave up 2 good horses. Despite her elaborate costume, Lan Gongyuan nimbly flipped onto the horse like a fox, earning cheers from everyone. Putting a leg over the back of the horse, Xiang Shaolong and Lan Gongyuan rode side by side out of Jade Orchid Brothel, instantly attracting the attention of everyone on the streets. Yao Shang sent 4 riders ahead to pave the way and divided the remaining riders to the 2 sides and the back, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Riding closer to Xiang Shaolong, Lan Gongyuan teased, "Is Great General feeling uncomfortable? Despite all your attempts, you still end up riding and talking with me." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, "A criminal reporting a crime." He beamed, "I have not forgotten that Miss Yuan once tried to take my life." After a short silence, Lan Gongyuan lightly described, "In this world, there are 3 persons Yuan is indebted to. Is Great General interested to know who they are?" Xiang Shaolong conjectured, "The first one should be easy. Is it official, Xie?" Lan Gongyuan was elated, "Talking to you is certainly easy, saving me the long explanations. Try and guess the second person." "He perished under the hands of Great General." Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "No wonder you came to kill me." Lan Gongyuan nonchalantly disclosed, "Great General is such a lousy guesser. That person is Xiao Weimo. Yuan can be who I am today is all because he gave me to a man surnamed Bian who raised and trained me. If not, I would probably have starved to death on the streets." Xiao Weimo was actually beaten to death by Tang Yi, but he obviously would not mention it. Inspired, he asked, "Is it Bian Dongshan? Now I know why you possess such remarkable skills. He should be the 3rd person you are indebted to." Beyond his expectation, Lan Gongyuan gnashed her teeth and cringed, "It is the exact opposite. He is the person I hated the most. I never want to remember the disgusting things he did to me." Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck, "Aren't you working with him during the Xianyang mission?" Lan Gongyuan simply articulated, "That is a pure business deal. As long as I act according to plan, regardless of success or failure, I would have nothing to do with Bian Dongshan anymore. Besides that, I am doing it to repay Xiao Weimo's debt of gratitude. We do not owe each other anything anymore." Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath of air, "It is true that everyone has a complicated story behind them. But the risk you took was too great. Hey, I never thought that Xiao Weimo could perform good deeds." Lan Gongyuan dismissed with contempt, "Both he and Bian Dongshan are only attracted by my good looks. Their morals are non-existent. Let's not talk about them. Can Great General guess who is the 3rd person?" Xiang Shaolong shook his head, surrendering, "I cannot even guess Xiao Weimo. The 3rd person would be even more difficult to guess. However, I probably knew this person, right? Could it be Tian Dan, or maybe Lu Buwei?" Lan Gongyuan kept shaking her head and is grinning happily like a little girl. She concluded, "The guesses are incorrect. Xiang Shaolong is starting to find this soft-boned beauty quite an interesting character." He admitted defeat, "I give up." Covering her mouth as she giggled, Lan Gongyuan announced, "It's Xiang Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong shouted with disbelief, "What?" All along, they have been suppressing their voices to keep the conversation solely between the 2 of them. With his abrupt outcry, Yao Shang and the others turned towards them and stared with astonishment. Lan Gongyuan gratefully articulated, "There is nothing illogical about it. It is really you." From the time of my assassination attempt until my successful departure from Xianyang the very same night, I was mentally prepared to be captured and executed by you. However, you chose to let me off. How can Lan Gongyuan not be indebted to you? Back then, Lu Buwei also mentioned that the city guards are all under your command and even he is unable to protect me. Dazed for some time, Xiang Shaolong reasoned, you need not feel indebted to me. Putting things in perspective, you are just a pawn who was being used by somebody else to kill me. Executing you does not make any sense to me. Lan Gongyuan solemnly declared, Xiang Shaolong is truly Xiang Shaolong. Chancellor Tian and General Dan may view you as their enemy, but they are full of respect for great general's integrity. On the contrary, they are full of contempt for Lu Buwei's character. Feeling his emotions stirring, Xiang Shaolong lamented, integrity is useless. Presently, who is not chasing after personal benefits? As long as I pose a threat to their welfare, people are using all sorts of despicable methods to get rid of me. With a pussy eye, Lan Gongyuan cackled, it is not often that great general speaks with this tone. I can tell that your opinion of Yuan has improved. Using a visit to Feng Fei as an excuse, I was actually creating an opportunity to speak with you privately. Great General must safeguard yourself against this bunch of Zhongsuan family warriors. They are originally a gang of ruffians and outlaws, specializing in collecting bad debts for Zhongsuan Long. Quite a number of my gambling addict sisters have suffered immensely at their hands. If you don't believe me, just take a closer look at them. Every one of them is focusing their ears on eavesdropping our secret conversation. She purposely finished the last two sentences with an increase in volume, startling Yao Sheng and the others, who automatically increased the distance between themselves and the two of them. Xiang Shaolong could not help but experience her prowess. The three famous courtesans have their own unique points. Among them, Lan Gongyuan's mannerism is considered the most unbecoming. It could be due to her unhappy childhood, giving rise to a certain style of self-degrading behavior. Although she treats men like playthings, in her heart, she can differentiate between gratitude and enmity, earning Xiang Shaolong's respect. Resembling the tingling of bells, Lan Gongyuan giggled non-stop. As she attracted more eyeballs to her, she rode closer to Xiang Shaolong and whispered, does Great General despise Yuan for dating Qiyu and other loathsome scoundrels? Aye. How many good men are there in this world? At least Qiyu is rather handsome and is an excellent sweet talker. Regarding the song theft, I was innocent. Qiyu even lied to me, saying that it was his own creation. Xiang Shaolong laughed, that's the Lan Gongyuan I know. With Tingsong Villa in sight, Lan Gongyuan lightly advised, Great General must not let down your guard against Shi Sufang. She used to be on good terms with Pu Hu and may classify you as an enemy. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, I have room for more. Receiving Lan Gongyuan in the front hall, Feng Fei appeared to be friendly and approachable. If she is still upset with Lan Gongyuan over the stolen music score, there was no sign of it on her face. As both ladies scrutinized each other, Xiang Shaolong is having an eyeful as well. As Lan Gongyuan is dressed in her elaborate performing costume while Feng Fei has also put on a nice outfit, he is able to draw comparisons between their beauty. Despite the insignificant gap in their age, not only does Lan Gongyuan appear younger looking, but in front of the cultured Feng Fei, who is of noble birth, she resembles a juvenile delinquent. Xiang Shaolong is probably having this impression because Lan Gongyuan is here to apologize to Feng Fei. Despite her wrongful conviction, Lan Gongyuan was behaving in a modest and subservient manner, further earning his admiration. Lan Gongyuan apologized, greetings to senior sister. Yuan is specially here today to ask for your forgiveness about the song theft. Yuan will have it destroyed later. Before she could go on, Feng Fei put up a hand to halt her conversation. She exhaled, what's done cannot be undone. But today is a day of forgiveness. Now that junior sister has seen the folly of your ways, Feng Fei is more than satisfied. The birthday celebration will be Feng Fei's final show. With this work-related issue reaching a happy conclusion, there are no more regrets in Feng Fei's heart. Xiang Shaolong can feel his own emotions stirring. From an insider's perspective, it is amazing that Feng Fei has yet to suffer a nervous breakdown. Going to Xianyang must be the worst decision of her life. She must have met Han Jie during one of the official banquets and was smitten by his handsome looks and intellectual thoughts. Moreover, he is a royal descendant just like herself. Back in the earlier days, Lao Ai and Han Jie were plagiarizing the ladies of Han, therefore, their sweet-talking skills and understanding of women's psychology must be one of the best. If Feng Fei, Shi Sufang and Lan Gongyuan are the three famous courtesans, Qiyu, Lao Ai and Han Jie can be considered the three famous playboys. In Xianyang, an emotional Feng Fei made two life-changing decisions, fall in love with Han Jie and disbanding the song and dance troupe. Currently, not only has she lost her affections for Han Jie, she will become a forgotten celebrity without her song and dance troupe. The only positive outcome is that she no longer has to deal with lustful men trying to obtain her body. In addition, her fortune should be sufficient for a life of luxury. Lan Gongyuan was touched. Senior sister is truly fortunate to go out with a bang. Yuan is full of admiration for senior sister's song composition skill and the courage to move on at the peak of your career. What are sister's future plans? Glaring at Xiang Shaolong once, Feng Fei replied, I intend to retire at a secluded and peaceful place. Great General is making the necessary arrangements. She added, among the three of us, I heard junior sister has the most tormenting childhood. For junior sister to accomplish so much despite life dealing you a set of bad cards, Feng Fei has nothing but respect for you. Not anticipating this comment from Feng Fei, Lan Gongyuan flinched. She professed, Yuan has learnt that only you can give up on yourself. If you can make it past today, tomorrow would definitely be better. It is Yuan's good fortune to meet senior sister and great general today. Yuan has to go, as Jade Orchid Brothel is opening for business soon. With that, she mounted the same horse and left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 7. Book 24 Chapter 07, Xixia Sword Meet. After Lan Gongyuan departed, Feng Fei interrogated with disdain, I heard she sleeps around. Is Great General interested in this kind of women? Xiang Shaolong is walking her back to the main building. Taking in her words, he retorted, since when did I express any interest in her? How is Xu Zhen doing? Feng Fei proudly proclaimed, with Feng Fei personally instructing her, how bad can she turn out? Don't change the topic. How did you get involved with her? Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, can you not use the words, get involved? It is so demeaning. Little brother and her are just platonic friends. She said she wanted to visit you and ask for your forgiveness, can I say no to that? Look at yourself. Earlier, you were so sweet and accommodating towards her, as if she is your own sister. The minute she left, you began criticizing her and portraying her as somebody without any good attributes. Covering her mouth as she giggled, Feng Fei warned, this is how a jealous woman looks like. Since you chose to ignore me, I would not allow you to pay any attention to other women. Otherwise, you'll get it from me. By now they have arrived at the stairs of the main building. Xiang Shaolong was about to leave when Feng Fei held onto his sleeve and dragged him into the building. Turning around, she threw herself into his arms, whispering, is Great General thinking of leaving Feng Fei behind and leaving by himself? Although Xiang Shaolong is embracing a fragrant and enticing body, his mind is brimming with bitterness. He did plan to make use of the snowboard and slip away first while getting someone to take care of Feng Fei and the others. Unexpectedly, this peerless beauty with her matching intelligence has exposed his secret. He could not bear to lie to her but feared her overreaction should he choose to confess the truth. What should he do? Raising her exquisite face, Feng Fei pitifully squirmed, you need not reply. Your expression has given me the heartrending answer. Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath, do you know that as long as I am alive, no one would dare to lay a finger on you? Feng Fei quizzed, didn't you mention that Zhong Suanlong will protect us? Xiang Shaolong explained, the problem lies with your ex-lover and his close relationship with the Zhongsuan family. I just received news that due to Han Jie's facilitation, Lu Buwei and Zhong Suanlong had a 2-hour secret discussion. What do you think they are planning to do? Momentarily stunned, Feng Fei melancholically replied, since this is the case, why are you still abandoning me? Hit by a brainwave, Xiang Shaolong mused, why don't you leave one day before me? I will meet up with you after that. Lord Longyang should be able to make the necessary preparations. Hugging him with all her strength, Feng Fei grieved, before knowing the result of the duel, how can Feng Fei leave Lin Zi? Fine. Do whatever you want with me. Feng Fei will leave my fate in your hands. Xiang Shaolong can fully comprehend her helpless feelings of being alone and deserted. Based on her beauty and talent, all the men in the world would be won over by her. Maybe heaven is jealous of her accomplishments, letting her fall in love with a scoundrel and crossing paths with himself who was unwilling to fall in love with her, eventually breaking her heart into pieces. Comforting her to the best of his abilities, Xiang Shaolong finally left for his own room after Feng Fei has recomposed herself. He had barely rested when Zhongsu and Xianhua came to look for him. Seating themselves in the eastern chamber, Zhongsu and Xianhua started, does Great General know that Lu Buwei paid us a visit? Xiang Shaolong deduced that he has held a discussion with his father and advisors, deciding that Lu Buwei cannot be trusted and is trying to salvage the situation with him. He naturally would not bring Wakai, Li Yuan or the others into the picture. Xiang Shaolong smiled, even if I did not see it personally, I could easily imagine it. What other new tricks can Lu Buwei come up with? Moreover, Han Jie is your martial brother. Oh yes. What is the relationship between the two of you? Faced with Xiang Shaolong's abrupt interrogation about his Achilles heel, Zongsu and Xianhua freaked out on the spot. He stammered, "Our relationship is not clearly defined, but we are definitely acquainted." Xiang Shaolong openly declared, "Compared to Lu Buwei, Han Jie should be more eager to kill me. This is because Lu Buwei assumes that he has a trump card that would cause my complete downfall. Han Jie should be insanely jealous of me, and an insane man would act without thinking twice about the consequences. Zongsu and Xianhua is no fool, and he already guessed that Feng Fei's lover is Han Jie, otherwise, why would he be so familiar with Feng Fei's activities?" His face losing color, he lowered his head to conceal it. As he stared at the floor, he probed with a deep voice, "Has Great General decided on your departure date?" Xiang Shaolong is highly amused, knowing that through his intricate scheming, he has caused both father and son to lose their bearings. He somberly remarked, "After careful consideration, I would officially bid farewell to your great king and second prince. At the same time, I would request for soldiers to protect me and openly parade back to Qin. It is way better than sneaking around and becoming a lightning rod for rumors." Zongsu and Xianhua nodded. Xianhua fully agrees. Great General can seek official Xie's assistance in relaying the message. I guarantee that everything will be well arranged. With these sentences, Xiang Shaolong knows that Zongsu and Long father and son would not dare to participate in any more anti-Xiang Shaolong schemes after weighing the pros and cons. If Xiang Shaolong is sent home by Qi's official escort, both Li Yuan's team and Lu Bui's team would lack the grounds to instigate Zongsu and Long father and son to assassinate him. Nevertheless, this is not an ideal outcome. The king of Qi cannot afford to dispatch an army to escort him. Moreover, there may be spies within the escort team. With these unknown factors, it would be a miracle if he can travel safely through Chu and the three states. The Qi escorts would not serve him wholeheartedly. If they run into trouble, they would scatter like mice. But in Feng Fei's case, this would be an excellent arrangement. He made a mental note to approach Tianjian about this. Hopefully, this would relieve him of this pressing issue. Zongsu and Xianhua frowned. "Min Tingzhang came to see me earlier, saying that Great General has agreed to participate in the sword meet tomorrow. I have been doing my best to reject these meaningless appointments." "Why did Great General give him your consent?" Xiang Shaolong refuted, "I did not give him my consent. I only gave a perfunctory reply, saying that I will think about it, but..." Zongsu and Xianhua was incensed. This fellow is getting out of hand and even dared to overstep his boundaries. I must teach him a lesson. Xiang Shaolong assured, "Relax. There is no reason for me to go too." Zongsu and Xianhua swore, "Actually, there is no harm going. Whoever dares to cross Great General's path would have to deal with me first. Xianhua will warn all those frog-in-the-well fellows that whoever is upset with Great General, it is as good as being upset with me." Zongsu and Xianhua. Xiang Shaolong knows that he is trying to make up for his earlier mistake by flattering himself. He casually dismissed, "Let's see what happens tomorrow." Zongsu and Xianhua suggested, "Tonight." Xiang Shaolong interrupted him, "It is not appropriate for me to indulge in night activities. Otherwise, I would lack the vitality to deal with Grandmaster Chao's saintly sword." Zongsu and Xianhua can detect that Xiang Shaolong is no longer as friendly and trusting as before, recognizing that Lu Bui's issue has cast a shadow over their relationship. Stuck without a choice, he left dejectedly. After carefully studying his options, Xiang Shaolong sent a messenger to invite Xie Ziyuan over. He went straight to the point, "Little brother has something that requires brother Xie's assistance." Xie Ziyuan was overjoyed, "You can count on me. Brother Xiang can speak without reservations." Xiang Shaolong honestly explained the whole scenario, as he is concerned that any misunderstandings would result in unnecessary troubles. The only thing he held back was Zongsu and Long father and son ganging up with Li Yuan and company. He only hinted that the people of Chu and the three states are not reliable, for they are secretly planning to increase the hostility between Qin and Qi. Exhaling a breath of cold air at the end of his lecture, Xie Ziyuan was disappointed. Doesn't Zongsu and Long understand the intentions of the great king and second prince? Even a fool can tell that Lu Buwei would have a terrible ending. Xiang Shaolong reminded, "On the surface, you must pretend that everything is normal. Privately, please inform second prince that I may leave without saying goodbye and beseech him to take care of Feng Fei, Dong Shuzhen, and the others." Patting his chest, Xie Ziyuan agreed, "You can count on little brother. After Brother Xiang's departure, I will advise second prince to offer them temporary residence within the palace. Once everything has died down, I would send them over to Xiangyang." His face revealing an expression of reluctance, Xie Ziyuan sighed, "Without Brother Xiang, life would be less exciting." Xiang Shaolong chuckled, "Are you afraid that you cannot fool around anymore?" His face turning red, Xie Ziyuan prayed, "Wifey is much more lenient with little brother now. It would be wonderful if she can maintain this attitude even after the departure of Brother Xiang." Several jokes and conversations later, Xie Ziyuan took his leave. Next, Xiang Shaolong looked for Dong Shuzhen. After giving her the necessary instructions, the eyes of Dong Shuzhen began to turn red. In a flustered tone, she wailed, "Right now, we are so worried about your duel with Chao Tsuedao 2 nights later." Xiang Shaolong can understand where she is coming from, as he seems to be reading out his will through the instructions that he gave her. By planning all their future activities, it sounded inauspicious. Luckily, he is confident that he would survive the duel with Chao Tsuedao. With a smile, he consoled her, everyone would have to face different challenges in life. Your top priority is to train hard for your performances. In the future, you must come to Xianyang and perform for me. A grateful Dong Shuzhen leapt into his bosom. Embracing her alluring body, this is the first time Xiang Shaolong could feel the absence of all 5 actual connotations. What he felt instead was an awesome borderless friendship that surpasses the kind of love between a man and a woman. Due to his past restraints, he was rewarded with this mind-blowing sensation. Within his heart, an immense fighting spirit began to stir. For his loved ones and for himself, he would fight till the end, never giving up and never surrendering. That night, everyone from the song and dance troupe gathered in the main hall for a pre-celebration. Regardless of their status, every person is exhibiting their support and enthusiasm for the troupe, unlike the fearful and selfish behavior that was witnessed earlier. During the banquet, Xiang Shaolong officially announced that he would be inviting the Dong Shuzhen inherited song and dance troupe to Xianyang for a performance. All expenses will be borne by his Wu family, much to the delight of the crowd. Although Feng Fei is no longer actively involved, she was enjoying herself too. With Xiang Shaolong's support, it is the equivalent of providing the song and dance troupe with a reliable backer. This is highly beneficial for the standing of the troupe. The only shadow looming over the celebration is Xiang Shaolong's duel with Chao Tsuedao 2 days later. Of course, nobody dares to mention this. Many people are wasted that night, including Feng Fei. Xiang Shaolong, on the other hand, did not touch a single drop of wine. After carrying Feng Fei back to her room, he went to the rear garden all by himself to practice his saber skills. He can feel his cultivation of the saber improving by leaps and bounds. This was forced by Chao Tsuedao. After exchanging blows with this earth-shattering grandmaster swordsman, he caught a glimpse of an unimaginable level of martial arts that he never thought existed. With the mind and the sword combined as one united force, the pressure radiating from this stance is several times more powerful than one who was fighting with ferocity or kamikaze adrenaline. In the past, Xiang Shaolong is able to overcome other swordsmen mainly because of his deep knowledge of Mozi swordplay meditation, on top of his physical health and innate strength. During the duel, he is able to maintain absolute calmness and display the essence of the swordplay. Chao Tsuedao has unknowingly aroused his willpower, confidence, and an indescribable type of mental and physical strength combination. This newfound aura is critical to one's victory in battle. That night, he meditated for an hour before retiring to bed. Sleeping all the way till dawn, he woke up fully rejuvenated and felt so powerful that he can kill a tiger with his bare hands. Proceeding to the garden, he did some warm-up exercises before starting to practice his saber once again. Recalling that day when he scored victory with one saber stroke, causing Ma Chenjia to discard his weapon and flee, he realized that besides mastering the precision of the attack, the main reason behind his success was that he was holding the saber with both hands. By following a samurai attacking style, the strength of his blow would increase by several folds. He can feel a sense of excitement surging within him, thinking that this may be the only way to counter Chao Tsuedao's colossal strength. Finding the appropriate time and method to execute it is vital to its success. With a mere 10 strokes, he does not believe he cannot withstand the blows. Even if Chao Tsuedao has 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be able to counter him with his saber and scabbard combination. Moreover, the 10 strokes will be over in a flash. Remembering the earlier days when he was depressed and despondent, lacking confidence in even handling the 10 strokes, he could not help but feel amused. Deep inside, he was deeply grateful towards his good buddy Xiao Yuatan. His earlier notions of fear and escape have disappeared without a trace. Now that he has completed all his preparations, he looks forward to face Chao Tsuedao tomorrow night with an undistracted mind. At the end of the duel, he would make use of the cover of the night to make good his escape, heading back to Xianyang to reunite with his wives and son. With this formidable foe exerting pressure on him, Xiang Shaolong can literally feel himself unleashing his hidden potential as he practices his moves. With every strike, he can experience himself reaching another peak in his mind. It was a surreal sensation that he had never encountered before. Out of the blue, he felt as if he is in the center of a massacre. As his men collapsed one by one around him, followed by Zhou Liang tragically dying in front of his eyes and King Eagle attacking the enemy to avenge its master, his mind was crammed with feelings of grief and anger. Recalling his friends who had betrayed or abandoned him due to differences in loyalty, he came to the conclusion that while all things may change, the 100 battle saber in his hand would forever serve as a trusty companion. He released a weak slash. Time seemed to have stopped still. Shan Ro's voice sounded from his back, "I'm not fighting you today. You are becoming more and more powerful." Returning the saber back into the scabbard, Xiang Shaolong came to Shan Ro's side, jesting, "I thought elder sister Ro does not know the meaning of fear?" Shan Ro elbowed an area near his waist, causing him to cry out in pain. She cursed, "To he 11 with your nonsense." Outside the villa, Min Tingzhang and the others are awaiting your esteemed arrival, ready to escort you to Qixia College to attend the sword meet. If not for them, I would have kicked you all the way back to Xianyang. Rubbing the painful bruise, Xiang Shaolong pleaded, "I have to trouble you to tell them that I am planning to stay indoors today, conserving my energy." Shan Ro interrupted him, "You are not allowed to back out. I am all excited and looking for someone to be my punching bag. Tell you what, you can tag along with me to join the festivities." Before Xiang Shaolong can recover from his daze, Shan Ro is dragging him so hard that he stumbled along. More than 500 Qixia swordsmen are performing the opening formation named Sword Salute. Their movements are well synchronized and neat, resulting in an awesome performance. Xiang Shaolong is seated at the VIP seats of the college parade square. On his right is Tian Jian, followed by Lu Buwei, while Tian Dan is seated on his left. Shan Ro has somewhat disappeared into the crowds. Each and every one of Lin Zi's rich and famous officials, ministers, and even the royal family were in full attendance. It was a grand and imposing sight. There are plenty of warriors and commoners who are here to join in the festivities. With at least 4,000 of them in attendance, they filled the four corners of the parade square to the brim. At the end of the sword salute display, Tian Jian enthusiastically represented King Qixing in reading out the rules of the meet. A Qixia tutor himself, Zongsuan Xianhua led a pack of several tutors and swordsmen into the parade square, simultaneously conducting tests for swordsmanship, writing, and archery. Min Tingzhang is a tutor too and wasted no time in showcasing his abilities. Seated on the other side of Tian Dan is Xie Ziyuan. Skipping Tian Dan, who was in between them, he winked at Xiang Shaolong, indicating the smooth execution of his requests. Lu Buwei, who was chatting with Tian Jian, suddenly leaned closer and proposed, "Let me escort Shaolong to Qixia College tomorrow evening. This matter concerns the glory of our great Qin, we must have a decent entourage." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, "You can come, but I would certainly slip away and make you lose face in front of your men." Smiling in return, he could not be bothered with him. Unexpectedly, Tian Jian overheard this exchange and interrupted, "Let me and Imperial Uncle escort Great General together," giving him a boost of courage. Xiang Shaolong groaned to himself and helplessly agreed. On the other side, Tian Dan chortled, "By now, First Mistress should have entered the palace in preparation for tonight's performance." Xiang Shaolong found it hilarious, recognizing that he is trying to make small talk. Muttering a reply, he turned his attention back to the parade square. Coincidentally, a warrior happened to hit the bullseye on a target 200 steps away, earning a series of wild cheers. Compared to the ambience of Qin's hunting fair, the Qixia sword meet is much more inferior, illustrating the pathetic culture of martial arts in Qi vis-a-vis Qin. At this juncture, someone came to Tian Dan's side and whispered a few sentences to him. After the man left, Tian Dan faced Lu Buwei and chuckled, "There is a challenger who was interested in dueling Imperial Uncle Shanxai #1 swordsman. I wonder if Imperial Uncle is open to allowing Su Shang to enter the ring and have some fun?" Xiang Shaolong can smell a rat, deducing that it is Qiyu instigating this fight, hoping to ruffle the feathers of his love rival. After getting to know soft-boned beauty better, he is conscious that regardless of Qiyu or Su Shang, they would definitely end up with a huge disappointment if they thought that she would fall in love with them. Nonetheless, Su Shang is an expert swordsman, almost as good as Guan Zhongxie. Even if it was Zongsuan Xianhua or Min Tingzheng taking the fight, they may not be able to overcome him. Momentarily stunned, Lu Buwei quizzed, "With our super swordsman Great General here, why would the people of Qixia want to go for anyone else?" Tian Jian officially replied, "My royal father has just issued a strict decree that nobody is allowed to challenge Great General before and after his duel with Grandmaster Chao. Ma Qinjia has already been punished." Lu Buwei lightly sniggered to conceal the awkwardness and unease in his heart. Tian Dan's face darkened, as he is partly responsible for Ma Qinjia's case. In his mind, Xiang Shaolong applauded this decision and also knew that it is Tian Jian helping him in secret. He intentionally blurted, "Maybe it is brother Qiyu who wants to have some fun with Commander Su." Realizing that Xiang Shaolong has learnt about the two men fighting over Lan Gongyuan, Lu Buwei and Tian Dan started to fidget unnaturally. Lu Buwei was about to say something when the crowd suddenly erupted into loud cheering. As everyone turned their attention back to the parade square, the faces of Xiang Shaolong, Tian Dan and Xie Ziyuan had a change in expression. Shan Ro was proudly walking to the center of the square. She shrilly called out, "It is now the beginning of our dueling event. Shan Ro wishes to seek the guidance of Tian Bang." Tian Dan violently shuddered once, knowing that Shan Ro is banking on her husband Xie Ziyuan's rising authority, openly bullying him, and is now using his precious son as a revenge target. Although Tian Bang's swordsmanship is above average, it cannot be compared to Shan Ro, who happens to be one of Cao Cuidao's top disciples. Fighting her is as good as sending him to the slaughterhouse. If Tian Bang were to reject her, he can forget about raising his head high up again. Moreover, his opponent is a female, exacerbating the situation. Zongsu and Xianhua and the other senior disciples who are organizing the sword meet are thrown into disarray, not knowing how to resolve this kind of scenario. Seated at the back of the grandstand, Tian Bang's face turned deathly gray. If the challenger was an ordinary Qixia swordsman, he could send a representative. But his opponent this time happens to be the prestigious Madame Se, who asked specifically for him. By hook or by crook, he has to take her on in person. Tian Jin guffawed, "Madame Ro is even braver than some of our men." With this comment from him, no one would dare to voice any objection. Tian Bang was about to stand up, but Dan Chu, who was seated beside him, held him back. Standing up himself, he icily grunted, "Since Madame Ro is in such high spirits, why don't Dan Chu have a go first?" This time round, it was Xie Ziyuan and Xiang Shaolong who flinched. After all, Shan Ro has given birth to 2 kids and her physical stamina is a far cry from before. Against a master swordsman like Dan Chu, she may bear the brunt of the fight. Left without a choice, Xiang Shaolong boisterously laughed before Shan Ro can reply, "My hands are itching too. Let little brother have this fight on behalf of Madame Ro." In a split second, the entire crowd exploded with deafening cheers, drowning out Shan Ro's protest and objection. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 8. Book 24 Chapter 08, Goodbye Kiss. Dan Chu lingered on the same spot, not exhibiting the slightest intention to enter the ring, while Xiang Shaolong remained in his seat. By now, the crowds have shouted until their voices are hoarse. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, the rowdy calls gradually came to a stop and the parade square is now completely silent. Exchanging glances with the exasperated Shan Ro, who is still standing in the middle of the square, Xiang Shaolong grinned to himself. Before he offered to take Shan Ro's place, he already knew that Dan Chu would not dare to take him on. This risk is not worthwhile for Dan Chu. Before leading his army to war victories and obtaining 100 battle saber, Xiang Shaolong is already a force to be reckoned with. The present Xiang Shaolong is definitely much more formidable, causing Dan Chu to lack the confidence in winning the fight. Moreover, Cao Cuidao will personally take him on tomorrow. There is no need to risk his life now. As anticipated, Dan Chu politely state, "The Great King has issued a strict decree, forbidding anyone to duel with Great General. Grandmaster Cao is the only exception. How can I defy the decree?" The spectators instantly jeered with disappointment. Seated within vicinity of Tianjian, Zongsu and Long stood up and loudly roared, "Who dares to defy Great King's decree?" The crowd instantaneously subsided, feeling bizarre that Zongsu and Long is the one showcasing his authority. Shan Ro was pleased. "In this case, why don't General Dan show me a thing or two?" Dan Chu glanced pleadingly at Tianjian. Tianjian understood his dilemma and laughed. Everyone in Linzi stands in awe of Madame Ro's swordsmanship. General Dan probably reacted in the spur of the moment. Although Great General has made his offer, the fight would be unlawful. Let's annul this duel. These words are highly appropriate, hinting that Tian Bang is inferior to Shan Ro, preserving her prestige. With this future king of Qi intervening, Shan Ro knows that the fight is over even before it begun. Shooting a vicious glare at Xiang Shaolong, she dejectedly returned to her seat. Xiang Shaolong is aware that Shan Ro will not let him off. However, he is not worried at all because suffering under her fists and scolding is one of the happy events of life. Xie Ziyuan glanced at him with gratitude in his eyes. The sword meet progressed on, and despite some duels, there was nothing worth cheering for the crowd. Before midday, it came to a close and nothing was further heard about Su Shan's supposed challenge. At Qixia College, Xiang Shaolong joined Tianjian, Tian Dan, Lu Buwei and the others for lunch. Xiang Shaolong could not endure it any longer and used this break to question Zongsu and Xianhua. "Why didn't I see any emissaries from the other states? Didn't brother Xianhua invite them?" Zongsu and Xianhua behaved as if he is very intimate with Xiang Shaolong. In a hush-hush secretive manner, he replied, 2 days ago, our great king held a meeting with the emissaries of the other states. Due to differences in opinion, the meeting ended on a distasteful note. Today, they must have intentionally given us the cold shoulder, otherwise, the sword meet would be much more lively." From his words, Xiang Shaolong was enlightened that their discussion must be concerning Qin resistance efforts. Since Qi is persisting in outdated methods of engagement, their negotiations with the other eastern states would surely end up in a deadlock. He recalled that he himself was responsible for destroying 2 rounds of allied military campaigns. The first time, he employed a scheme. By releasing Wei Jin back to his country and using him to arouse the Wei King's suspicions of Prince Xinling, he was able to deceive the King of Wei into recalling Prince Xinling from the battlefield. Left leaderless, the coalition fell apart. The second time, he personally led an army and defeated the Allied forces soundly as they were en route to Xianyang, causing them to suffer heavy losses and eventually disintegrating. In the eyes of the 5 eastern states, he can be considered their greatest enemy. No wonder Li Yuan and his other old buddies are turning their cannons on him, Xiang Shaolong. Seated beside Tianjian, Xiang Shaolong used this opportunity to tell him that Feng Fei's performance tonight will be her last and farewell performance before she retires. He hopes that Tianjian can make an official announcement regarding this occurrence. Tianjian suggested, "My royal father has the highest admiration for First Mistress's performances. Getting him to announce it would be even better." Xiang Shaolong praised, "That would be really wonderful. After I offer my congratulations tonight, I will return home earlier to rest in preparation for the duel tomorrow night. Please confer my thanks to the great king on my behalf." Tianjian acknowledged and agreed to his requests. Using this opening, Xiang Shaolong bid farewell and slipped away. Back at Tingsong Villa, most of the troop members have entered the palace for the performance, leaving only a few maids and servants to watch over the premises. The ambience is now cold and uninviting. Just as Xiang Shaolong was about to climb the stairs to the main hall, Yao Xing caught up to him from the back, exclaiming, "Great General, your servant has something to report." Only now did Xiang Shaolong remember that he had instructed him to put Guo Kai and Han Shuang under surveillance. After he discovered Zhongsuan father and son secretly working with his enemies, and thinking that Yao Shang is from Zhongsuan family, he did not follow up with his progress. Once the two men sat down at a corner, Yao Shang narrated with a serious expression, "For the past 2 days, emissaries of the 3 states, Chu and Yan, were engaged in one meeting after another. The most frequent meetings occur between the 2 states of Zhao and Yan. After further investigation, my subordinates reported that swordsmen of both states have sneaked into Linzi City while posing as tourists or guests of the birthday celebrations." Xiang Shaolong asked his first question, "Did you tell Master Long or Brother Xianhua about these information?" Yao Shang shook his head, declaring, "Young Master has given specific instructions, saying that as long as we are assigned to Great General, we need not report anything to them. Therefore, they have no idea about this." Xiang Shaolong praised, "Only people like you and your men who are familiar with Linzi and local issues are able to distinguish the real identities of these Yan and Zhao swordsmen." Suppressing his voice, Yao Shang added, "Yesterday evening, Yan Suizha and Zhao Guo Kai went on a tour of Qixia College together. According to the observation of my stalkers, they seem to be conducting some sort of site inspection." Xiang Shaolong was hit by realization. Could Guo Kai and company be so intelligent to correctly guess that he would make his getaway tomorrow and is therefore laying an ambush for him? Of course that would only happen after the duel with Chao Tsuedao. For the sake of their own states, everyone is resorting to ruthless methods, even Suizha is of no exception. If they can somehow impersonate themselves as Qi swordsmen and murder Xiang Shaolong in the territory of Qi, it would be a miracle if Qin and Qi can avoid going to war. Yao Shang updated, "Is Great General aware that Grandmaster Chao has requested the Great King to issue an imperial decree, stating that no one is allowed to view or disturb the duel between him and Great General? As a result, before the end of the duel, everyone must stay within the city and even we are not allowed to step into the perimeter of Qixia College." In his mind, Xiang Shaolong grasped that while this is highly beneficial for him who is planning a getaway, it too provides great convenience for anyone who is trying to ambush him. Frowning, he interrogated, "Does the report include details such as where they make special stops or spent an extended period of time?" Producing a geographical map of Qixia College and its surroundings, Yao Shang painstaking and clearly indicated the traveling path of Guo Kai and Suizha, where they stopped and how long was each stop. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, "Your stalkers are truly meticulous." Yao Shang cheerfully answered, "Your servant recognizes the importance of this matter and was personally involved in the stalking." From the bottom of his heart, Xiang Shaolong praised him and instructed him to keep this report strictly confidential. Yao Shang was hoping mad, "The people of Yan are scoundrels and it is so obvious to me that they are here with malicious agendas, trying to disrupt the friendly diplomacy between us and Qin. Why don't Great General directly feedback this scheme to the Great King, beseeching him to send soldiers to protect Great General or especially allowing us to wait for Great General's triumphant return at the bottom of stargazing platform?" As Xiang Shaolong have other plans in mind, he would not accept his suggestion. Smiling as he patted his shoulder, Xiang Shaolong wondered, "They would not dare to make any moves within the vicinity of Qixia College. In my opinion, they would probably lay an ambush on the road back to the city. Both sides of the road are thick, snow-covered forests, making it a perfect ambush location. Can you prepare a fire rocket for me? When I am on my way back to the city, I will light the rocket and summon you guys to me." Agreeing that this is the best way out, Yao Shang could not help but ask, "Isn't Great General angry with them?" Xiang Shaolong sighed, Suizha and Guokai can be considered my acquaintances. Although we would surely meet on the battlefield one day, I hope I can avoid these petty clashes with them. Live and let live. With admiration written all over his face, Yao Sheng excused himself. Sitting alone in the hall, his mind is once again filled with thoughts. Recovering from his short daze, he returned back to the rear courtyard. As he strolled along, he can sense the cold and lonely aura of Tingsong Villa, feeling melancholic as it is now an empty nest with its occupants all gone. But once he reminded himself that he is going back to Xianyang tomorrow night, his heart immediately warmed up and felt fuzzy instead. Back home, he must do his best to comfort his pretty wives and lovely maids. Recalling that year when he was returning to Qin from Zhao, Ting Fengshi passed away while pining for him. He could not help but start to feel helpless and frustrated again. You rascal! I finally found you! As Xiang Shaolong turned around in shock, Shan Ro was racing towards him, ready to vent her anger on him. With all his unhappiness chased away by this beauty, Xiang Shaolong opened his palms, challenging, "What does elder sister Ro plan to do to little brother?" Grabbing his shirt at the chest area, Shan Ro glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and cursed, "How dare you spoil my fun? Who needs your help? Do you really think you are better than me?" Finishing her sentences, she could not help but burst out in giggles. Xiang Shaolong cannot resist her allure and patted her smooth face, chuckling, "As a mother of two kids, you are still indulging in violence and fighting. Elder sister Ro should spare a thought for brother Xie and avoid getting into scuffles with others." Since they met in Linzi, this is the first time they are sharing such physical intimacy. Her face turning slightly red, Shan Ro wailed, "Do you believe I will hack off your hand if you continue to touch me?" Xiang Shaolong groaned, "I am leaving tomorrow night, let me take advantage of you while I can." Shan Ro was incredulous, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xiang Shaolong whispered, "I just made up my mind. You must not tell anyone about this. After withstanding 10 blows from your master, I'll be on my way." Revealing her concern for Xiang Shaolong, Shan Ro checked, "Except for the river route that is passable, all road leading away from Linzi are all blockaded by snow. Tomorrow, you will be at the center of everyone's attention, how can you possibly sail away? Who is the person arranging your transport? Pulling her to the garden, Xiang Shaolong explained, "I have a safe and excellent traveling method, otherwise, how could I avoid the massive manhunt of the 3 states? Do you want to pass a message to your 2 beloved sisters?" With a pussy eye, Shan Ro laughed, "Tell them I would definitely outlive Tian Dan. In fact, I am spending my days relishing his suffering and decline." Her face reddening again, Shan Ro bit her lower lip and suggested, "Since there is nobody around, why don't we go into the room and be intimate with each other?" Xiang Shaolong had a big shock and stammered, "How can we do this? Brother Xie is my buddy." Shan Ro retorted, "I purposely allowed him to fool around because I wanted to fool around with you too. That will equalize the score and it is very fair and just." Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "You are wrong about brother Xie. Only when he is in a brothel setting can his creative juices start to flow and allow him to compose new songs. He did not commit any shameful acts behind your back." Momentarily dazed, Shan Ro passionately leaned closer and offered her lips, declaring, "Then let's share a kiss. Treat it as a kiss of encouragement for your duel and also a goodbye kiss for your trip." Shan Ro had barely left when Xie Ziyuan arrived. Xiang Shaolong thought, "What a close shave." After scrutinizing him for a while, Xie Ziyuan heaved a sigh of relief, "Little brother thought she would have given you a beating. Xianhua told me that after she learnt that you had returned home, she hurried over here like a mad woman." With his fingers crossed, Xiang Shaolong remarked, "Sister-in-law is not an unreasonable person. It is just that her temper is unbearable." Taking a seat, Xie Ziyuan observed, "Now that this place is deserted, I find it rather peaceful instead. We can speak our hearts without fear." Sitting down beside him, an astonished Xiang Shaolong probed, "What is on brother Xie's mind?" Xie Ziyuan sighed with a breath of air, "You might find it unbelievable but I am thinking of quitting." However, second prince would not hear of it. Xiang Shaolong was puzzled, "Brother Xie is doing very well in your official career. Why are you suddenly thinking of retiring?" Xie Ziyuan bitterly smiled, "As officials, most of us would have a terrible ending. The higher our ranks, the more enemies we have. When you are riding high, nobody could touch you, but when you eventually make mistakes, others would start vying for your position. Besides managing your subordinates, you have to live in constant fear of offending your superiors. Such a life is truly meaningless. Wifey has always mentioned that I am ill-suited for an official career as I am not vicious enough. For example, Zongsu and Long father and son have disappointed me thoroughly. Till now, they have not told me about their secret meeting with Lu Bue, but..." Sighing along with him, Xiang Shaolong advised, "There is a trick to quitting an official career. Just feign an illness." Enlightened by his words, Xie Ziyuan's eyes began to glow. Slapping the table, he exclaimed, "Brother Xiang is wise indeed." That's it. For all you know, I may be able to visit Brother Xiang and Xianyang in the near future, and not forgetting talented Lady G. Hey! With Brother Xiang's connections, I may even get to meet Widow Qin. Xiang Shaolong knows that he is not aware of the relationship between Qin Chang and himself. Patting his chest, he swore, "You can count on little brother." Concurrently, his heart skipped a beat as he recollected Xiao Pan's identity crisis. Gazing at the sky outside the hall, Xia Ziyuan suggested, "I have to enter the palace earlier than usual. Later, allow me to get somebody to fetch Brother Xiang." Xiang Shaolong politely rejected his offer and personally sent him off before returning to his room. Lying on his bed, he took out Yao Shang's map and began analyzing it. If he was Suizha or Guokai, he would definitely place an ambush on both sides of the mile-long official road between Qixia College and the city highway. If an arrow attack is launched under the cover of the thick and snowy forests on both sides of the road, the target would be unable to react in time and his death is guaranteed. If he had pretended to walk back to Linzi City but suddenly run away in the direction of the snowy wilderness, how would the ambushers react? The sound of knocking is heard and in came Xiao Yuatan. Xiang Shaolong jumped out of bed and passed the map to him while repeating Yao Shang's report. Pointing to a southwestern mark outside Qixia College, Xiao Yuatan described, "Tomorrow, I will bury traveling clothes and the snowboard on top of a small hill over here. It will be at the top of a west-facing slope, allowing you to conveniently slide down, but..." Xiang Shaolong was delighted. "Is it completed?" Xiao Yuatan shook his head. "It should be completed after a night's work. I will be skipping the banquet tonight and at the same time, prevent Lu Buwei from identifying myself." Xiang Shaolong is feeling bad, isn't it a waste? Xiao Yuatan nonchalantly state, "Entertainment accounts for nothing. Only when Xiaolong has safely returned to Xianyang can we continue our campaign against Lu Buwei. You may not see me tomorrow. Elder brother came here specially to bid farewell to you." Stretching out his own hand and strongly gripping Xiao Yuatan's hand, Xiang Shaolong gratefully thanked. "The deepest gratitude lies beyond thanking. I do not know what to say to express the emotions in my heart." Xiao Yuatan grinned. "I am sure these thoughts would change in the near future. Everything I do is for your own good. Help elder brother send my regards to Yanran and the others, tell them elder brother misses them terribly. Xiang Shaolong was baffled. Why is elder brother speaking like this? "No matter what happens, I, Xiang Shaolong, would never blame you for anything." Staring intently at Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Yuatan warned, "A man's heart is impossible to fathom. Do not keep thinking that you can get away with merely 10 strokes. You must always take precautions in case he changes his mind due to aggravation." Xiang Shaolong nodded. "After making the mistake of trusting Li Yuan and Han Shuang, I am not as gullible as before." Hearing his words, Xiao Yuatan became visibly relaxed. He further reminded, "If you can survive this difficulty and successfully return to Xianyang, your victory would be complete. Otherwise, all your previous efforts would have gone down the drain." In his mind, Xiang Shaolong knows that he still have to resolve Xiao Pan's identity predicament. Unfortunately, he cannot share this burden with Xiao Yuatan. He solemnly swore, "I would not lose this fight, but..." Xiao Yuatan was elated. "Shaolong has finally regained your confidence." Xiang Shaolong muttered to himself, "It is very mysterious. Having lost 100 battle saber and repossessing it later, I felt like a completely different person. I felt as if I did not suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Li Mu. It was a full recovery from the period of time when I was utterly depressed." Xiao Yuatan stood up and bade, "There is no need to send me off. Please take good care of yourself. There may come a time in the future when we will head out to the borders together and turn our sights to the huge grasslands." His eyes trailing Xiao Yuatan's back until he disappeared at the extreme end of the corridor, Xiang Shaolong suddenly remembered the first time when he met Xiao Yuatan in Handan. After this talented and capable man finished their official discussions, he immediately requested a courtesan from the Wu family to accompany him to bed, leaving him a bad impression of this man. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Xiao Yuatan to be a righteous hero and even ended up as his soulmate. The path of life is never a straight line. Since he is going to the birthday banquet, he might as well be early. Since he became a fugitive, not a day goes by without him pining for his home. Only at home can he find the long-awaited feelings of true happiness and peace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 9. Book 24 Chapter 09, The Grand Banquet at the Palace of Qi. On the way to the palace, Xiang Shaolong observed that the roads leading to the small city where the palace was located was packed with numerous carriages and they were traveling at a snail's pace. He could not help but praised himself for making the excellent choice of riding a horse. Riding along the walkway or squeezing between carriages according the available road conditions with Yao Sheng and his team, they agilely and swiftly made their way towards the palace. Wherever he rode, people started staring at him. Regardless of girls from rich families or the wives of officials, everyone pulled aside their carriage curtains to catch a glimpse of his elegant demeanor, wanting to see for themselves the appearance of this man who was able to win the heart of talented Lady Ji. Of course, Xiang Shaolong would not disappoint them. With a warrior headband around his forehead, an exquisite inner shirt and a long and huge cape, he was particularly outstanding. In addition, his back is straight, his handsome features are well defined and the corner of his lips is portrayed in a somewhat faint smirk. Coupled with the world-famous 100 battle saber hanging around his waist, he exudes a mesmerizing charm that would overwhelm all the beauties under the sky. Yao Sheng and the others share his glory too. With puffed chests and straightened backs, they are awe-inspiring in their own right. Overtaking every carriage they met, they soon came to the entrance of small city. The imperial guards solemnly saluted Xiang Shaolong upon laying their eyes on him. Xiang Shaolong, on the other hand, is feeling as calm as still water, beyond the reaches of happiness or sadness. Before he set off, he meditated for a full 2 hours before taking a shower and getting a change of clothes. He can feel his own alertness and energy level at a peak that he has never attained before. Brimming with hope and confidence, he can feel that he is in complete control of everything that is about to happen. The troubles in life will repeat themselves endlessly. Since he left Xianyang and took his first step into the battlefield, he has been living under immense stress and danger every second of his life. When he became a fugitive, he was forced to make life and death choices on an hourly basis. Up till this point, when he was about to pit his skills against this behemoth of swordsmanship for a clear-cut victory and trek through countless hills and cross numerous rivers to return to his warm and inviting home, he felt as if his entire life has accomplished an incredible sense of fulfillment. He must always remind himself of this wonderful feeling. Although the sounds of people and carriages are conjured around him, he felt as if they are a long distance away from him. Everything that enters his sight seemed to be surreal. The only genuine sensations he can experience are his own body and the movement of the horse. He is deeply entrenched in this amazing time travel dream, sinking to the innermost sanctum of it. There, he is beyond salvation, beyond redemption, and cannot even wake up even if he wants to. Out of the blue, someone called out, "Great General," taking his out of his stupor. Xiang Shaolong reduced his horse riding speed and turned his head in the direction of the voice. 3 carriages behind him, he noticed someone sticking his head out of the carriage window and is waving at him. It turned out to be Guo Kai. The Zhao riders surrounding Guo Kai's carriage saluted him. Xiang Shaolong held his horse on the same spot. After much difficulty, the carriage managed to catch up from the back. Guo Kai sighed, "I finally get to meet Shaolong. In Shochuan, we were facing each other but I did not recognize you. Now, we can officially talk with our real identities. Empress Jing has been pining for you." This crafty ghost Guo Kai has aged considerably, becoming so fat that his face is completely round, losing much of his past grandeur. Although Xiang Shaolong disliked him and knew that he is scheming against himself, he pretended to be intimate with this old friend, chuckling, "Chancellor Guo must be living a good life without worries and stress, causing you to put on weight. If we met on the streets, I may not be able to recognize you." His gaze shifting to the 100 battle saber, Guo Kai emotionally remarked, "Back in the past, the late king made a wrong decision and placed his trust in Zhao Mu. Otherwise, not only would Xiaolong and I still be best friends, we may even be partners working hand in hand to resist our common enemies." Adjusting his horse to match the slow speed of the carriage, Xiang Shaolong is rotating between occasional stops or sluggish canter. With Yao Sheng and his compatriots escorting him from the front and back, they are inadvertently drawing more attention to themselves. Crossing into small city, the celebratory aura in the air is even more prominent than before. Every household is lavishly decorated with lighted lanterns and red banners while the sound of firecrackers popping consistently invaded his eardrums. Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "Unfortunately, there is no otherwise in real life. For example, after a man has died, he cannot be brought back to life. Even if you can re-experience a past moment of your life, things will still turn out the same way." Of course, Guo Kai is unable to comprehend the true essence of his feelings. Continuing his previous topic, he added, "Reminiscing about the past, one cannot help but feel emotional. Nevertheless, an outstanding talent will shine wherever he goes. Shaolong is a fine example." Xiang Shaolong was restless, being able to sense that an emotional Guo Kai is exhibiting rare honesty, given his deplorable character, due to his knowledge about tomorrow's event. From his point of view, Xiang Shaolong would either perish under the hands of Chao Tsuedao or the ambush that he has laid. Why is he feeling so confident? Did he really correctly guess that Xiang Shaolong is prepared to slip away tomorrow night? Unless there is a spy within the song and dance troupe who had told him that Xiang Shaolong has been delivering instructions in a manner that resembles a dying man reading out his will, an outsider should not have been able to make such a wise deduction. At this juncture, his mind suddenly recalled Zhu Xiuzhen's personal maid little Ninger. He had suspected that she was the one who stole the song sheet for Zhang Quan but was unable to prove it. If Guo Kai managed to get in touch with Zhang Quan, they could easily track Xiang Shaolong's activities. All along, Guo Kai is a clever and scheming person. Observant and sharp, he is able to link small incidents to a bigger picture. Moreover, he is knowledgeable about Xiang Shaolong's character, and it is not impossible for him to lay an inescapable ambush. If this is proven to be true, the element of danger for tomorrow night would be significantly higher. Besides ambushing the road back to the city, the Yan and Zhao attackers may extend their ambush to cover other areas. To make it worse, nobody else can help him. This has to be a solo battle. Guo Kai was astonished. What is Xiaolong thinking about? Xiang Shaolong plainly state, I was thinking that if Chancellor Guo were to send someone to try and kill me, I would not bear any hatred against you. Guo Kai violently trembled, but I would not feel good about it. If not for Xiaolong sparing my life at Handan's hostage residence years ago, I, Guo Kai, would not be able to accomplish what I have today. This development is truly regrettable. Xiang Shaolong did not expect him to remember that incident, and his goodwill towards him increased by a few notches. However, he did not know what to say for the time being. Guo Kai suddenly questioned, back then, Lady Yan I left a son after passing away. Did he follow Xiaolong to Xianyang? Why didn't I hear anything about him? Lady Yan I is a good lady, someone worth commemorating. Unfortunately, heaven is jealous of her beauty. Suppressing the tsunami erupting in his mind, Xiang Shaolong is conscious that Lu Buwei's willful spreading of Xiao Pan's questionable heritage is akin to throwing a huge boulder into a pool of still water, throwing up many scenarios and questions. For example, Guo Kai is now suspecting that Xiao Pan is Yingzheng himself. This is no laughing matter. If Lu Buwei gets wind of this and matching the testimony of the couple he kidnapped from Handan, this would become a debate they cannot hope to win. He instead replied, grieving for his mother's passing, the kid refuses to eat or drink during the journey. Due to the harsh traveling conditions, he eventually succumbed to illness and death. Guo Kai acknowledged with an ORH, but his expression tells Xiang Shaolong that he had already anticipated this answer from him. No longer keen to stick around him, Xiang Shaolong bid farewell and pushed the horse to go faster. Overtaking 10 odd carriages in a row, he entered the palace. The palace of Qi was extravagantly adorned, and it was an imposing sight. The throne and the VIP tables are located on the top of Hangong platform, numbering close to 100. At the square below Hangong platform, over 1,000 tables were neatly arranged. They were assigned to the lower-ranking civil and military officials, as well as the rich tycoons or educated scholars who are invited to the banquet. The performing stage for the song and dance routine is the raised stage in the center of Hangong platform. The musicians are based on the lower level and facing the throne. Within the palace, every available spot is crowded with people who are dressed to the nines. For the ladies, they cannot avoid competing with each other in terms of their dressing. Covered with a blanket and lying down, the king of Qi is at Dianzhan platform, the lower deck of Hangong platform. With a delighted expression, he was busy receiving congratulations from his well-wishers. Tianjian is even more enthusiastic than him. With his kingly future secured, everyone is flattering him non-stop and trying their best to get into his good books. Even those who didn't know what is going on would somehow have an idea that he would become an important figure of Qi. After Xiang Shaolong offered his congratulations to the king of Qi, he noticed Zhang Xuanlong fighting for Tianjian's attention and sweet-talking him. Inversely, Tiandan is standing at his side with a look of contempt on his face while chatting idly with Lu Buwei and Guo Kai. He could not help but think of Xiao Pan again. Whoever that becomes king would certainly be corrupted by power and the flattery of officials, blinding himself to the truth in time to come. This kind of side effect has become the norm. Xiao Pan is visibly a changed man. How long can their mutual trusts last? Li Yuan's voice sounded beside his ear, Xiaolong. Let's find a quiet place and have a chat. Xiang Shaolong laughed, is there a quiet place here? Do we need to walk a few miles? Li Yuan laughed along and pulled him towards the door of the platform. As they walked past a group of concubines, the various ladies were staring intensely at the two of them. Thinking of Lady Qingxiu and Shan Rou, Xiang Shaolong scanned their faces but did not manage to pinpoint the two ladies among them. Squeezing out of the overcrowded hall, the two men climbed to the top of Hangong platform. There, palace maids are busying themselves by laying the tables as well as arranging delicious food and wine. It was a lively scene. Making their way to a corner of Hangong platform that was far away from the throne where one can see the wilderness and horizon over and beyond the city walls, Li Yuan leaned on a railing under the bright illumination of lanterns, checking, when does Xiaolong intend to return to Xianyang? Are you open to traveling with little brother? Xiang Shaolong is unable to find any traces of hatred for him within his heart. He plainly answered, there is no need to trouble you. Traveling through Wei would be faster and sailing is much more comfortable. Li Yuan agreed, you can save half the traveling time, however, are there any security concerns? Xiang Shaolong responded, I will officially ask Qi to send a team to escort me home. Coupled with Zhang Suanlong's protection and arrangements, there shouldn't be a problem. Li Yuan kept probing, when do you plan to leave? Xiang Shaolong replied, I can only leave after the Qixia College performance, otherwise, it would be hard for me to put my mind at ease. Li Yuan suppressed his voice, tomorrow night, you must take extra precautions. I am confident that Shaolong would survive your duel with Grandmaster Chao. However, the people of Qi would not take this lying down. I have heard rumors saying that the extremists of Qixia are preparing to ambush you on the way back to the city should you emerge victorious from the fight. Why don't I fetch you personally? You can use a fire signal to communicate with me. Xiang Shaolong secretly praised his formidability. If he does not know that Li Yuan is Guokai's accomplice, it would be a miracle if he did not fall into their trap. From his sentences, he could also be testing Xiang Shaolong to see if he would slip away under the cover of the night. With such kind intentions, it would be illogical for him to refuse. Xiang Shaolong promptly agreed and indicated the fire signals that he would employ. He then intentionally brought up, when you are back at Shouchuan, please send my regards to your wife and empress. A sensation of deep pain flashed past his eyes as Li Yuan suddenly grabbed Xiang Shaolong's shoulders, stammering, Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong was feeling agitated too, but he calmly wondered, yes? Extracting himself from his emotional state, Li Yuan loosened his grip and shook his head, lamenting, nothing. Thinking that we would soon be separated from each other and may even meet on the battlefield, fighting for our right to live, I could not help but feel exasperated. It is really nothing. Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself. Han Shuang's laughter filled the air as he approached them. I didn't know Chancellor Li and Great General were hiding here. Shaolong is truly remarkable, with the three famous courtesans taking turns to ask me where is our handsome friend. Little Marquis is so jealous I feel like committing suicide. If not for their enmity, Han Shuang would definitely make an excellent partying companion. Thinking that he should do his bit to stimulate the morale of the song and dance troupe, especially Dong Shuzhen who was taking center stage for the first time, Xiang Shaolong inquired, where are they? Arriving at the front of the two men, Han Shuang replied, they are at the lowest platform, Sihuai platform. Shall little Marquis lead the way? Xiang Shaolong nodded, I shall visit them and subsequently find an opportunity to leave early. Li Yuan understandingly agreed, that's the way. Sufficient rest is crucial. Let us accompany you. Walking between the two men, Xiang Shaolong took the chance to request, regardless of what happens between the various states, I hope that both gentlemen can grant me a favor, take good care of Shuzhen. Han Shuang sighed, relax. If we cannot even do something as simple as that, can we be considered human? Xiang Shaolong took his word for it. Stepping into Sihuai platform, Xiang Shaolong was stunned. Originally, a gigantic hall, it was partitioned by cloth into 3 areas and it is swarming with people. The sound of ladies giggling and teasing each other sounded continuously. Xiang Shaolong suggested, let's part ways here. I wish to meet them alone. With a heavy expression on their faces, Li Yuan and Han Shuang held his hands as a form of goodbye. Li Yuan offered, let us escort you out of the city tomorrow. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, I'll be fine. Lu Buwei and Second Prince have already informed me that they will be escorting me. Sitting alone in front of a bronze mirror, Feng Fei is receiving last-minute touching up of her makeup by little Pinger and Yunnyang. Xiang Shaolong was moved by her beauty. He acknowledged, no wonder First Mistress is able to head the 3 famous courtesans. With your beauty alone, it is more than enough to convince anyone that you are an angel from heaven. Feng Fei gave him a sweet smile but complained, without you appreciating at the side, being an angel is meaningless. After all, this is my last performance. The next second, she laughed, ignore my whining. Great General's duel tomorrow night is critical. Be a good boy and go to bed early tonight. Feng Fei will spend her whole day with you tomorrow. Keeping a lookout from the corner of his eye, Xiang Shaolong noticed Zhu Xiuzhen's personal maid little Ninger making an excuse to get close to them. Confirming his suspicions that she plans to spy on their conversation, he intentionally declared, after little brother's triumphant return, I shall accompany First Mistress to go sightseeing. Feng Fei happily agreed. Approaching Dong Shuzhen, Xiang Shaolong inquired, are you feeling nervous? Standing beside Dong Shuzhen, Zhu Xiuzhen giggled, Second Mistress dare not speak the entire day for fear of spoiling her vocal cords. What does Great General think about her nervousness? Dong Shuzhen secretly gripped his hand tightly and leaned towards his ear, whispering, the night after tomorrow, I shall accompany you to bed. Xiang Shaolong left with a bitter smile. Touring one round within the partition, he observed that various troop members are highly spirited and do not require him to boost their morale. Feeling satisfied and fulfilled, he he pushed aside a cloth partition in order to leave the area. Unexpectedly, he ran into Boss Jean, who consequently dragged him to meet Shi Sufang. Covered with a hooded cape, Shi Sufang is standing at one corner like a ghost, silently watching the other members of her troop completing their assigned tasks. She appeared to be isolated from the rest of them, and in the same context, no one dared to disturb her tranquility. Boss Jean whispered into Xiang Shaolong's ear, since she was young, Sufang has always maintained her withdrawn character. Nevertheless, her talent cannot be denied. She cannot be bothered with anything, but the minute she learns something, she would easily surpass her teachers. In her whole lifetime, she only respects Feng Fei and no other. Xiang Shaolong could imagine that she does not have any regards for talented Lady G2. Otherwise, why didn't she pay her a visit? Leading Xiang Shaolong to Shi Sufang's side, Boss Jean softly called, Sufang. Sufang. Great General is here to visit you. Hearing the Great General title, Shi Sufang's petite frame faintly shuddered and brilliance started to return to her hollow eyes. Turning her pretty head, she looked at the direction of Xiang Shaolong. At this juncture, all her fellow courtesans and troop workers stopped what they were doing and gazed at Xiang Shaolong with astonishment. When Boss Jean waved them off with a gesture, they unwilling continued their original work, such as applying makeup or tuning their musical instruments. Patting Xiang Shaolong, Boss Jean remarked, "The two of you should have a good talk." Visibly annoyed with the intermittent peeping by the other troop members, Shi Sufang lightly invited, "Great General, please follow Sufang." Pulling a curtain behind her, it turned out to be a specially partitioned small area. The ground was covered by a mat and there are sitting cushions as well. A long bronze mirror and a rack full of costumes are present too. Both of them sat on the floor. Despite being surrounded by noise and the occasional tuning sounds from musical instruments, this enclosed area is surprisingly quiet and private. With her pitiful-looking and mesmerizing eyes slowly scanning Xiang Shaolong, Shi Sufang then turned her gaze to a curtain by the side and plainly questioned, "Does Great General enjoy loneliness?" After careful consideration, Xiang Shaolong gingerly answered, "Some of the time, I need my personal space and silence, which allows me to go into deep contemplation." With a melancholic tone, Shi Sufang inquired, "What do you contemplate about?" Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck. "There is no fixed thought. It depends on what are the matters that are troubling me." Shi Sufang nodded, "You are very frank." In fact, among all the men that Sufang has met, Great General's complete honesty and unhypocritical character is rare indeed. Most of them love to boast about their own achievements, as if they are afraid that I do not recognize them for their talents. It is truly disgusting. Shifting her gaze back to his face and looking at him in such a manner that Xiang Shaolong can start to feel something for her, Shi Sufang divulged, "After our meeting at Xianyang, Great General has left a deep impression in Sufang's heart." At that time, Sufang was thinking, is Great General someone I can confide in? Xiang Shaolong cannot help but utter, "I heard Mr. Pu who is on good terms with Miss." Revealing bitter smile on her face, Shi Sufang lowered her gaze and calmly professed, "It is either a kill B or B kill A. Moreover, everyone has to die one day and become a star in the sky. What is there to be worried about?" Xiang Shaolong quietly pondered on the meaning of her words and the negative connotation. For a period of time, he was dumbfounded. Shi Sufang seems to be mired in her self-created dreamy state that she can never hope to exit. In a gentle voice, she described, "Sufang's only desire is to simplify my life and does not wish to have too many people or circumstances involved. More often than not, the people and situations in life are but a fleeting moment. Although they truly exist, they remained meaningless to me. How I wish I can become a tree, slowly and quietly growing up all by myself in the wilderness. All I need is sunshine, rainwater, and soil." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "No wonder Miss enjoys the theories of Zhuangzhou." Shi Sufang added, "And Li Er. For everything in life you can do with, you can also do without. A small state with an even smaller population, there is zero social interaction. What a thorough understanding of life. Fame and riches will only bring about inequality in society. The tussle between humans is never-ending. Great General, what are your views on this?" This is the first time Xiang Shaolong has seen someone from this era who loves to be left alone and with an anti-progression and anti-human advancement mindset. In addition, this person happens to be a female. He nodded. "Presently, the situation is not that bad. With a massive increase in population and the grasslands transforming into cities, and the resources of nature are being consumed non-stop until they are lacking, on top of animals having nowhere to reside because of urbanization, that would be scary." Shi Sufang vividly shivered. Great General has more foresight than Sufang. Xiang Shaolong exhaled with a breath. "This development will certainly materialize itself. From the beginning of time, human intelligence has been sitting on the opposite fence of nature. We are unlike plants and animals who coexist peacefully with our environment. After some thought and displaying signs of unhappiness, Shi Sufang quizzed, "When does Great General intend to return to Qin?" Xiang Shaolong answered, "Probably these few days." "Hey! I need to make a move too." Nodding her head slightly, Shi Sufang did not reply and sank into deep contemplation. Standing up, Xiang Shaolong left as quietly as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 10. Book 24 Chapter 10, Farewell Letters. Feng Fei and the others got home around 1 am that same night. Everyone is behaving in a joyful manner, indicating that the performance is a great success. Several of the courtesans quietly entered his room to check on him. Resisting the urge to get up, Xiang Shaolong pretended to be sleeping in response to their invasion. When the rear courtyard has more or less resumed its tranquility, Xiang Shaolong sat down in lotus position and began meditating according to Mozi's teachings and rejuvenating breathing techniques. Before dawn, he took 100 battle saber to the garden for another round of practice. He was glad that he left before the end of the banquet last night and is able to preserve the tip-top condition of his mental and physical strength. Using both his hands to hold the saber, he repeatedly maneuvered several moves, trying to simplify the process. Placing speed as his top priority, he fought an imaginary Chaozuedao. Fighting against this sword saint, even the ever-changing and incredible swordplay of Mozi became useless moves. He can only gather the essence of scientific and modern attacks, merging it with his saber play. At that time, most of the other troop members are either dead drunk or still in dreamland. Delighted to be left undisturbed, he can focus his mind and concentrate on his warm-up exercises. He proceeded to the bathroom and enjoyed a cold shower. With his alertness at full capacity, he returned back to his room for another round of mediation. Shortly thereafter, little Pinger came to summon him. At the breakfast table, the courtesans are in full attendance. Yun Yang, the head musician cum conductor, as well as several other accomplished musicians were present too. For a start, Feng Fei represented everyone in expressing their gratitude for Xiang Shaolong. With her eyes full of reminiscence, she recounted, at the end of Shizhen's song, Prince Tian Jian officially announced the retirement of Feng Fei. The standing ovation of the audience is something I can never forget. Yun Yang giggled, everyone who was present is honored to have viewed First Mistress's last performance. Xu Xiuzhen enthusiastically described, last night, First Mistress's performance is simply fantastic and even we are intoxicated by her singing. No one is able to retain his or her senses at her spellbinding vocals. For a while, we were worried that Second Mistress may put up an inferior performance due to the pressure from First Mistress. Luckily, Second Mistress is able to deliver a spectacular song, culminating in a breathtaking finale of the song and dance presentation. Xiang Shaolong was perplexed. Are you people trying to make me feel bad? The ladies burst into shrill laughter at his teasing. Dong Shuzhen gratefully extended, Li Yuan of Chu, Marquis Chuang of Han and Lord Longyang of Wei have officially invited us to perform at their respective states. Xin Yue interrupted, only Great General of Qin has yet to officially invite us. The ladies began laughing again and the ambience is relaxing and friendly. This is also because the depressing mood of troop disbandment no longer exists. Xiang Shaolong guffawed, we are one big family, right? When you people come over to Xianyang, it is as good as coming home. See, isn't this better than an invitation? The ladies burst out in giggles again. Dong Shuzhen wondered out loud, what does First Mistress and Great General think of Fei Chun? Both of them can tell that she is picking a new manager and praised her foresight. After breakfast has concluded, Xiang Shaolong and Fei Fei went for a stroll in the garden. Both parties can feel a lump in their throats. Feng Fei calmly state, for the time being, I will not be going to Xianyang. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, where does Mistress intend to go? Gazing at a particularly large cluster of clouds floating in the sky, Feng Fei replied, Feng Fei is thinking of following Lady Qingxiu back to Chu and staying there for some time. I have grown tired of the extreme cold weather and would like to experience the marvelous sights of the south. Xiang Shaolong made a wild guess that she wanted to avoid Hanjie and nodded, it is good to have a change of environment. Xianyang's winter is quite tormenting as well. Feng Fei shot him a look, do not think that you have gotten rid of me, maybe one day, I will come looking for you at your residence and refuse to leave. Xiang Shaolong is conscious that she is joking and loudly laughed, this is something no man in his right mind would reject. Seriously speaking, First Mistress must not forget to come and visit little brother. With a melancholic tone, Feng Fei inquired, is Great General leaving tonight? Xiang Shaolong answered in a deep voice, if I can survive the duel, it would be unwise for me to hang around here. Feng Fei cheerfully exclaimed, Great General is finally trusting Feng Fei wholeheartedly. With this knowledge, I will no longer have any regrets in life. She added in a gentle voice, Feng Fei will rather die than divulge Xiang Shaolong's secret. Xiang Shaolong reminisced that both of them have progressed from mutual distrust to mutual scheming to this final stage of mutually regarding each other as a confidant, and could not help but feel his heart brimming with delight and comfort. One of the touching moments about life is that ugliness and beauty can coexist in the same dimension. The human nature is an uneven object. Depending on the angle you are viewing from, you will get a different perspective every time. For example, it is challenging for him to classify Li Yuan or Han Shuang as villains. Every person has his or her principles. When there are benefits involved and others are forced to act against you, you would naturally get angry and regard them with hatred. Feng Fei suddenly mentioned, "It will be sunset before you know it." It is truly heartrending when I do not know if I can ever see Great General again in the future. At this juncture, Xiao Yueten came to look for Xiang Shaolong, interrupting their farewell speeches. At the eastern chamber, Xiao Yueten produced a stack of parchments and snickered, "I wrote these letters for you this morning. They are farewell letters to Lu Buwei, the King of Qi, newly promoted Crown Prince Tianjian, Xie Ziyuan, and not forgetting Li Yuan, Lord Longyang, Han Shuang and Zhong Suanlong." The letters to Li Yuan and Han Shuang are imbued with special meaning. After browsing through, do sign them if you have no issue with the content. After your successful departure, I will get Feng Fei to send them out on your behalf. Xiang Shaolong was worried. "Aren't you concerned that Lu Buwei would recognize your handwriting?" Xiao Yueten assured, "I am well versed in all kinds of handwriting and forgery. I guarantee that he would be unable to recognize it." Xiang Shaolong sighed with a praise, "Not harnessing the abilities of a talented man like yourself, Lu Buwei is as stupid as can be." Xiao Yueten viciously reasoned, "He is purposely sacrificing me to divert suspicions away from himself. At the same time, he can use this opportunity to weaken the prowess of his old guard." Xiao Yueten is a man who values relationships and is especially disgusted with Lu Buwei's ungrateful behavior. Right now, he is doing everything he can to assist Xiang Shaolong without any reservations, is precisely because they are similar in nature. Xiang Shaolong casually selected one of the letters and opened it up for a look. The letter read, "Greetings to Marquis Chuang." By the time Lord Marquis is reading this letter, Shaolong is miles away. For me to leave without saying goodbye, I am forced by circumstances, and Lord Marquis should know better than myself. I trust that you will not blame Shaolong for being impolite. Life is full of happiness and sorrow, coming and going, love and hatred, friendship and enmity. Now that we have split paths once again, our next meeting remains an unknown. I pray that everything will go smoothly for Lord Marquis, and may Lord Marquis live a life of longevity. Yours sincerely, Shaolong. Holding the letter, Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing. When Han Shuang reads this letter, he would be experiencing 101 emotions simultaneously. He would have trouble expressing his difficulties. Xiao Yueten proudly selected another letter and passed to him, remarking, "This is for Li Yuan." Xiang Shaolong held up the letter and read, "Chancellor Li, my respected elder brother. Life is unpredictable and full of gatherings and separations. Recalling the times when we fight side by side and watching each other's back with no reservations, the memory is still fresh within me. Regrettably, times have changed and the past cannot be repeated in the present. It is painfully lamentable. Now that little brother is on my way home, I sincerely wish Chancellor every success in your career, and may you never be toppled." Slapping the table, Xiang Shaolong suggested, "Can we add 2 sentences? However, the copywriting has to be done by elder brother. I really love the hot-cold sarcastic style of writing." He proceeded to tell Xiao Yueten about last night when Li Yuan offered to escort him back from Qixia College. Readied with a brush and ink, Xiao Yueten held his laughter as he added to the end of the message, "Regarding Chancellor's desire to escort me, pardon little brother for not taking it up. I will never forget your kind gesture." Xiang Shaolong slapped the table again and praised his intellect. The other letters to the King of Qi, Zhong Suanlong, etc. were rather ordinary, and there was nothing noteworthy about the dictation. The letter to Lord Longyang is the most polite-sounding, and appropriate emotions were highlighted in the letter, demonstrating Xiao Yuetan's creative writing talent. Scrutinizing Xiao Yuetan's eyes, Xiang Shaolong observed, "Elder brother must have worked through the night and even had to write these letters early in the morning." Xiao Yueten chuckled, "Skipping a night of sleep is no big deal. The most important thing right now is to ensure that there is nothing distracting you. These letters also serve as a means to boost your fighting spirit. If you somehow lost the fight, these letters would have to be burnt." Slapping the table and standing up, Xiang Shaolong faced the sky and let out a long laughter. "Relax. I am current at the peak of my abilities. Be it a sword saint or a sword demon, I will give it everything I've got and would deny him victory at all costs." Stroking his beard, Xiao Yueten smiled, "I am going to disguise myself and leave the city, heading to the designated place to bury your escaping equipment for tonight. I will send out the letters for Shaolong tomorrow." After Xiao Yuetan's departure, the newly promoted manager Fei Chun approached him to show his appreciation. Hit by a brainwave, Xiang Shaolong instructed, "Get someone to secretly spy on Little Ning. If she left the villa and meet up with an outsider before I leave for my duel, tell Miss Xiaojin to terminate her employment but do not punish her. According to his observations, if little Ning is a spy, she would surely have to provide a latest update about himself to the person who had bribed her. He added, if nothing happened, take it that you never hear this from me. Fei Chun realized what is going on and acted on his instructions. Stretching his back, Xiang Shaolong is feeling totally relaxed. What appeared to be some challenging difficulties are eventually beautifully resolved. All that remains is Cao Qiudao's challenge and avoiding the ambush of the Yan and Zhao swordsman. With the snowboard, he has to speed back to Zhangmo before the snow melts. Once he reunites with Tang Yi and his other brothers, they would return to Qin together and this horrible chapter would come to a close. Of course Xiao Pan's identity crisis needs to be solved, but for the time being, he can only trust that history will not be altered. At least in the records of history, it was not mentioned that Qin Shi Huang is born outside the royal family and he is definitely not documented as the son of Lu Buwei. In the same aspect, he could not comprehend the obvious absence of an earth-shattering figure such as himself. In the middle of this troublesome reflection, Lord Longyang came to him with two reddish eyes. Needless to say, Xiang Shaolong knew that he had had a sleepless night. Coming to a small pavilion in the garden, Lord Longyang sighed with a breath. It seems like he has so much to say but didn't know how to begin. Xiang Shaolong consoled him instead, life and death are predetermined, wealth and poverty depends on fate. If heaven is not ready for my death, even 10 Xiao Qiudaos cannot lay a finger on me. Lord Longyang grudgingly smiled, perhaps Shaolong believes that Cao Qiudao is capable of showing mercy. Last night, I received news that Tian Dan had a 2-hour discussion with him. What do you think Tian Dan is doing? Xiang Shaolong was unnerved, believing that since Cao Qiudao has given his word to Xiao Yueten, no one would be able to influence his decision. Patting the scabbard of 100 battle saber once, Xiang Shaolong plainly state, if he wants to kill me, he has to ask my best friend first. Lord Longyang forcefully recomposed his spirit and clarified, I am not trying to be a wet blanket, but it is my desire to remind Shaolong not to underestimate the enemy. If you can fight, so be it. If you cannot, simply run away. He is an old man after all and I don't think he can outrun you. Xiang Shaolong was not agitated at all. He mused, at the end of the day, you are concerned that he may take my life. Staring intently at him for some time, Lord Longyang professed with astonishment, Shaolong is truly extraordinary. If it was anybody but you, it would be impossible for him to remain unaffected when faced with such a formidable fighter. Xiang Shaolong honestly expressed, worrying is futile. I might as well apply the energy towards handling my opponent during the fight. Isn't that a better strategy? Leaning on a railing, Lord Longyang lowered his head and disclosed, Li Yuan and Han Chuang. Interrupting him with a determined tone, Xiang Shaolong concluded, your lordship need not go on. From now until I am done with Cao Qiudao, I do not wish to hear anything that concerns the two of them. Lord Longyang was visibly shaken. He uttered, Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong smiled, you say it best, when you say nothing at all. Your lordship should go home and have a good rest. Don't think so much. I will speak with you tomorrow. Lord Longyang slowly stepped to his front and gave him a light embrace, commending, Shaolong's overwhelming confidence has convinced me that you will surely surmount all sorts of difficulties. Take care of yourself. Watching the back of Lord Longyang gradually disappearing under the cover of the trees, Xiang Shaolong felt immensely apologetic. Under the leadership of Feng Fei and Dong Shuzhen, every single troop member is assembled at the courtyard square, bidding farewell to their hero. Their eyes trailed his back until he boarded the carriage of Lu Buwei and the new crown prince Tianjian. With their flags fluttering in a grand appearance, scores of Qi soldiers neatly rode out of Tingsong Villa, paving way for the carriage carrying the three men. It was an awe-inspiring sight. With a team of 100 imperial guards protecting them, they entered the highway. On both sides of the roads, people have gathered to send them off. It is not known if they are supporting Cao Qiudao or admiring Xiang Shaolong's act of valor. Including Xiang Shaolong himself, nobody can ever imagine Cao Qiudao losing a duel. The question is, can Xiang Shaolong survive this catastrophe? This carriage is especially wide and the seats are constructed near the tail end of the carriage. Due to the extra room, up to 4 men can sit side by side. As Xiang Shaolong is the main character for tonight, he could not reject and naturally had to sit in between Tianjian and Lu Buwei. In the recent years, it is rare for him to be so intimate with this great nemesis Lu Buwei. Feeling completely out of place, Xiang Shaolong prayed for the journey to end as quickly as possible. He firstly congratulated Tianjian for becoming the new crown prince, and Tianjian was chortling so cheerfully he could not keep his mouth closed. Lu Buwei interrupted, earlier on, Prince and I were discussing the best way to rule a state. Prince mentioned Guan Zhong's book of people governance and singled out the theory of, through education, everyone will know the laws, well-fed and well-clothed, everyone is aware of glory and shame. This is a sign of true wisdom. With Prince Jian succeeding the throne, the prosperity of Qi is something we can anticipate. Tianjian is overwhelmed with happiness. He articulated, a well-managed country is always prosperous while an ill-managed state will always remain poor. As every good king should know, we must first enrich the population before exercising our rule over them. Xiang Shaolong could not help but ask, how does Prince plan to enrich the population? After a short spell of silence, Tianjian pondered, a strong army and a rich state is inseparable. Without a strong army, the state is insecure. Without a rich state, the army cannot grow strong. This is an ageless truth. Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself, recognizing that he did not have a good method to offer. By blindly regurgitating Guanxi's theory, it is just empty talk. Although the time he spent in Linzi is limited, just by observing the existence of people like Zhang Xuanlong, he can deduce that while Qi appears to be thriving, there is a huge divide between the rich and the poor. This is because the king has allowed members of the royal family to join hands with unscrupulous businessmen in setting up shady industries. Every day, they are competing with one another to open up gambling dens, brothels, or loan-sharking companies. In addition, due to a lack of ordinary schools, the education level of the population is not unanimous, leading to this income disparity as well. However, Tianjian chose to ignore this glaring truth and make baseless comments such as building a strong army and enriching the population. He is making a joke out of himself. Xiao Pan is far more successful than the other kings because he is able to understand the sentiments of the population. With the brilliant advisor Li Si assisting him, his policies are practical and are not based on some empty debate. Going all out to flatter, Lu Buwei praised, Crown Prince's assessment is not inferior to Guanzhong or Qi Han. Despite expressing modesty, Tianjian is thrilled and accepted the praise wholeheartedly. At this juncture, they are almost reaching the city gates and the crowds here are significantly thicker. Someone shouted out in a loud voice, Grandmaster Chao will win. Grandmaster Chao will win. Within a short span of time, everybody caught on and began cheering wildly. With thousands of Qi citizens shouting simultaneously, it was an intimidating scene. Revealing an unnatural expression on his face, Tianjian kept his silence. Lu Buwei secretly observed Xiang Shaolong's countenance and noticing that his facial expression is as calm as a mirror, he grinned, Shaolong, your nerves are like steel. Xiang Shaolong was highly amused. This is exactly like a soccer team playing in an away match. The host had gained the home ground advantage. If they could not withstand the sounds of booing, they would have lost the match before it even begun. With a smile, he pointed, if a swordsman's fighting spirit is easily affected by external factors, how can he even qualify for the duel? Rolling his eyes, Lu Buwei acted as if he had forgotten something and suddenly remembered it. He articulated, I nearly forgot to tell Shaolong something. After discussing with Empress and Little AI, I have sent my men to look for that Handan couple who raced Crown Prince. I wish to invite them to Xianyang and allow them to retire without any worries. If everything goes according to plan, they should be in Xianyang by now, but... Xiang Shaolong can feel his hatred rising, knowing that Lu Buwei intentionally revealed this matter at this point in time to cause disarray to his mental state, hoping to distract and add to his worries, causing him to be unable to focus on handling Cao Qiudao's saintly swordplay. There is no other scheme as ruthless as this. Fortunately, Zhangsu and Xianhua had told him about this matter when he was testing his reaction. Otherwise, this abrupt input which tallies with his speculation may really cause him to lose his bearings. Tianjian became more alert upon hearing this. In the past, someone must have brought this to his attention. Xiang Shaolong pretended to be surprised and declared, I am sure Imperial Uncle did not communicate this intention to Crown Prince. Lu Buwei loudly chuckled, it is Empress and my objective to give Crown Prince a surprise. That is why we kept him in the dark. Xiang Shaolong sighed, if Imperial Uncle had consulted Crown Prince, you could have saved the effort. A long time ago, Crown Prince Xiang has already fetched the couple back to Xianyang. Regarding this matter, he kept a low profile so even Empress has no idea. This time round, it is Lu Buwei who had a drastic change of countenance and was fidgeting with suspicions. Among the cackling of firecrackers, the convoy drove out of the city gates. Li Yuan, Han Shuang, Wakai, Suizha, Lord Longyang, Zhong Xuanlong father and son, Min Tingzhang and a group of Qi officials were already gathered at a piece of barren land outside the city gates, forming a send-off party. The carriage came to a halt. Xiang Shaolong got off the carriage first and received the blessings of the crowd. The officials of Qi would naturally avoid phrases such, a speedy victory or a successful combat. After entertaining the crowd for a while, Xiang Shaolong rode towards Qixia College with Zhongsu and Xianhua and Min Tingzhang accompanying him. Bearing lanterns to illuminate the way, 8 other swordsmen dressed in warrior suits escorted them from the front and back. With a solemn tone, Zhongsu and Xianhua explained, after escorting Great General into Qixia College, we have to return to the city at once, for the Great King has issued a strict decree according to the wishes of Master. Only when Master releases a fire arrow can we come back to Qixia College for a look. Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck. Are you saying that there is nobody else at Qixia College beside Grandmaster Chao? On the other side, Min Tingzhang answered, exactly. According to esteemed master, he made this special request because he is concerned that with a live audience, they would definitely cheer for him and affect great general's fighting spirit. Judging from the earlier scene, I guess master's consideration is not unwarranted. At this juncture, they have traveled to a ground of higher elevation. Entering their sights was Qixia College. Besides lanterns hanging at the main door and some illumination at the southeast corner, the entire area is completely dark. With his horsewhip, Zongsu and Xianhua pointed to the lighted area that was further away and informed, that is stargazing platform. It is situated at an open square besides the east entrance and stands at 3 stories high. At the tip of it is a flat stage 200 feet wide. Master will be waiting there respectfully for great general's arrival. His gaze focusing on the area that the lanterns are shining down on, Xiang Shaolong suddenly recalled Lord Longyang's words. If the fight didn't turn out in his favor, he should just run for his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 11. Book 24 Chapter 11, Displaying All Talent. Xiang Shaolong flipped off the horse and started walking on a path leading into the snowy forest. Recounting Chao Qiudao's innate mutant abilities, Xiang Shaolong has noticed his ability to walk energetically despite passing the age of 40. To flee away from him during a losing match is not going to be an easy task. Furthermore, while fighting high up at the tall platform, it is not convenient to simply start running away. If Chao Qiudao chooses to block the path leading down from the platform, it is as good as a cage fight. Pondering on this, he had a brainwave. Since there is about an hour until the time of the duel, and with Chao Qiudao as his senior who has a strong emphasis on status, he would definitely not be respectfully waiting as per Zongsu and Xuanhua's description. Therefore, he should have some time to reconnaissance the area and even arrange certain preparations. He hurriedly injected more speed into his pace and tunneled through the forest via the footpath. A whitewashed and majestic platform that resembles Hangdong platform appeared in front of his eyes. Since he has a plan in mind, he acted without the least hesitation and ran up the long flight of stairs on the north side of the platform within one breath. Except for the northern edge, the remaining perimeter of the platform top was lined with stone hedges, and every 10 feet, a metal pole would protrude out of the hedge and would be having a lantern or a flag hanging at the top. Under the illumination of the lanterns, the platform is as bright as day. Noting the absence of Chao Qiudao, he heaved a sigh of relief. Walking over to the stone hedge opposite the stone steps leading to the top of the platform, he removed his usual climbing rope and let it down towards the ground. Although the rope ends about 10 feet away from the ground, based on his skills as a special forces member and with his waist hook, sliding down is a piece of cake. Securing the other end of the rope to a section of the stone hedge, he camouflaged the area before sitting down in lotus position. Regulating his breathing, he entered a deep meditation state where both the outer world and the inner world ceased to exist. The sound of footsteps forming a peculiar rhythm jolted him out of his meditation. Opening his eyes, the first thing that came to his attention was millions of stars occupying the cloudless sky. Xiang Shaolong was startled as he failed to notice this wondrous astronomy spectacle when he first arrived. With his mind currently cleared of distractions, he was moved by the captivating night sky. He thought, humans and events are ever-changing, but the universe will exist forever. If everyone can recognize this fact, countless unnecessary wars can be avoided. At this point in time, the silhouette of Chao Qiudao's massive frame gradually emerged near the stairs. Getting on his feet, Xiang Shaolong clasped his hands together as a form of respect. With his long hair spreading over his shoulders as usual, Chao Qiudao is now wearing a grey warrior suit with wide sleeves that resembles wings, causing his already substantial body build to appear even more tall and intimidating. Chao Qiudao returned the greetings. The last round, I had a taste of Great General's excellent skills, leaving me with the fondest memories. Tonight, I implore Great General to not be stingy about displaying your skills. Xiang Shaolong let out a long laugh. I am someone who would succumb to the sword of Grandmaster Chao. I am not worthy of these brave-sounding words. I beseech Grandmaster Chao to show mercy to me. His expression is icy as the frosty snow and not revealing any traces of his emotions. Chao Qiudao calmly reasoned, the one who has lost the fight is me instead. That fateful night, Great General is not using your most adept weapon. I have just lucky to be able to defeat Great General. Xiang Shaolong is baffled. Judging from his tone, Chao Qiudao sounded as if he is unable to defeat Xiang Shaolong within 10 strokes. Is he planning a friendly match? In a solemn manner, Chao Qiudao added, once my sword leaves its sheath, I never show mercy and will fight as if it is a life and death situation. Only by fighting in this fashion can a swordsman express the necessary respect towards his sword. Does Great General have a name for your saber? Breathing in deeply and raising his heroic spirit, Xiang Shaolong retrieved 100 battle saber from his waist. With his left hand holding the scabbard and the right hand holding the saber handle, he smiled. The saber is named 100 Battle. Awaiting instructions from Grandmaster Chao. Staring intently at the saber in his hand, Chao Chodao nodded his head in succession. He plainly stated, for the past 10 years, except for one man, nobody else can stand in front of me without the slightest waver. A worthy adversary is priceless. Does Great General understand the exhilaration in my heart? Jiang! The long sword is now in his hand. Xiang Shaolong is confident that the man he was talking about is Guan Zhengxie's master, a superb swordsman whose name contained the word Zhai. He himself has totally forgotten the full name and wondered if their duel was also held at night. Reminded that it was a night fight, he suddenly had an inspiration and glanced at his scabbard. Stroking the edge of the sword with a finger, Chao Chodao alerted in a low voice, "This sword is personally forged by me and it is named, Executioner, of, General. Great General be forewarned." With a trick up his sleeve, Xiang Shaolong remained motionless and simply requested, "Grandmaster Chao, please make the first move." Facing the sky and laughing loudly, Chao Chodao chuckled, "Well, someone has to attack first. Watch it." As the words "watch it" rang out, the entire platform is instantly stifled with a gruesome and murderous aura. It looks like impact is imminent. Chao Chodao is already pressing towards him, and when his boots hit the ground and produced sha-sha noises, they accumulated into an overbearing stance and it is hair-raising to the max. Xiang Shaolong consolidated his focus and pinned all his attention on this opponent. He acknowledged that Chao Chodao will try to score a victory within a few strokes. As a result, repelling these 10 strokes is not going to be an easy task. The last round, he had the advantage due to his unique weapon. However, his opponent is, after all, a martial arts grandmaster. With their previous exchange, he probably comprehended his saber play and would not be handicapped like before. Xiang Shaolong was not complacent when he allowed Chao Chodao to make the first move. It was because he had a brilliant scheme. To someone like him who comes from the 21st century, a battle strategy is more important than anything else. If he can win through intellect, he would not resort to force or mindless bashing. Chao Chodao's footwork is awesome and full of intricacies, causing Xiang Shaolong some confusion in estimating his advancing speed and time. Xiang Shaolong's mind became as calm as still water and entered a realm of clarity. With the absence of happiness and sorrow, past and future, his mind is now free. Out of the blue, Chao Chodao increased his speed and pressure. With Executioner manifesting into a huge burst of sword flashes, the actual sword suddenly materialized into a horizontal slash at the speed of lightning. It was an astounding and unmatchable strike. Xiang Shaolong can sense the opponent's executioner somewhat sealing all possibilities of an attack route by his 100 battle saber and scabbard, leaving blocking as the only option. He already had a taste of Chao Chodao's incredible strength. If he forcefully parried the incoming blow which carried the full strength of his opponent, it would be a miracle if the center of his palm can remain unfractured. Needless to say, the fight will be over. Nonetheless, he did not experience a single tinge of fear. By tilting the angle of the scabbard reflected the lantern's light into the eyes of Chao Chodao. Just like Chao Chodao, who displayed a spread of sword brilliance in order to confuse him, Xiang Shaolong is achieving the same effect by using the scabbard to reflect light. However, the effort put in by both parties varies by a large extent. By just twisting his hand, Xiang Shaolong has accomplished his motive. No matter how superb is his swordsmanship, Chao Chodao is still an ordinary man made up of flesh and blood. He is outstanding because he possesses more swordfighting talent compared to other people and is able to harness his potential at a deeper dimension. As the light of the lantern fire penetrated his eyes, Chao Chodao unconsciously squinted as his eyes could not withstand the abrupt increase in brightness compared to the level of lighting on the platform that they are used to. For a brief moment, he was blinded. Although the split second is insufficient for Xiang Shaolong to overcome his enemy and gain victory, it is more than enough for him to avoid this maelstrom attack and unblockable strike. Concurrently, he grabbed the initiative and counterattacked, destroying Chao Chodao's strategy to attain victory within a few strokes and severely disrupting his brimming confidence at the same time. Xiang Shaolong skirted to the weakest spot of Executioner and firstly utilized the scabbard to deflect the enemy's sword. Simultaneously, he swiftly chopped down with 100 battle saber in his right hand. Dang! A loud clashing sound filled the air. Twisting his sword and nearly causing Xiang Shaolong to lose his grip on the scabbard, Chao Chodao could retract his sword in time and parried his 100 battle saber. Chao Chodao may have successfully defended against Xiang Shaolong's mountain-crushing attack, but he could sense that something is amiss. He intended to shift aside to regain his momentum in order to grasp the initiative once again. But before he could react, Xiang Shaolong's 100 battle saber has begun its wave of attacks. With every saber chop, it was perfectly matched with his amazing footwork. The angle and strength applied in each strike is different, varying between light and heavy blows. Mainly engaging in chopping attacks, the moveset comprises of unfathomable entangling, sticky and slow variations, unleashing the full unique potential of the saber. Alarmingly, every blow is delivered without the slightest reservations and is fixated at maintaining the hard-won initiative. The chops are relentless and Xiang Shaolong appears to be fighting with complete disregard for his life. This is exactly the strategy that Xiang Shaolong has chosen to employ a long time ago, banking on his youth against Chao Choudao's matured years. He plotted to exhaust Chao Choudao's stamina as soon as possible and prevent him from manipulating the fight within the 10 strokes, which was what happened during their initial encounter. When they first fought, Xiang Shaolong was in constant fear of Chao Quidao's aura and was at a disadvantage. This time round, he is deploying a ruse to weaken Chao Choudao's aura and putting him at a disadvantage instead. For someone of Chao Choudao's caliber, any handicap will only be temporary. When confronted by Xiang Shaolong's 3 successive chops, he dodged to the left and right accordingly. While receiving the 4th chop, he discovered an opening within the saber strike and used this opportunity to counterattack. When his sword is about to pierce Xiang Shaolong, the attack was deflected by his scabbard. Continuing the momentum, the saber formulated into a low attack, forcing Chao Choudao to retrieve his sword to block, resulting in a stalemate. His eyes blazing with a cold sensation, it appears that Chao Choudao is getting angry for the first time. With his tongue and throat growling like thunder, he released a rumbling roar. Parrying the offensive scabbard, he slashed down at a vacant spot. Just as Xiang Shaolong was feeling bewildered at his move, Chao Choudao's executioner sword has changed its sword path halfway, with a top slash evolving into a frontal whisk. As if it has a life of its own, Executioner was stabbing towards his throat in a flash. This sword move is absolutely mind-blowing and simply unbelievable. Xiang Shaolong tilted his scabbard and made use of the reflection of the gemstones on the scabbard to once again refract light into Chao Choudao's deadly eyes. By the time Chao Choudao realized he is slicing empty air, Xiang Shaolong has darted to his left side. Flexing his arm, he delivered another 3 chops. Chao Choudao stepped sideways to evade and served a circle of sword flashes in return. The circumference of the circle happened to clash with Xiang Shaolong's first chop. Xiang Shaolong can feel the center of his palm shaking violently, acknowledging that his opponent has picked up his moves and is negating his attacks in a better way. Dang! Dang! Xiang Shaolong has successfully chopped twice on the same spot of the opponent's sword and wanted to repeat his feat by striking the same spot a 3rd time. However, contrary to his desire, it failed to materialize. Nevertheless, 8 strokes have been exchanged. Only 2 strokes remain. Although the fight is not turning out in his favor, Chao Choudao's aura is as steadfast and unyielding as usual. Till now, Xiang Shaolong cannot detect any weakness that he could exploit. Out of a sudden, Chao Choudao began spinning on the spot. Like a porcupine with its back full of spikes, he is radiating with countless sword flashes instead as he approached Xiang Shaolong like a swirling tornado. Xiang Shaolong instantly knew that he cannot relent from this attack, otherwise, he would certainly lose within the next 2 moves. In the same instance, he discarded all his saber skills and strategies from his mind. As Chao Choudao is spinning at an inconceivable speed, using the scabbard to reflect light into his eyes is now inapplicable. Xiang Shaolong can only rely on his genuine ability and sharp instincts to repulse this unrivaled sword stance. Resembling a hare and a crane crossing paths, the 2 men brushed past each other. In the blink of an eye, 2 strokes were exchanged. A trail of blood appeared on Xiang Shaolong's left arm after Executioner carved a 2-inch blood scar. Luckily, it is a minute flesh wound. On the other hand, his 100 battle saber has neatly sliced off a portion of Chao Choudao's flying hair due to his spinning motion. In the space between the 2 men, the hair gently flew in a scattered manner due to the wind and progressively landed on the ground. Chao Choudao was drastically stunned. Halting the fight, he laughed boisterously, "That's a fine saber indeed. I have yet to face such an gratifying weapon." Assuming that the duel is over, Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief. "I am truly not senior's match. Now that the 10 strokes are over, we can call it a day." His 2 eyes blazing with fury, Chao Choudao coldly grunted, "You must be joking. What 10 strokes are you blabbering about? Great General is the #1 enemy of our eastern states. Do you think that I, Chao Choudao, will allow you leave this place alive?" Xiang Shaolong fell into a daze as his original respect for Chao Choudao dissipated into thin air, cursing him for being a despicable cad who does not honor his agreements and is certainly not worthy of the title of Sword Saint. However, now is not the time for deep contemplation. With a flicker of his silhouette, Chao Choudao has transformed into a new attacking stance and is bearing down on him expeditiously like a tsunami wave. Xiang Shaolong maneuvered 100 battle saber around himself and barely managed to parry 3 sword strikes from Chao Choudao within a fraction of a second. By the 4th strike, his arm is so badly shaken it is beginning to turn numb, causing his movement to become slightly sluggish. He therefore tried to use the scabbard in his left hand to block, fighting for a break to catch his breath. Unexpectedly, his reaction coincides with Cao Qiudao's anticipation. By Cao Qiudao twisting his sword to manifest an entangling move and coupled with the additional impact from his body making a half-turn, Xiang Shaolong's injured left arm could no longer maintain its grip on the scabbard. The scabbard flew out of his hand and landed somewhere behind him. In this life-and-death scenario, Xiang Shaolong unlocked his adrenaline and launched a downward slash, forcefully clashing with Cao Qiudao's sword that was making a horizontal stab at his unguarded left arm. Dang! The clashing sound rang out in their ears. Cao Qiudao did not envisage Xiang Shaolong to execute this bizarre move in the face of danger and helplessly retreated. He let out a long laughter. Without the scabbard, let's see what other tricks do you have in your bag. Xiang Shaolong acknowledged that it is now either do or die. If he allows Cao Qiudao to unveil another string of attacks and grab the initiative, he would perish on this platform within the next 10 strokes. Without the slightest delay, he advanced so rapidly towards Cao Qiudao that his shadow could barely form a complete outline. In the same breath, he switched from a one-hand grip to a two-hand grip. Raising the saber high above his head and with a dance-like footwork, he swiftly positioned a chop at the head of Cao Qiudao. Cao Qiudao halted his retreat and icily snorted, "You are asking for death." As he was brandishing his sword and leaning forward, Xiang Shaolong unpredictably leaped up and gathered all his strength, chopping down with all his might. With gravity on his side and a two-hand grip on the saber, his stance is invincible and the strength behind this blow is way above his usual limit. Swishing through the air, 100 Battle Saber was humming a piercing saber whistle that screeched through the atmosphere. With Cao Qiudao's ability, he could easily retreat and avoid the onslaught. But this would injure his ego and only serve to increase Xiang Shaolong's dominating aura. Furthermore, it would be a huge challenge to suppress the increase in aura. Gnashing his teeth, Cao Qiudao leapt up as well to receive the impact with his sword. Two bright and crisp clashing sounds reverberate and echoed throughout the mountains and valleys, ringing at every corner of Qixia College. Even Lu Buwei and company who were watching the fight from the top of the city wall a far distance away could hear them. As a matter of fact, whenever the two men exchanged blows, the sounds of clashing between the sword and the saber could be faintly discerned, but none of the sounds are as clear and loud as these two. The two men had switched places. The panting noises of Cao Qiudao were picked up by Xiang Shaolong's ears. Xiang Shaolong's weakening strategy is finally taking effect. Twirling around with 100 Battle Saber firmly grasped in his hands, he employed a rotating momentum and supplemented additional strength from his waist, ferociously discharging a slanted slash at Cao Qiudao from his left shoulder. Judging from his countenance, Cao Qiudao is as emotionless as ever. Flourishing his sword to counter the saber strike head-on, he shifted to one side to re-establish his footing. Beyond his anticipation, Xiang Shaolong is already trailing him like a shadow and powered a backhand thrust towards his back. Cao Qiudao cannot imagine Xiang Shaolong to be capable of such a flabbergasting switch in stance. Demonstrating traces of perturbation for the first time, he was forced to retrieve his sword in order to deflect 100 Battle Saber. Gaining the upper hand, Xiang Shaolong was devoid of mercy. Among his wild roars, his hands ceaselessly performed one strike after another, with every strike beginning from high above his head and ending in either a straight chop or a side slash. Despite knowing that Cao Qiudao was impregnable, at least he could force him into a purely defensive position. Ding! Dang! The sounds of clashing consistently invaded his eardrums. Although Cao Qiudao is physically stronger than Xiang Shaolong, the gap between their strength is marginal. Moreover, Xiang Shaolong is now using both his hands to wield the saber. Besides the strength of his wrists and arms, the strength of his waist was added as well, and his waist strength alone formed the main bulk of the force. Additionally, every attack is a downwards hack from the top. Simply put, every hit carries the impact of a devastating and unstoppable avalanche, compelling Cao Qiudao to keep stepping back with each encounter. The best part is, Xiang Shaolong intentionally kept a distance away from him. 10 strokes later, at least 6 strokes were inflicted near the tip of his sword, which also happens to be the weakest part of the sword. This highlights the wisdom of Xiang Shaolong. In terms of sword moves and intricacies, he is way below Cao Qiudao. By engaging in wide hacks and giant chops, he is able to harness the advantages of the saber while exposing the vulnerability of the sword. Overwhelmed by the saber strikes, Cao Qiudao could only maintain his defensive role. But this strategy cannot be sustained in the long run. Initially, every hit is able to force Cao Qiudao to take one step back, but Cao Qiudao gradually improvised his defenses and regained his stability. It wasn't too long before Xiang Shaolong had to exert additional strength in order to push him back by another step. With this in mind, Xiang Shaolong swiftly dealt 3 successive and all-out strikes when he noticed that Cao Qiudao is no longer retreating and is readying himself for a counterattack. Ting! A new sound is heard. Executioner of General Sword cannot withstand the blitzkrieg, and a 2-inch section of the sword tip finally broke off. Having suffered immensely at Xiang Shaolong's continuous rampage, Xiao Qiudao's enormous frame was vibrating aggressively. Erupting into a raging howl, he exercised his sword in a wild flurry of stabs. Forgetting that his sword tip was gone, even his furthest pierce was only able to touch the surface of Xiang Shaolong's shirt at the chest area, allowing Xiang Shaolong to escape death by the smallest of margins. Feeling exhausted too, Xiang Shaolong quickly retreated and created a distance of 30 feet between the two of them. Behind him, his escape rope is merely 5 feet away. Lowering his head and scrutinizing his precious sword, Xiao Qiudao shook his head and sighed. Even with a broken sword, it is good enough to take your life. Xiang Shaolong is conscious that due to his earlier frenzy, he has expended most of his energy and cannot recover his earlier vitality. Of course he would not display his weakness on his face. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Shaolong warned, "Grandmaster Chao, please reconsider. Earlier, it is not impossible for me to conclude the fight with a lose-lose double KO scenario." Xiao Qiudao plainly remarked, "Using my life in exchange for great general's life is a beneficial bargain." Xiang Shaolong hinted with sarcasm, "But the decision lies with me, not Grandmaster Chao." Xiao Qiudao angrily grunted once and frostily laughed, "Do you think you can use mere words to agitate me? Let's see what else are you capable of." Lifting his tipless sword, he swings it around in a figure of 8 and synchronously stepped forward, pressing towards Xiang Shaolong. Flaunting his saber and pointing it at Xiao Qiudao, Xiang Shaolong regulated his breathing as he stepped further back. As one man advances and the other man retreats, in the blink of an eye, Xiang Shaolong has arrived at the edge of the stone hedge. Xiang Shaolong vociferously roared, "Hold it!" Xiao Qiudao was astounded. "What do you want?" Cupping his hands and the saber in front of him, Xiang Shaolong paid his respects. "Many thanks for Grandmaster Chao's pointers. Little brother has to go." Realizing his intention, Xiao Qiudao wielded his sword and dashed forward. With a somersault, Xiang Shaolong disappeared beyond the stone ledge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 24 Chapter 12. Book 24 Chapter 12, Safely Back at Xiangyang. The minute Xiang Shaolong touched the ground, he immediately plastered himself to a dark corner of the wall. He could hear Xiao Qiudao's faint footsteps, guessing that he must have blown his top and is descending the stairs in pursuit. Scanning his surroundings, he caught sight of his 100 battle scabbard lying a short distance away from his feet. Hastily picking it up and tying the saber to his back, he exerted a huge amount of energy by climbing back to the top of the platform via the grappling rope. Xiao Qiudao was obviously no longer on top of the platform. Prostrating on the floor, Xiang peeped down and observed Xiao Qiudao running past the bottom of the platform. At the same time, he detected rustling of leaves and branches on his right and left, a sure sign of ambush. His assassins must be in a state of confusion after failing to discover his whereabouts. He counted his blessings for the close shave. If he had logically walked away from the grappling rope, he would have stepped right into their trap. His plan to return back to stargazing platform is a brilliant stratagem. Not only can he spy on the enemy deployment, he could take a breather and bandage his wound. Minutes later, he abseiled down the southeastern corner of stargazing platform. Recovering his grappling hook and rope, he borrowed the cover of the vegetation and scampered to the south wall of Qixia College. He is well versed with the surrounding terrain of Qixia College and is aware that a thick forest exists beyond the wall. The forest provides a favorable condition for his getaway. By now, he has recuperated some of his stamina. While it is insufficient for a proper fight, it is more than enough for him to make his escape. Somersaulting over the high wall, he used this opportunity to shoot the fire arrow that was meant to signal Li Yuan to him. Subsequently, he raced at full speed towards the predetermined point where Xiao Yuatan had left the snowboard. This is a distraction ploy, intending to lure the enemy to the place where the arrow was fired. He wanted to mislead the enemy into believing that he was injured and immobile, and was forced to ask for reinforcements. Running nonstop for 100 feet, his knee suddenly buckled and Xiang Shaolong fell flat on his face. It turned out that the ground is still covered with snow that runs a few feet deep, making it extremely arduous to walk. Though Xiang Shaolong is fitter than the average man, he just fought a strenuous duel and suffered an injury with major loss of blood a week ago. Unable to catch his breath, he was seeing stars for a few seconds before nearly blacking out. The freezing snow splattered on his face reignited his senses. Glancing around, he saw total darkness everywhere. Fortunately, far behind him, he could decipher the lantern light from stargazing platform. Like a lost sailor who has found his guiding lighthouse, he was pointed to the right direction. Xiang Shaolong forced himself to climb back to his feet and staggered along the snow to a nearby bush. Diving into the clump of greenery, he collapsed and sat down to rest. The starry night is simply enchanting, but Xiang Shaolong is in a state of panic. With his worn-out and tired body, there is no room for appreciating these wonders. Closing his eyes, he resisted the urge to pass out due to a lack of oxygen. Gritting his teeth, he strained to stay awake. After much difficulty, he managed to harmonize his breathing. But when he opened his eyes, he instantly knew that he is in trouble. Under the illumination of the bright moon and the twinkling stars, the footprints left by his staggering is completely visible. It was truly shocking to see the footprints accurately leading to his present location, clearly identifying his hideout to his pursuers. At this juncture, he could barely keep himself from fainting. Standing up is totally out of the question. Despite the chilling winter season, his entire body is covered with sweat. His ears picked up the sound of footsteps approaching. More than 10 human silhouettes emerged at the edge of the dense forest several feet away. Moving their feet high and low to trespass the deep snow, they are advancing towards him. By simply following his footprints, they can walk straight to his hiding spot. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that it is game over for him as he watched the enemies come closer and closer while there is nothing he can do. By just traveling another 300 feet through a sparse forest, he would be able to reach the hill where the snowboard is hidden. It is truly excruciating to lose at the edge of victory. Even if he could force himself to start walking, the enemies would quickly catch up due to his feeble legs. He would rather reserve his strength to take out as many assassins as he could to vent the anger in his heart. With this notion, he untied the 2 flying daggers around his calf and hid them in his hands. If not for the enemy's refusal to light a torch, they would have seen him by now. The sound of hoofbeats suddenly arose. The assailants were taken aback. A lone rider appeared out of nowhere and loudly bellowed, "Who are you people?" Recognizing Chao Chiodao's voice, Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed. Keeping his flying daggers, he tried standing up. With zerk, zerk sounds, the group of attackers unexpectedly started to shoot arrows at Chao Chiodao. Chao Chiodao let out an angry snarl and unleashed a flurry of sword brilliance. Broken arrows rained down around him, demonstrating their uselessness against his skills. Xiang Shaolong finally managed to regain his foothold and began jogging towards his prize. Behind him, tragic cries filled the skies. Apparently, an incensed Chao Chiodao has embarked on a killing spree. Baffled by his sudden burst of energy, Xiang Shaolong actually made it into the forest before collapsing again. Noting the sounds of running and galloping all jumbled up, Xiang Shaolong deduced that the ambushers are running their lives in multiple directions. Xiang Shaolong can finally put his mind at ease, thinking that with the enemy swordsmen running all over the place and leaving their footprints, his own virgin footprints would not be as obvious as before. Lying prone on the ground for some time, he slowly got back on his feet before proceeding forward once again. Out of the blue, hoofbeats can be heard approaching towards his back. Petrified, Xiang Shaolong squatted down behind a tree. Within the sparse forest, it is pitch dark and it is not as open as the space outside. There is no fear of someone noticing his footprints. It appears that in his rush, Chao Chiodao must have forgotten to bring his fire stick. Otherwise, now would be a good time to light a branch or a torch to see his way. Xiang Shaolong dare not breathe loudly because in this instance, Chao Chiodao has arrived at the other side of the tree where he is hiding. Riding a horse, Chao Chiodao was panting heavily. If this sword saint had traveled on foot instead of riding a horse, he would have collapsed beside the tree. Cha! Xiang Shaolong groaned to himself, realizing that he had made a wrong guess, for this is the terrifying sound of the lighting of a fire stick. Xiang Shaolong dared not waver. Pulling out a flying dagger, he leapt out and threw it towards the neck of Chao Chiodao's horse. The horse uncontrollably neighed and broke out into a frenzy of jumps, throwing Chao Chiodao off its back. The fire stick flew out of his grasp and landed somewhere far away as the forest was enveloped in darkness once again. Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing, "You are trapped. Watch out for my flying dagger." Sounds of a person rolling on the forest ground can be heard as a disconcerted Chao Chiodao scrambled to find a hiding place. Aware that his ruse has succeeded, Xiang Shaolong hurriedly summoned his remaining energy and climbed towards his targeted hill as quietly as he can. In terms of his stealth ninja skills, even 10 Chao Chiodaos cannot match his agility. Gradually recovering his strength, Xiang Shaolong has left the sparse forest and is presently scaling the eastern face of the slope. When he was about to reach the summit, Chao Chiodao's angry howls reverberated behind him. Xiang Shaolong was infuriated. Picking up a 10 kg rock that happened to be beside him, he weakly threw it towards Chao Chiodao who was hot in pursuit. After flying for 5 feet, the rock simply landed on the slope and began rolling down. Chao Chiodao dodged to a side and successfully avoided the rock. However, due to the wet and slippery slope, he stumbled and lost his balance. Rolling straight to the bottom of the slope, he was a pathetic sight. Xiang Shaolong thought, "It is high time you have a taste of dirt on your face." Continuing his ascent, he barely reached the top when a pair of beautifully crafted snowboard and snow skis entered his sight. Lying beside them is a neat and full backpack. In his heart, Xiang Shaolong dedicated his thanks to Xiao Yuetan in heaven. Using all his muscles, he sprinted to his resources and swiftly inserted his feet into the leg openings that Xiao Yuetan had fashioned with thick rope. It felt as if he was putting on a pair of tight-fitting boots. As Xiang Shaolong was slinging the haversack over his back, Zhao Qiudao happened to appear behind him and he thundered, "Where do you think you are going?" Standing up, Xiang Shaolong cheerfully laughed, "Back to Xianyang of course. Little old fella Qiudao, let's never meet again, dot." Zhao Qiudao was now only 10 feet away from him. Arching his body and powerfully digging the ski pole into the snow, Xiang Shaolong propelled himself off the hilltop and zoomed down the slope like a gust of wind. When he turned his head back, he saw Zhao Qiudao's massive frame standing in a daze at the top of the slope, losing all his desire to continue the chase. Xiang Shaolong kept skiing as the wind whistled in his ears. In a matter of seconds, he is miles apart from the abandoned Zhao Qiudao who was still surrounded by darkness. In his heart, he was deliriously happy. Although his body is aching all over, his heart was singing a song that was either composed by Xie Ziyuan or Feng Fei, which he could not specifically recall. Except for Xianyang, he does not hold any responsibilities towards anything or anyone. Beneath the brightening sky, Xiang Shaolong bent over a stream and swallowed several mouthfuls of water. Feeling much better, he sat down on a huge boulder beside the stream and opened up the backpack that Xiao Yuetan had prepared for him, wishing to obtain some food to fill his empty stomach. Inside the backpack was a map with directions to Zhongmo and some money for traveling expenses. There were also food, clothing, medicine for wounds, fire starters, etc., showcasing Xiao Yuetan's thorough thinking in packing everything that he would need on this journey. While opening the map, a roll of parchment was discovered. The parchment is filled with words and it was unsigned. It read, "By the time Shaolong reads this letter, you should have defeated Zhao Qiudao and safely left the boundaries of Linzi. Elder brother has a secret that I can only reveal at this point in time. The 10 strokes agreement between Shaolong and Zhao Qiudao is something that I made up. That letter never reached Zhao Qiudao. If not for this ploy, Shaolong would not dare to fight. If you chose to flee and skip the duel, the damage to your reputation is far worse than losing your life at the hands of Zhao Qiudao. Shaolong would have lost the most critical factor in the campaign against Lu Buwei, your confidence. In the heart of Crown Prince, you would no longer be the hero who chooses death over injustice. Of course Shaolong would not hold it against me if you are able to read this letter. Otherwise, there is nothing worth saying. Elder brother would rather see you die under Zhao Qiudao's sword than to be labeled as a coward and a weakling. See you soon." Reading the letter, his whole head turned numb, not knowing whether to find it amusing or petrifying. Actually, several loopholes have been spotted. For example, Xiao Yuetan is constantly reminding himself that Zhao Qiudao may dishonor the 10-stroke agreement whenever they talked about it. In addition, he would be having a peculiar expression on his face. It can be considered that Xiao Yuetan is using Xiang Shaolong's life as a gambling chip. Fortunately, he won. Although he did not really defeat Zhao Qiudao, at least he didn't lose the fight too. Even Zhao Qiudao had to admit that it is possible for them to end up in a double KO scenario. Filling up his tummy, he took a nap before speeding along the stream in a southwesterly direction. In the evening, he found himself a decent cave and started a fire to keep himself warm. After a good night's sleep, he would continue his journey the next morning. This soon became a standard routine and 5 days later, Xiang Shaolong found himself in the territory of Wei en route to Zhongmo. At this juncture, he has arrived at the northern shore of the Yellow River where the river water is beginning to thaw. In his heart, he knew that by sailing up north the river, he would reach Zhongmo in a day's time. Presently, his greatest concern is that Tang Yi and the others have retreated from Zhongmo. If this is true, he would have to continue his arduous journey to Xianyang itself and he may run out of provisions. The fact is that snow is melting around him, leading to extreme temperatures that he finds unbearable despite piling on all his clothes. A person with a weaker constitution would surely fall ill. In the middle of his worrying, 3 large ships were seen sailing against the sunset. An agitated Xiang Shaolong prone himself behind a massive boulder and eyed the ship. After identifying the flag on the main ship, Xiang Shaolong leapt out with delight. Standing on the most prominent rock he could find, he lighted his flare and began signaling the ship with Qin's military signal. The Qin sailors on board the ship were instantly alerted and started crowding at the bow while shouting at him. The 3 ships sluggishly drew closer to a part of the muddy riverbank that has a gentler gradient. Xiang Shaolong was mad with joy, feeling like a wanderer who was seeing his relatives again after leaving his household since he was a kid. Kicking the snowboard away and discarding his ski poles, he ran towards the shore like a lunatic. The first of the colossal ships is nearly reaching the shore. More than 10 planks were lowered and pushed against the bank to prevent collision. A crisp and powerful voice rang out from afar, "Shaolong, Shaolong, it is us." Xiang Shaolong was so shaken he fell flat on his face. He could recognize Tang Yi's familiar voice. Beyond his wildest imagination, his ears also picked up the shrieking and crying sounds of Ji Yanran and Zhao Ji. Lord Changping is also shouting his name out loud. An exhausted Xiang Shaolong kept his face buried in the mud. He was finally home. Turning back, the enormous ship sailed against the current. In the main hall of the ship's hull, Xiang Shaolong has changed into a new set of clothes and is surrounded by everyone like a superstar celebrity. Due to their pining for him, Ji Yanran and Zhao Ji have grown thinner. Till now, they are still smiling among their tirang, a picture of both happiness and sorrow. Sipping the hot tea served by his wives, Xiang Shaolong faced Teng Yi and Lord Changping, articulating, "I finally understood the meaning of worlds apart. It did cross my mind that I would never see you guys again." Throwing herself into his bosom, Zhao Ji wept even harder, frightening Xiang Shaolong into consoling her with kind words. Ji Yanran had better self-control than Zhao Ji and had recomposed herself by now. In a melancholic tone, she updated, "We did consider committing suicide to prove our dedication to you. Fortunately, we heard about your arrival in Linzi and the entire family went crazy with delight." Yanran and Sister Qing cast aside our duties and seek an audience with Crown Prince, beseeching him to send a force to fetch you from Qi. A restless Lord Changping interrupted, "The Crown Prince is more anxious than anyone else," and immediately commanded little brother to drop everything at hand and depart for Linzi without delay. To our anguish, the trip was postponed because the river had turned into ice. Actually, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, we may have missed each other and it would be a wasted trip. Tang Yi added, "Although we received the report from Jing village, there was still no sign of third brother and we feared for your safety." Xiang Shaolong inquired, "How are the others doing?" Lord Changping replied, "We have come to an agreement with Zhao and our forces have retreated from Zhongmo. Presently, Jing Jun and Huan Qi are holding the fort at Tunliu. Shaolong's army has quelled the chaos caused by Pu Hu and ruffled the feathers of Zhao. Your accomplishments are admirable." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "If my accomplishments are truly admirable, Zhou Liang and my other brothers need not die in a foreign land." Tang Yi reasoned in a deep voice, "Wars are made this way. Regardless of victory or defeat, injury and death is inevitable. Third brother need not blame yourself. Li Mu was really formidable." Lord Changping wondered, "Didn't Lu Buwei travel to Linzi as well? He probably did not know you were there too." Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, "The exact opposite is true. Not only did we drink wine at the same table, he even personally escorted me to my duel with Chao Chodao." The crowd went hysterical. "What?" Xiang Shaolong gave a detailed description of what transpired in Linzi, causing everybody present to be tongue-tied and shocked beyond their senses. Of course he did not divulge anything about Xiao Pan's identity crisis. Her curiosity aroused by his story, Zhao Ji forgot to cry but her body is still plastered to his chest. When she heard about the part that Shan Ro has settled down, she sat up and noisily wailed, "Why would Sister Ro get married and keep us in the dark?" Xiang Shaolong quickly explained that Xie Ziyuan is an ideal partner and Shan Ro had made an excellent choice. However, Zhao Ji remained doubtful. Ji Yanran was inquired, "You didn't see Godfather around?" "He must have." Xiang Shaolong continued telling his amazing story with all the twists and turns. Once completed, he stretched his back and decided, "For the time being, all I wish for is a good night's rest. I hope to wake up and find myself already in Xianyang." Xiang Shaolong has changed into a military uniform and is standing at the bow of the ship. Standing beside him are Lord Changping, Tang Yi and Jing Jun who joined them on the way back. From afar, nearly 100 battleships were lined alongside the river in an awe-inspiring formation. 2 hours later, they will dock at Xianyang. The white, snow-covered environment is gradually being replaced by signs of the spring's arrival. The fluttering clouds, the raging waters, the lush greenery of willow trees that lined the two sides of the shore. Staring intently at a long-tailed bluebird that was eventually startled by his passing ship, he recalled the months of living life as a fugitive, which is in total contrast to his current state. With the limitless ocean and sky for him to roam free, he feels like an uncaged bird. The only issue plaguing him is, what is the outcome of Xiao Pan's identity crisis? Xiang Shaolong used this break to question, "Recently, are there any major developments?" Lord Changping answered, "The king of Han just passed away and he is succeeded by Prince An, who subsequently sent a peace emissary to us. In return, Crown Prince has asked Han's King An for Han Fei to come over to Qin. Han's King An has yet to give us a reply." Xiang Shaolong nodded. Crown Prince has always shown his appreciation for Brother Han Fei's theories of governance. If Brother Han Fei can put his talents to good use in Qin, that would be a good thing. Ji Yanran sighed with a breath instead but kept her silence. Xiang Shaolong pressed him for more details. Lord Changping suppressed his voice and added, "The Empress favors Lao Ai even more than before and promoted him to become Marquis Changxin. After the promotion, Lao Ai shares the same rank and salary as Lu Buwei, causing him to behave in an arrogant and insufferable manner. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, this is the year of Xiaopan's coronation and it will mark the end of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. It is just too bad that the two of them have no idea about what's coming. Quietly pondering on this, Xiang Shaolong deduced that Zhu Ji and Lao Ai are even closer to each other because of two reasons. Firstly, Zhu Ji is suspecting that Xiaopan is not her real son. Secondly, she thought Xiang Shaolong is dead. Be it mentally or biologically, Zhu Ji does require a man to fulfill her needs. Jing Jun jested, now that third brother is returning to Xianyang in one piece, I bet some people will be pretty disappointed. Zhao Ji cheerfully added, hubby has been away for nearly 2 years. You would be surprised at how much Bauer has grown. Ji Yanran joyfully chirped, if not for Bauer, Sister Wu would surely join our expedition. Little Jin and Little Feng are unable to come along too, and because of this, they did weep for several days. Xiang Shaolong made inquiries about Wang Jian. Lord Chongping whispered, let's talk about it after meeting Crown Prince. As Xiang Shaolong glanced at Lord Chongping with astonishment, the latter winked at him, forcing Xiang Shaolong to bear with the temporary ignorance. Xiang Shaolong longingly exclaimed, I am finally home. Xiaopan has received news of his homecoming and personally left the city to welcome him. This future Qin Shi Huang is finally a grown man and even kept a short beard. With a broad chest and thick back, his every gesture carries the aura of an earth-shattering emperor. At his first glance, Xiang Shaolong had the impression that he is facing a total stranger. Lord Changwen, Li Si, Guan Zhongxie, Wu Tingfang, Qin Cheng and several high-ranking officials are in full attendance, leading to a lively and grand atmosphere. Lao Ai, however, is missing. Among the booming drums, cackling of firecrackers and music playing, Xiang Shaolong disembarked his ship and stepped onto shore under the escort of his companions. Taking the lead, Xiaopan stepped out and supported Xiang Shaolong, who had kneeled down to pay his respects. Scrutinizing his skinny complexion, he sighed, it has been hard on Great General. Within Xiang Shaolong arose a bizarre feeling, it is as if their previous intimacy is gone with the wind. Besides Xiaopan not displaying sufficient agitation at seeing him again after so long, Xiaopan's eyes seemed to be concealing something he could not decipher. The other officials separately came up to offer their congratulations. Without any reservations, Wu Tingfang leapt into his bosom. Qin Qing obviously could not do the same thing in front of the public. However, her eyes are blazing with passion, setting Xiang Shaolong's heart aflame. Xiaopan and Xiang Shaolong are riding side by side, receiving the cheers of Qin citizens who have lined up both sides of the street to welcome him. Xiaopan grinned, after we received news of Great General's disappearance, every household began praying to heaven, wishing for Great General's safety and successful return. Their wishes have finally come true. Xiang Shaolong had wanted to tell him about Lu Buwei's grand scheme but realizes that it is inappropriate to discuss this top secret at this point in time. Holding back his words, he questioned instead, is Lu Buwei back? Xiaopan icily smiled, of course he must rush back to Xianyang before Great General. Great General's duel at Linzi is truly spectacular and has achieved the utmost glory for our great Qin. After you left, Xiao Qiudao personally begged the King of Qi for pardon, admitting that he is unable to overcome you. Is Great General aware that once the King of Qi hears about this, he was so upset he fell sick that very day? Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, since Lu Buwei is back, then. Let's continue talking in the palace. The corner of his mouth revealing a deep and unfathomable smirk, Xiaopan waved in response to the crowd's cheering as he plainly stated, everything is under my control, let's talk later. Xiang Shaolong is having that bizarre sensation once again. In a matter of 2 years, Xiaopan's prowess has increased significantly and is even more unpredictable. It is totally opposite from the past when he was a kid and he would plead, Master, save me. Back in the palace, they conducted a military parade inspection at the main square before Xiang Shaolong and Xiaopan retreated to the imperial study for a secret discussion. When the topic of Handan's Zhang couple surfaced, Xiaopan's royal eyes glowed chillingly as he cursed, how dare he? This traitor actually had the audacity to leak this information to outsiders. Even if he dies 10,000 times, he cannot atone for this crime. Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck, Crown Prince is behaving as if you are prepared for this. Xiaopan sniggered, lest you forget, I have planted Mao Jiao the spy within traitor Lao's camp. His every move cannot escape my detection. Feeling an enormous weight lifted off his shoulders, Xiang Shaolong was elated, Crown Prince must have executed some countermeasures. Xiaopan proudly declared, if I sent my men to Handan after receiving this information, it would be too late. Fortunately, years ago, I did consider this issue and have resolved it. Xiang Shaolong can feel a sense of overwhelming fear. In a deep voice, he questioned, why didn't Crown Prince tell me about it? Avoiding his stare, Xiaopan simply brushed off, back then, Great General was far away from Qin and it must have slipped my mind. Xiang Shaolong continued to probe, how did Crown Prince deal with that couple? Showing signs of impatience, Xiao Pan remarked, "Of course I rewarded them with plenty of money and relocated them to another place, preventing anyone else from finding them, but..." Xiang Shaolong's sixth sense told him that Xiao Pan is lying, but if he continues to pursue the matter, it would only increase the unhappiness between the two of them. Thus, he kept quiet. It soon led to an awkward silence. After some time, Xiao Pan broke the silence and sighed with a breath, "Is master upset?" This long-awaited word master caused Xiang Shaolong's heart to soften. With considerable agitation, he expressed, "You have changed a lot." With his dominating and sharp eyes turning to Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan looked at him in the eyes briefly before nodding, "I cannot afford to remain the same. To maintain my seat on this throne, I definitely must make the change. But to Great General, I am always a kid." Pausing, he asked after much difficulty, "Except for Great General, is there anyone else who knows about this secret of mine?" Xiang Shaolong is conscious that he has always wanted to ask this question but could only ask given the present circumstances. After a quick thought, he replied, "Except for Tingfong, not a third person knows about this." Of course he would not reveal Tang Yi's awareness. Exhaling a breath of air, Xiao Pan leaned back on his throne. Raising his head and staring at the ceiling beams, he gently painted, "Bad news travel faster than good news. With rumors flying all over the place, they better not let me hear about it. Otherwise, not only will I kill him regardless of his status, I will also exterminate his clan. Let's see who else would dare to bring this up. HNG, Lu Bue, Lao Ai." Xiang Shaolong was greatly shocked. Although these words are not directed at him, it felt like Xiao Pan is hinting him, warning him not to disclose his secret to a third party. He instantly felt uneasy. Without further explaining himself, Xiao Pan leaned forward and whispered, "I have secretly summoned Wang Jian back. He should arrive in Xianyang within 2 months, but..." Xiang Shaolong frowned, "You meant you did not consult Empress about this?" His eyes flashing with a chilling aura, Xiao Pan spat with disgust, "Since she no longer regards me as her son, why should I bother to consult her? At Yangdu, she behaves without any inhibitions and her relationship with Lao Ai is now an open secret. Under the skies, who is not regarding this as a joke? It has brought countless shame to our great Qin. Xiang Shaolong knows that he hates Zhu Ji for divulging the whereabouts of the Zhang couple. He sighed with a breath, "Crown Prince should remember what you have promised me." He was referring to the promise that Xiao Pan would not harm Zhu Ji no matter what happens. An incensed Xiao Pan glared at him and indignantly demanded, "Up till now, Great General is still speaking up for her?" His own eyes brimming with an icy aura, Xiang Shaolong stared back at him and insisted, "Yes. After all, she did love you and supported you wholeheartedly, and you also treated her as your real mother. If you had put yourself in her shoes, you should understand that the things she does do not benefit her at all. She is simply being human." Xiao Pan appears to be slightly afraid of him and shifted his gaze away to the reports and documents that were piled on his desk. He quizzed, "Most of the reports here are more or less related to Zhenghua Canal. Recently, I received news saying that Zhenghua was in fact sent by the King of Han. What is Great General's opinion on this?" Noting that Xiao Pan had deliberately changed the topic and refused to engage him with Zhu Ji's affairs, Xiang Shaolong suppressed his anger and replied in a deep voice, "Your subordinate is very tired and wishes to return home for a rest." Xiao Pan sighed with a breath and bitterly smiled, "Grand Tutor is offended. There are many things I do not wish to do, but at the back of my mind, I knew I had to do it. Grand Tutor should also try putting yourself in my shoes." By using another official title to address Xiang Shaolong, he immediately increased the intimacy between the two of them. His anger slightly mellowing, Xiang Shaolong formally asserted, "This July, Crown Prince will officially be crowned king. By then, all power would lay in your hands and Empress can no longer interfere with your decisions." Sinking his face down, Xiao Pan slowly pronounced one word at a time, "Does Great General knows that SLUT has given her seal of authority to Lao Ai, allowing him to use it at his disposal, causing me endless nights of trepidation?" Xiao Pan has really transformed into a different person and his relationship with Zhu Ji is obviously beyond repair. Otherwise, why would he use the term SLUT to describe her, stunning Xiang Shaolong speechless. Pong. Slamming his wide and thick palm heavily on the table, Xiao Pan gritted his teeth and cursed, "That SLUT has bore too bast. Ards for Lao Ai. One is named Lao Zhang and the other is named Lao Long. What does Great General think about this? If not for traitor Lao and Lu Buwei and Kavutsin posing a formidable threat, I would have tore him to pieces way before July." Pausing for a while, Xiao Pan's furious expression slowly subsided. With mock amusement, he laughed, "Does Great General know that Lao Ai is labeling himself as my fake father and even commented that this fake son, days are numbered and the coronation will not be mine but his? Ha! This fool can even dream with his eyes open. I can't wait to witness his terrifying demise." Xiao Pan may be laughing as he articulated these words, but the genuine hatred in his heart is what Xiang Shaolong finds bone-chilling. Out of the blue, he felt extremely exhausted. Dealing with Xiao Pan is much more draining than dealing with Lu Buwei. How was he to know that this would happen after he decided to bring Xiao Pan to Xianyang? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 1. Book 25 Chapter 01 Unpredictable Xiao Pan. Surrounded by his buddies such as Li Si and Lord Chanwen, Xiang Shaolong returned back to Wu residence. Seeing the Tian sisters again, the three of them were ecstatic beyond words. Xiang Baoer just turned 6 and he is much stouter than the average kid. Clinging onto Xiang Shaolong, he asked one question after another and was pretty talkative, causing Xiang Shaolong to swell with fatherly pride. Leading the entire clan, Wu Yingyuan prayed to their ancestors. That night, a banquet was hosted and the residence was decorated with numerous lanterns and red banners. It was a lively scene. After drinking until his ears are red, Lord Chanwen, who was sitting opposite Xiang Shaolong, chuckled. The invincible Chao Chiodao is no longer invincible. After the duel at Qixia College stargazing platform, there is Shaolong the Saber King, who was evenly matched with Sword Saint. Let's see what else are the 6 eastern states capable of. At this juncture, Ji Yanran and Qin Xing led all the female members of the family in a toast, demonstrating their indebtedness for Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi, Jing Jun, and the other men who had served Qin by going into war. Xiang Shaolong and his men hurriedly returned the toast. Noticing Zhou Wei, who had married Wu Guo, among the ladies, Xiang Shaolong was reminded of her brother Zhou Liang and King Eagle, who died serving the country. He grieved, at pity that brother Zhou Liang. Zhou Wei's countenance turned gray. Lowering her head, she gently consoled, late brother's greatest wish is to successfully train a King Eagle and deploy it in battle, assisting the army in securing victory. Now that his dream has come true, he would have died without any regrets. Great General need not bear any grudges, for his death is certainly a peaceful one. Finishing her sentence, her eyes began to turn reddish. Everyone is conscious that Xiang Shaolong emphasizes a lot on relationships and hastily tried to change the topic. Jing Jun's wife and the mother of their daughter, Lu Danner, quizzed, is Great General staying in Xianyang or leaving for the farms? Li Si joked, Madame Jing must be really forgetful. Others may address Shaolong as Great General, but you should address him as third brother or third brother-in-law instead. The crowd breaking out into laughter, Lu Danner vented her anger on Jing Jun, viciously glaring at him. She scolded in a low voice, it's all your fault. Her words triggered even more laughter and the entire hall was filled with happiness, effectively diluting the earlier ambience of sorrow. At the end of the banquet, the guests bade farewell and subsequently took their leave. After their departure, the leaders of the Wu family gathered together in a secret room for a meeting. During Xiang Shaolong's absence, all the external matters of the Wu family were actually handled by the wise Ji Yanran. She inadvertently became the only female participant. Tao Fong started the ball rolling. It is wonderful to have Shaolong back. After several rendezvous with Tu Xian, it is ascertained that Lu Buwei and Lao Ai were in cahoots and their apparent enmity is staged. Additionally, with Empress supporting them from behind, their prowess is significantly boosted. Due to Lu Buwei's incitement, Lao Ai is spending most of his time at Yongdu. His resident palace, clothing, carriages and lifestyle is comparable to that of a king. Moreover, any document that requires Empress's seal of authority will have to be vetted by these two traitors. Ji Yanran nodded. Due to the influence of Empress, Yongdu is as good as the territory of Lao Ai. With Lu Buwei as an inactive partner, they are forming secret gangs that are made up of desperados from different states, preparing to create chaos during Crown Prince's July coronation. This is a troubling development. Xiang Shaolong reassured, some time ago, Crown Prince has planted the capable Mao Jiao as a spy within Lao Ai's camp. Thus, he possesses full knowledge of his traitorous activities. Moreover, he has secretly summoned Wang Jian back to Xianyang and is preparing for a showdown with Lao Ai. Tang Yi violently shuddered. Now that Shaolong is back, why did he summon Wang Jian? Xiang Shaolong fell into a daze as this thought never crossed his mind. His own heart began to turn cold. Everyone is now gazing at him. Jing Jun wondered, since Crown Prince personally informed third brother about this, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Her pretty eyes flashing with a complicated look, Ji Yanran melancholically sighed with a breath. She cautioned, whenever it comes to a power tussle or brothers fighting for the throne, all family ties are discarded. Hubby poses a threat because you are able to win the hearts of the people, just by witnessing the citizens of Qin celebrating your homecoming by cheering at the two sides of the street at your return, it is as clear as day. Wu Guo furiously recapped, if not for a young master fighting hard and protecting this country, Crown Prince will not be who he is today. How can he? With a dry cough, Wu Yingyuan interrupted him, stop your nonsense. Wu Guo, you never learn your lesson, do you? After the ungrateful treatment by Zhao, you are still as naive as ever. Right now, Shaolong is as good as another Bai Qi. Do you still remember how Bai Qi ended up? Pausing, he added, fortunately, years ago, we had already decided to move to the borders and build our own kingdom. We are at the last leg of our preparations. Once we kill Lu Buwei, we will leave Qin immediately. Xiaolong shall be our overall chief in charge. Tao Feng dryly coughed too. Recently, there is an unknown group spreading rumors, asserting that Crown Prince is neither the son of the late king or Lu Buwei but someone Xiaolong that Xiaolong has secretly manifested. Hey, this is truly absurd. Glancing at Xiang Shaolong with a strange expression, Ji Yanran lowered her lovely face and her body language became unnatural. Tang Yi, who knows the real truth, wondered out loud, are the people convinced by these rumors? With a serious expression, Tao Feng professed, within Qin, unless they are having an ulterior motive, everyone believes that Crown Prince is the rightful and authentic son of heaven. These preposterous rumors cannot shake their beliefs. I am only concerned that this will cause Crown Prince some discomfort. Xiang Shaolong concluded, as per father-in-law's comments, we, the Wu family, can no longer allow our fate to be determined by other parties. We must hold the key to our own destiny. Following that, they analyzed several details on how to fully retreat from Qin before everyone retired to their bedrooms. Ji Yanran instead pulled Xiang Shaolong to the garden for a stroll. This gorgeous beauty with matching intelligence quizzed, does hubby feel that Crown Prince has changed a lot over the past 2 years? Admiring the bright moon, Xiang Shaolong sighed, as the leader of a state, who can afford to stay stagnant? Ji Yanran praised, well said. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Isn't this your famous warning mantra? Now that Crown Prince's authority is growing day by day, his character has become even more unfathomable and unpredictable. Li Si has changed a lot too and is no longer as close to our Wu family as before. If Xiaolong were to treat other people with the same frankness as before, it will be very easy for you to get cheated. Xiang Shaolong was still in a daze when Ji Yanran lowered her head and confessed, it was Tingfang who told us. Xiang Shaolong gawked at her with amazement. With a round expression, Ji Yanran shot him a look and acknowledged, back then, we just received news about your defeat in battle and subsequent disappearance. In her anxiety, Tingfang told me about Crown Prince's secret and is certain that Crown Prince will do his best to save you because of it. Therefore, you should not blame her. I did not expect you to keep me, your wife, in the dark. His face beginning to change color, Xiang Shaolong demanded, who else knows about this? Ji Yanran replied, of course Gigi knows about it too but I have instructed her to keep it strictly confidential. Shaolong If not for this matter, regardless of all the rumors, it will not affect the relationship between you and Crown Prince. However, it is an entirely different situation now. Shaolong cannot afford to let your guard down. Shaolong nodded, I appreciate Yanran's reminder. All along, I was mentally prepared for this. It's late. Let's return to our rooms and sleep. The next day, the three men Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi and Jing Jun woke up before dawn in order to attend morning court. Arriving at the court of Qin, Xiang Shaolong noticed Lu Buwei around and even Lao Ai had rushed over from Yangdu to be present. He instantly smelled a rat. Spotting Xiang Shaolong, several officials come over to him and exchanged greetings. They were fidgeting restlessly, as if they wanted to say something but eventually chose to hold back. Squeezing to the side of Xiang Shaolong, Lao Ai pulled him to a corner for a private conversation. He commenced, Empress and I are so worried after hearing that Xiaolong met with a disaster. Of course Xiang Shaolong knew that he is lying and cannot be bothered to expose him. Acting grateful, he thanked, I appreciate Brother Lao's and Empress's concern. Out of the blue, Lao Ai moved closer to him and whispered in a suppressed voice, over the past few months, there is an unknown group spreading rumors, claiming that Crown Prince is not the son of the late king but someone that Xiaolong had created. As a result, I approached Empress to verify this. After further discussion, we decided to search for the couple from Handan who had raised Crown Prince and invite them to Xianyang in order to clear the air. Putting up an air of indifference, Xiang Shaolong yawned, and what's the outcome? His eyes glowing frostily, Lao Ai stared at Xiang Shaolong and continued, we discovered that 1.5 years ago, the Zhangli couple and dozens of their neighboring households were burnt to death in a huge fire. Regardless of age or gender, 400 lives were lost and no one from that district survived the inferno. This case has taken Handan by the storm and is now classified as one of their mystery cases. Xiang Shaolong's hands and feet instantly turned cold and his mind went blank. Momentarily, he did not know what to think or do or say. Lao Ai's voice seemed to be reverberating from afar. Earlier, I brought this up to Imperial Uncle and he mentioned that Xiaolong told him about Crown Prince fetching the Zhangli couple back to Xianyang for a blissful retirement. But how did matters turn out like this? Even with his quick wits, Xiang Shaolong was dumbfounded. Luckily, the court bell rang and the various officials hurriedly scampered to their seats. With a how strange reply, Xiang Shaolong hastily slipped away. Perching high up on his dragon throne, Xiao Pan received the respects paid by his numerous civil and military officials. Xiang Shaolong is still in a state of apprehension as his mind is occupied with Lao Ai's earlier shocking revelation. He did guess that Xiao Pan would murder the Zhangli couple, as dead men tell no tales. But never in his wildest dreams would he expect the entire district to be burnt to the ground. From this episode, it clearly demonstrates Xiao Pan's ruthlessness in preserving his secret, and Xiang Shaolong would not find it surprising if the arsonists are killed by Xiao Pan after their successful mission. In the heart of Xiao Pan, only Xiang Shaolong and Wu Tingfang know about his authentic background. Will he cast aside his gratitude towards them and seal their lips with death in order to tie up all the loose ends once and for all? After being betrayed by his group of buddies in Linzi, Xiang Shaolong has gained a deeper understanding of human psychology. Xiao Pan is definitely different. Xiang Shaolong came to this conclusion as he witnessed Xiao Pan sitting on his dragon throne and glaring at his officials with a condescending attitude as he praised Xiang Shaolong for resolving the chaos caused by Pu Hu. By his opening address for the morning court, Xiang Shaolong can tell that Xiao Pan has learnt the art of utilizing his dominance and the use of compliments to win the hearts and minds of his officials. Following the speech, Lu Buwei presented his lengthy report about his Linzi trip. Halfway through, Xiao Pan gestured for him to stop. Frowning, he interrogated, "What kind of person is Tian Jin? After his appointment, can Tian Dan maintain his hold on power?" His long thesis being harshly disrupted by Xiao Pan, Lu Buwei's face revealed a look of annoyance. In a deep voice, he answered, "Tian Jin and Tian Dan are not worthy of our attention. Our only fear is an alliance between Qi and Chu. Tian Jin is able to secure the title of crown prince because the people of Chu are secretly backing him. Therefore, I..." With an impatient tone, Xiao Pan interrupted him again, "Is Tian Jin an ambitious and striving person, or is he another weakling who indulges in greed and pleasure?" Xiang Shaolong is filled with admiration. Xiao Pan has truly changed, changing to a man who seeks truth from facts and do not entertain empty talk. Based on his words, Xiao Pan gave everyone the impression that he is only interested in the stark reality. Momentarily stunned, Lu Buwei frowned. This matter requires further observation. Shifting his gaze to Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan's tone became gentle and respectful. He checked, "Can great general solve this puzzle for Guaran, me, your ruler?" Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself. With just a few words from him, the fate of Qi would be sealed. And it would naturally comprise the fates of his beloved Shan Rou and his good friend Xie Ziyuan. However, he could not avoid this question, especially during this period when his relationship with Xiao Pan is an ambiguous one. Inhaling a deep breath, he solemnly described, "Currently, Tian Jin can be considered as the acting king of Qi because he has the ultimate say in everything. Of course he would wish to accomplish something notable during his reign, however, he is deeply influenced by Qi's culture of empty talk and is blinded towards the pressing issues of the state. He is eager to maintain good ties with us and no longer possess the mindset of Hangdong's 9 marquee collaboration to rule the world." Slapping the armrest of his dragon throne with considerable might, Xiao Pan sighed. Great general's analysis had sufficed well. "Where is my chief officer?" Li Si muttered a reply and stepped forward. Holding his scepter, he cowed out and proclaimed, "At your command." Xiao Pan decreed, "Proceed without delay. Get Guaran an eloquent speaker and select a troupe of pretty and talented song and dance courtesans. Send them to Linzi for Tian Jin as a form of congratulations for his new title of crown prince. At the same time, add some congratulatory words on Guaran's behalf." Li Si accepted the assignment and returned to his seat. Xiao Pan let out a long laughter. Since the coming of Hangdong, Qi and our great Qin has always been locking horns with each other. The 3 states, Chu and Yan, are either fighting alongside us against Qi or fighting us alongside Qi. This matter must come to a conclusion sooner or later. Of course we will only take them on after conquering the 3 states in Chu. Under the leadership of Wang Wan, the officials of Qin broadcasted their endorsement. Their faces frozen with terror, Lu Buwei and Lao Ai kept quiet. Xiang Shaolong could comprehend the situation. Xiao Pan is intentionally showcasing his authority and foresight to the officials, reminding them who is the genuine ruler of Qin. Concurrently, he is publicly causing Lu Buwei to lose face, indirectly coercing him and Lao Ai to swell with rebellious thought. At this juncture, Lu Buwei suddenly winked at Lao Ai, who was sitting beside him, and the latter consequently made a secret hand gesture at a civil official named Qianji who was sitting several seats away. Qianji wavered on the spot for some time before stepping forward. He cowed out and avowed, "Subordinate has something to report to Crown Prince." The court instantly quietened. Seated beside and 1 level higher than Xiang Shaolong, Lord Chongping leaned towards his ear and whispered, "He works for Lao Ai." Due to Empress's backing, he rose from a lowly official to senior civil official within 1 promotion. With much tolerance, Xiao Pan calmly approved, "Official Qian, please speak." His lips trembled twice before Qianji enunciated in a fearful voice, "Recently, there are rumors spreading around Xianyang which contains illogical nonsense that are aimed at damaging the prestige of Crown Prince. After subordinate's inspection, I established that these bewitching slanders to be rather detrimental and therefore, subordinate seeks Crown Prince's permission to conduct an investigation." Xiao Pan icily interrupted him. "What slanders are official Chan referring to?" Guaran does not comprehend. His face swiftly drained of blood, Shenji kneeled down on the floor and forcefully kowtowed, begging, "Subordinate dare not say it." Xiao Pan heatedly bellowed, "You don't even have the guts to tell me the rumors, how can Guaran trust you to manage the affairs of the state?" Sensing that the situation is becoming unfavorable, Lao Ai gave Lu Buwei a nudge. A helpless Lu Buwei secretly cursed Qianji's incompetence and dryly coughed once. When he was about to say something, Xiao Pan already hollered, "Nobody is allowed to speak up on behalf of this nincompoop. Quick, tell Guaran the truth about the rumors." By now, Shenji is kowtowed with so much strength that his head is broken and bloody. In a quivering voice, he stammered, "The rumors claim that Crown Prince is not the son of the late king. Subordinate deserves death." Breaking out into laughter, Xian Pan derided, "I see." His royal complexion darkening the next second, Xiao Pan resentfully admonished, "Rumors vanished in the presence of the wise. The 6 eastern states are terrified of us and intentionally generated this slander in order to defame Guaran. Xianji, how dare you assume these rumors to be true and even claim that it is affecting our citizens?" Xianji was frightened out of his wits and tragically cried, "Subordinate did not believe these rumors." Subordinate, dot. Xiao Pan exploded, "Get this fool to the palace gate and behead him at once. His clansmen shall be conscripted to the border army and his clanswomen shall become prostitutes for the official brothels." Under the horrified expression of the officials, a wretched Qianji continued to beg non-stop for mercy as he was inhumanely dragged out by the fierce and emotionless palace guards of Lord Changwon, leaving only a pool of blood from his broken head at the center of the court. The look on the faces of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai is exceedingly dreadful. Within the court, one can hear a pin drop as everyone was flabbergasted at Xiao Pan's unpredictable illustration of authority. In a few months' time, Xiao Pan will officially be coronated as the king of Qin. No one would dare to offend him at this point in time. Xiang Shaolong can feel the entire length of his spine tingling with fear. Xiao Pan's makeover is truly overbearing. Recomposing himself, Xiao Pan plainly questioned, "Now that these baseless rumors have found their way to our court, what does Imperial Uncle think we should do to manage it?" Lu Buwei has calmed down as well. In a deep voice, he suggested, "Crown Prince is right. Rumors vanished in the presence of the wise. By simply ignoring them, the slanders would eventually cease to exist." Xiao Pan shook his head faintly, indicating his disagreement with Lu Buwei's proposal. To the crowd, he inquired, "Is there any other good recommendations from my officials?" Seated at the side of Xiang Shaolong, Lord Changping uttered, "Showtime." Stepping forward, he advocated, "In subordinate's opinion, this matter must be swiftly nipped in the bud. I propose Crown Prince to issue a decree, forbidding our citizens to propagate this slander either publicly or privately. The clan of the offender shall share the same guilt and any whistleblowers shall be generously rewarded. These measures would certainly herald the end of these fabrications." Xiang Shaolong was enlightened, recognizing that Xiao Pan, Li Si, Lord Changping and other intimate officials had secretly arranged for this scenario, planning to employ heavy-handed methods to quell these falsifications in a quick and efficacious manner. Xiao Pan cheerfully granted, "Subordinate's proposition sits well with me. Guaran is due for coronation. Thus, whoever that discusses this issue, regardless of official post, will be deemed as troublemakers and will be beheaded without pardon." Successively, he stridently thundered, "Court dismissed." The scores of officials briskly kneeled down on the floor, respectfully sending off this crown prince whose influence is rising rapidly. After Xiao Pan's departure, Xiang Shaolong was about to leave when Lord Changping held him back, stating, "Crown Prince wishes to see you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 25 Chapter 2. Book 25 Chapter 02 Preparing for a Rainy Day. With his hands behind his back, Xiao Pan was standing in front of a large window in the study. With his back facing the door, Xiao Pan plainly state, "Guaran wishes to speak with Great General in private. The others can wait outside the door." Li Si and Lord Changping obediently acknowledged his order and retreated from the room. Upon their exit, the attendant closed the study door at the back of Xiang Shaolong. Without paying his respects, Xiang Shaolong nonchalantly strode over to the back of Xiao Pan, inquiring in a low voice, "Is Crown Prince the mastermind behind the Great Fire of Handan which killed a few hundred people?" Xiao Pan sighed with a breath of air. "Guaran didn't have a choice, otherwise, right now, it wouldn't be Guaran executing someone but someone executing the both of us." Xiang Shaolong did not know how to counter him. From a practical point of view, Xiaopan's cruel method is indeed necessary and effective. Even he himself could not think of a better or cleaner way to wrap this up. Xiang Shaolong felt directly responsible for the hundreds of lives lost. If he did not get Xiaopan to impersonate Zhang, perhaps this calamity can be avoided. He is now deep-seated with regrets. Maybe this is fate. This is the first time he is feeling remorseful for personally grooming this one in a million Qin Shi Huang. Xiaopan gently coaxed, "Presently, master is my only kin. Please do not be upset with me. Without great general support, Warren will be so lonely." By addressing Xiang Shaolong and himself as master and me, followed by great general and Warren, Xiaopan has unconsciously generated an extremely dramatic effect. Within that split second, Xiang Shaolong experienced Xiaopan's astounding development from a mischievous kid to the earth-shattering Qin Shi Huang, causing his mind to turn turbulent. Activating his immense willpower to suppress his churning emotions, Xiang Shaolong openly declared, "Today, subordinate is here to say goodbye to Crown Prince. Later in the day, subordinate shall return back to the farms and await patiently for the coronation ceremony." Xiaopan violently quivered. "Till now, great general is unable to comprehend Guaran's difficulties?" Shaking his head, Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Why would I blame you? In fact, on the political stage, you have done much better compared to all the kings in the past. Under the sky, who can hold a candle to you?" Exhaling a heavy breath of air, Xiaopan turned around and his royal eyes were glowing with a never-seen-before aura. In a frantic tone, he insisted, "There is 4 months to go before I will be officially crowned. If master is willing to forgive me, then please assist me in getting rid of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai's factions." His heart softening, Xiang Shaolong sighed, "With Wang Jian around, am I, Xiang Shaolong, still needed?" The corner of his mouth curling to form an attractive and charming smile, Xiaopan shook his head and clarified, "Master is mistaken. I summoned Wang Jian back because it is time to have him back anyway. Moreover, should master meet with misfortune in Qi, Warren can instantly get Wang Jian to avenge great general." After a short contemplation, Xiang Shaolong explained, "Subordinate wishes to return to the farms because I wish to get some respite and also spend time with my wives and son. Crown Prince can refrain from thinking otherwise." Xiaopan was amused. In this world, only great general has the guts to tell Warren to refrain from thinking otherwise. If it was somebody else, he would not have the courage to say so. Subsequently, he interrogated with a serious demeanor, "Is great general intending to migrate to the northern borderlands after Guaran's coronation?" Suspiciously eyeing the overbearing aura radiating from Xiaopan's royal eyes, Xiang Shaolong maintained in a deep voice, "This is subordinate's greatest dream. Crown Prince had better not get in my way." Xiaopan bitterly laughed, "Great general is the only person Warren dare not offend. What else can Warren say? For the time being, Warren only has one request: I want you to get rid of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai for Warren." Xiang Shaolong concluded, "All right. Subordinate shall return to Xianyang in 1 month's time and begin preparing for a showdown with them." With Jing Jun and Tang Yi accompanying him, Xiang Shaolong rode to the top of the tallest hill overlooking the farms. Varying his gaze from near to far, he relished in the scenery of spring. Wherever he looked, it was as beautiful as a painting. Camels, horses, cows and goats are roaming freely on the vast grasslands, contentedly consuming the bountiful, thick grass and clear water the fertile soil provides. Slightly obscured by the thin mist that forms every dawn, the outline of the faraway mountains is faintly discernible. Coupled the rising and falling landscape of the nearby hills and valleys, on top of their lush greenery, it resembles some kind of 3D effect. Once a while, a waterfall is sighted in between the hills and their cascading water breathes even more life into the picturesque view. Peering at a flock of birds flying across the horizon, Tang Yi sighed, "They are finally coming home." Gazing at Ji Yanran, Lu Danner, Shan Lan and the other ladies riding horses and having fun below them with Xiang Bao and the other children, Xiang Shaolong was comforted, venturing out to war this time round. "My biggest takeaways are not the accomplishments on the battlefield, but it was learning 2 important lessons of life." An enthusiastic Jing Jun probed him to go on. Xiang Shaolong begun, "Firstly, I have learned how to make peace with defeat. Just when you thought victory is in your grasp, the unexpected can always happen and reward you with defeat instead." Still feeling apprehensive, Tang Yi agreed, "Li Mu is truly the god of war. With him around, our armies can forget about invading Zhao." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "On the battlefield, Li Mu is invincible and even Wang Jian may not be his match. Nonetheless, an open attack is easy to defend but a hidden weapon is hard to guard against. There will come a day when he will meet his demise at the hands of his own muddle-headed king and traitorous officials. Such is the never-changing end result for generals who have achieved the most merits for their kingdoms." Tang Yi was incredulous. Shaolong seems to be speaking with a great deal of emotion. "Can you enlighten us further?" Xiang Shaolong added, "That is exactly what I learned from my Linzi trip and also the second lesson. In politics, there is no code of brotherhood. For the sake of one's survival and state, even the best friends and buddies can be betrayed. An expression of deep contemplation was revealed on the faces of Tang Yi and Jing Jun. Xiang Shaolong advised, as a result, we must make preparations for a rainy day. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, we would end up losing all our hard-won possessions due to our state of confusion. The circumstances are ever unpredictable and life is full of ups and downs. It is better to be safe than sorry. At this juncture, alone Ji Yanran was riding up the hill to join them and coincidentally overheard the last two sentences of Xiang Shaolong. She praised, hubby's two sentences are truly thought-provoking and comprise deep connotations. Yanran can put my mind at ease after hearing it. His heart swelling with limitless tenderness, Xiang Shaolong looked over to Ji Yanran who was approaching his side. With his heroic aura increasing by leaps and bounds, he swore, we must finish our last fight with a bang. Not only must we take out Lu Buwei, we must also extract ourselves from here in one piece and proceed to the borderlands, living in tranquility for the rest of our lives. Tang Yi cautioned, however, if Crown Prince has the intention to get rid of us, he can do so without any reservations. Countering him is not going to be easy. Jing Jun was flabbergasted, is there really such a possibility? To Xiang Shaolong, Ji Yanran guided, I think hubby should honestly tell little Jun why this is a possibility. Otherwise, little Jun may not comprehend the actual danger and it may give rise to unforeseen danger. His face losing color, Jing Jun stammered, in this case, the rumors must be true. Xiang Shaolong slowly nodded his head and told him about Xiaopan's heritage. He instructed at the end, you must preserve this secret at all costs. Little Jun must not breathe a word of it to anyone else, including Danner. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Jing Jun recounted, thinking of that day when Crown Prince angrily beheaded Qian Ji, I am more than convinced that he will sacrifice anything in order to maintain his hold on the throne. In a deep voice, Xiang Shaolong wondered, for my entire life, people have been constantly deceiving me and I suspect Crown Prince is guilty of that as well. Have the three of you heard of the story, cunning hare's gone, dogs are cooked? Even Ji Yanran who was well versed with all kinds of literature does not know about the story. In a daze, she asked, what is it about? Xiang Shaolong secretly scolded himself for divulging too much of his modern knowledge. He explained, when all the wild hares have been hunted and devoured, the hunter would have nothing to hunt and would cook the hunting dogs to satisfy his hunger. Presently, we are embroiled in a similar situation. When the factions of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai are annihilated, we would become the hunting dogs. To make it worse, we are the ones who knows about Crown Prince's secret background and will pose a threat to the stability of his rule. Tang Yi nodded, hearing these thoughts of third brother, second brother, can put my mind at ease. Should we try to leave earlier? Without us, Lu Buwei will still meet a terrible ending. Xiang Shaolong disagreed, if we were to leave at once, I guarantee none of us will be able to meet Big Brother alive. The three of them were instantly stunned. Shifting his gaze to the faraway horizon, Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, I personally raised him and no one knows about his willpower as much as I do. Back when he was just a teen, he hatched a plan to kill Zhao Mu with his own hands and afterwards, he would still brag about it. If I am not mistaken, within our Wu family, there must be someone who cannot resist the temptation and has agreed to become his spy. As a result, none of our activities can escape his detection. His eyes blazing with a chilling aura, Jing Jun cursed, if I discover who is the traitor, I will kill him at once without any hesitation. Ji Yanran suggested, deceit can run both ways. If we manage to find out who is the spy, we can use him to mislead our enemy. Xiang Shaolong reasoned, the best time for us to run away is the heaven-sent day when Crown Prince is away in Yangdu fighting against the rebels. After that day, trying to escape will be much more challenging. Tang Yi burst out laughing, my sentiments exactly. Xiang Shaolong deliberated, Crown Prince's main concern is me as an individual. As long as I am here, he would not obstruct the others from leaving. Let's exploit this circumstance and send most of our people away to the borderlands, including Tingfang and Bauer. Crown Prince will find it hard to disagree because at least, on the surface, he has promised to let me leave. Ji Yanran frowned, but when it is time for us to leave, it would not be so easy. Xiang Shaolong questioned Jing Jun, how many warriors are we left with in the Wu family? Jing Jun replied, adding the men from my village and subtracting those who perished on the battlefield, we have about 2,100 men. We will require substantial manpower to protect the women and children on the way to the borderlands. There won't be much warriors left. Xiang Shaolong was delighted, the more men we have, the harder it is to flee. 300 men will suffice. However, they must be the cream of the crop and their loyalty must be above question. Second brother and fifth brother, please see to it. If our forces are limited, Crown Prince may lessen his guard against us. Ji Yanran muttered, hubby, did it cross your mind that when dealing with those rebels, Crown Prince would certainly activate the fierce army of Qin and completely surround the perimeter of Yangdu and Xianyang? With our limited numbers and faced with unanticipated changes, how can we hope to successfully exonerate ourselves? Xiang Shaolong plainly rationalized, if Crown Prince wishes to kill me, he has to do so himself. Do you think he can simply instruct fourth brother, Lord Chongping, Huan Qi or the others to come after me? What would be his excuse? The only way is to push the blame to Lu Buwei or Lao Ai. For example, he can get Mao Jiao to indirectly get rid of me as he is supposedly working for Lao Ai. When left with no other choice, he would personally lead an army after me. After taking me down, he can easily falsify a criminal act on me. Tang Yi warned, third brother's analysis is very thorough. However, if Crown Prince is bent on killing us and we have a spy among ourselves, we will be at a serious disadvantage. Out of the blue, Xiang Shaolong changed the topic. Can we arrange some secret preparations around the farm? In case of contingencies, we could retreat here and hide ourselves before finding another way to leave? Firstly, we can avoid the ambush of the Qin military and we can also trick Crown Prince into thinking that he can secretly kill us over here. Ji Yanran sighed, digging a tunnel is the best way to escape. The problem is, how do we keep it a secret? Suddenly, her petite frame lightly shuddered. Yanran has found a way, but... The three men joyfully look at her. Pointing to the southeast corner edge of the farm where there is a mausoleum which houses the tablets of Lady Ni and the others' ladies. Ji Yanran proposed, using renovating the mausoleum as an excuse, we can secretly build a tunnel as long as we only engage the men from Little Jun's village as well as the followers of Yanran. Except for the deities and spirits, no one would be wiser. Xiang Shaolong was troubled. The problem is, Crown Prince is aware of our brilliant strategizing skills. If he were to position scouts at the nearby hilltops before attacking us, they could easily spot and catch up to us. Moreover, there is only 4 months until the coronation and there is insufficient time to build a tunnel that is really long and useful. Jing Jun offered another plan. This is easily resolved. In the past when I was still a kid, we would hide in a cave whenever we lose in a fight against the kids from the neighboring village. In the same context, after we come out from the tunnel, we can hole up in a secret hiding place for a few days. Once the invading army has retreated, we can quietly slip away. You can count on me to take care of this. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed. Please act on it at once. That afternoon, under the leadership of Wu Yingyuan, a top-level Wu clan meeting was conducted. After finalizing all the details of their retreat, Xiang Shaolong emptied his mind and indulged himself in a lifestyle of happiness with his family. His unfortunate encounters over the past 2 years felt like a dream. Nevertheless, he is still in dreamland because whenever he thought of himself in the 21st century, he felt as if he is trapped in this amazing dream. 3 days later, Qin Qing came to visit. Xiang Shaolong could not hold back and hugged her firmly in his arms to compensate her for her longing and pining. Qin Qing was shy by nature and with Wu Tingfang, Zhaoji, Ji Yanran and the Tian sisters peeping at the side, it exacerbated the situation. Unable to struggle out of his bare hug, she was so embarrassed even the roots of her ears turned red. Ji Yanran and the others understandingly left the inner hall and allowed the two of them to have a chance to speak in private. Releasing the enchanting beauty from his hold, Xiang Shaolong pulled her to a corner and sat down with her. Stroking her in an affectionate manner, he observed, Sister Qin has grown thin. Qin Sheng lowered her head, I came specially to look for you because I have something important to tell you. Xiang Shaolong was in a daze. What is so important? Batting her eyes once at him, Qin Sheng put on a serious demeanor and articulated, recently, Crown Prince got his trusted follower to select a courtesan and began tutoring her in court etiquette. The entire process was extremely secretive. It was only pure coincidence that led me to discover it when I came across the royal tailors sewing new clothes for her. Xiang Shaolong frowned. What is so special about that? Her face revealing an expression of fear, Qin Sheng broke down in a quivering voice, in terms of appearance and figure, this courtesan closely resembles Empress. Ah! Shaolong, I am so frightened. Xiang Shaolong opened his arms to envelope Qin Sheng who was leaping into his bosom. His only reaction is a chilling sensation throughout his nervous system. He instantly knew what is on Qin Sheng's mind. Xiao Pan has decided to kill Zhu Ji, but no matter what, Zhu Ji is still his birth mother in the eyes of the public. Killing her is neither a filial nor righteous act. Thus, he had to make a switch and replace the real with a decoy. In the future, he can simply confine her substitute within the palace and easily conceal this horrifying truth from the citizens of Qin. Qin Sheng is shocked out of her wits because she did not know that Zhu Ji is not the real mother of Xiao Pan. Xiao Pan is no longer the Xiao Pan of the past. He has evolved into a brutal and merciless Xinjiang who will not hesitate to exterminate anything that stands between him and his goal. Back then, he did promise he would not harm Zhu Ji. He is obviously reneging on his word. What can he, Xiang Shaolong, do? He still harbors immense feelings of guilt and emotions towards Zhu Ji. Given the present scenario, what can he do? Qin Sheng lamented in a melancholic voice, Crown Prince has changed a lot. Xiang Shaolong quizzed in a deep voice, how does he treat you? Qin Sheng answered, he still treats me well and often chats me up. Nonetheless, I can sense a shift in his attitude towards you. In the past, he loves to talk about you in our conversations, but ever since you came back from Linzi, he no longer brings you up in our discussions. Whenever he maintains his silence, I really cannot fathom what is going on in his mind. His heart turning colder than before, Xiang Shaolong inquired, does he know that you are coming to the farms to look for me? Qin Sheng groaned, it is impossible to conceal anything from him. He even instructed me to bring some cakes to you. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, I would rather die than eat his food. Qin Sheng forcefully sat up with her back straightened. Her face losing color, she probed, will he dare to harm you? Holding onto her fragrant shoulder, Xiang Shaolong gently consoled, don't panic. The cakes are not poisonous. Tell me, if I am leaving for the borderlands, will you come along with me? Diving into his bosom again, Qin Sheng wrapped her arms around his waist, declaring, even if you, Xiang Shaolong, has decided to go to the edge of the earth, Qin Sheng will still want to be by your side. I will never have any regrets, but... Tightly hugging her curvaceous and aromatic body, Xiang Shaolong's soul flew past countless rivers and mountains, finally stopping at the faraway fascinating and delightful vast grasslands. Only there can he finally enjoy days of happiness that he has been waiting for the past 10 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 3. Book 25 Chapter 03 Xianyang Happenings. After residing for 3 days, Qin Sheng returned to Xianyang. Xiang Shaolong is now fully conscious of Xiaopan's mindset. To protect his throne, he has no qualms about killing all that stands in his way. Although it is uncertain if Xiaopan will eventually come after himself, Xiang Shaolong decided to assume the worst after his Linzi experience. He kept the habit of waking up every morning before dawn to practice his saber play and even added archery to his training regime. From the warriors of the Wu family in Jing village, he selected 300 men, which naturally include top experts like Wu Yanjia and Jing Shan. After specially arming them with chromium sabers and strong bows that were forged by Uncle Qing, Xiang Shaolong even went to the extent of imparting his flying needle skill to them. Day and night, they practiced non-stop. In the meantime, Wu Yingyuan and the others started to leave the farm in batches. When it was time for Wu Tingfang, Zhaoji, Zhou Shanlan, the Tian sisters, Lu Danner and Xiang Bauer to leave, everyone was filled with reluctance and the separation was an emotional one. Xiang Shaolong, Teng Yi, Jing Jun and Ji Yanran accompanied the convoy for 3 days before returning back to the farm, which is now an uninviting and foreboding empty shell. They felt uneasy at this change of environment. At dinner time, Teng Yi remarked in a deep voice, Wu Yingzhen should be the spy. The others were stunned. Wu Yingzhen is the third younger brother of Wu Yingyuan. Although he is against abandoning the life of luxury in Xianyang, no one would have expected that he would become the spy for Xiaopan. Ji Yanran wondered, all along, I have paid extra attention to this man. However, why is second brother so confident that he is the spy? Teng Yi explained, I was able to come to this conclusion because he insisted on staying behind to manage the farm and only leave with the last batch of personnel. This behavior contradicts his usual greedy and cowardly nature. Therefore, I placed him and his followers under surveillance and found out that he would secretly dispatch messengers to Xianyang. I informed Master Tao about it and instructed him to send stalkers after the messengers. True enough, the messengers would enter the palace by a hidden entrance to make their reports. Jing Jun aggressively cursed, I've never liked him. Xiang Shaolong was comforted, fortunately, we took early precautions. But with him around, it is quite troublesome for us to carry out our plans. Is there any technique that we can use to chase him and his men away? Ji Yanran contemplated, he has merely been deceived into becoming a pawn for somebody else. Due to his craving for wealth and a materialistic lifestyle, he committed these acts of stupidity. If we can exploit his weaknesses and employ scare tactics, such as hinting him that by spying for Crown Prince, it is as good as making it easier for Crown Prince to attack us, I guarantee that he will wake up and realize what a fool he was. Teng Yi frowned, you must exercise caution and don't exacerbate the situation. If he were to report this to Crown Prince would know that we are guarding against him, but... Her lovely eyes flashing with brilliance, Ji Yanran shrilly snorted, if we send his wives, concubines and children away, what can he do besides obeying us? Leave this to Yanran. Noting that Ji Yanran is personally handling the affair, Xiang Shaolong can put his mind at ease. He checked, we have to return to Xianyang tomorrow. Who is staying behind to oversee the farms? Ji Yanran bitterly laughed, let Ji Yanran stay back. Otherwise, Wu Guo may not be able to stand up to third master. Xiang Shaolong is most unwilling but also recognizes that this is the best arrangement. Time is running out and Xiao Pan will be coronated in 3 months' time. All their preparations will come to fruition on that day. Back at Xianyang, Xiang Shaolong's first move is to enter the palace and seek an audience with Xiao Pan. As per normal, Xiao Pan received him in the imperial study and Li Si is present too. After accepting Xiang Shaolong's paying of respect, Xiao Pan commanded, subordinately, "Give me your report on the happenings of Xianyang." Li Si seems to be afraid of coming into contact with Xiang Shaolong's gaze. Lowering his head and flipping the documents in front of him, he narrated in a deep voice, "Lu Buwei is spending most of his time outside Xianyang. Using the excuse that he is supervising the last leg of Zhenggui Canal's construction, he was actually meeting up with the local officials all over Qin, trying to garner support from them in preparation for turmoil within the court of Qin." Xiang Shaolong intentionally tested him, "What about Guan Zhongxie?" Still not looking in his direction, Li Si kept his head low and responded, "Guan Zhongxie was freshly dispatched by Crown Prince to the region of Han in order to pressurize them. Unless he disobeyed his orders, he should be far away from here during Crown Prince's coronation." Xiao Pan plainly added, "This man's archery skills is too amazing. With him around, Guaran cannot eat or sleep in peace. Guaran has planted spies around him and should he do anything out of the ordinary, someone will kill him immediately with Guaran's secret decree." Li Si quickly peeped at Xiang Shaolong once before lowering his head again, broadcasting, "The entire Yangdu has more or less landed in the hands of Lao Ai. With his 30,000 followers, they have occupied every single official post in Yangdu." Xiao Pan sniggered, "Guaran is purposely allowing him to grow without any restrictions, indirectly numbing him to the real sense of danger. Afterwards, I will exterminate him and his cronies once and for all. Humph. I'll just tolerate his willful lifestyle for a few more months." Looking directly at Xiang Shaolong for the first time, Li Si enlightened, "According to Crown Prince's estimate, Lu Buwei will take advantage of Crown Prince's trip to Yangdu and stage a rebellion simultaneously with Lao Ai, thereby gaining control of Xianyang. As the imperial infantry is still commanded by Su Shang and Lord Changwen's imperial guards would have to escort Crown Prince to Yangdu, it is possible for Lu Buwei to succeed in his endeavor." Xiao Pan added, "Both traitors Lu Buwei and Lao Ai are carrying the seal of the Empress. Among the confusion, it is likely that some righteous officials would be misled by them and unknowingly end up as their accomplices. Xiang Shaolong plainly state, leave Xianyang to me. I guarantee that Lu Buwei will end up in failure." Xiao Pan and Li Si exchanged looks of surprise. After a long time, Xiao Pan insisted in a deep voice, "Without Great General at the side of Guaran, how can Guaran be at ease? We can place Xianyang under the care of the two generals Tang Yi and Jing Jun. Great General must accompany Guaran to Yangdu." Xiang Shaolong had anticipated this reaction from him. Sighing to himself, he pretended to be unaffected and accepted, "Subordinate dare not disobey Crown Prince's order." Frowning at Xiang Shaolong for some time, Xiao Pan then turned to Li Si and instructed, "Guaran wishes to speak privately with Great General." Not daring to look at Xiang Shaolong anymore, Li Si retreated from the room. The study is now filled with an awkward silence. Xiao Pan sighed with a breath of air, "Is Great General dissatisfied with Guaran?" There are many occasions when Guaran is left without a choice and was forced by circumstances to undertake such extreme measures. Staring unblinkingly at Xiao Pan, Xiang Shaolong felt as if he is looking at a complete stranger. He lightly checked, "How does Crown Prince plan to deal with Empress?" Without backing down at all, Xiao Pan matched his stare. Hearing his question, his eyes started to glow with a chilling aura as he icily hissed, "Till today, Great General is still speaking up for this wanton and corrupted lady who has destroyed the reputation of the Qin royalty?" His own eyes glowing with a chilling aura too, Xiang Shaolong continued staring and frostily reminded, "This is subordinate's sole request for Crown Prince. I don't care who else you are going to kill, but I hope you will take into account Empress's past relationship with you and let her off." A flash of killing intent sparkled once in the royal eyes of Xiao Pan, but it is unclear if it was directed at Zhu Ji or him, Xiang Shaolong. Recovering his tranquility, Xiao Pan decided in a deep voice, "If she stays in the palace and no longer intervene in state affairs, Guaran will not treat her shabbily. Is Great General satisfied?" If not for Qin Sheng leaking out the information of a Zhu Ji replacement, Xiang Shaolong may have believed his words. But right now, all he feels is a sense of disappointment. If Xiang Shaolong is single and without any dependents, he would straightaway expose his lie in a full counteroffensive. But remembering the lives of Tang Yi, Jing Jun, Ji Yanran, Wu family and Jing village all resting on himself, he had to swallow this ball of anger. Serving a king is like walking with tigers. If one is not careful, it could result in personal death and clan annihilation. This future Qin Shi Huang is not easy to get along with. His tone softening, Xiao Pan gently inquired, "Master, do not trust me." Brimming with emotions, Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath of air before asserting in a deep voice, "Crown Prince is well prepared against the forces of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. Why do you need me around? I might as well leave tonight." Xiao Pan thundered, "No. Xiang Shaolong's heart was shaken as well. He was using these words to test Xiao Pan's response. At this moment, he has finally drawn a conclusion, and it is the most bone-chilling conclusion of all. Xiao Pan inhaled a deep breath. Master had promised to leave only after watching me become king. How can Master go back on your word? He sighed with the same breath. Don't you wish to kill traitor Lu with your own hands? Xiang Shaolong is conscious that if he keeps persisting along this path, he can forget about leaving the palace alive. Pretending to be mentally and physically drained, he bitterly smiled. If I keep my word, will Crown Prince keep yours too? Xiao Pan was annoyed. Since when did Guaran fail to keep my word? Xiang Shaolong thought, the changes within these 2 years are really drastic. Xiao Pan and himself can no longer communicate with complete honesty and trust. Now, both of them have to resort to mutual scheming and lying. Of course Xiang Shaolong is not so stupid as to expose Xiao Pan's plan to create a fake Shu Ji. He smiled. If Crown Prince has nothing more to say, subordinate wishes to return home for a rest. Stepping out of the study, Li Si is still standing there. He saw Xiang Shaolong departing and whispered, let me send Great General off. Xiang Shaolong guessed he has something to tell him and walked by his side. Surprisingly, Li Si did not say a single word during the long walk to the square. Noticing Xiang Shaolong, Jing Shan and the others brought his horse over. Li Si suddenly whispered, Shaolong, get out of here. He then left with a helpless expression on his face. Inside his heart, Xiang Shaolong can feel a tsunami of emotions rising and they are unlikely to subside anytime soon. Li Si is now the closest and most trusted official of Xiao Pan. Based on his intelligence, he should have a good grasp of Xiao Pan's intentions. As a matter of fact, from the clues that have popped up, it is not impossible for him to deduce Xiao Pan's real background and the genuine relationship between Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong. From these assumptions, he could foresee that Xiao Pan will eventually seek the extermination of him, Xiang Shaolong. Without Zhu Ji and Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan can preserve his Xinjiang identity forever. Besides Zhu Ji and Xiang Shaolong, anyone else would not be as convincing or exert the same amount of influence. Just as Xiang Shaolong rode out of the palace, someone called his name from behind. Turning back, he saw Lord Changwen chasing up to him from the palace gate. Lord Changwen suggested, let's talk as we ride. Xiang Shaolong was incredulous. What is it regarding? Don't you have to work? With a heavy expression, Lord Changwen interrogated, is Shaolong really leaving for the borderlands? Xiang Shaolong simply responded, I am ill-suited to be here, because I cannot stand acts of war and violence. You have known me for some time and you should have a clear idea of what kind of person I am. Lord Changwen was quiet for a short spell, as if he wanted to say something but could not bring himself to say it. He finally disclosed, Crown Prince doesn't seem too happy with your decision, saying that it will affect the morale of the military. His heart aching once, Xiang Shaolong affirmed in a low voice, you need not persuade me anymore. My only regret is not leaving 2 years ago. If I did, my recollections of Great Qin shall be the fondest as I race my horse across the vast grasslands. Completing his sentence, he squeezed the horse's belly to increase his pace and sped away from a stunned Long Changwen who had reined his horse to a stop, leaving him far behind in a blink of an eye. 10 over riders galloped like the wind, overtaking every horse or carriage that they encountered, racing down Xianyang's highway at full speed with the sunset as a backdrop. In this instance, Xiang Shaolong has given up all hope on Xiao Pan. He has one major concern in his mind right now, how can he save Zhu Ji from the murderous clutches of Xiao Pan? Ever since he came to this ancient warring period, he has to face all sorts of challenges on a daily basis, inadvertently training his willpower to be stronger than anybody else. Even when his opponent is Qin Shi Huang, he does not possess the slightest nuance of fear. But he would never underestimate Xiao Pan because he is the only person in this time period to have full knowledge of Xiao Pan's fearsome character. In the annals of history, Qin Shi Huang utilizes heavy-handed methods to exercise his authority throughout his empire. At the end of the day, the whole of China will bow down at his feet. Ironically, this heavyweight historical character was personally fashioned by Xiang Shaolong himself. Xiang Shaolong wished he could face the sky and shout with all his might in order to vent frustration in his heart. But he would not do that. Only by trudging on can he stay alive and travel to the borderlands to enjoy a new lease of blissful life. If Shu Ji is willing to follow him, Xiang Shaolong would definitely bring her along, using this opportunity to compensate her for his lies and years of guilt. With just one leg stepping inside Wu residence, Tao Feng had already begun pulling him towards the inner hall. Curious, Xiang Shaolong wondered, what is it? In a secretive hush-hush manner, Tao Feng snickered, your old buddies are here, but... At this juncture, he was entering the inner hall and saw Tang Yi engaging 2 guests in a conversation. They turned out to be Tu Xian and Xiao Yuetan. A thrilled Xiang Shaolong ran towards them. Holding the hands of both men, he was so overwhelmed with happiness he was momentarily speechless. His eyes turning red due to a burst of strong emotions, Tu Xian clarified, I did not know that Yue Ten is coming over to Xianyang, so I did not inform you guys in advance. With the groove of his eyes wet as well, Xiao Yue Ten grinned. Elder brother used Xiaolong's life as a gambling chip in Lin Zi. I trust Xiaolong will not blame elder brother, right? Tang Yi laughed, since we won the gamble, of course. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, elder brother's confidence in me is even greater than the confidence I have in myself. Fortunately, I managed to run away fast enough from Chao Chodao. Otherwise, I would not be able to hold hands and chit-chat with both of you today. This is called, among the 36 stratagems, running away is a top stratagem. Everyone broke out into laughter. Tu Xian sighed, well said. Running away is a top stratagem. Earlier, we were analyzing a plan to try and leave this forsaken place. Tao Fang chuckled, let's sit down and discuss further. Once everyone is properly seated, Xiao Yue Ten narrated, my purpose in coming back to Xianyang is to witness Traitor Lu's downfall with my own eyes. But after speaking with Brother Tang, I realized that Xiaolong is in an unfavorable situation too. Laying his eyes on Xiao Yue Ten, all the grievances in Xiang Shaolong's heart has disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a heroic aura. He cheerfully laughed, a true hero is someone who can continue to stand tall in the face of trouble. With Brother Xiao assisting me, all my worries are gone with the wind. Tu Xian was pleased, looking at Xiaolong's overwhelming confidence, we are happy for you too. Regardless of the danger, we shall maintain our high morale. Now that Traitor Lu's destruction is certain, our only problem is how to safely reach the borderlands and enjoy the rest of our days in peace. Tao Fang added, earlier on, Manager 2 has made a detailed analysis of Traitor Lu's situation. The forces at his disposal include the Imperial Infantry, Guan Zhengxia's team, 15,000 family warriors and his partner in crime Lao Ai's camp. Although there are several officials who are in cahoots with him, they are of no use when real trouble strikes. If we plan our strategies and deployments well, we could force him to a corner and exact revenge on him. Xiao Yue Ten solemnly state, the crux of the problem is, how can we take down Lu Buwei while guaranteeing a safe retreat? Xiang Shaolong beamed, initially, I was troubled over this but now that elder brother is here, it is a different story altogether. Xiao Yue Ten bitterly smiled, don't become over-reliant on me. For all you know, I may fall below your expectations. Xiang Shaolong whispered, does elder brother have the confidence to create another Xiang Shaolong? Everyone was stunned on the spot. Xiang Shaolong gleefully explained, Wu Gui is very talented when it comes to masquerading. In addition, his body build is quite similar to mine. If elder brother has a way to change his face to look like mine, I am sure we can deceive everyone and launch a stealth attack on our enemies. As everyone gazed at him with anticipation, Xiao Yue Ten contemplated for a short while before concluding, this would be the greatest challenge for me, Xiao Yue Ten. Despite the significant difficulties, I can guarantee that I will not disappoint Xiaolong. Slamming his palm on the table, Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing, with these words from elder brother, the circumstances have improved dramatically. The first person we must kill is Guan Zhengxia. With him dead, Lu Buwei is as good as a toothless tiger and his evil influence will be contained. Tang Yi nodded his head in agreement, that's right. If this man picks up his bow and arrows, we can expect heavy casualties. Tao Fang reminded, however, our main concern is not Lu Buwei but Ying Zhang. Xiang Shaolong simply clarified, that is precisely why I needed another Xiang Shaolong. The corner of Xiao Yue Ten's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Exchanging looks with Tu Xian first, he then laughing sighed, Shaolong is truly formidable, you have deceived us thoroughly. In this moment, Xiang Shaolong realized that Xiao Yue Ten and Tu Xian had already inferred that Xiao Pan is not the real Ying Zhang. And it is also because of this reason that Xiao Pan is going all out to kill himself. For those in the know, they would have guessed that Xiao Pan is acting this way because of a particular reason. Only when Xiang Shaolong is dead can Xiao Pan solve the root of the problem and not live in constant fear of another identity crisis. The showdown between him and Xiao Pan has long been decided by fate. Nobody can prevent this from happening. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 4. Book 25 Chapter 04, hard to differentiate between real and fake. Over the next 10 days, Xiang Shaolong attended court as per normal but politely declined all entertainment engagements. Instead, he devoted all his time and energy in training his team of 300 elite special forces members. Their equipment can be considered the best this era can offer, incorporating his modern 21st century design, and was further improvised by Uncle Qing, the head of Yu's Blacksmith Association, allowing them to become the living examples of the martial arts experts illustrated in wuxia novels. Besides being proficient in all types of normal and hidden weapons, they are able to climb any wall and trespass any property, becoming what we would know as stealth ninjas. On this evening, Ji Yanran and Wu Shu came over from the farms and they brought good news. the gorgeous talented lady exclaimed. Under my mixture of soft and hard tactics, Wu Yingzhen finally confessed that he has been supplying information to Crown Prince. However, he insisted that he was doing this for the sake of the Wu clan, as Crown Prince has instructed him to try and persuade us from leaving for the borderlands. Tang Yi icily smiled. A traitor will always have his excuses. Ji Yanran explained. Yanran did believe his words, because when Yanran pointed out that due to hubby's incredible accomplishments, influence and prowess, it is possible for Crown Prince to view hubby as a threat and a target for extermination, he was so terrified his face turned green and his lips turned white. In the end, he disclosed the identity of the person liaising with him. Xiang Shaolong interrogated in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Ji Yanran replied, "His correspondent is a man named Yao Jia." "Does hubby know him?" Xiang Shaolong nodded. "He is the assistant of Li Si and he is responsible for communicating with the various states. He just came back from Qi and I would classify him as a very wise man." Ji Yanran added, "Third Master Ren has now recognized the severity of the situation and promised to cooperate fully with us. To be safe, Yanran has sent all his family warriors and followers to the borderlands, just in case Yao Jia has bribed them individually." Xiang Shaolong determined, Wu Yingzhen's greatest usefulness is that through him, we can dupe Crown Prince into thinking that we will only leave for the borderlands after everything has been completed. In a deep voice, Tang Yi reminded, "If I am this ungrateful brat, I will have you killed at Yangdu by the hands of Lao Ai. When that happens, I can use the excuse of avenging you and fully annihilate the forces of Lao Ai, killing two birds with one stone." Xiang Shaolong chortled, "No matter what, we must mislead him into believing that we will only leave after killing Lu Buwei." Turning to Ji Yanran, Xiang Shaolong proposed, "Yanran's thinking is much more thorough than we, the two brothers. Can you try to fake some story and reveal it bit by bit to Yao Jia before the coronation? It would be good to make the story obscure, letting him slowly deduce and piece the jigsaw puzzle before guessing the final message that we want to pass to Crown Prince." Ji Yanran batted her eyes once at him, answering, "No need to flatter Yanran, I'll just do my best." Tang Yi probed, "We would need to leave for Yangdu in 2 months' time. Has third brother thought of a plan to kill Lu Buwei and simultaneously make a safe retreat?" Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath, "I want to see Zhu Ji before confirming the details." The two persons, Ji Yanran and Tang Yi, were utterly shocked. Tang Yi advised, "Lao Ai is now regarding you as a thorn in the flesh. If you go to Yangdu, you may get into trouble. Moreover, if Crown Prince knows about it, he would be more determined to kill you than ever." Ji Yanran also spoke up, "Empress is no longer the empress of the past. She may even assume that you killed her real son in order to make the switch. It is really not appropriate for you to see her." Xiang Shaolong did not consider these points. His heart becoming uncomfortable, he turned speechless. Patting his shoulder, Tang Yi consoled, "As long as we act with a clear conscience, it does not matter how others judge us." Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "I wanted to see Zhu Ji and try to prevent her from getting killed is precisely because it is weighing on my conscience." To Ji Yanran, he implored, "Can you invite Sister Qing over? Through her, I can meet Zhu Ji in secret." Her exquisite face darkening, Ji Yanran furiously reprimanded, "Once you have decided on something, you would stubbornly follow it through. Zhu Ji has mothered 2 BAs.tards for Lao Ai, do you really believe she will abandon her 2 sons and leave with you? Presently, we can barely fend for ourselves and here you are, trying to increase our burden. When Tingfang and Jiji are leaving, they did instruct me to watch over you and not let you participate in any dangerous activities. If you insist on meeting that lady, Ji Yanran seeks a divorce, but..." Ever since Xiang Shaolong got to know Ji Yanran, this is the first time she is so fierce and upset. Petrified, he shuddered and dare not defend himself anymore. Tang Yi nodded, "Today, second brother is not going to help you, especially when this concerns the life and death of the entire clan. No matter what, third brother has to listen to Yanran." A helpless Xiang Shaolong had no choice but to agree. Only then did Ji Yanran's anger subside. Over the next few weeks, besides giving his full attention to training the 300-men team, Xiang Shaolong also instructed Wu Gui on the finer tips of impersonating himself, for he must succeed in deceiving Xiao Pan, Li Si, and the others who know Xiang Shaolong very well. The only loophole is his voice. Luckily, Ji Yanran has an excellent idea. At a suitable time, Xiang Shaolong will start faking an illness. Therefore, even when his voice becomes deeper and hoarse, it will not arouse any suspicions. On top of that, he can do away with speaking less, thereby killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That night, Xiao Yueten came back from the farms and borrowed a set of Xiang Shaolong's official robes. Locking Wu Guo and himself inside a room, he has everyone patiently waiting outside, eager to find out how Wu Guo will eventually turn out. Until now, everyone is still puzzled over Xiang Shaolong's decision to have Wu Guo masquerade as himself. Unable to tolerate the suspense, Jing Jun posed the question to him. Xiang Shaolong responded, "Firstly, I want to deceive Lu Buwei. Crown Prince has decided to leave Xianyang under the care of Lu Buwei. Based on Lu Buwei's character, he would use this opportunity to get rid of second brother and fifth brother, leaving me. Ji Yanran, Tang Yi and Jing Jun were stupefied, staring at Xiang Shaolong, whose face is suddenly drained of color. With a skeptical expression, Xiang Shaolong wondered, do you think Guan Zhongxie would employ the same technique and slip back to Xianyang? We are 1 month away from the coronation day and the current time frame is a critical period. Would he be contented to remain stationed far away? Tang Yi rationalized, without Brother Zhao's talented hands, how can they create a fake Guan Zhongxie? Ji Yanran debated, if Lu Buwei has the intention, it is not difficult to find someone who resembles Guan Zhongxie. By getting people to provide additional cover, like mistaking fisheye for pearls, it is highly possible for hubby's hypothesis to be right. To Tao Feng, who had just arrived, Xiang Shaolong told him about his conjecture and added, please inform Manager 2 and ask him to pay special attention to this matter. If we can track Guan Zhongxie's movements, he'll be the first to go down, followed by Han Jia and the rest. Jing Jun quizzed, earlier, does third brother mean that he wishes to hoodwink Lu Buwei into thinking that third brother has accompanied Crown Prince to Yangdu but is actually staying behind in Xianyang to counter him? Xiang Shaolong nodded, that is the main reason. In addition, I can carry out my plans without Crown Prince looking over my shoulder. Tang Yi reviewed, nevertheless, we must be extra meticulous in our deployment and find a way to get Wu Guo out of Yangdu. Otherwise, this kid may end up in a life-threatening situation. The voice of Xiao Yuatan resonated, that's the brilliant part of the plan. By simply reverting back to his original appearance, it will be quite easy for Wu Guo to make his getaway. As everyone looked over to the open doors of the room with anticipation, Xiao Yuatan and another Xiang Shaolong slowly strode out, earning cheers and exclamations. With the appearance of Xiang Shaolong, Wu Guo faced the crowd and sang an opera tune before striking a pose. Pretending to grab the hilt of an imaginary 100 battle saber, he roared, Traitor Lu, on your knees. I, Xiang Shaolong, have been waiting for 7 long years to finally cut off your smelly head. Amazingly, even his tone and voice is quite similar to Xiang Shaolong's. The crowd instantly broke out into wild laughter and Tao Feng was laughing so hard he bent over and held onto his tummy. Ji Yanran shrilly giggled, this is impossible. How can the resemblance be so striking? Wu Guo stared at Ji Yanran with a surprised expression. He mocked, wifey, you are so muddle-headed you cannot even recognize your hubby? Don't blame me if I dump you. His teasing naturally got the entire hall laughing all over again. Panting from her laughter, Ji Yanran threatened, if you dare to dump me, I'll kill you with a single sword slash, but... Watching the scene unfolding, Xiang Shaolong can feel his emotions stirring. For the past 2 years, the Wu residence has not seen such a carefree and happy ambience that was filled with joy and laughter. Putting on a frightened look, Wu Guo relented, wifey is so fierce. Hubby shall give in and apologize. Unwilling to continue the banter with him, Ji Yanran faced Xiao Yuatan and questioned, Mr. Xiao is truly the world's #1 makeup artist. How did you create this miracle? As he lovingly admired his own handiwork, Xiao Yuatan lightly articulated, it took me 5 days to sculpt Xiaolong's bust from wood. Afterwards, I concocted a skin mask using a special recipe to recreate the fake face. Finally, I touched up the coloring to the smallest details. Thereafter, another Xiang Shaolong is born. Jing Jun praised, in the future, I would not dare to believe the outer appearance of anyone, but... Xiao Yuatan chuckled, without Wu Guo, even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, my talents would be inapplicable. This fellow's body figure is almost the same as Xiaolong, except that his shoulder is not as broad. Thus, I have added padding to his clothes to conceal this loophole. Facing the sky and laughing out loud, Wu Guo took huge strides up and down the hall, mimicking Xiang Shaolong's body language. It is really difficult to tell them apart. The 2 men Xiang Shaolong and Xiao Yuatan are sitting within the hall. Admiring the beautiful, star-studded sky, they were overwhelmed with emotions. Xiao Yuatan sighed, life is really baffling. Last time round, we were in Linzi, busy handling all sorts of people in dangerous situations. This time round, although we are back in Xianyang, we are again faced with the same scenario of trying to flee for our lives. But of course this round can be considered the last and final round. How wonderful, Xiang Shaolong nodded, with elder brother giving pointers by the side, I am extremely confident that we will be able to reach the borderlands safely and enjoy the life that we have been pining for so long. After a deep contemplation, Xiao Yuatan questioned in a serious tone, we already knew that Yingzhang will not let Lu Buwei have a good ending and by staying back, we have to put up with a certain amount of risk. Should we make plans to leave before the coronation instead? Wouldn't that save us plenty of trouble? Xiang Shaolong reasoned, I did consider this too but discarded the notion because of 2 reasons. Firstly, the retreat of the entire clan would take some time to be completed. Secondly, I am concerned that Yingzhang has made secret preparations. If I displayed any signs of leaving, he would cut me off along the way and simply kill me while telling the world that I have left for the borderlands. As a result, we have to wait for the best window period, which is the day when Zhang is away in Yangdu for his coronation. And to further safeguard ourselves, we must attack Lu Buwei proactively, otherwise, we will die without a burial place. Xiao Yuatan nodded in agreement. Xiaolong's thinking has covered all the angles. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled. My thinking powers are inferior to elder brothers. I can outshine you presently because nobody understands Zhang's capabilities and callousness better than me. If we are not careful, we will all perish like a sinking ship on the open sea. Xiao Yuatan wondered, how do you plan to deal with Lu Buwei? Xiang Shaolong officially state, I was about to seek guidance from Mr. Supporting his bearded chin with one hand, Xiao Yuatan grinned, Master 2 should be the correct person to consult. Besides him, no one has a clearer picture of Lu Buwei's actual strength and schemes. He has been patiently serving him for so many years in anticipation for this day to arrive. Xiang Shaolong was elated. In this case, I shall depend on the two of you to come up with the appropriate plans and strategies. The rest of us shall await your orders like soldiers. Raising his head to gawk at the enchanting night sky, Xiang Shaolong fantasied, with 2 Xian's years of experience and Xiao Yuatan's wisdom, he would soon be able to view the same night sky from the borderlands. The next morning, even before the sun has appeared, the warriors of Wu residence are already up and assembled in the garden, practicing their martial arts. Xiang Shaolong himself is patiently guiding Wu Guai in using a replica 100 battle saber that Uncle Qing has specially forged. Although the chromium used in this saber is not as good as the original, the saber is already one of the best weapons that Uncle Qing has forged. Being a martial arts exponent himself, regardless of bearing or aura, Wu Guai is able to fashion himself after Xiang Shaolong. Using the Mozi sword, Tang Yi engaged him in a duel. After more than 100 moves later, Wu Guai exhibited signs of losing. Wu Yanzhe, Wu Shu, Jing Shan and the guardians clapped and cheered for him. Beckoning Wu Yanzhe to his side, Xiang Shaolong advised, among the guardians, you are the wisest and most steadfast. During the trip to Yangdu with Wu Guai, you must remember that safeguarding your lives is the top priority. Whenever the circumstances become unfavorable, use the grappling hooks and escape back here. Wu Yanzhe acknowledged, Master Xiang, you can put your mind at ease. 2 years ago, Master Tao has already stationed some men at Yangdu. Not only can we gain a good understanding of the situation, certain preparations have been put in place. In cases of emergency, they can offer shelter to us. Standing beside them, Ji Yanran comforted, this fellow Wu Guai is full of devious ideas. During any confrontations, he is always the one who walks away with the better deal. Ambushing him is easier said than done. Shaolong, you can put your mind at ease. Xiang Shaolong has full conviction in Wu Guai's abilities, otherwise he would not have allowed him to take this risk. He specifically reminded Wu Yanzhe, who was now opposite him, Crown Prince would wait for the best opportunity before launching a secret assault on me. That would be the time when he and Lao Ai are clashing head-on. Otherwise, he would not be able to frame Lao Ai for my death. Ji Yanran interrupted, if there is a way to secure the mask on a corpse with the same body build as hubby, we may be able to temporarily deceive Crown Prince. His eyes lighting up, Wu Yanzhe was thrilled, let's see what happens. I am certain it can be arranged. At this juncture, a breathless Wu Guai came up to the three of them. With a proud air, he smirked, how is my 100 battle saber play? Ji Yanran giggled, look at you. Does your master Xian pant and gasp for air after a fight? Wu Guai cheekily laughed, don't forget that I have not fully recovered from my sickness. Some wheezing is considered normal. Ji Yanran nodded, you are good. I nearly forgot about that point. Turning to Xiang Shaolong, she recommended, hubby had better look for Mr. Xiao and get him to put some makeup for you, giving you a sickly appearance. When Crown Prince sees your face, it would be easier for you to fake your illness later on. Wu Guai added, at the beginning, you should act tired. As time passes, you can gradually increase the signs of illness. That would be a perfect cover. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought, this is called 2 heads are better than 1. When he was about to speak out, he saw Tao Fan leading a man and walking briskly towards them. As the crowd looks towards him in astonishment, everyone erupted with delight. The man turned out to be the long-absent Wang Jian, Qin's indomitable and legendary general. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 5. Book 25 Chapter 05 Reunion after a long split. Compared to the past, Wang Jian is more tanned and muscular looking. As a matter of fact, he has transformed into someone with a powerful and masterful aura. The most striking were his sharp and electrifying eyes, radiating an impressive sensation despite his calm demeanor, truly befitting the characteristic of this celebrated general. With a sincere smile hanging on his face, Wang Jian gave Xiang Shaolong a bear hug before releasing a long sigh. Does third brother know how much little brother has yearned for all of you? Tang Yi and Jing Jun leapt into their arms. As the forsworn brothers shared a group hug, it was such a touching and tear-jerking scene. Wang Jian happily laughed and hugged Tang Yi and Jing Jun individually as a form of love. He observed, Xiaolong has lost some weight, but you are much more awe-inspiring compared to the time when I left Xianyang. Turning to Ji Yanran, he smiled, third sister-in-law is much prettier too. The rest of the men started to swarm over, taking turns to shake hands and salute this renowned general. Xiang Shaolong wondered, when did fourth brother come back? Have you seen Crown Prince? Wang Jian mused, judging by my ordinary attire, you should have guessed that I came back secretly. Somehow, I felt that it is better for me to visit you guys first before paying my respects to Crown Prince. As everyone was stunned at his words, Ji Yanran probed, why would fourth brother-in-law possess such a mindset, but... In a deep voice, Wang Jian divulged, to be honest, I had arrived 3 days ago but chose to endure the inconveniences and stayed in a secret place outside the city. In the meantime, I sent my men into the city to seek out information as I am concerned that Lu Buwei and Lao Ai had summoned me back by using a fake decree. Beyond my anticipation, I got wind of some alternative news. It seems like third brother and Crown Prince are not on good terms. Tang Yi questioned, what updates did fourth brother receive? Wang Jian revealed, firstly, Crown Prince appears to have given permission for third brother and your clan to leave for the borderlands, and secondly, Crown Prince and third brother are not as close as before. Unlike the past, Crown Prince no longer discusses his private affairs with third brother. Jing Jun sighed, fourth brother's spies are really proficient. Making up his mind, Xiang Shaolong invited, let's enter the hall before we discuss any further, but... Sitting themselves in the inner hall, Wang Jian coldly grunted, this time round, I have brought 30,000 crack troops back with me. They are the best of the best and every single one of them is willing to die for me, Wang Jian. Fighting against these mere rebels? I only need to point my finger and I guarantee their absolute destruction. He then sighed with a breath of air, however, I am worried about Crown Prince and the possibility of him trying to harm third brother. As Crown Prince matures with age, he has become more and more formidable. Everyone can easily deduce that Wang Jian must have received news about Zheng's questionable heritage and is therefore making this assumption. To prevent Xiang Shaolong from being awkward and also as a sign of trust in Xiang Shaolong, he did not directly confront him. The news of Zheng beheading Qianji has taken the entire state by the storm. There is no reason for Wang Jian to be ignorant about it. The 10 eyes of Tao Feng, Ji Yanran, Jing Jun, Tang Yi and Wu Guo are all focused on Xiang Shaolong, letting him decide his explanation to Wang Jian. Xiang Shaolong broke out into a wide smile, fourth brother is truly worthy of the title, Qin's top general. You had barely came back and your intelligence of Xianyang is so comprehensive. He is indirectly affirming Wang Jian's presumptions. His eyes shimmering with brilliance, Wang Jian professed, my enemies are the dim-witted Xiongnu while third brother is contending against the allied forces of the 5 eastern states. Since when did I, Wang Jian, become the top general? Pausing, Wang Jian went straight to the point, whatever third brother wants me, fourth brother to do, I will do exactly as per your instructions. You can speak without any reservations. Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing. Stretching his hands and grabbing Wang Jian's broad shoulders, he cheerfully exclaimed, I want fourth brother to cleanse our state, wiping out all traces of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. And assist Zheng in uniting the lands and build the great empire of Qin. In the process, fourth brother shall become the most illustrious general in the records of history. At this point in time, Qin has 2 great generals and they are Xiang Shaolong and Wang Jian. From the perspective of the court of Qin, both men enjoy the highest respect and accolades internally and externally. Within the military, their standing is even more prominent. If the two of them choose to work together, they will definitely pose a viable threat to Zheng. However, Xiang Shaolong chose to simply reject Wang Jian's suggestion and thereby preventing Qin's internal strife. Of course the others do not know that Xiang Shaolong had already understood this fact from history, nobody can hope to overcome Qin Shi Huang. As a result, he dared not even harbor any thoughts of staging his own rebellion. Unconsciously, he won Wang Jian's praises of admiration but Xiang Shaolong modestly expressed, fourth brother is giving me too much credit. There are many areas that I would have to rely on you. In a solemn tone, Wang Jian described, in the history of our great Qin, Crown Prince can be considered our wisest and most scheming ruler, while Li Si's capabilities is not inferior to Xiangyang. But if we are talking about meeting on the battlefield, I, Wang Jian, fear nobody except third brother and Li Mu. In terms of scheming, you can never be safe against underhand methods. What are third brother's plans? Xiang Shaolong inquired, is fourth brother aware of Crown Prince's military deployment? Wang Jian unabashedly shared, the main strength of Crown Prince lies mainly in the Imperial Palace Guards and the Imperial Cavalry. Lately, the palace guards have been actively recruiting personnel and their strength has been boosted to 50,000. Regardless of training, equipment and remuneration, they are far better off compared to the other forces. In addition, they are fiercely loyal towards Crown Prince. They are the ones third brother have to guard against. Xiang Shaolong recalled that day when Lord Chanwen chased up to him from the palace and advised himself to give up his plans to leave for the borderlands. Unfortunately, he was rejected unreservedly by Xiang Shaolong. After all, Lord Chongping and Lord Changwen are members of the royal family. Blood is thicker than water. In case of a dispute, they would definitely side with Xiao Pan. Wang Jian added, against these rebels, Crown Prince should have logically summoned Huan Qi back. Instead, he summoned Ngushi all the way back from the Qinshu border. Based on this point alone, I am certain that he has the intention to confront third brother, but Tang Yi was thunderstruck and Ngushi is back? Why are we kept in the dark? In a deep voice, Wang Jian established, this is Crown Prince's secret attack force. However, I have yet to determine the size of his army. I only know that he has left the border and is camped somewhere between Xianyang and Yangdu. Upon receiving the royal decree, he can reach Xianyang or Yangdu within a day. Like Lord Chongping and Lord Changwen, Ngushi is a member of the royal family and would definitely support Yingzhang in times of trouble. No wonder Wang Jian could speculate that Yingzhang is having unfavorable thoughts about Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong solemnly swore, I don't give a hoot about his deployments. As long as fourth brother can secure the fake Xiang Shaolong's departure from Yangdu, we have the ability to handle the rest. Wu Guo smiled, it is true that we have to depend on Master Jian to take good care of my measly little life, but... As Wang Jian stared at Wu Guo with a flabbergasted expression, Ji Yanran swiftly explained their ruse in her melodious voice. Wang Jian bitterly laughed, if your ruse is exposed, third brother would be found guilty of deceiving the king. Tang Yi grudgingly smiled, this is a risk we have to undertake. If fourth brother has seen Wu Gui in action, you too would feel confident that we can pull this through. Ji Yanran giggled, additionally, your third brother will be faking an illness, making it easier to proceed with the impersonation. Wang Jian suggested, if the switch can be made halfway through the journey, it would be perfect. Xiang Shaolong was elated, with fourth brother supporting at the side, it has increased our conviction drastically. Meanwhile, it is not convenient for fourth brother to stay for too long. After finalizing their future secret communication methods, Wang Jian furtively slipped away. Xiang Shaolong left in search for Xiao Yuatan and found him sitting in front of a bronze mirror and disguising himself as an old man. He promptly updated him about Wang Jian's collaboration. Xiao Yuatan nodded, judging from his bearing and appearance, it is unmistakably clear that this man places heavy emphasis on brotherhood and is not someone who will cower to the rich and powerful. With him secretly providing assistance, the odds of our success have increased by several folds. Turning puzzled, he quizzed, don't you need to attend morning court? Xiang Shaolong explained, that is why I am looking for you. I have to trouble elder brother to apply some makeup for me and give me a sickly appearance. With an amused expression, Xiao Yuatan scoffed, Shaolong has underestimated Yingzhang. If he learns about your sickness, he would surely send a royal physician to treat your disease and concurrently investigate the truth about your illness claims. Shaolong's fraud would be exposed by just a simple diagnosis. Xiang Shaolong was horrified, what should I do? Glancing at the sky, Xiao Yuatan calculated, fortunately, there is still time, because Yingzhang can only send for the royal physician after the morning court session. I shall leave at once and gather some herbs for you. After consumption, these herbs will trigger your pulse to become unstable without any side effects. We can then deceive Yingzhang and prevent him from growing suspicious towards you. With regards to Xiao Yuatan's knowledge and skills, Xiang Shaolong has nothing but respect and admiration. He was secretly gratified that Lu Buwei has tried to harm Xiao Yuatan, forcing him to switch sides. Otherwise, Xiao Yuatan would probably become his most feared enemy right now. That very afternoon, as Xiao Yuatan had forecasted, Xiao Pan sent 2 imperial physicians to attend to Xiang Shaolong's medical condition. Even Lord Chongping was also here to see him. After the 2 doctors felt his pulse, both unequivocally diagnosed that Xiang Shaolong has overexerted his physical body and has therefore caught the flu bug. Inspired, Xiang Shaolong gingerly led them on, causing them to believe without a doubt that root of his sickness was due to long exposure to snowy wilderness during his fugitive days. Once the imperial physicians retreated out of the room, Lord Chongping sat down on his beside. With a heavy expression, he sighed with a breath, appearing to be in a dilemma over what he wants to say to Xiang Shaolong. Putting on a feeble act, Xiang Shaolong muttered, what is troubling your lordship? Lord Chongping sighed, my mind is in a quandary. On one hand, I wish Shaolong can remain sick and bedridden, but on the other hand, I wanted Shaolong to recover in due time. Xiang Shaolong can feel the warmth in his heart. Strongly gripping Lord Chongping's hand, he whispered, I understand everything. Your lordship need not speak any further. An agitated Lord Chongping stammered, you. Revealing a bittersweet smile on his face, Xiang Shaolong pondered in a deep voice, serving a king is like walking with tigers, this is an age-old truth. Let's not talk these things anymore. Is Ying happy? How is Duanhe treating her? His eye sockets filled with hot tears, Lord Chongping decisively declared, our prosperity and attainment today is all thanks to Xiaolong's endorsement and patronage. If we, the two brothers, can sit by and do nothing while Xiaolong is in trouble, can we be considered humans? Crown Prince is obviously the one at fault. Xiang Shaolong is touched. He gently advised, regarding these matters, there is no right and wrong. Please do not bear any grudges towards Crown Prince. Little brother has a way to preserve my life. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, Lord Chongping divulged after a short contemplation, Xiaolong must guard against this man named Wei Liao. He hails from Daliang, capital of Wei. After arriving in Qin, he has become a resident advisor under Crown Prince and is highly regarded by him. In fact, there are several matters that Crown Prince would consult him instead of us. This man is extremely shrewd and talented in military maneuvers. He authored the military manuscript Wei Liao Strategies, driving the main concept, attack small to grow big, one to rule them all, which largely coincides with our great Qin's ambition to unite the states. Crown Prince is probably influenced by him and is pushing the agenda for conquering the other states. Whoever that opposes his grand plan of uniting the lands are mercilessly beheaded. Xiang Shaolong understood his predicament. Lord Chongping is hinting him that Xiao Pan is going all out to get rid of him in order to preserve his kingly authority and wishes for him to remain sick in bed. Indirectly, he is insinuating that if Xiang Shaolong were to accompany Xiao Pan to Yangdu, certain death awaits him. Noting that this Wei Liao is not holding an official post, Xiang Shaolong is convinced that he has been specially selected by Xiao Pan to deal with himself. This is because the talented officials under Xiao Pan are all hardcore buddies of Xiang Shaolong. To get rid of himself, Xiao Pan has to engage an outsider. Lord Chongping added, did Shaolong notice that Li Si has changed a lot? We no longer adore him like before, he is too desperate for power and authority. Xiang Shaolong is feeling moved again, recognizing Lord Chongping's intention to warn him about Li Si. Nonetheless, only he can truly comprehend Li Si's situation. In reality, Li Si is even more passionate about pursuing the dream of conquering all the states and uniting all the territories, it is his ultimate goal in life. As a result, he was forced to do whatever he can to please Xiao Pan. Li Si, after all, did risk his own life to advise Xiang Shaolong to flee for his life, clearly demonstrating the genuine friendship that exists in his heart. Patting Lord Chongping's hand, Xiang Shaolong grinned, go back and make your report to Crown Prince. Tell him I will definitely accompany him to Yangdu. As Lord Chongping is still reeling from shock, Xiang Shaolong winked at him several times. Although he does not have a clue about his plans, Lord Chongping got the message after identifying Xiang Shaolong's look of confidence and left him as it is. For the next 3 days, Xiao Pan continued to send imperial physicians to attend to him. By now, it is only 10 days until the trip to Yangdu. Xiang Shaolong pretended to recover slightly and entered the palace to seek an audience with Xiao Pan with lesser sickly makeup. After being informed of his arrival, Xiao Pan personally received him at the palace entrance, putting up a good show of respect. Concluding a round of pleasantries, Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong adjourned to the imperial study to begin their secret meeting. This future Qin Shi Huang heaved with a sigh of relief, it is a blessing that Great General is able to recover in time. Otherwise, without Great General beside Guaran providing pointers, stratagems and countering the rebels, it would be disastrous. Xiang Shaolong carefully scrutinized this king of Qin whom he had personally raised. Momentarily, his heart is overwhelmed with countless emotions clashing with one another and he could no longer differentiate between love and hate. As instructed by Xiao Yuatan, he queried in a hoarse voice, is everything ready? Xiao Pan nodded, we are all set. Wang Jian is back and he had brought along an army of 30,000 crack troops, every one of them a brave and experienced war veteran. Guaran has assigned him to a location near Yangdu as per our deployments. Xiang Shaolong frowned, what are your plans? With a tinge of awkwardness, Xiao Pan articulated, according to Mao Zhao's spy reports, Lao Ai is planning to activate his forces and begin the rebellion on the night of the coronation when everyone is drunk and asleep from all the celebrations. When that happens, Wang Jian will besiege Yangdu with his men, trapping Lao Ai and his accomplices. Xiang Shaolong deliberately put on an air of displeasure, since Wang Jian is back, why didn't he come to visit me? Xiao Pan hurriedly explained, it is Guaran who had prohibited him from entering the city. Great General must not misjudge him. Xiang Shaolong interrogated, any news from Lu Buwei's camp? His royal eyes turning icy, Xiao Pan frostily hissed, in the meantime, what can he amount to? However, it will be a different story when Guaran lead my civil and military officials to Yangdu. Seemingly afraid of meeting Xiang Shaolong's gaze, Xiao Pan lowered his head and continued in a deep voice, after the departure of Guaran and Great General, advisor Wei Liao will remain behind in Xianyang and assume command of the city. To deal with Lu Buwei, he shall be bestowed with Guaran's tiger seal and he has complete autonomy to deploy the 3 armies of Xianyang. Guaran shall announce this tomorrow morning during the court session. Xiang Shaolong can feel his anger mounting. Despite his nice-sounding words, Xiao Pan is actually relieving Tang Yi and Jing Jun of their military command. At the end of the day, the Qin military is fiercely loyal to the royal family. If Tang Yi and Jing Jun are unable to deploy the imperial cavalry, Xiang Shaolong would be handicapped in the showdown between him and Lu Buwei. To make it worse, Wei Liao would have complete jurisdiction over any killings. Xiang Shaolong shook his head, disagreeing. This arrangement is illogical. Presently, the imperial infantry is controlled by the 2 camps of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. Wei Liao is a fresh face and lack battle accomplishments. Not only would he be unable to win the respect of the soldiers, it would dampen the morale of the imperial cavalry. This proposal is impractical. Would Crown Prince please reconsider? Xiao Pan still retains some fear of Xiang Shaolong and on top of that, he has a guilty conscience. After a short contemplation, he clarified, essentially, Guaran's strategy is strictly aimed at Lu Buwei. If he tries to manipulate the deployments of the imperial cavalry, we can charge him with treason. With reason on our side, Wei Liao can simply exterminate him and his followers. Hey! Of course we would require the collaboration of the 2 generals Tang Yi and Jing Jun. Though Xiang Shaolong's deep-set eyes are flickering with a chilling sensation, he plainly concluded in a calm tone, you can simply promote Wei Liao to become the imperial infantry commander. Xiao Pan was perplexed, but this is a point-blank offensive against Lu Buwei, the traitor would never give his consent. Xiang Shaolong stated with indifference, in this case, Crown Prince can simply hand your tiger seal to Tang Yi. Once the coronation hour has passed, Crown Prince shall become the king of Qin. Without Empress's approval, Crown Prince can control the armies of Xianyang at will. Isn't it better than causing unnecessary alarm? He is convinced that Xiao Pan needed to coax himself to Yangdu and would not clash with him at this point in time. Since Xiao Pan is evidently inferior in terms of courage, Xiang Shaolong used this golden opportunity to ask for the sky and watch how Xiao Pan would respond. In reality, Xiao Pan cannot be bothered with the imperial infantry and had wanted to regain control of the imperial cavalry. But of course he could not say it outright. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Pan finally relented, since you say so, I shall stick to the original military appointments. Wei Liao will encamp outside Xianyang city with his forces and whenever necessary, he shall supplement the 2 generals Tang Yi and Jing Jun. Xiang Shaolong was secretly humored. Even if Wei Liao has 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not know that Xiang Shaolong is the real mastermind behind Xianyang's deployments and is bound to be at a disadvantage. No longer interested in idle chatter with Xiao Pan, Xiang Shaolong used his lingering sickness as an excuse to return home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 6. Book 25 Chapter 06 Thick Clouds of War. Back at Wu residence, Xiang Shaolong learnt that Qin Sheng is here and found her with Ji Yanran in the hall, whispering secretively to each other. Both ladies wore a heavy expression on their faces and forcefully mustered a smile at the sight of him. A bewildered Xiang Shaolong sat and questioned, why are the 2 of you in a state of anxiety? Ji Yanran explained, Crown Prince has officially decreed Sister Qing to accompany him to Yangdu in order to assist him with the coronation procedures. Sister Qing is feeling distressed over this. She cannot afford to disobey the decree and yet, it is not ideal for her to go to Yangdu. Xiang Shaolong violently trembled, no one knows me better than Ingzhang. He has hit me at my Achilles heel. With a frantic expression, Qin Sheng dismissed in a melancholic tone, just leave without me. I don't think he has the guts to vent his frustration on me. After the dust has settled, I will look for you people at the borderlands. Recomposing himself, Xiang Shaolong shook his head decisively and declared, no. If we are leaving, we will leave together. Otherwise, the heart-wrenching pain of pining for each other will torture me to no ends. Listening to Xiang Shaolong's emotional outburst, Qin Sheng is so touched her lovely eyes begin to turn red. Ji Yanran suggested, Yanran can disguise myself as Sister Qing's personal maid and can react to any unforeseen circumstances. Briefly dazed, Xiang Shaolong agreed, that's a good plan and the enemy would not anticipate it. If necessary, I can get Jing Jun to personally fetch both of you at Yangdu. In terms of ninja climbing skills, who can hold a candle to him? Qin Sheng wondered, I would like to learn about hubby Xiang's ninja climbing skills. Are you willing to teach me? Hearing her words, Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran stared at each other with a flabbergasted countenance. Qin Sheng is such a civilized, prim and proper beauty. If she were to pick up the climbing skills of the Wu family special forces, how would she eventually turn out? That night, Xiao Yuetan leisurely strolled back. Everyone quickly gathered in the secret room for a discussion. Xiao Yuatan started, if not for Master Tu keeping Traitor Lu under secret surveillance, as we walk down the path of reincarnation, we would remain as muddle-headed ghosts. Everyone flinched and swiftly pressed him for details. Xiao Yuatan clarified, Lu Buwei is now facing a shortage of reliable talents and had no choice but to assign heavy responsibilities to his pioneering family warriors which Master Tu headed. Hence, Master Tu is able to comprehend the finer details of Traitor Lu's schemes. Ji Yanran exposed, of late, Lu Buwei has kept a low profile and appeared to be vulnerable and in a state of decline. So it is just an act. Jing Jun antagonistically cursed, this time round, we must tear him to shreds. Xiao Yuatan chuckled, we have neglected Lu Buwei's last trick in the bag, his allies from the 6 eastern states. Among the kings of the 6 states, each and every one of them views Xinjiang as a savage beast that will devour everything in its path. In order to topple Xinjiang, they are willing to pay any price. In their opinion, if Lao Ai can end up as the king of Qin, it would be even better. Xiang Shaolong's face turned pale. Would he have the audacity to open up the passes and simply allow the allied army to pass through? Xiao Yuatan chortled, even if he possesses the guts to do so, it would be futile. The soldiers of Qin love their country and would not carry out the order. In addition, the 3 states, Zhu and Yan, are severely handicapped by Shaolong's assault. Even if we open up the passes, their armies would not have the conviction to proceed with the invasion. Nevertheless, the 6 states has dispatched 4 teams of kamikaze desperados, each of them a highly skilled fighter who was able to fight off 100 men. At an opportune moment, they will execute their well-planned assassination attempt. Their 4 targets are Xinjiang, Xiang Shaolong, Lord Changping, and Li Si. Of course Xinjiang and Xiang Shaolong would be among the chosen targets. Lord Changping and Li Si are the top military and civil officials of Xinjiang. If they are out of the picture, the hundreds of civil and military officials would be leaderless, giving Lu Buwei a chance to take charge. Xiang Shaolong thought, the person they should really try to assassinate is Wang Jian. However, Lu Buwei is probably still in the dark about Wang Jian's return. Presently, the state of Qin is undergoing a critical period in its evolution. The minute Xiao Pan ascends the throne, the 2 camps of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai will perish without a burial place. Tao Feng inquired in a deep voice, are these men in Xianyang? Xiao Yuatan answered, to conceal their presence, they are holing up in the nearby mountain caves and forests while their food rations are provided by Master Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, you should realize what a favorable arrangement this is. Ji Yanran inquired, is Manager Tu aware of their plans and details? Xiao Yuatan disclosed, with regards to this, Imperial Infantry Commander Su Shang is the one with all the information. As long as we can capture him alive, I would be able to force a confession out of him. Teng Yi professed, if Su Shang steps out of the city, we would be able to capture him alive for Mr.'s interrogation. But if he stations himself within the command center, we are powerless unless we chose to attack him head-on. Su Shang himself is a master swordsman and is a resident of Imperial Uncle residence. Wherever he goes, he would be escorted by a sizable entourage of bodyguards. Within the command center, it is a concentration of his men and influence. Killing him might be workable, but capturing him alive is going to be an incredible feat. From his bosom, Xiao Yuatan produced a roll of parchment. Spreading it across the table, he narrated, this is a complete blueprint of Imperial Uncle residence, including all the defensive traps and hidden rooms. If we employ certain strategies instead of brute force, it is quite possible for us to assassinate Lu Buwei and kidnap Su Shang. Pausing, he added, Master Tu has prepared a powerful anesthetic. If we put it in the drinking wells of Imperial Uncle residence, its consumers can forget about waking up within 3 days. Jing Jun cheered, that's brilliant. Xiang Shaolong probed, since Senior Tu did participate in Lu Buwei's confidential meetings, did he manage to learn about his complete scheme? Xiao Yuatan icily grinned, even if Master Tu did not participate in the meetings, Traitor Lu cannot pull the wool over his eyes. Traitor Lu's plan is to unleash 2 simultaneous attacks. When Lao Ai is staging his rebellion at Yongdu, he would launch his own uprising at Xianyang and kill everyone who opposes him. Pausing, he continued, it is imperative to successfully assassinate Xinjiang. With Xinjiang dead, Lu Buwei can use the excuse of attacking Lao Ai and obtain full military control of Qin. Tao Feng frowned, if Lao Ai failed in his rebellion, wouldn't Traitor Lu's beautiful dream end up in smoke? And he would be labeled as a stinking insurgent. Xiao Yuatan enlightened, that's why Traitor Lu has instructed Guan Zhongxie to proceed to Yongdu to meet up with the experts from the 6 states and oversee their assassination maneuvers. Based on his remarkable archery skills, he has a decent shot at success. At the end of the day, Xinjiang is not familiar with layout of Yongdu. Everybody is in a state of agitation. If they do not act first and get rid of this man, he would become a most fearful threat. Xiang Shaolong sighed, we did suspect this move from Lu Buwei, unfortunately, it turned out to be true. Is there any way to pinpoint Guan Zhongxie's location? Xiao Yuatan shook his head. This is the old thief's last and most powerful weapon. Except for himself, nobody else knows about Guan Zhengxie's movement. The success or failure of traitor Lu is resting on the deciding death of Ying Zheng, and he does have a fair chance of victory.
Ji Yanran pointed out, wouldn't Wu Guo be in an extremely dangerous position?
Wu Guo's face is completely drained of blood. However, no one will blame him for being frightened after taking into account Guan Zhengxie's supreme archery skills. Stroking his beard, Xiao Yuatan guffawed, "Dear all, this is called thinking too much.
Actually, Guan Zhengxie is not absolutely untraceable.
After all, his first target has to be Ying Zheng. An alternative is assaulting the 4 targets simultaneously in order not to raise the alarm and lose the element of surprise." Wu Gui instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Ji Yanran deduced, in this sense, the assassination attempts should be concentrated in Yangdu. Only in this instance can they frame Lao Ai for the murders. She went on with a smile, those well-versed in warfare will overcome their enemies by strategy instead of numbers. The biggest weakness of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai's collaboration is their mutual distrust and mutual scheming. According to Yanran's estimate, it is likely that Lu Buwei did not reveal to Lao Ai about his assassination plans and has planted spies among the followers of Crown Prince. If we manage to leak the assassination plans to Lao Ai, we may gain some unexpected benefits. Xiang Shaolong is not the least worried about Xiao Pan's royal life, otherwise, history would not have records of this person known as Qin Shi Huang. In the same context, he is not worried about Lord Chongping and Li Si too. At this point, Teng Yi commented, the best way is to kill Guan Zhengxie beforehand and indirectly safeguard ourselves.
If anything were to happen to me in Little June, traitor Lu can simply seize control of the imperial cavalry.
Guan Zhengxie is a gifted warrior and an astute strategist. With him masterminding the assassins from the 6 states, who would dare to be complacent? Xiao Yuatan suddenly proposed, with Wu Guo disguised as Xiaolong, Xiaolong can concurrently impersonate Wu Guo.
That would be a perfect scenario. Everyone was full of praise and cheers. Tao Fong wondered, is there enough time?
Xiao Yuatan happily laughed, when I was making the first mask, I already thought of this and made both masks instead. That's why I ended up taking so much time. Everyone took turns in commending Xiao Yuatan for his brilliance and is full of admiration for his wisdom and foresight.
Subsequently, they discussed the details of their deployments and decided that their utmost priority is to track down Guan Zhengxie.
At the same time, they made special provisions in case of unforeseen circumstances. That night, Xiang Shaolong had a very good rest and intentionally appeared during the morning court session, allowing Lu Buwei and the others to witness his sickly appearance and hear his hoarse voice. The court session that morning was mainly centered on the affairs of the approaching coronation. Lu Buwei actively persisted on staying behind and guarding Xianyang while Xiao Pan pretended to lose the debate and accepted his proposal with reluctance. After the morning court session, the 5 men Xiao Pan, Xiang Shaolong, Lord Chongping, Lord Chongwen and Li Si adjourned to the imperial study for their private meeting. Lord Chongping and Li Si submitted their reports first and both their reports are concerning the Yangdu coronation process. At the end of their submission, Xiao Pan narrated, officials, all of you, should know that this is the last opportunity for the 2 camps of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai to topple Guaran. In this aspect, what propositions would officials recommend? Lord Changwen reported, your subordinate has made detailed preparations with regards to this matter. First of all, the ships sailing to Yangdu shall be similar looking and all of them will bear the royal flag, making it difficult for the enemy to pinpoint the actual ship that Guaran is sailing on. In addition, several mini battleships shall pave the way for us. Lastly, there will be elite soldiers lying in ambush in all the critical parts of the shore, guaranteeing a safe journey.
Xiao Pan nodded his head and praised his work before reminding, nonetheless, the main danger would lie in Yangdu. For many years, Lao Ai has been making preparations just for this one day. We cannot afford to be complacent. Lord Chongping added, Gushi will first lead 10,000 elite soldiers into Yangdu and secure all the exits and entrances. Subordinate has confidence that Lao Ai would not dare to challenge him. Xiang Shaolong frowned, when did Senior General come back?
Xiao Pan dryly coughed once and explained, as Great General is at home and recuperating, Guaran dare not disturb and thus, did not tell Great General about his return. Li Si and the other 2 men lowered their head and kept their silence.
Xiang Shaolong furiously state, Crown Prince is well prepared and certainly do not require subordinate's presence and advice. Why don't subordinate remain in Xianyang and continue my recuperation? The heads of Li Si and the other 2 sank even lower.
Without any signs of fluster, Xiao Pan corrected, Great General, you must not jump to conclusions.
Guaran is now seeking your advice.
Xiang Shaolong concluded, if you do not make known to subordinate about your deployments and the available soldiers, be prepared to fail.
Including Xiao Pan, the 4 men were taken aback.
Xiang Shaolong thought, this is called, I don't usually speak, but when I do, you can expect some nerve-wracking words.
After receiving the precious intelligence reports from Tu Xian, he is much more confident in fighting this double war. The first war is against the gangs of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai, the second war is against the heartless fellow Xiao Pan. With a serious demeanor, Xiao Pan questioned, "What does great general mean?"
Of course, Xiang Shaolong knew that Xiao Pan places a heavy emphasis on the meaning behind his words.
Moreover, since he was young, Xiao Pan has always regarded himself as an infallible immortal.
In addition, Xiang Shaolong has assisted Xiao Pan in resolving many of his difficulties, and his standing in Xiao Pan's heart is irreplaceable. If it was somebody else, be it Wang Jian or Li Si, they would not have the same chilling effect on this future Qin Shi Huang.
Instead of answering, Xiang Shaolong plainly interrogated, "How many men did Senior General and brought back from the Qinshu border?"
After some hesitation, Xiao Pan helplessly replied, 50,000. Scrutinizing the expression of the others, Xiang Shaolong is convinced that Xiao Pan did not lie to him about this matter. Without the slightest hint of surprise, he probed, "Where are the other 40,000 men stationed at? Who is in charge of them?"
Of course, Xiang Shaolong is well aware that the huge army is not solely here to get rid of Lu Buwei. They would be used to attack Tangyi, Jingjun, and the Wu family warriors as well, but he intentionally forced Xiao Pan to confess so. Xiao Pan appears to be afraid of facing Xiang Shaolong's glare and pretended to flip through several documents on his table. With an air of nonchalance, he responded, "They are the reserve army which I prepared for cases of emergency. With Wei Liao at the helm, they can swiftly supplement the forces of Yangdu or Xianyang by taking the river route." Subsequently, he reminded with some impatience, "Great General has yet to answer Guaran's question." Under the sky, only Xiang Shaolong would dare to speak with Xiao Pan in this manner. Li Si and the others dare not interrupt. Xiang Shaolong simply rationalized, "However brazen they can be, the gangs of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai would not throw eggs at stone by staging an open rebellion.
Therefore, I am convinced that they will try to employ a secret assassination attempt. If they can successfully get rid of Crown Prince, chaos will descend and the traitors can reap benefits from the state of disorder. They will end up as the biggest winners." Lord Changping cannot help but interject, "We already thought of that and have implemented appropriate countermeasures." Xiang Shaolong articulated in a deep voice, "Imagine a scenario whereby the head of the assassination team is Guan Zhongxie and the participants are top assassins from the other 6 states, each of them painstakingly chosen from thousands of candidates and has undergone vigorous training. On top of that, Crown Prince has to expose himself to the public during the coronation ceremony, and there are also spies within the palace guards aiding the assassins. Is your lordship as sure-footed as before?" Including Xiao Pan, everyone's countenance underwent a drastic change. Years ago, on the way to Desui for the spring sacrifice, Xiao Pan's entourage was ambushed. Luckily, the decoy carriage was attacked, but the memory of the incident is still fresh in their minds. With the deadly marksman Guan Zhongxie involved in the latest assault, who can guarantee that everything will be fine? Lord Changping was thunderstruck. According to the messengers, Guan Zhongxie is still in Han territory, locking horns with the people of Han. Xiang Shaolong dismissed, "That's a sham." In this critical juncture, there is no reason for Lu Buwei to not summon his beloved son-in-law back. This is called feeding an army for days, unlocking their value in one battle. Xiang Shaolong's words are highly persuasive and plausible, no one doubts his theory. His royal eyes flickering, Xiao Pan glared at Xiang Shaolong and grilled, "Where did Great General get your information from?" Xiang Shaolong has already anticipated this question from Xiao Pan and replied with a smile, "Lu Buwei has friends in the 6 states and so does subordinate." Xiao Pan stared blankly at him for a short spell and nodded, "What solutions do Great General advocate?" Taking full advantage of his superior bargaining position, Xiang Shaolong demanded, "For a start, Crown Prince has to grant subordinate your Tiger Seal, giving subordinate the ability to deploy the military at will. Only then can subordinate find a remedy to this problem." This is Xiang Shaolong's most astounding move, and there is no basis for Xiao Pan to reject him. For the different ranks of commanders and generals, they are presented with a different Tiger Seal that reflects their rank and identity. In the same context, the Tiger Seal will limit the amount of soldiers they can bring into battle. For those who are ranked Senior General and above, there is no limit on their army strength. Wherever they may be, they can recruit or deploy soldiers at will. After every war and upon their return to Xianyang, the generals and commanders must surrender half of their Tiger Seal to the court. The soldiers will be reassigned back to their original barracks and the generals will be left with their personal soldiers. The personal soldiers of each general will vary based on their ranks. At the end of the day, the control of the military will reconsolidate in the hands of the king. Being one of the 2 great generals of Qin, if Xiang Shaolong possessed the complete Tiger Seal, he is as good as the chief commander. When that happens, except for Xiao Pan, no one can retract his authority. As a result, with both halves of the Tiger Seal, Xiang Shaolong wields absolute authority over the soldiers of Qin. If Xiao Pan wishes to harm him, he cannot utilize Wei Liao, who is a new and lowly ranked commander.
The only possibility is for Xiao Pan to attack Xiang Shaolong in person.
This clearly demonstrates the importance of the tiger seal.
For 3 reasons, Xiang Shaolong is confident that Xiao Pan will acquiesce to his request. Firstly, Xiao Pan is under the impression that Xiang Shaolong is always by his side.
After arriving in Yangdu, Xiao Pan can easily demand the return of the tiger seal. It is not as if Xiang Shaolong is fighting a distant battle and can choose to disobey Xiao Pan's decree. Secondly, Xiang Shaolong had deliberately painted this scenario, forcing Xiao Pan to accede to his demands in order to placate and continue deceiving Xiang Shaolong.
Thirdly and best of all, Xiao Pan's trust in Xiang Shaolong's capabilities are deep-rooted.
Furthermore, Xiao Pan fully believes that Xiang Shaolong would not bear to harm him.
As a result, Xiang Shaolong is not anxious about Xiao Pan's decision.
Additionally, Xiao Pan cannot make inquiries about his plans, as it is tantamount to distrust. As anticipated, Xiao Pan was briefly dazed before nodding his royal head in agreement, as per Great General's request.
Suppressing his overwhelming exhilaration, Xiang Shaolong plainly swore, "The day of Crown Prince's coronation shall be the day subordinate presents the head of Guan Zhongxie.
If I fail in my duty, Crown Prince can punish me according to the military laws." An extremely complicated look flashed past the eyes of Xiao Pan.
Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself and took this opportunity to retreat.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 25 Chapter 7. Book 25 Chapter 07 Unorthodox Interrogation. Lord Changwen chased up to Xiang Shaolong from the back.
Riding side by side, their horses unhurriedly galloped along the road while the guardians and Lord Changwen's bodyguards carefully scrutinized their surroundings for any signs of danger. Armed with human-sized shields and holding their bows, they kept a strict lookout for possible assassins. It was a tense atmosphere.
Xiang Shaolong casually checked, "Don't you need to attend to Crown Prince?" Lord Changwen shook his head and probed, "What are Shaolong's plans against the rebels? Can you share some information with me? I may be able to lend you a hand." With an air of indifference, Xiang Shaolong grilled, "Was it Crown Prince who ordered you to chase up to me and ask these questions?" Revealing a stunned look, Lord Changwen is unable to answer him. Xiang Shaolong smiled, "You can save it. I understand your difficulties." His face darkening, Lord Changwen shamefully implored, "Can Shaolong help me out?" Xiang Shaolong narrated, "You can report to Crown Prince that I have laid my hands on a bunch of clues, allowing me to take down Guan Zhongxie and the assassins of the 6 states in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, I would need to operate under full secrecy for my strategy to succeed. Therefore, with lesser people aware of my plans, the better it is for me." Lord Changwen hastily inquired, "What's the purpose behind Shaolong's request for the tiger seal?" Xiang Shaolong secretly thought, "Of course it is a life preservation tactic." Instead, he answered, "Because I would need to deploy 30,000 Imperial cavalry soldiers in my quest to exterminate these trespassing invaders." Pausing, he asked in return, "What is Wei Liao's present rank?" With a look of dilemma on his face, Lord Changwen lowered his head and responded, "I am not very sure." Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself. Ultimately, Lord Changwen is inferior to his elder brother in terms of brotherhood loyalty. Sharing weal is easy, sharing woe is a different story. Thinking about this, Xiang Shaolong cannot be bothered with his company. With a "please return," Xiang Shaolong and the guardians sped away. Back at his command center, he immediately summoned the 3 men, Teng Yi, Jing Jun, and Wu Guo. After updating them about the tiger seal incident, he asserted, "Presently, we are considered untouchable. Unless Ying personally leads an army against me, nobody else can lay a finger on us." Teng Yi frowned, however, Ying can issue a decree to confiscate third brother's military authority. Xiang Shaolong grinned, "That's the best part. To make sure that I get rid of Guan Zhongxie, Ying would not recall the tiger seal before the coronation. By the time he wishes to act against my interests, he would discover my absence at Yangdu. During that period, we could enjoy a few days of complete freedom and focus all our energies on countering Lu Buwei." Wu Guo nodded, "In this case, I must make my getaway before the end of the coronation ceremony." Jing Jun wondered, "Are we really going after Guan Zhongxie?" Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath, "Just take it that we are giving Ying a huge farewell present before our departure." Teng Yi agreed, "We must do it, otherwise, if traitor Lu happens to succeed in his scheme, we can forget about enjoying our days in peace." Xiang Shaolong proposed, "As long as we can capture all the members of one of the assassination teams that are concealed in the mountains or wilderness, and with 2 Xian concealing this development from Lu Buwei, we could execute our torturous interrogation methods and discover the location of Guan Zhongxie." Wu Guo was puzzled, "I am still confused. Instead of using the opportunity to head to Yangdu, why are the assassins still loitering near Xianyang?" Jing Jun questioned, 3 days later, Ying shall proceed to Yangdu. When does third brother plan to strike?
Revealing a self-satisfying and self-confident smile, Xiang Shaolong simply decided, tonight. Let these men have a taste of our well-trained and seasoned Wu family special forces.
The three men stammered in shock. Special forces? Xiang Shaolong contentedly nodded.
Because of his 21st century scientific knowledge, Xiang Shaolong is able to recreate this ancient special forces team that employs the best battle techniques, allowing him to accomplish many missions that were originally insurmountable. Out of the blue, he can feel his chest swelling with infinite fighting spirit. Under the brilliance of the bright moon, Xiang Shaolong, who was disguised as Wu Gui, is in a prone position with Ji Yanran beside him.
They are waiting patiently on a cliff about 6 miles south of Xianyang City.
Armed with foldable crossbows, they are dressed in light jungle clothes. Underneath their clothes is a special armored vest, something similar to the 21st century bulletproof vest. Now lying on the soft grass of the cliff, Xiang Shaolong reached out and patted the thigh of Ji Yanran, who was sitting beside him. He softly remarked, "I hope Wu Gui don't screw up."
Tonight is the first time Wu Gui is entering the limelight with his Xiang Shaolong disguise.
Accompanied by Teng Yi, they are meeting Su Shang for a discussion, analyzing how the Imperial Cavalry and Imperial Infantry can work hand in hand when Ing Zhang is absent from Xianyang.
This tactic is to allay the suspicions of Su Shang.
If Su Shang learns that Xiang Shaolong has left the city, it will set off alarms in his head. Lightly whining and brushing off Xiang Shaolong's invading hand, Ji Yanran frowned her brows. "Don't touch me.
With your Wu Gui disguise, I forbid any intimacy."
Xiang Shaolong was humored. Outer beauty is deceptive, inner beauty is genuine.
Even our talented lady doesn't realize this?
Ji Yanran faintly sighed. It is easier said than done.
How many people can really forego one's appearance?
If a choice is available, who would choose ugliness over beauty? At this juncture, Jing Jun crept towards both of them and whispered, "The enemies numbered between 12 to 15 men and they have set up camp in the forest.
Their only defense is a sentry.
I have casted skywide nets, Chinese idiom, guaranteed to capture each and every one of them. This time round, it is truly a case of using skywide nets. The outstanding hunter, Jing Jun, has specially crafted dozens of large nets that can be placed on the ground or casted from the trees above.
These assassins who have sneaked into Qin are the elite warriors of the 6 states.
Without a good strategy, killing them is easy, but capturing them alive is going to be a challenge."
Jumping to his feet, Xiang Shaolong commanded, "Do it." Jing Jun sneaked away.
Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran ascended the summit of the hill and prostrated themselves among the thick grass, overlooking the huge stretch of thick forests that lie below them. If not for Tu Xian's accurate information, even with a massive army combing the area, it would be impossible to corner their targets like the present situation. Out of a sudden, the sound of hoofbeats can be heard about a mile away. It gradually became louder and louder, signaling its approach, and is advancing towards the forest from far. Of course, Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran are not the least surprised, for it is part of their scheme to force the enemies to run in the opposite direction towards the ensnaring nets.
As anticipated, the enemies reacted instantaneously.
By observing the stationary birds suddenly taking flight due to the commotion, Xiang Shaolong deduced that they are fleeing in the southeast direction where the nets are.
Continuous cries of astonishment and exclamation can be heard from the forest. Minutes later, the forest resumed its natural silence.
Exchanging a smile, Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran knew that they had succeeded. Now, all they have to do is wait for Xiao Yuetan's interrogation methods. Altogether, 13 men were captured. Despite their varying appearances, all of them are tall and strapping characters.
In an open skirmish, Xiang Shaolong and his men may suffer injuries or even death.
But with their clever tactics against these unprepared criminals, no losses were reported and the entire operation was a piece of cake. The apprehended men obviously had a pre-arrangement, with each person holding his tongue and radiating a strong determination as if death is nothing. After smuggling them back to Wu residence, Xiao Yuetan gave instructions to lock them up separately. Concluding a round of observation, he chose one of the assassins to be his interrogation target. To the crowd, he explained, "This man is rather handsome looking. I am sure his lifestyle is much more enriching than the others and he would certainly enjoy the attention of many ladies. For a person like him to be willing to risk his life for this mission, I am positive he is doing it for the money and also to win the affections of a beauty. Needless to say, he is somebody who treasures his body and life."
Ji Yanran complimented, "Mr. is truly an expert in human psychology. No wonder you are Manager 2's most capable assistant."
Xiao Yuetan chuckled, "I am just someone who uses my brain more often."
"It's really nothing." He then pleaded in a low voice, "Can Yanran excuse yourself?"
Ji Yanran realizes that he is up to something that is unsuitable for a female spectator. Despite her unwillingness, she could only compliantly retreat from the room. When the room is only left with the 3 men, namely Xiang Shaolong, Jing Jun, and Xiao Yuetan, 2 Wu family warriors escorted the selected assassin in.
The lanky and fine-looking man is in the prime of his youth.
Currently, his face is portraying a ghastly look and his body is exuding an air of despondency. With mud all over him, several parts of his clothes are torn and tattered. His hands are bounded behind him and his feet are locked together by an iron chain. The 3 pairs of sharp eyes are scanning his face, keeping a lookout for any changes in his facial expression.
Xiao Yuatan lightly snickered. The person beside me is the earth-shattering figure Xiang Shaolong.
Since brother has the guts to come here, you should know what kind of person he is. The man peeped at Xiang Shaolong once. Initially exhibiting a strange look, he then slowly nodded his head.
In their hearts, Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun are full of admiration for Xiao Yuatan's choice of interrogation suspect. The other men would probably remain immobile. Since this person is willing to nod his head, there is a good chance of a confession. Xiao Yuatan gently questioned, "How do I address brother and where are you from?" The face of the suspect revealed traces of an internal struggle and obvious signs of distress. Eventually, he vehemently shook his head once, indicating his refusal to speak. Xiao Yuatan burst out laughing, "Let me show you something first. Afterwards, you can decide if you want to cooperate with us or not." Strip him. Receiving his order, the 2 warriors jumped into action. In the blink of an eye, the man is standing there in his birthday suit and his face is carrying a horrified expression. At this moment, even the 2 men Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun cannot predict Xiao Yuatan's next move. Xiao Yuatan gave another order and from outside the door, the sound of a trolley wheeling can be heard. There are also bizarre GG noises, sending shivers down the spine of Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun. Entering their sight was 2 guardians pushing a huge, 6 feet by 6 feet iron cage. Inside the cage is about 100 rats of all sizes, busily scampering around and making the GG cries. Jing Jun exclaimed, "Oh boy." On the other hand, Xiang Shaolong can literally feel all his hair standing on their ends and nearly wanted to excuse himself. Blood fully drained from his face, the man's legs softened as he kneeled down on the floor. Simultaneously, his body started trembling all over as he visualized his looming torture. Xiao Yuatan casually remarked, "Without my explanation, brother should have guessed the purpose of these rats. I heard these rats are especially good at digging holes." Ha! With a wheezing sound, the suspect nearly fainted. Lowering his head, the good-looking man asked in a quivering voice, "Are you telling the truth?" Xiang Shaolong challenged in an unfriendly voice, "Have you ever heard of one incident when I failed to keep my word? Nonetheless, we must be able to prove that brother is not lying to us before we will set you free." The man submissively nodded, "I confess." After obtaining precious information from the suspect, Wu Guo, Tang Yi and the other guardians happened to return. In the highest of spirits, they must be feeling gratified at successfully deceiving Su Shang. Wu Yanjia commented, "Elder brother Gui is brilliant indeed. Whenever he gets stuck in the discussion, he would start coughing. With one hand supporting his head and a bitter expression, the resemblance is uncanny." Having excused herself earlier, Ji Yanran stepped into the hall and frowned, "Make sure you do not overdo it." Tang Yi assured, "You can set your mind at ease. Even I had to keep reminding myself that he is not third brother. Their only difference is the glow in their eyes. Fortunately, others will attribute it to Xiaolong's lingering sickness and will not think much of it." Turning to Xiang Shaolong, he inquired, "How is the interrogation?" Xiang Shaolong cheerfully flashed the victory sign. The guardians and Wu Guo shouted and cheered in unison, nearly bringing the house down. Jing Jun updated, "Luckily, we have Mr. Xiao heading the interrogation, scaring that fellow into cooperating with us obediently. He even revealed details and answers that went beyond our questioning. It turns out that this is not some secret collaboration between the 6 states, it was Tian Dan masterminding the assassination all along. All the warriors are from Qi and some of them are impersonating as assassins from the other 5 states. Their leader is Bian Dongshan, Chao Qiudao's top disciple, and he reportedly has learnt the essence of Chao Qiudao's skills. Lan Gongyuan was personally trained by him and he is currently residing at Yongdu, but..." Xiao Yuatan supplemented, "This man is a master assassin. We cannot afford to be negligent." Tang Yi wondered, "I thought Guan Zhengxia's sect and Qixia sword sect are sworn enemies? Why would he collaborate with the disciple of Chao Qiudao?" Xiang Shaolong reasoned, "Of course there is Lao Ai's powerful henchman Hanjia who is linking and mediating between the 2 parties. This man is likely to be receiving bribes from Lu Buwei and has become traitor Lu's spy within the camp of Lao Ai." Ji Yanran probed, "Right now, what are hubby's plans regarding Guan Zhengxia?" Remembering Lun Yangrong, Xiang Shaolong sighed to himself. In a deep voice, he declared, "Given the present circumstances, where it is kill or be killed, I have to chop him down with 100 battle saber before he has the chance to pick up his giant steel bow." Xiao Yuatan quizzed, "When does Xiaolong plan to strike?" Xiang Shaolong seriously inquired, "Can we get our hands on 2 ordinary fishing boats?"
It must be secretly acquired.
Tao Fan answered, "Leave this to me. When does Xiaolong want the boats?" Xiang Shaolong avowed, "Tomorrow. The earlier the better.
I want to cut off the head on his neck before he receives any updates and present it to Yingzheng as our farewell gift."
Everyone cheered in response and their morale was sky high.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 8. Book 25 Chapter 08 Surprise Attack. Early next morning, while disguised as Wu Guo, Xiang Shaolong, and Jing Jun led 50 specially selected Wu family warriors in boarding the fishing vessels in a stealth manner.
Against the current, they sailed towards Yangdu. Because the Guardians have to escort Wu Guo, who is impersonating Xiang Shaolong and has to accompany Xiao Pan to Yangdu, they cannot participate in this mission. Ji Yanran has to escort Qin Cheng and cannot come along too.
Meanwhile, Tang Yi is responsible for leading the Imperial Cavalry in securing Xianyang and exterminating the other 3 teams of assassins. With thick clouds covering the skies, it was drizzling non-stop. Wearing their raincoats, the 2 men Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun are sitting at the bow of the vessel and discussing the details of their assault. Xiang Shaolong professed, "We only have 1 full day and 1 full night to carry out our plan. If we cannot kill Guan Zhongxie within this time frame, there will not be a second chance."
Brimming with conviction, Jing Jun suggested, "After sneaking into Yangdu, we will immediately place Guan Zhongxie's hiding place under strict surveillance.
When it gets dark, we shall move in and take his life." Xiang Shaolong frowned, "However, I cannot decide if I should approach Ngushi for assistance.
It may alert Lao Ai to our plans."
Jing Jun proposed, "Why don't we seek Fourth Brother's help instead?" Xiang Shaolong shook his head, "I do not want Yingzheng to learn about this.
Moreover, it will affect Fourth Brother's career development."
Jing Jun exclaimed, "In this case, let's depend on ourselves. With careful planning, we can simply vanish after the deed. By then, Lao Ai would still be unaware that Guan Zhongxie is back and even perished in his territory of Yangdu."
Xiang Shaolong shook his head. Nonetheless, Han Jia would quickly realize that something is amiss. To make things worse, this is Han Jia's territory.
If we are planning to kill him as well, our risk will increase by several folds.
That is why I am in a state of indecisiveness.
Jing Jun belittled, "So what if he knows?
Would he dare to tell Lao Ai about it?
Furthermore, if he wishes to send word to Lu Bue, it can only happen 2 days later.
Even so, his messenger may be intercepted by Second Brother."
According to their plans, when Xiao Pan leaves for Yangdu with his civil and military officials, Tang Yi's Imperial Cavalry will set up blockades on the river route and traveling roads between Yangdu and Xianyang, carrying out checks on all the travelers going in and out of the city. Xiang Shaolong agreed, "I guess that's the best we can do." That same evening, Xiang Shaolong and his men discarded the 2 boats and climbed ashore about 2 miles away from Yangdu.
Slipping past the river security checks, they approached Yangdu on foot.
Using falsified identification papers, they impersonated Qin citizens from other parts of the country. In different batches, they entered the city while posing as men from varying occupations. Once they managed to contact the Wu family warriors whom Tao Fang had planted in Yangdu 2 years ago, Xiang Shaolong and his team concealed themselves in a common household near the south of the city. From there, they started their surveillance work.
Yangdu is Qin's first capital city in the Guangzhou district.
Situated at the merging point of River Wei and River Ji, it is a melting pot for the cultures of Guangzhou, Bashu, and Xizhen. The location of Yangdu is strategic, with roads leading to Longnan, Hanzhong, Bashu, and many others. 150 years ago, the Duke of Qin selected Yangdu as his capital precisely because of this factor. On top of fortifying the area of Guangzhou, he can set the stage for world domination. In the future, Yingzheng's success in uniting the lands of Huaxia is due to Yangdu and Guangzhou's strategic and critical location. Although the capital of Qin has relocated to Xianyang, the ancestral temple of the royal family is still based in Yangdu. For all grand ceremonies, they must be held in Yangdu's ancestral temple. As the last line of defense for Xianyang, Yangdu plays an irreplaceable role since the founding of the state. Yangdu is home to several majestic palaces. Among them, Dazheng Palace and Qinian Palace are the most magnificent. Presently, Dazheng Palace has become the residence of Zhu Ji while Qinian Palace is designated to be Xiao Pan's temporary residence for his coronation trip. Arriving at Yangdu, Xiang Shaolong is able to have a first-hand experience of Lao Ai's grandeur. The soldiers of Yangdu are dressed in military uniforms with a golden band around their collar, portraying an air of extravagance. Besides dressing differently from the usual simple-looking Qin soldier, the Yangdu guards are behaving in a brazen, condescending manner. And Ngushi's garrison has obviously failed to gain control over the entire city. For the time being, only the south gate near River Way, the road leading to Qinian Palace and Qinian Palace itself, is under his jurisdiction. With Zhu Ji backing Lao Ai and before their open confrontation, even Xiao Pan is powerless against this fake father. Of course the situation will be totally reversed when the indomitable and Master General Wang Jian enters the city. Regardless of their self-glorifying titles, Lao Ai's 30,000 rebels will be like cows being sent to the abattoir.
The only viable threat is Guan Zhengxia's secret assassination team. And Xiang Shaolong's current mission is to move one step ahead of them, uprooting and annihilating them before they could carry out their plot.
Furthermore, he has to complete his mission without alerting Lao Ai. Otherwise, he would be collateral damage. It is nearly 7 p.m. and the sky is still drizzling when a report came in. Disguised as a commoner, a lone Guan Zhengxia has just left his hiding place.
Guan Zhengxia and Xiang Shaolong share a common drawback.
Irrespective of their disguise, the observant would be able to identify them from their aura. Xiang Shaolong decisively gave the order to begin their mission. With Jing Jun and the 50 warriors, Xiang Shaolong disembarked at a quiet and lonely alley near the selected residence before removing their outer coats that is concealing their equipment and night suits. The 50 warriors swiftly divided themselves into 10 teams of 5. Borrowing the cover of the walls and nightly shower, they snuck into the residence. The activities of the residence are limited to the occasional strongmen traveling along the corridor. None of the faces are familiar to Xiang Shaolong or Jing Jun. This particular residence is divided into 5 parts. In the center, there is a sky well and sheltered walkways provide the link between them. Once everyone is in battle position, Xiang Shaolong, Jing Jun and 2 teams of warriors cloak themselves among the flower bushes beside the main hall. The illumination of lanterns and human voices are transpiring from inside. A warrior crept to the window and stole a peep before tiptoeing back and reporting, "There are 5 men inside the hall and 2 of them are armed. They are clustered on a mat at the east side of the hall, sitting rather close to the window."
Xiang Shaolong quizzed in a deep voice, "Are there any women folk?"
Another warrior who had peeped into the hall replied, "I noticed 2 female maids."
Xiang Shaolong was greatly troubled.
Originally, he had wanted to kill every living soul within this dwelling. In this kill or be killed scenario, there is no room for compassion.
But how could he bear to kill these defenseless women? He sighed with a breath, "Kill all the men. Capture all the women. We will deal with them afterwards. Tell everybody to wait for my signal." 4 of the warriors left to execute his command. Within a minute, Xiang Shaolong's instructions have been communicated to everyone. They will act once they hear Jing Jun's prearranged 3 continuous bird calls. On the first wave of bird calls, Jing Jun and the warriors rapidly dived out from the flower bushes and stationed themselves at their allocated window or door. The bird calls are broadcast again. Sounds of door breaking and windows shattering reverberated throughout the residence. For the main hall, Jing Jun was the first to break through a window. Before he even landed on the ground, he unleashed a flurry of arrows around him, heralding the start of a close combat sequence. An arrow pierced the throat of a man near the window and he collapsed at once. As the other men scrambled to their feet in horror, they were simultaneously hit by at least 3 arrows, tragically dying on the spot. It is not known if Bian Dongshan is one of them.
From the rear courtyards, dreadful shrieks were heard, but they are quickly replaced by silence. Minutes later, 10 warriors escorted a lady who was carrying her baby son in her arms and 4 female maids who were shocked out of their wits to Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun, who were standing in the center of the hall. Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun exchanged a look.
The lady turned out to be Lu family's 3rd mistress, Lun Yangrong.
Although there is no trace of blood on Lun Yangrong's face, her eyes are brimming with determination and blazing with extreme hatred. In her arms, the child is peacefully playing with his own collar, completely oblivious to the oncoming catastrophe. Clenching her teeth, she viciously swore, "Go ahead and kill us.
Dad will definitely avenge us." Never in his wildest dream did Xiang Shaolong anticipate the presence of Lun Yangrong. Momentarily, he was stunned into silence.
After all, he is still feeling apologetic towards Lun Yangrong and would not extend his hatred for Lu Buwei onto his daughter. Jing Jun icily smirked, "Revenge.
Humph. Your father can barely fend for himself, how can he hope to protect you?
If you are feeling unjustified, you can only blame it on yourself for being his flesh and blood."
Lun Yangrong furiously challenged, "Shut up. Who gave you the right to speak to me like that?"
Xiang Shaolong extended his hand just in time to prevent Jing Jun from slapping Lun Yangrong.
Softening his tone, he examined, "What brings 3rd mistress here?" Lun Yangrong coldly grinned, "My affairs are none of your concern."
The Wu family special forces members instantly flared up and grunted menacing. Once Xiang Shaolong gave the green light, they would hack her to pieces. Simultaneously, the 8 legs of the 4 maids turned into jelly, and with a series of kudong sounds, the maids collapsed onto the floor and one of them was so shocked she fainted on the spot. The baby started to cry with a high pitch. Signaling his men to hold their ground, Xiang Shaolong sighed, putting aside all other matters, isn't third mistress worried about the infant in your arms? Lowering her head to pacify her treasured baby, Lun Yangrong's face is streaming with hot tears. In a pitiful tone, she grieved, if Zhongxie is dead, life has no more meaning for us, mother and son. At this juncture, someone reported, target is reaching the residence soon. Lun Yangrong resolutely raised her head and faced Xiang Shaolong, her pretty eyes radiating with a pleading expression. In fact, Xiang Shaolong's anguish is not inferior to hers. He had promised Xiao Pan that he will present Guan Zhongxia's head to him at the coronation ceremony. Now that he is facing Lun Yangrong mother and son, he cannot harden his heart. Xiang Shaolong has promised Xiao Pan that he will present Guan Zhongxia's head to him at the coronation ceremony. Now that he is facing Lun Yangrong mother and son, he cannot harden his heart. He does not have the luxury of time to slowly contemplate the situation.
Xiang Shaolong ordered, Miss Lu, please take a seat. To Lun Yangrong, he added, should third mistress try to shout a warning, Brother Guan will certainly die tonight. Do you trust me, Xiang Shaolong? Hearing his words, Lun Yangrong was taken aback while Jing Jun frowned with disapproval. Struggling to say something, he eventually kept quiet. Under the light drizzle and night breeze, an unprepared Guan Zhongxia stepped over the ledge into the courtyard. By the time he realizes something is amiss, Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun had mugged him from the left and right, overpowering him in an instant. Recognizing his prowess, the warriors disarmed him. When they are about to bind his hands, Xiang Shaolong motioned them to stop. He inquired, why didn't Brother Guan inform little brother that you are back? From his voice, Guan Zhongxia realized that he is Xiang Shaolong. He demanded in a deep voice, where is Yangrong? Xiang Shaolong sighed with a breath, sister-in-law and your son are safe and sound. Let's talk inside. Noting the capture of Guan Zhongxia, Lun Yangrong instantly broke down and wept incessantly. Glancing bitterly once at the mother and son, an exasperated Guan Zhongxia sat down at a faraway corner as indicated by Xiang Shaolong. Crestfallen, he surrendered, although Guan Zhongxia, is unwilling to admit defeat, I must say that I am certainly not your, Xiang Shaolong's, match. Subsequently, he lowered his head and pleaded, can you let them off? I only ask for an honorable death. Xiang Shaolong is feeling touched. For the first time, he can feel this formidable nemesis treating Lun Yangrong mother and son with true love, explaining his subservient and begging tone. Furthermore, this is definitely not an appropriate time, but still, Lun Yangrong risked her life to meet up with Guan Zhongxia, clearly demonstrating their loving relationship. As Xiang Shaolong pondered, Jing Jun interrupted, third brother. I wish to have a word with you. Xiang Shaolong shook his head, let's talk later. I understand your concern. Turning to the vulnerable Guan Zhongxia, Xiang Shaolong grilled, Brother Guan should recognize the fact that your father-in-law's days are numbered and Lao AI cannot amount to much. Brother Guan, what are your plans? Guan Zhongxi shuddered once. Lifting his head to face Xiang Shaolong, his eyes glowed with utter disbelief. Jing Jun panicked, how are we going to answer to Crown Prince? Regaining his composure, Xiang Shaolong plainly decided, I know what to do. Brother Guan, you have yet to tell me about your plans? Guan Zhongxie exhaled once, Brother Xiang is not afraid that I may send word to Imperial Uncle or Lao AI? Xiang Shaolong replied, that is why I must get Brother Guan to promise me that you will not do so. Anyway, I will escort sister-in-law and Brother Guan separately from Yangdu. Both of you shall sail to Chu. By then, even if Brother Guan wishes to send word, it would be too late. Without anyone working with you, Brother Guan is like a single hand that cannot clap, all your efforts will be futile. Looking once at his wife and son at another corner, Guan Zhongxia's eyes started to shimmer with unbounded tenderness. Shifting his gaze back to Xiang Shaolong, he stretched out his giant hand. Xiang Shaolong reached out and gripped his hand firmly. In a sincere tone, he wished, Brother Guan, bon voyage. His two eyes turning slightly red, Guan Zhongxia lightly thanked, even though we have always been enemies, Brother Xiang is the man I, Guan Zhongxia, admire most. Thank you. That night, the residence where Guan Zhongxia is hiding erupted into a sea of inferno. After the fire has been put out, more than 30 male corpses were unearthed. To Lao AI and his men, it is a complete mystery. Only Han Jia knows the truth. Scared out of his wits, he deserted Lao AI and fled Yongdu. Since then, there is no news of him. Early next morning, accompanied by Jing Jun, Xiang Shaolong who was disguised as Wu Guo finally contacted Ngushi. Together, they await the arrival of Qin's crown prince, who is currently traveling along the Yellow River and will subsequently be coronated 3 days later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 9.
Book 25 Chapter 09 The Cruel Truth. Comprising of more than 100 large, three-mast ships, the Colossus Imperial fleet is sailing commandingly against the current towards the southern harbor of Yangdu. Ahead of the fleet, two battleships unloaded 100 palace guards which rapidly assembled to form a protection squad, exhibiting a fearsome and serious ambience. Leading the officials of Yangdu, Lao Ai formed a welcoming party at the harbor. Disguised as Wu Guo, Xiang Shaolong, and Jing Jun remained at the side of Ngushi, viewing the enormous fleet from a distance. Jing Jun leaned towards Xiang Shaolong and whispered, "Take a closer look at Lao Ai. I am certain he did not sleep well last night." Not knowing that Han Jia had flown the coop, of course Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun are puzzled over Lao Ai's lethargic appearance. The royal ship of Xiao Pan rumbled as it begins to approach the shore. Jing Jun was restless. If that fellow Wu Guo failed in his impersonation and is escorted down the ship with ropes tied around him, what should we do? Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled. The only way is for me to confess to Yingzheng that we are trying to confuse the enemy. Nonetheless, our scheme will fall apart. At this juncture, Ngushi turned to Jing Jun and cheered, "It has been a long time since I laid my eyes on third brother. In my heart, I have been pining for him. Come." Patting his horse, he rode forward. The two men hurriedly followed him. As the gangplank slid down the side of the ship, from the shore, Lao Ai ordered the musicians to play a welcoming song. First off the ship are 300 palace guards who formed a three-layer human wall on the left and right while maintaining a 10-foot gap in the center. Their well-synchronized movements are neat and pleasing to the eye. Ngushi and the others jumped off their horses and kneeled at the side of the horse. Taking large strides, Lord Changwen took the lead in coming down the gangplank. Behind him are 20 elite palace guards who are responsible for clearing the traveling path of obstructions. The first two palace guards are bearing the royal flag and clan flag respectively. Hot on their heels are 10 palace attendants bearing gifts and prayer accessories. Behind them are another 20 palace guards before the appearance of the future Qin Shi Huang Xiao Pan and his crown princess. Surrounding Xiao Pan and his wife are various important officials such as Lord Changping, Wang Guan, Li Si, Kaija, Qin Sheng with a head veil and of course, Wu Guo who was disguised as Xiang Shaolong. Together, they alighted from the ship. Beyond the barrage of palace guards, tens of thousands of Yangdu dwellers instantly exploded into earth-shattering cheers and calls of "Your Majesty." Kneeling down to pay their respects to Xian Pan, it was a highly robust scene. Seeing that Wu Gui is unmolested, Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun heaved a sigh of relief. Xiang Shaolong stole a glance at Lao Ai who was a distance away from him and noticed his face darkening at the welcoming cheers of the crowd. He inwardly sighed, "You are just a gig.olo who managed to obtain your current official position through nepotism. In terms of military might, popularity vote and image, you are simply no match for Qin Shi Huang." With an expressionless face, Xiao Pan acknowledged Lao Ai's congratulations. With Crown Princess, he boarded the royal carriage. Under the protection of Lord Changwen's palace guards, the carriage drove towards the city gates while Ngushi and his forces provided additional security along the road, guaranteeing a flawless journey. Seizing an opportunity, Xiang Shaolong and Jing Jun boarded Wu Guo's carriage. Both Xiang Shaolong and Wu Guo swiftly removed their masks and clothes before switching their attires. Wu Guo proudly proclaimed, "Fortunately, I am good at malingering, otherwise, it is really hard to handle all the socialization." Xiang Shaolong probed, "Did Crown Prince approach you?" Wu Gui answered, "He merely sent the imperial physicians to check on me. He did mention that after landing in Yangdu, he requires that I accompany him to Dajing Palace to pay his respects to Empress." Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck. What? At this moment, Ngushi finally found the time to ride to their carriage. Xiang Shaolong hastily sat on Wu Guo's earlier seat and smiled, "Greetings to General." Ngushi appears to be ignorant about the friction between him and Xiao Pan. He chuckled, "Shaolong can simply address me as Gushi like before. Shaolong is truly remarkable and is a pillar of our great Qin." Xiang Shaolong engaged Ngushi in an uninteresting conversation. When the convoy is entering the city, Ngushi excused himself and speedily attended to his affairs. Leaning on the back of his chair, Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief. The first part of his plan has reached a successful conclusion. The remaining plan is to try and survive Xiao Pan's hidden attack and flee back to Xiangyang. With Crown Princess and a large group of officials, Xiao Pan disembarked from his carriage in front of Dajing Palace's main hall. Noting that Xiao Pan is accompanied by numerous officials, Xiang Shaolong began to relax. He secretly thought, it would be disastrous if Xiao Pan and himself were the only ones who were meeting Zhu Ji. After Ji Yanran's reminder, he excruciatingly forced himself to face the stark reality: Zhu Ji is beyond redemption and it is impossible for her to forsake Lao Ai and leave with him. Is there a way to protect her from the impending massacre? There is some hope. But after losing Lao Ai and her sons, and realizing that Xiao Pan is not her own flesh and blood, what is the point of living? She would be passing her days like a lifeless zombie.
At this interval, Mao Jiao came out of the hall. After kneeling down to pay his respects, he announced, "Today, Empress is not feeling well and does not wish to face a large crowd.
She specifically asks for Crown Prince and Great General only."
Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong exchanged glances. Both of them were having the same thought: if there were soldiers ambushing them from within the hall, wouldn't the two of them end up as mincemeat?
Lord Changwen insisted, "General, I has to escort Crown Prince at all times."
Standing beside them, Lao Ai cheekily remarked, "Empress is merely against a huge number of visitors. Of course the head of the palace guards must accompany Crown Prince." Xiao Pan suddenly declared, "It's all right.
To enter the palace and pay my respects, Warren only requires Great General's company." Noting Ma Jiao secretly signaling Xiao Pan, Xiang Shaolong finally comprehended Xiao Pan's abrupt display of bravery. Gesturing at Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan boldly ascended the stairs to the hall. Xiang Shaolong hastily chased up to him.
Without turning his head back, Xiao Pan whispered, "In your opinion, what is that lady thinking of?"
Xiang Shaolong whispered in reply, "She probably wants to clarify matters, and from our meeting, she will decide whether she wants to support Lao Ai wholeheartedly or otherwise." Without the least hint of surprise, Xiao Pan coldly hissed, "This is called making one mistake after another."
Xiang Shaolong wanted to make a last-ditch attempt to remind Xiao Pan to keep his promise.
But he is also fully aware that his effort would be in vain. Therefore, he suppressed the urge to talk about it. Perched high up on her empress throne, Zhu Ji is alone in the hall. As their boots stepped on the floor of the massive hall, the sound of footsteps somewhat produces a chilling sensation. The empty and spacious hall is cold, lifeless, and uninviting. Although Zhu Ji is slightly chubbier, she is still as attractive as ever and there weren't any signs of aging. The only distinguishable factor is some haggardness in her features. Frostily eyeing the two men bowing to her, Zhu Ji plainly state, "Royal son, Great General, please have a seat." Both men sat down on the first two seats to her right. Xiao Pan simply followed the palace protocol and commented, "Witnessing Empress Mother radiating with even more brilliance than the past, Royal son is filled with joy." Zhu Ji sighed with a breath, "How long has it been since I laid my eyes on Royal son? I believe it is at least 3 or 4 years. Sometimes, I felt as if I never gave birth to a son like you." His eyes flashing once with a killing aura, Xiao Pan quickly faked an air of reverence, "Empress Mother is mistaken. Royal son is fully occupied with matters of the state, and on top of that, I do not wish to disturb Empress Mother's recuperation. Royal son still loves and cares for Empress Mother just like before." Xiang Shaolong stared blankly at the space in front of him. In his heart, he wished he was dreaming, for the truth is simply too unbearable. Remembering the earlier days in Handan when Zhu Ji and Xiao Pan are loving each other to bits, they have come to a stage when both parties are lying through their teeth and mutually scheming against each other. Her gaze landing on Xiang Shaolong, Zhu Ji's voice became gentle as she acknowledged, "I have yet to congratulate Great General on your triumphant return." Staring intensely at her, Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart being overwhelmed by immense and genuine sensations of guilt and affections. He sighed, "It was due to luck that I managed to preserve my life. It is not worthy of Empress's commendation." Her delicate eyes turning chilly, Zhu Ji interrogated, "Recently, the rumors surrounding the heritage of Crown Prince is spreading like wildfire. What counter-strategies do Great General propose? I hope you can say something to calm my nerves." Xiao Pan icily interrupted, "Royal son has issued a statewide decree, prohibiting anyone from discussing this matter. I hope Empress can understand my position and put your doubts to rest." Zhu Ji blew her top, "As your natural mother, am I barred from discussing it too?" Xiao Pan replied with indifference, "Royal son dare not. However, Great General is not permitted to violate the decree." Zhu Ji started laughing in an unnatural way. She pitifully observed, "It nearly slipped my mind. 3 days later, Royal son will be officially crowned. Naturally, you cannot be bothered with me, Empress." Xiao Pan plainly state, "Empress Mother is mistaken about Royal son. At the end of the day, the slanders that Empress Mother heard are deliberately cooked up by evil villains who wishes to disrupt the relationship between us, mother and son." Subsequently, he stood up and declared, "Empress Mother's health is far from ideal. It is not good for you to get agitated. Royal son is taking my leave. At a later date, I shall pay my respects to Empress Mother again." Up till now, Xiang Shaolong did not have a chance to speak out. He could only sigh to himself. Even if Xiao Pan did not have the intention to kill her, based on Zhu Ji's words, she has basically sentenced herself to death. To make it worse, Xiang Shaolong is incapable of saving her. This is because Zhu Ji no longer treats him with goodwill. The goodwill has been replaced by the bitterest hatred of all. She has already jumped to the conclusion that Xiang Shaolong had deceived her, and may even assume that Xiang Shaolong has killed her real son. Given these circumstances, what can he do? Xinian Palace. In the imperial study, Xiao Pan received the giant steel bow of Guan Zhongxia that Xiang Shaolong had presented to him. He burst out laughing. "Official Guan, if you did not end up as a muddle-headed ghost, you should have realized that you made the worst mistake of your life by choosing to collaborate with Lu Bue years ago." Standing on Xiao Pan's left and right are Li Si, Lord Changping, Lord Changwen, and Gushi, Wang Guan, and several other officials. One by one, they congratulated Xiang Shaolong for drawing first blood. As if a huge burden is lifted off his shoulders, Xiao Pan placed the steel bow on his table and motioned for the officials to take a seat. With a thrilled smile, he faced Xiang Shaolong and commented, "It is a pity we are unable to secure Zhongxia's head. Nonetheless, Guaran fully agrees with official Jing's actions. By destroying the bodies and other physical evidence, we would not alert the rebels to our presence." Pausing, he added, "Over the next few days, we must be very careful with our food and drink. Or else, we may fall prey to Lao Ai's venomous hands." Lord Changping cheerfully replied, "Crown Prince can put your mind at ease. Officials, we will be extra cautious." Scanning the faces of everyone in the study, Xiao Pan's gaze eventually landed on Xiang Shaolong. In a gentle voice, he inquired, "Is Great General feeling better?" Shaking his head, Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, "While fleeing for my life at the borders of Han and Wei, I have overexerted my body. Back then, I can force myself to endure the agony. Unexpectedly, after my return, I suffered countless relapses. The amount of medication I am taking is enough to strike fear into my heart." Xiao Pan appreciated, "In this case, over the next few days, Great General must have a good rest and refrain from participating in strenuous activities." Subsequently, his royal eyes turned frosty as he icily rumbled, "It has been ascertained that Lao Ai and his gang will begin their rebellion during the royal dinner banquet, which is taking place the same day after the coronation ceremony. Does Great General have any bright ideas?" Xiang Shaolong simply remarked, "He who moves first gains the initiative, he who moves later loses the initiative. Such is the timeless truth." Slamming his palm on the long table in front of his dragon throne, Xiao Pan sighed, "With this proverb alone, our victory is assured." Wang Guan frowned, "Pardon subordinates' incomprehension, but didn't we decide earlier to wait for the rebels to make their move first before charging them with the act and consequently launching our counterattack?" Xiao Pan compellingly chuckled, "Earlier decisions are based on earlier circumstances, present decisions are based on present circumstances. Regardless of the methods employed, victory is our top priority. We shall make our move before the royal banquet and catch him with his pants down." Li Si commented, "The atrocious traitor Lao Ai will probably die without even realizing what is the cause of his downfall." Of course, Li Si is referring to Mao Jiao, the super spy. Because of his meticulous efforts, Xiao Pan is fully conscious of Lao Ai's manpower, preparations and rebellion timing, allowing him to plan his moves accordingly. Appearing to be brimming with confidence, Xiao Pan nonchalantly articulated, 2 hours before the royal banquet, Senior General and shall take my decree and seize military control of the city. All the entrances and exits must be secured and no one is allowed to leave. This would surely provoke Lao Ai into commencing his rebellion at an earlier timing. Concurrently, the palace guards shall seal off Qinian Palace. On one hand, they can safeguard our officials. On the other hand, they can arrest enemy spies within our cohort according to the name list. Pausing, he added, simultaneously, Great General Wang and his massive army shall enter the city and decimate every single insurgent while Great General Xiang and Guaran shall move in and attack Dajing Palace. HNG. Guaran is interested to know what will be Lao Ai's final consequence. Everyone expressed praises and approval. Only Xiang Shaolong can recognize the inkling in his words. If he does not come up with a good solution, Dajing Palace shall be his final resting place. Xiang Shaolong returned to his designated courtyard at the rear of Qinian Palace. His immediate neighbor Qin Cheng and Ji Yanran, who was in the guise of a maid, have sneaked in and are chatting with the two men Jing Jun and Wu Guo. Noticing Xiang Shaolong, the two ladies are especially delighted. Sitting down, Xiang Shaolong questioned, "Did you manage to contact fourth brother?" Jing Jun nodded. "While third brother is off to Dajing Palace, I used the opportunity to meet up with him." Ji Yanran probed, "What did Zhu Ji say?" Xiang Shaolong sighed, "The situation is dreadful. Her relationship with Crown Prince is irreparable." After answering, he turned to Jing Jun and inquired, "What did fourth brother say?" Jing Jun reported, "Fourth brother mentioned that Crown Prince has ordered him to barricade Yongdu with immediate effect. Unless they have a special travel pass, no one is allowed to leave or enter." Xiang Shaolong was thunderstruck. "Crown Prince is lying to me again. Minutes ago, he mentioned that the barricade will only be set up after the coronation and before the royal banquet." Qin Cheng was terrified. "What should we do?" After contemplating, Xiang Shaolong reasoned, "It would be easy for me to leave. I can officially propose to Crown Prince that I am sending some men back to Xianyang to increase the fighting prowess of second brother. Disguised as Wu Guo, I can simply walk out of Yongdu unchallenged. It is not difficult for Wu Guo too. By resuming his original appearance and with fourth brother assisting him, his getaway is assured.
My main issue is Sister Chang. In the name of security, Yingzhang would definitely send men to keep you under strict surveillance. What can we do to counter this? Ji Yanran wondered, has hubby decided on your departure schedule? Xiang Shaolong responded, by right, Jing Jun and I should leave for Xianyang tomorrow. But how can I leave the two of you behind? Crown Prince knows me too well. Ji Yanran giggled, then let's leave together. Everyone stared at this gorgeous talented lady with amazement.
Qin Xing cheered, Yanran, stop beating around the bush.
What brilliant strategy did you come up with?
Ji Yanran elatedly narrated, I was inspired by hubby's earlier words, we shall exploit the ambiguous relationship between Empress and Crown Prince.
Think about it, if Empress asks for our Grand Tutor Qin to keep her company in Dajing Palace, how would Crown Prince react? Everyone was full of praises for her ingenuity.
Qin Xing joyfully proclaimed, in this aspect, I can apply some trickery and make it impossible for Crown Prince to reject. Everyone knows that Qin Xing is extremely familiar with the intricacies of the palace's affairs. To her, it'll be a piece of cake.
Ji Yanran added, additionally, this tactic would give Crown Prince the false impression that hubby no longer wishes to flee.
Unknown to him, before our Grand Tutor Qin arrives at Dajing Palace, she would have vanished en route.
Wu Guai asked, and when should I, this imposter great general, start to make my getaway?
Xiang Shaolong cautioned, basically, you have to react to the ever-changing conditions.
Notwithstanding, preserving your life is of utmost importance.
You must remember to leave before the beginning of the coronation. Or else, by then, Yingzhang would not let you out of his sight.
Ji Yanran suggested, you should probably leave on the night before the coronation.
With a 2 days window, we should be able to take down Lu Buwei. Jing Jun reminded, do not loiter around Xianyang, get back to the farms as soon as possible. After we have reassembled, we can then make our final escape according to our plans.
That would be our grand finale.
Xiang Shaolong sighed, after years of hardship, it is time for heaven to grant me days of leisure and a mind free from worries.
The eyes of everybody were lost in a series of flashbacks.
In their ears, they could somewhat hear the hoof beats of a vibrant horse galloping freely across the green prairie of the borderlands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 25 Chapter 10. Book 25 Chapter 10, The Takeover of Xianyang.
That very night, Xiang Shaolong sought an audience with Xiao Pan, indicating his desire to send Jing Jun and his troops back to Xianyang in order to reinforce Teng Yi against Lu Buwei.
Without any grounds to deny his request, Xiao Pan agreed on the spot, giving Xiang Shaolong the opportunity to openly and fearlessly make preparations for shipping and logistics.
Early next morning, Qin Sheng paid Xiao Pan a visit too, professing that she has received Empress's invitation to stay in Dajing Palace for a few days. Not suspecting anything and coupled with Qin Sheng's insistence, Xiao Pan gave his permission. Disguised as Wu family warriors, Qin Sheng and Ji Yanran were escorted by another 8 authentic Wu family warriors. Together, they unabashedly strode out of Qinian Palace. Along the way, they rendezvoused with Xiang Shaolong and they jointly concealed themselves among the entourage of Jing Jun. After hiding their carriage in an inconspicuous location, they immediately left the city and boarded their ship. Sailing along the current and aided by a favorable wind, they arrived at Xianyang in half a day's time. Landing at the predetermined shore, they waited for an hour before Teng Yi, Tao Feng, and Xiao Yueten came to pick them up. Noticing the presence of Qin Sheng and Ji Yanran, the welcoming trio is exceptionally thrilled and their morale is boosted to a higher echelon. Teng Yi chuckled, everything is prepared and we are simply waiting for Great General's leadership and instructions. Xiang Shaolong laughingly threw a punch at Teng Yi's beefy shoulder, declaring, even second brother is making fun of me, I'm sure you are feeling really happy.
Presently, we only have a 2-day window. Thus, we must act at once. Ji Yanran questioned Xiao Yueten, any news from Manager 2? Xiao Yueten answered, Master 2, his family, and his 300 loyal brethren are prepared and in position.
Once we give the word, they'll drug the water.
Tiny advised, it is critical to time our attacks well.
As Manager 2 is doping the wells, we have to simultaneously seize control of Su Shan's Imperial Infantry.
This is to ensure a safe passage for Manager 2's family and followers.
In addition, it will prevent old traitor Lu from eluding our capture. Xiao Yueten sighed, this is precisely the limitation of the anesthetic.
Due to its strength, the drug will take effect almost immediately.
The only way to maximize its effect is to apply the drug at dinner time. Nonetheless, it is difficult to tell how many would fall prey to it. Jing Jun proposed, if we secretly besiege Imperial Uncle residence, Lu Buwei will surely fall into our clutches.
Xiang Shaolong checked, is Manager 2 aware of the secret tunnels of Imperial Uncle residence? Xiao Yuatan explained, during the construction of Imperial Uncle residence, Master Tu is undergoing the lowest point in his career.
Merely responsible for purchasing building materials, he does not possess the slightest knowledge about this aspect.
Xiang Shaolong mused, in this case, we have to deploy some signaling outposts outside the city. Unless we have Crown Prince's royal decree, we are unable to prevent him from leaving the city.
Furthermore, it would arouse the suspicions of our Imperial cavalry lieutenants. As a result, it is better for us to pursue him with our own forces. Turning to Qin Qing, Xiang Shaolong instructed, Sister Qing can now proceed to your residence under the escort of Master Tao. After selecting your followers, the rest of your staff should be fittingly dismissed. Upon completion, you should head to the farms at once and await patiently for our good news. Affected by the calm before the storm, Qin Chang bit her lower lip and nodded once. As Xiang Shaolong's heart is flooded with tenderness, Ji Yanran questioned Tang Yi, recently, did you uncover any traces of the adversaries? When she mentioned adversaries, everyone knew that Ji Yanran is referring to Wei Liao and his army of 40,000 soldiers. All the eyes are now centered at Tang Yi. With a bewildered expression, Tang Yi remarked, I am equally baffled as there is no indication of their existence. Xiao Yuatan made a guess, presently, we are in a race against time. In my opinion, Wei Liao and his forces should be camping further upriver. Once he receives Xing's decree, he can easily sail to Xianyang within a short span of time. If we move fast enough, we can depart Xianyang long before the arrival of Wei Liao. Not giving a hoot, Xiang Shaolong excitedly hailed, it's showtime. Everybody enthusiastically affirmed his words.
Still disguised as Wu Gua, Xiang Shaolong entered the city and headed to the Imperial Cavalry Command Center.
Resuming his original appearance, he simultaneously summoned the lieutenants of Imperial Cavalry and palace guards who had stayed behind to fortify Xianyang. Displaying his tiger seal, he proclaimed that he is acting on the orders of Crown Prince to return to Xianyang in order to regain control of the three armies of Xianyang and guard against any potential uprising. Of course the lieutenants are aware of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai's working partnership.
Moreover, Xiang Shaolong has always been Crown Prince's confidant and his personal standing is unmatchable.
Coupled with the appearance of the tiger seal, they are fully convinced and pledged their willingness to fulfill their duties even at the cost of their lives. Once he completed his deployments, Xiang Shaolong and his companions raced towards the Imperial Infantry Command Center. At this time, the lanterns are in the process of being lighted. Within the city, the ambience is tranquil and there is nothing out of the ordinary. First of all, Xiang Shaolong ordered the palace guards and Imperial cavalry to barricade the command center before personally barging in with Tang Yi, Jing Jun, Ji Yanran, Xiao Yuatan and his other compatriots. Before the sentries could sound the alarm, they are overwhelmed by Xiang Shaolong and his men. At this juncture, Su Shang was having a discussion with his lieutenants in the main hall. Caught unprepared by Xiang Shaolong's gatecrashing, he did not even have the chance to react when his life is already threatened by more than 10 crossbows. The countenance of Su Shang and his lieutenants changed at once. This Shanxi No. 1 swordsman did not even have the opportunity to pull his personal sword out of his waist sheath, as this invasion is simply unforeseeable. Especially when Xiang Shaolong should logically be at Yangdu. Maintaining his coolness, Su Shang demanded in a deep voice, Great General, what do you mean by this? After his men have disarmed Su Shang and his lieutenants, Xiang Shaolong displayed the tiger seal and broadcasted, General, I is acting on Crown Prince's orders. From this second onwards, the Imperial infantry shall fall under my jurisdiction. Who dares to disobey? Witnessing the tiger seal, Su Shang realizes that he is stripped of his military authority and is now a powerless commoner like before. The lieutenants stared at Xiang Shaolong with a dumbfounded expression. Noting that he has the situation under control, Xiang Shaolong directed, except for Commander Su, escort the others to prison. When Su Shang is alone, Xiang Shaolong took the main seat and ordered Su Shang to sit down at a side. After retrieving Su Shang's Imperial Infantry seal, Tang Yi and Jing Jun left the hall to begin their takeover of the Imperial Infantry. Su Shang bitterly smiled, you have won. His words carrying a double meaning, Xiang Shaolong plainly state, this is predetermined fate. I, Xiang Shaolong, am just acting my part. Ever since Lu Buwei poisoned and murdered the late king, that traitor is destined to suffer a terrifying demise. The problem is Brother Su concerned about your personal consequence? His eyes flashing with hope, Su Shang wondered in a deep voice, will Great General be willing to let me off? Xiang Shaolong chortled, Brother Su should know that I am not a ruthless killing machine. Even Guan Zhongxie and Third Mistress have been spared by me. Right now, they should have arrived in Chu. Brother Su, what future would you choose for yourself? Learning that Guan Zhongxie has failed and has fled for his life after being released by Xiang Shaolong, Su Shang broke down. He sighed, Great General is truly peerless. What do you want from me? Xiang Shaolong negotiated, once Brother Su reveals Lu Buwei's emergency escape route, I will immediately escort Brother Su and your family out of the city. While Su Shang is contemplating and hesitating, Xiang Shaolong prompted, if Brother Su still wishes to hear Lan Gongyuan's angelic voice, you must come to a quick decision.
Ji Yanran gently reminded, even if Lu Buwei manages to flee from Xianyang, certain death awaits him.
Brother Su had better not let this opportunity slip by. Xiao Yueten plainly announced, I am Xiao Yueten, Brother Su should have heard of me.
Su Shang stared at Xiao Yueten with amazement, didn't you die a long time ago? Xiao Yueten viciously snarled, if I did not fake my death, do you think Lu Buwei will allow me to live till today? Do you really believe that Lu Buwei appreciates you and your talent? As a subordinate of Lu Buwei, you are nothing but a pawn that he can kill or abandon at will, do you understand? Su Shang finally conceded.
He disclosed, inside the bedroom of Imperial Uncle, there is a secret passageway that leads to a huge mansion along Baitong Street, near the south of the city.
That's all I know. Xiang Shaolong eagerly stood up. After waiting for nearly 10 excruciatingly years, the time is finally ripe to take the life of his arch-nemesis Lu Buwei. As Xiang Shaolong and his men lay siege to the passageway exit, every single one of them is feeling perplexed.
4 hours ago, when Tu Xian led Jing Jun, Tang Yi, and their troops into Imperial Uncle residence, they discovered comatose individuals strewn all over the property.
However, they are unable to locate Lu Buwei.
He has evidently made his escape through the secret tunnel.
Furthermore, there are no reports of Lu Buwei leaving the city. Could he be hiding in Xianyang? That does not make sense.
Jing Jun proposed, let's conduct a complete sweep of the city.
We'll definitely trace him. Tu Xian advocated, why don't we search this empty residence first?
If my presumption is correct, there must be another secret passageway from this residence to another property or warehouse near the city wall. From there, a final tunnel will lead to an exit outside the city. Tang Yi immediately gestured to his troops and they rapidly began searching. Ji Yanran sighed, if this is true, we have lost the game by merely one move.
Unfortunately, our signal outposts are only paying attention to the travelers leaving Xianyang City.
Xiao Yueten suggested, Trader Lu cannot bear to part with his treasures and valuables.
Additionally, traveling through tunnels is much slower than traveling on roads. Why don't we take a gamble? Let's assume he has left the tunnels and is traveling by foot towards the borders. I am making this conjecture because Xianyang's river routes are under our control. Xiang Shaolong decisively ordered, cease the search. Let's leave the city at once.
Xiang Shaolong, his companions, and 200 Overwu family special forces members rode swiftly out of the city and in the direction of Zhao.
In the blink of an eye, they discovered footprints about 1 mile away from Xianyang City.
Some of the footprints are very deep, indicating a heavy load on its owner.
Xiang Shaolong and his followers are ecstatic.
Jing Jun frowned instead, judging by the footprints, there are more than 2,000 of them. Their strength is way above ours. Tang Yi scoffed, for someone on the run, he is surely lacking in courage. In addition, part of their group is made up of women and children.
There is nothing worth fearing.
In a serious demeanor, Xiang Shaolong indicated, within the family warriors of Lu clan, there is no shortage of experts. If we were to catch up to their tail, they may learn about our strength and engage us in a fight to the death.
Although we may not lose, death and injury cannot be avoided.
It is not a feasible plan. Ji Yanran recommended, if we can somehow estimate Lu Buwei's flight path, we can take advantage of our horses and speed to overtake them. From there, we can ambush him and confront him head-on. As this technique will not betray our strength, the odds are more favorable.
Tu Xian is best acquainted with Lu Buwei's affairs.
He deduced, judging from the direction of the footprints, they should be fleeing towards Wuchang City, a developed city that is situated downriver from Xianyang.
The city mayor is Lu Buwei's trusted confidant.
From there, they can board a ship and sail towards the east.
Otherwise, with their mere feet, how far can they run?
Tang Yi enthusiastically cheered, en route to Wuchang is a valley named Windstorm Valley. To reach Wuchang, they must travel through it. With our horses and including a detour, we can easily make it to the valley within 4 hours. Why don't we wait there for the esteemed arrival of Imperial Uncle? Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing, you reap what you sow. If not for Master Tu taking care of old Trader Lu for so many years, we would be the ones leaving with our hands empty.
Tu Xian chuckled, it's nothing.
General Tang, please lead the way. With sky-high morale, the 200-odd riders raced off like a gust of wind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 25 Chapter 11.
Book 25 Chapter 11 Exacting Sweet Vengeance. At the darkest hour before dawn, a long procession of nearly 3,000 human beings is entering Windstorm Valley in silence.
Their only source of illumination and guidance is a few torches.
From the appearance of the procession, it is evident that these refugees are in a state of panic and disorder. Intermittently broken up into several sections, each batch of travelers are moving in an uncaring manner. Leaving the women and children to their own devices at the back of the procession, no assistance is rendered to the fallen. Although everybody detests Lu Buwei to the core, they are filled with sympathy at the sight before their eyes. Xiang Shaolong pondered, I only wish to take the life of old traitor Lu.
Is there a way of singling Lu Buwei out from so many people?
Xiao Yueten coldly chortled, given old traitor Lu's self-seeking character, he would definitely be at the head of the pack. Pointing to the front of the convoy, he indicated, there are a few human-pulled carts.
Old traitor Lu must be inside one of them.
Xiang Shaolong instructed, in this case, once the first batch of 100-odd individuals exit the valley, we can seal the valley with wood and stones.
It'll be easier to capture him this way. Except for old traitor Lu, the others can go free.
The minute Lu Buwei and his immediate group of 100-odd refugees left the mouth of the valley, several tree trunks and countless giant boulders came crashing down suddenly from the top of a cliff.
Momentarily, the area was engulfed by a huge cloud of dust, and the booming noises of the falling objects shocked everyone out of their wits. The wood and rocks that are pushed off the cliff instantly separated the procession in the most heartless manner.
Falling into disarray, the refugees on both sides of the obstruction fled for their lives in opposite directions among the cries and shouts for help. Some of them naturally fell down and were trampled all over by their fellow travelers. It felt like the apocalypse. For those who managed to leave the valley, they are blindly running away when scores of torches are being lighted.
As 200 Wu family warriors rode towards Lu Buwei from all directions, they did not harm any of the porters and followers.
They simply encircled the wretched-looking Lu Buwei, who was presently protected by 10-odd bodyguards.
In a split second, Lu Buwei is completely surrounded and he has reached the end of his tether.
Standing in the center of a protective circle formed by his family warriors, Lu Buwei's face is deadly pale and he is panting non-stop. Together with Tu Xian, Xia Yueten, Tang Yi, Jing Jun and Ji Yanran, Xiang Shaolong rode out from the crowd. Perched high up on his horse, he thundered, Lu Buwei, years ago when you ambushed my forces and murdered my wife and maids, did it ever cross your mind that there will be a day like today? Noticing Tu Xian and Xia Yueten, Lu Buwei was bristling with anger and hatred. As his body shook uncontrollably, he pointed his finger at them and bellowed, well done. To think that I, Lu Buwei, have been treating you two with benevolence, how dare you conspire with outsiders against me? With a pui, Tu Xian spat a glob of saliva on the ground. Clenching his teeth, he cursed, shut your smelly mouth. I should be the one using these words against you. Despite my unwavering loyalty, you chose to sacrifice my bosom buddies in order to direct suspicions away from yourself. You are not fit to be human. Xiao Yueten scorned, in the face of death, you are still incorrigible and full of shameless nonsense. Today, I am personally here to witness your demise because I want to prove the justice and righteous ways of heaven. How dare you dispute the truth and make willful accusations? Lu Buwei was briefly dumbfounded. Noticing the hundreds of arrows aimed at his heart and waiting to be released, he lost his tongue. In her shrill voice, Ji Yanran admonished, the late king has always treated you with kindness. However, you cold-bloodedly poisoned him to death. Lu Buwei, you are worse than a beast. Tang Yi roared, the deaths of Su Xian and Lu Gong were all because of you. Heaven must be blind for keeping you alive for the past few years. Jing Jun instead bellowed, you bunch of fools, are you thinking of accompanying him to his deathbed? Throw down your weapons at once and scram as far as your legs can carry you. The family warriors exchanged glances with one another. After the first weapon is discarded, everyone disappeared in a flash. What's left is a freshly betrayed by his men Lu Buwei standing alone in the center of their encirclement. Xiang Shaolong and his companions leapt off their horses and advanced towards Lu Buwei. Jiang! Xiang Shaolong unsheathed 100 battle saber. Within a second, his mind has experienced countless flashbacks of the most heart-wrenching moments of his life, and they are all triggered by Lu Buwei. Shunning and her fellow maids, his trusted subordinates, one by one, they started bleeding and eventually collapsing on the ground. In the prime of her youth, Zhao's third princess turning into a lifeless corpse in his arms, the look of grievance in King Xuanxiang's eyes as he passed away, Lu Gong dying with his eyes wide open, these images simultaneously recurred in his vision. Feeling as if a huge boulder has been casted into his tranquil, mental lake, he is now overwhelmed by turbulent waves of grief. Out of the blue, he discovered the 100 battle saber in his hand has penetrated the abdomen of Lu Buwei. It was Lu Buwei's body that suddenly lunged forward and pierced itself against his 100 battle saber. Actually, Lu Buwei was smacked in the back by Tang Yi's Mozi sword, causing him to stumble forward. In the ears of Xiang Shaolong, he could hear Tang Yi praying, Princess Jian, this is for you. May your soul in heaven be appeased. But by the time Lu Buwei slumped against the body of Xiang Shaolong, he has turned into a lifeless corpse.
All the fame and fortune of the world has nothing to do with him anymore. Although Xiang Shaolong personally killed his nemesis, his heart is feeling empty. His mind totally blank, he did not experience any joy from exacting sweet vengeance. He has grown to detest the mutual killings of humans. The sky is finally brightening. After 3 days and 2 nights of continuous riding, Xiang Shaolong and his followers could not withstand the fatigue anymore. Pitching tents, they took a break. They are 1 day's journey away from the farms. During their voyage, Xiang Shaolong is extremely quiet. That very night, the weather is excellent. Accompanied by a new crescent moon, the sky is star-studded. Spreading over the entire horizon, the stars are twinkling in clusters of varying sizes. Leaving the campgrounds, Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran ascended a small hill. Leisurely sitting back to back on a turf of grass that is tall enough to reach their knees, they soak in the ambience of genuine and deep love as husband and wife. Xiang Shaolong started to relax. Presently, Lu Bui's issue seems to be miles away and the threat of Xiao Pan is literally non-existent. He suddenly recalled a movie about Qin Shi Huang that he watched in the 21st century. Lu Bui certainly did not die the way he did. After being implicated for recommending Lao Ai into officialdom, he was stripped of his premiership by Yingzhang and exiled to Shi, Hunan province. Nonetheless, still bearing malicious intentions, Lu Bui remains in cahoots with the rich and powerful of the 6 states. Eventually, he was forced by Yingzhang to move to Zhuojun and was served with a warning letter. Knowing that he cannot escape the gallows, Lu Bui chose to commit suicide by drinking poisonous wine. However, Xiang Shaolong was obviously the one who killed Lu Bui with his saber. Did he unconsciously change the course of history? In the midst of his wild reflections, Ji Yanran's shrill voice sounded beside his ear. "Hubby, a penny for your thoughts?" In the spur of the moment, Xiang Shaolong nearly wanted to make a full confession of his background to his lovely wife. Ultimately, he suppressed the urge and bitterly smiled. "Even I do not know what I am thinking about." Ji Yanran comforted. Yanran understands hubby's emotions. Human beings are really bizarre. Sometimes, we spare no effort and go all out to achieve a goal, but once we succeeded, we would feel so empty and lost inside. Fortunately, this is not the trend for everything. For example, friendship between humans will get better with time and deeper as the days go by. Of course, there are also friends who would become your enemies. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head. Listening to Yanran speaking is one of the greatest pleasures of my life. Being able to grow old together with Yanran at the borderlands, what more can I ask for? Snaking into Xiang Shaolong's bosom and using his shoulder as a pillow, Ji Yanran gazed intensively at the flickering stars in the sky with her pretty eyes. She fatally remarked, "Yesterday is the day Yingzhang becomes the official king of Qin. I wonder if Lao Ai and Empress are still." Yanran should not have brought this up. Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled. "My virtuous wife, I do not mind it one bit. In fact, I have come to terms with it. With our limited abilities, we can only achieve so much, we cannot possibly accomplish everything we set out to do. Concerning Empress, it is beyond my powers to protect her. For the time being, my only wish is to find Wu Guo and the others safe and sound when we arrive at the farms." Ji Yanran sighed. Yanran also wishes to leave this place as soon as possible and never come back, but first thing next morning, everybody packed their tents and resumed their journey. Following a predetermined secret route, they rode in the direction of the farms. As evening approaches, the farms can be sighted from afar. Riding at the head of the convoy, Jingjun suddenly turned back. The expression on his face is horrendous. Knowing that something is not right, everyone started to panic. In a deep voice, Jingjun reported, "The farms are surrounded by multiple layers of enemies. Under the limited glare of the moon and stars, the land is dimly illuminated. Perching on a higher elevation, they scanned the environment. Entering their sights were tens of thousands of Qin soldiers who are laying siege at the perimeter of the farm. They are located outside the arrow-firing range of the farm battlements. Surprisingly, the battlements are in good condition. It is evident that the enemies have yet to launch an attack. The Wu fortress is completely dark, resembling a ferocious beast that is fast asleep. From the side of the Qin troops, sounds of chopping wood and felling trees can be heard. Unmistakably, they are constructing war machines that are meant to attack the fortress." In a fierce tone, Tang Yi wondered, logically, they should fake an attack in order to deplete our supply of arrows and wear us out physically. Why are they completely immobile instead? Remembering Qin Sheng and the limited warriors within the fortress, Ji Yanran bit her lower lip in agitation, causing a trickle of blood to emerge. In a deep voice, she explained, "Wei Liao is waiting for our return. Luckily, they are not familiar with the terrain and did not expect us to use this secret path." Hit by a brainwave, Xiang Shaolong added, "That is not the main reason. Most importantly, he is waiting for Yingzhang to personally attack us in secret. This is the only way to prevent news from leaking out."
After careful scrutiny, Xiao Yuatan confirmed that the entrance of the secret tunnel is situated far away from the enemy's tents and war machine construction yard. Heaving a sigh of relief, he declared, before Ing Zheng's arrival, we must fully utilize whatever precious time that remains. Using the secret passageway to return to the fortress, we must immediately grab everyone and depart at once. Of course, no one will object to his suggestion, and everybody quickly jumped into action. An hour later, they have entered the fortress without being detected. By the time Xiang Shaolong embraced Qin Qing's petite frame, it felt as if an entire lifetime has passed by. As the war horses have been trained to pass through the tunnels, no noises were generated and the enemy is still in the dark about their presence. Out of the blue, Tang Yi stammered, "What? Wu Guo and the rest are not back." Xiang Shaolong is badly shaken. Lightly pushing Qin Qing away, he muttered in shock, "This is impossible." Initially speaking with Tang Yi, Tao Fang sadly conveyed, "Looks like Wu Gui is in trouble." Pausing for a while, he added, "Last night, the enemies abruptly appeared at the perimeter of the farms. In fact, they have surrounded us and advanced towards us from all directions. Fortunately, they did not harass us, otherwise, we would be in a dilemma. Should we defend the farms with our lives or simply flee?" With a heavy expression, Xiao Yuatan asserted, "We must retreat at once, for they will discover the secret tunnel sooner or later. When that happens, we would be trapped." Xiang Shaolong decided, "Let's leave in batches. No matter what, I must stay put until the last minute and leave only when the enemy is finally attacking. Zhou Wei has already lost her only kin, her elder brother. I cannot allow her to lose her beloved husband too." Tu Xian burst out laughing, "If we must leave, let's leave together. Let this be a test of heaven's goodwill." Mounting the fortifications, Xiang Shaolong and the others examined the enemy formations that are spread before their eyes like a tree of fireflies. The difference in their strengths is mind-blowing. Any resistance would be futile. Furthermore, Xiang Shaolong and his team have been riding for days and nights. In their weakened state, engaging the adversaries can only result in defeat. Tang Yi analyzed, judging from the battle formation, Wei Liao is truly a military genius. Xiao Yuatan sighed, Ing Zhang is thoroughly prepared for this assault. By deploying these border guards who are not related to Shaolong, I believe they themselves are unaware that they are attacking Wu Fortress. At this juncture, Jing Jun ran up to them and announced, "We are all set. Shall we bring the horses to the secret cave? With them, it would be easier to make our getaway, but..." Ji Yanran proposed, "Why don't we place the horses near the entrance of the secret tunnel? Take it as our last effort to assist Wu Guo and the others. After all, it is better than being surrounded and without a means of escape." Everybody kept quiet and stared at Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong acknowledged the wisdom of his pretty wife. If they wanted to transport 600 people, horses and provisions through the passageway in complete silence, they would require at least 4 hours. He reluctantly agreed, "All right." Jing Jun left to execute his order. Out of a sudden, Tang Yi violently shuddered, "Ing Zhang is here, Wu Guo and the rest are finished." Reeling with shock, the rest of the group followed his gaze. Together, they witnessed a never-ending procession of torches that resembles a fire dragon. From afar, these new entrants proceeded straight into the tent of the enemy general. Xiang Shaolong conclusively barked, "Retreat at once." Dong! 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 Dot! The sound of war drums echoed throughout the air. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. Ing Zhang had obviously traveled non-stop throughout the night. Without even stopping for a break or a drink, he instantly commenced the attack, clearly demonstrating his determination in killing Xiang Shaolong. In a distressed tone, Xiang Shaolong vexed, "Xiaopan, you are too heartless." Ji Yanran hollered, "Abandon the horses. We can only rely on our feet to make our escape. Otherwise, it will be too late." Acknowledging her command, everyone started moving accordingly. Watching the enemy soldiers advance from all directions in an overwhelming manner, their hearts sank straight to the bottom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 12. Book 25 Chapter 12, At the Brink of Death. By the time the fortress gates are breached, half of Xiang Shaolong's followers have yet to enter the tunnel. Exasperated, Xiang Shaolong ordered them to squeeze themselves into the newly constructed mausoleum as a form of concealment. At the same time, he sealed the extra thick steel double doors of the mausoleum, hoping to buy as much time as possible. It would be ideal if Xiaopan was misled into thinking that they had left and gave up the search. But at the back of their minds, everyone knew that this is just their wistful thinking. When the occupants of a huge fortress have suddenly vanished, there must be a secret passageway that will lead them out of the fortress. If Wei Liao fails to uncover the passageway, he would not be able to account himself to the newly coronated king of Qin.
Within the mausoleum, everyone is eyeing one another with anxiety.
Watching the warriors enter the secret tunnel one by one, they could faintly pick up chaotic noises of war cries and hoofbeats. Despite feeling restless and agitated, as if their hearts are on fire, they could only put their trust in the will of heaven.
Sounds of long resounded continuously.
Apparently, the invaders are breaking down doors and conducting a search.
Pong.
Right before their eyes, the steel door is finally being hammered. The evil clutches of the enemy has ultimately found its way to this place. After a round of pointless bashing, silence enveloped the mausoleum.
The hearts of Xiang Shaolong's followers are now stuck at their throats and they are having difficulty breathing. They could easily predict the next move of the enemy.
By tying a large log to a cart, the enemies can fashion a battering ram and use it to break the door down.
The next 15 minutes felt like a century.
Putting themselves at the back of the queue, Xiang Shaolong, Ji Yanran, Teng Yi, Jing Jun, Tu Xian and 10 Oudwu family special forces members are armed with their crossbows, ready to defend the mausoleum with their lives.
By holding back the enemies, more of their compatriots can make it to safety. No one is in the mood to talk.
At this juncture, besides them, there are about 30 followers who had yet to enter the secret passageway. Fortunately, during the early days of construction, special attention was being paid to the tunnel ventilation. Otherwise, with so many people crammed in the tunnel, they would suffocate to death before reaching the exit. Xiang Shaolong unconsciously glanced upwards at the center of the tall worshipping altar. Gazing at the ancestral tablet of Xiao Pan's birth mother Lady Ni, he resentfully smiled to himself.
He thought, Ni, did this ever cross your mind, that one day, I, Xiang Shaolong, will be personally killed in cold blood by your beloved son?
Hon.
The entire mausoleum shook once but the steel doors remained intact.
Hon. The 3 steel door fasteners that are securing the steel doors started to bend inwards and there is now a gap between the double doors. Through the gap, the light from fire torches can be seen and the battle cries are even more realistic than before.
Like waves hitting the shore, the enemy soldiers are shouting incessantly into the mausoleum.
Luckily, by this time, Xiang Shaolong and his companions are the only ones who are left in the mausoleum. The rest of them have entered the tunnels.
Xiang Shaolong bellowed, "Get in! Quick!"
Of course nobody dared to be sluggish.
Like bees returning to their nests, everybody scrambled for the tunnels.
Before they could replace the steel cover for the secret tunnel, a giant hong
sound rang out.
Both the enormous steel doors collapsed onto the ground, taking with them part of the brick walls.
Momentarily, the mausoleum is shrouded with dust.
The 4 individuals Xiang Shaolong, Teng Yi, Jing Jun and Ji Yanran stood guard by the tunnel entrance, ready to kill whoever that trespasses.
They had to do this. Presently, the tunnel is filled with people.
If the enemies begin to pursue them from the back, everyone would be slaughtered. The more they can delay the enemy and prevent them from understanding the tunnel layout, the greater chances of survival the others would have.
The light from a fire torch is shining down the tunnel. Xiang Shaolong and the others stepped backwards, avoiding the illumination of the torch. A man excitedly shouted, "The entrance is here!"
They did not even have enough time to put the steel cover back. Xiang Shaolong and the others groaned to themselves. Out of the blue, beyond the passageway, the entire mausoleum became completely silent.
Next, sounds of kneeling and paying of respects is heard. Although Xiang Shaolong and his companions are itching with curiosity, they are equally terrified. However, there is nothing they can do. This man must be Wei Liao. Ying Zhang is amazingly quiet. Pak!
That was the sound of someone kneeling down. From the edge of the tunnel entrance, Li Si's quivering voice sounded, "Great King, please have mercy."
Wei Liao was astonished, "Chief officer?"
What followed was another round of mysterious silence. Wei Liao's voice sounded again, "Great King, please give the order at once. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity, it will be lost forever." He then dryly coughed once and wondered, why is Great King staring at the worshipping altar and the ancestral tablets? In the hearts of Xiang Shaolong and the other 3, an indescribable feeling is beginning to emerge. Xiao Pan must be quietly gazing at the tablet of his beloved mother Lady Ni. Except for the 4 of them, the others should have crossed the halfway point of the tunnel. In another 30 minutes, the evacuation would be complete. Nonetheless, if Xiao Pan takes up Wei Liao's suggestion, everybody will still end up dead. The familiar voice of Xiao Pan finally sounded, "Official Wei and the others, Guaran hereby command that you retreat from this room at once. Only official Li shall remain." Wei Liao was stunned, "Great King."
Xiao Pan roared, "Get out!"
The sound of footsteps was heard. Once his soldiers are out of earshot, Xiao Pan questioned in a deep voice, "How can we prevent the world from talking about this incident?" Li Si answered, after Great King has conquered the 6 states and united the lands, Great King can issue a nationwide decree, prohibiting anyone from mentioning the 3 words, Xiang Shaolong. Violators will be beheaded at once. This would certainly make everyone stop talking about him and the problem will be resolved accordingly. Xiao Pan coldly hissed, if they did not talk about him but recorded him in historical documents, what should we do? Li Si replied, Great King can burn their books and bury the authors alive. Below them, Xiang Shaolong is absolutely flabbergasted, never expecting himself to be the reason for Qin Shi Huang to burn books and bury scholars alive. Concurrently, he realizes that the burning of the Book of Wu Pu is to deny the public of valuable knowledge. Xiao Pan grilled, nevertheless, how should we explain the killing of Lu Buwei by Xiang Shaolong? His voice becoming louder, Li Si proclaimed, it is really simple. The explanation is, to escape punishment, Lu Buwei fled back to his territory of Shi where he eventually committed suicide by drinking poisonous wine. Footsteps sounded again and someone came to the edge of the tunnel entrance. After a short spell of silence, Xiao Pan's voice lightly expressed, Master. May you have a safe journey. Following that, Xiao Pan decisively thundered, retreat at once. The footsteps trailed off. Unable to hold back any longer, the hot tears of Xiang Shaolong overflowed his eye sockets. In his heart, he could feel the immense agitation of creating a crucial episode of history. The minute Xiao Pan steps out of his mother's mausoleum, he would no longer be the Xiao Pan from Handan. Because he would have completely severed his past and become a true blue Yingzhang. In the future, all his energies will be expended on the grand scheme of conquering the world. The instant he crosses the fallen steel doors, the 6 states are destined to be eliminated one after another. Their opponent is the unshakable super conqueror, the founder of China, the bearer of the title, one in a millennium emperor, Qin Shi Huang Yingzhang. Recomposing their emotions, Xiang Shaolong and his companions caught up to the main body by going through and exiting the tunnel. To their astonishment, they spotted Wu Guo and the guardians among them. It turned out that they were forced to take the roads after Lord Chanwen barricaded the river route. As a result, they ended up arriving several hours after Yingzhang. Coincidentally, they ran into the others near the tunnel exit. At the same time, Wu Guo brought updates from Wang Jian. Lao Ai was sentenced to death by having his body torn apart by 5 carriages and the 2 sons of Zhu Ji and Lao Ai were burnt alive. Zhu Ji herself was escorted back to Xianyang. Of course everyone knows that the real Zhu Ji is dead. The Shu Ji that is returning to Xianyang and subsequently placed under house arrest is merely an impostor conjured by Yingzhang. After the withdrawal of Yingzhang's massive army, everyone returned to the farms and mounted their horses before leaving again. Xiang Shaolong did not forget to bring along the ancestral tablets of Zhao Qian, Lady Ni, and the other ladies. 3 months later, they finally arrived safely at the borderlands, fulfilling their long-awaited dream. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 25 Chapter 13. Book 25 Chapter 13, United States of China. As the rebellion forces of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai are mainly staffed by foreigners from the 6 states, coupled with Zhenghua Canal being exposed as a trick by Han to destroy Qin, on top of Yingzhang's worry that the foreigners from the 6 states will continue to propagate rumors, Yingzhang implemented an anti-foreigner policy despite the mounting protests from his officials, instantly endangering foreign guests from the eastern states. Li Si is fully conscious that he knows too much for his own good. Nonetheless, he is highly supportive of Yingzhang's dream to unite the states. At the risk of his life, he submitted the following report. When subordinate heard that the court of Qin has decided to implement anti-foreigner policies, I felt that this move was inappropriate. In the past, Duke Lao was seeking talent. From the west, he recruited Yu from Rong, east, Bailey Shi from Wan, welcomed Jianshu from Song, and embraced Pei Bao and Gongsun Zi from Jing. None of these 5 men are originally from Qin, but with their support, Duke Lao was able to occupy more than 20 states, forming the Kingdom of West Rong. Using the laws of Xiangyang, Duke Xiao reformed local customs and manners, causing the population to greatly flourish and the country to grow rich and powerful. The population rejoiced, and the feudal lords were subjugated. Obtaining experts from Wei and Shu, they gained sway over thousands of miles of land, and to this day their governance was strong. King Hui used the stratagems of Zhang Yi and seized the 3 river plains areas. In the west, he consolidated the states of Ba and Shu. In the north, he governed Shangjuan, while in the south he took over Hanzhong. He embraced the 9 barbarian tribes, and regulated Yan and Shao. He seized the dangerous passes to the east, which were easy to guard and made them hard to attack, cutting off the fertile land. He dispersed the alliance of the 6 eastern powers, and made the west solely dominated by Qin. His accomplishments persisted to this very day. Enlisting the help of Fan Wei, King Zhao promoted him to the position of Marquis Xiang and disposed of Huaiyang, thereby strengthening the court administration and weed out corruption.
By eradicating the feudal lords, King Zhao is able to consolidate his authority. The success of these four kings is undeniably linked to their reliance on foreign talents. Regardless of perspective, these foreign advisors did not disappoint. If the opposite had happened, for example, the four kings condemned these foreigners to lowly positions and did not exploit their capabilities, Qin will not stand to gain from their expertise and can never be as strong as today. Additionally, this policy is not carefully researched and there is no distinction between truth and fiction. There is no basis to discriminate between citizens and non-citizens of Qin. Ultimately, the emphasis should be on genuine talent and not nationality. Thus, this policy is flawed. From the frank and open assessment that Li Si had presented, besides exhibiting his undying loyalty to Yingzhang, it clearly elaborates ironclad truths and facts. Finally, Yingzhang retracted his decree and abolished the anti-foreigner policy. At the same time, Han Fei, the old friend of Xiang Shaolong and Ji Yanran, was forcefully invited to Qin. However, his loyalty lies with his birth state and he spoke up for Han on several occasions. Due to his ineloquence, he failed to get into the good books of Yingzhang. Eventually, he offended Yao Jia and Li Si, and with the two men jealous of his talent, Han Fei was poisoned to death in prison. After eradicating Lu Buwei and Lao Ai, Yingzhang consolidated his authority over Qin and subsequently began his conquest of the other 6 states. Alone by themselves, none of the 6 states can withstand the might of Qin. But if they worked in hand, it is not impossible to give Qin a run for their money. For example, 6 years after Yingzhang's coronation, Qin suffered a crushing defeat against the allied forces of Chu in the 3 states. However, Han Shuang was down on his luck and perished during the skirmish. Without Lu Buwei backing him, Tian Dan lost power. From then on, there are no more distinguished talents from Qi. Learning his lesson the hard way, Yingzhang switched to employing strategies recommended by Li Si and Wei Liao. In an intricate manner, he exploited the 3 methods of bribery, sowing of discord and divide and conquer to destroy the 6 states. 14 years into Yingzhang's reign, King of Han was the first to yield to Qin. The next year, the armies of Qin embarked on a killing spree and conquered Han. Personally trained by Xiang Shaolong, Hong Qi, Huan Qi, was promoted to great general after accumulating a ton of merits. Unfortunately, he pitted himself against Li Mu, the gifted general who devastated the army of Xiang Shaolong. After incurring huge losses at Hefei and ashamed to face Xinjiang, Hong Qi fled to Yan. Finally, it has boiled down to a war between the 2 renowned generals Wang Jian and Li Mu. Under the leadership of Wang Jian and Yang Duanhe, the armies of Qin launched a massive campaign against Zhao. Meeting them outside Handan City, Li Mu engaged their forces and their fights resulted in a deadlock. Bewitched by Li Si's sowing of discord, Hua Kai went to the extent of persuading the king of Zhao to switch Li Mu with another general. Refusing to accept the switch, Li Mu was executed by the king of Zhao. With the passing of a giant, there are no generals in Zhao who could stand up to Wang Jian. Like a gust of strong wind sweeping the fallen leaves, the armies of Qin swept Zhao into the memories of history. After Yingzhang ruled for 19 years, Prince Dan sent Jinka into Qin and tried to assassinate him. Failing in his mission, Jinka was mutilated and killed. Finding a reason to counterattack, Yingzhang dispatched Wang Jian to Yan. After soundly defeating the armies of Yan at the west of Rivery, the next year, Wang Jian occupied Ji, the capital of Yan, and killed Prince Dan. With his son Wang Ben, Wang Jian went on to dominate more than 10 cities of Chu. The next year, Wang Jian demonstrated his legendary abilities once again. By breaking a dam and flooding Daliang, he effortlessly erases Wei off the map of China. 23 years into Yingzhang's reign, Wang Jian began invading Chu and inflicted heavy casualties to the army of Chu at Pingyu. The next year, Meng Wu successfully overran Shouchuan. The king of Chu and Li Yuan ended up as prisoners of war while Li Yanyan committed suicide by poisoning herself, heralding the demise of Chu. 26 years after Yingzhang became the king of Qin, Wang Ben breached the defenses of Linzi. Tianjian, the king of Qi, surrendered unconditionally. From this point onwards, the vanquished 6 states are like a cloud of dissipating smoke. At the end of the day, all their lands are now part of Qin. Recollecting Xiang Shaolong's suggested caption of Shi Huang Emperor, Yingzhang instructed his officials to evaluate the feasibility of this title now that he has united the whole of China. Everyone is naturally full of praise and approval. Therefore, Yingzhang gave himself the title of Shi Huang Emperor. Removing the structure of marquises and lords, Yingzhang divided China into 36 provinces. Confiscating all the weapons of China to safeguard himself, Yingzhang also constructed 12 golden statues in his likeness to remind the people of his authority. At the same time, he standardized the weights and measurement, road widths, and carriage sizes of China. Yingzhang is also responsible for issuing a single currency for the whole country and deciding the language medium for all forms of communication. Finally, he resettled the richest 120,000 households to Xianyang. Indirectly, he has established the model for the future of China.
When Yingzheng ascends the emperor throne as Shi Huang Emperor, the majestic Huicheng platform is simultaneously being constructed.
The common folks are under the impression that their emperor is building this to commemorate Widow Qing.
Only those in the know, like Li Si and Wang Jian, are aware that Yingzheng is actually building it to commemorate Xiang Shaolong, who is far away from the Central Plains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 25 Epilogue. Epilogue.
Under the flying hooves of the horse, the ground rapidly fades towards the back.
With three of his brothers Wu Zhua, Teng Yi and Jing Jun, Xiang Shaolong is riding at full speed on the fresh and crisp grassland that stretches as far as the eye can see.
Under the blue sky and white clouds, about half a mile in front of them, a herd of nearly 1,000 wild horses are startled and instantly fled towards the north. The four men started shouting.
Squeezing the abdomen of their horses to change directions, they continued the pursuit.
Xiang Shaolong and his fellow riders divided themselves into two teams. One team started flanking the wild horses from the side, forcing the leading alpha horse to change their flight path, while the other team persisted in hounding the horses from the back. After a short chase, the herd is intimidated by their horsewhips and had no choice but to jump into the river and swim towards the opposite shore. Reining his horse to a stop, Xiang Shaolong thundered, "Kids!
It is time to display your talents."
On the opposite shore, more than 100 men suddenly appeared with ropes in their hands, enthusiastically waiting for the horses to walk right into their arms. Among them are Wu Guo, Wu Yanjia, Zhao Da and Lu Chao. Observing his brothers and men capturing wild horses with plenty of excitement, Xiang Shaolong praised, "First brother is truly talented in picking a good territory. This location comprises of countless rivers and streams, which is useful for farming and drinking. With bountiful water supply, fertile soil and limitless grazing grass, this is a piece of paradise."
His eyes scanning the endless fields around him, Wu Guo inhaled a breath of fragrant grass smell and chuckled, "When I first came here, I did not feel good because I have this impression that we are forced to come here, like a self-imposed exile. But after living here for so many years, only death can force me to leave this place." Jing Jun suddenly barked to the men on the opposite shore, "That pure white horse. I want that pure white horse." Teng Yi was tickled. "This fellow, Danner, has given him 3 sons and 2 daughters, and yet, he himself is like a kid who has never grown up." At evening time, the men are satisfied with a rewarding day and started riding back to the hunting camp. Ji Yanran, Qin Xing, Wu Tingfang, Zhaoji, Tianjin, Tianfeng, Zhouwei, Shanlan, Lu Danner and the other ladies are sitting on a slope, overlooking a group of more than 30 boys and girls aged between 10 and 15 years old. The children are riding their horses and playing polo on a grass meadow. The air is filled with laughter. One of the children is Xiang Bauer.
He is much more brawny compared to the other kids. Wearing a beautiful cap made from eagle feathers, coupled with his thick brows and large eyes, he is already an outstanding character. At this moment, he happened to bend down from his horse and use his mallet to dribble the ball. Under his skillful maneuvers, no one could snatch the polo ball from him. Beneath their feet, like a shimmering green carpet, the boundless grass prairie seems to extend all the way to heaven. A distance away, more than 100 tents are clustered together. As the smoke rises from the cooking stoves, more than 10 ladies are starting a fire and preparing a meal for their husbands and sons to enjoy later. Nearby, the 2 men Tu Xian and Xiao Yuatan are sitting on the ground and chatting idly with each other.
Occasionally, they would throw a glance at the polo-playing children.
The game is now reaching a point of excitement and the spectating ladies clapped and cheered non-stop. Among them, Wu Tingfang and Lu Danner cheered the loudest. Out of the blue, Qin Cheng nudged Ji Yanran, who was sitting down beside her. She joyfully exclaimed, "Hubby is back." Shifting their gaze to the edge of the horizon, the group of ladies spotted more than 100 black dots that are gradually becoming bigger and bigger. The sound of hoofbeats is also faintly discernible. Feeling in the mood, Ji Yanran stood up and hollered in her shrill voice, "I am going out to welcome our victorious warriors, who is with me." The children have already abandoned their game. With some of them riding ahead and some riding at the back, they are heading towards the approaching horsemen. The sound of hoofbeats reverberated through the air.
Ji Yanran's invitation is instantly taken up by everyone.
Running to and mounting their horses, it wasn't too long until the ladies met up with their partners on the grasslands.
Together, they rode back to camp. Riding in front, the children are proudly leading the way back.
Slowing cantering beside Ji Yanran and Qin Xing, an emotional Xiang Shaolong gushed, "Heaven is indeed kind to us. In the past, I cannot imagine myself leading such a blissful and worry-free life." Qin Xing sighed, "Because of our past experiences, we are able to appreciate the value of living freely on the grasslands."
Unlike that little fellow Bauer, he kept whining and expressed his desire to return to the Central Plains and see the world, but
Wu Tingfang nagged, "In the future, you better not tell him any more stories about the Central Plains, especially about Chu. Bauer has developed a liking for that place, how mysterious." Xiang Shaolong chortled, every person has his or her own dreams. Because our dreams are fulfilled, we are contented with our lives.
Bauer is merely pursing his dream.
We should never try to stop him from pursuing his interests and must never force him to live according to our expectations of him.
Ji Yanran is exhilarated, hubby's words are really moving. Bauer's dream is to become an eagle in the sky, able to spread his wings and fly to any place he desires.
Zhao guffawed, everyone is pampering him without any reservations. In my opinion, Little Jin and Little Foam are the worst culprits.
Teased by Zhao Ji, Tianjin and Tian Foam are covering their mouths and giggling. Happiness is written all over their faces.
As if she suddenly remembered something, Ji Yanran smiled, I nearly forgot to tell you something, father of Bauer. Bauer finds his name too childish and wishes to change it.
Unconcerned, Xiang Shaolong was thrilled, as long as his surname is Xiang, he can choose whichever name he wants. Pretending to be angry, Wu Tingfang protested, the name Bauer is my suggestion, it is his birth name.
Ji Yanran continued, noting his love for eagles, I recommended him to use the name Eagle, Ing. Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing, Xiang Ing.
That's quite a nice name.
Qin Qing gently rebuked, as a father, you do not understand your son well enough. He finds the word eagle too aggressive and beast-like.
Moreover, others will make jokes about his name.
He has decided on the word, you. Violently shaken, Xiang Shaolong reined his horse to a stop and unconsciously shouted, what? The ladies, Tang Yi and the rest were stunned into stopping with him.
All the attention is now focused on Xiang Shaolong. In his mind, Xiang Shaolong is experiencing wave after wave of tsunamis. Xiang Yu? Isn't he the man who fought against Liu Bang for control over the entire China? And who eventually committed suicide by jumping into River Wu with the beauty Yu Ji? The one and only true great conqueror Xiang Yu? What is going on? Could it be merely a coincidence in their names?
Taking time into account, the probability is quite strong.
From the records of history, the Qin dynasty ended after 2 emperors.
37 years after Yingzheng became the king of Qin, he died of illness at Sekiu when he was touring the southern provinces. After him, the second emperor perished 3 years later. At that point in time, Xiang Shaolong's son Xiang Yu was in his early 30s, the prime of his youth.
The cries of everybody brought Xiang Shaolong back to his senses. Ji Yanran suspiciously probed, does hubby dislike this name?
But Bauer loves it.
If you want him to change his mind, leave us out of it.
You can speak to him directly.
Recomposing himself, Xiang Shaolong started contemplating. Should he issue a warning to his son Xiang Bauer?
For example, when Bauer meets a man named Liu Bang, he should unsheath his sword and kill him at once. But on the other hand, even though Xiang Shaolong is fully aware of historical developments, at the end of the day, he is unable to change its path.
Destiny is something that cannot be altered by mere willpower and effort.
Humans believe they are charting their lives, that is precisely because they are unaware of their actual fate. In fact, they are simply living their lives according to fate. Only Xiang Shaolong is able to fully comprehend this insight. One of his sons Xiao Pan built the great Qin Empire while his other son Xiang Yu personally destroyed the same empire.
Qin Sheng frowned, what is hubby thinking about, that?
Abruptly breaking out into laughter, Xiang Shaolong replied, I have thought through it and came to an understanding.
Tang Yi's voice sounded, what did third brother understand? Xiang Shaolong joyfully exclaimed, from this day onwards, Xiang Bauer shall be Xiang Yu.
The crowd rolled their eyes in unison.
With a baffled expression, Ji Yanran inquired, what is there to understand about changing one's name?
From her back, Xiang Shaolong leaned forward to her face and inhaled her fragrance.
He laughed, I understood one point. If you succeeded, so what? And if you failed, so what? Success and failure are irrelevant.
The most important thing is to lead a fulfilling and extraordinary life, inscribing your everlasting name in the records of history. That indeed is a life worth living. Even more puzzled than before, the crowd could never guess that he is referring to his own son eventually becoming the legendary and illustrious Chu great conqueror Xiang Yu. Letting out a burst of heroic laughter, Xiang Shaolong prodded his horse and started chasing up to Xiang Yu and the other children. Everyone swiftly resounded and nudged their horses in pursuit. Under the magnificent and colorful sunset, the humans and horses seemed to have merged into one body with Mother Nature, depicting a heavenly and ecstatic painting.